Chapter 1. Traversing the Spirit Cage, Binding the Red Alert Empire System. In the realm of the Spirit Cage, the air is thick with dust, the earth lies in desolation, and the towering ruins scattered across the yellow terrain seem to whisper tales of humanity's former grandeur. Cough, cough. Tui. Qin Tian spat out the sand that had found its way into his mouth, struggling to rise from the ground as he surveyed his surroundings. Where the hell am I? Is this still my homeland? All he could recall was that he had been comfortably watching a drama at home, and just as the plot thickened, an overwhelming wave of dizziness engulfed him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. I don't understand, Qin Tian muttered, perplexed by the current circumstances. He resolved to take a stroll around to ascertain what had transpired. A few minutes later, damn, I've crossed over. After circling the area and delivering a sharp slap to his own face to confirm his reality, he finally grasped the situation. It appears I have indeed traversed into another world, and it's likely one marred by cataclysmic disaster and apocalyptic realm. What led Qin Tian to this conclusion? It was evident from the dilapidated city, ruins looming in the distance, that the inhabitants of this world were not faring well. If the people here were thriving, there would not be such an abundance of desolate structures buried beneath clouds of dust. The sheer volume of these ruins suggested either a world war with nuclear devastation or some other dire crisis in any case. The situation was far from hopeful. Yet, whether this world had succumbed to calamity or war, for an ordinary person like him who had just crossed over, either scenario posed a grave threat. Just as Qin Tian contemplated employing his pre-transmigration expertise of futile waiting for death, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Ding! A compatible host has been detected. Binding the Red Alert Empire System. Ding! Binding of the Red Alert Empire System successful. What the hell? Red Alert? Empire? System? Has my cheat code just activated? Upon hearing this voice, Qin Tian quickly realized that he had acquired the essential golden finger, the cheat system that every traveler possesses. Indeed, the web novels had not deceived him. Every transmigrator invariably comes equipped with a system. System, hurry and introduce yourself, so this humble rustic can see what capabilities you possess. Replying to the host, this system is named the Red Alert Empire System. As the name suggests. Stop right there. I already grasped the basics. The Red Alert Empire should be quite similar to the Red Alert games I used to play, so please get to the main points, such as the units you can construct, whether the selected faction is the Allies or the Soviets, and whether it's Red Alert 2 or 3, among other critical details. The system was just about to introduce itself when it was abruptly interrupted by Qin Tian, who initiated a spell, causing a brief moment of system malfunction. However, the system did not dwell on it and proceeded to elaborate on its core functionalities in accordance with Qin Tian's queries. The primary capabilities of this system include the creation of individuals, structures, firearms, and artillery. As long as the host possesses sufficient funds, anything can be manifested. Of course, considering that the host is currently merely an introductory commander, the construction capabilities for building units have been temporarily restricted. Thus, the host can only create the most rudimentary infantry units at this time. Currently, the only infantry unit available for construction is the mobilized soldier. Furthermore, since the host lacks a barracks, selecting to construct mobilized soldiers requires the payment of an additional transport fee to expedite their arrival and rendezvous with you. Qin Tian exclaimed, "What is this transport fee nonsense? I never encountered such a thing while playing Red Alert. Are you implying that these mobilized soldiers are delivered to me at a bargain price, similar to a discount deal from some online marketplace, only to be transported in a bread truck? Surely, when my mobilized soldiers finally arrive, they won't be half assembled, requiring me to pay extra to complete them, right?" The system fell silent, momentarily taken aback by Qin Tian's remarks. After a prolonged pause, it shifted the topic entirely. "Host, this system also offers a novice gift package. Would you like to claim it now?" "Of course, I will claim it now. Why would I wait until mealtime to do so?" Qin Tian retorted with irritation towards the system within himself. Beep. The host has claimed the novice gift package. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 mobilized soldiers, 1 sniper, and a set of novice commander gear. As the system's voice faded, Qin Tian indeed found himself in possession of a neatly folded, aesthetically pleasing military green commander outfit, complete with a cap, uniform, boots, and special operations trousers, though regrettably lacking a sidearm. He glanced around to ensure no one was present before swiftly shedding his attire, leaving only a pair of floral shorts, and donned the novice commander outfit bestowed by the system. Upon wearing the commander attire, Qin Tian felt an elevation in both his aura and spirit, epitomizing the adage that one's appearance can significantly influence perception. Wait, system, where are my mobilized soldiers and sniper? Why have I only received a commander outfit? After admiring his reflection in the military uniform, Qin Tian suddenly recognized a critical issue. Where were the soldiers that the system had promised him? Was he truly expected to assemble them himself? The mere thought of the mobilized soldiers arriving in disassembled parts, necessitating his manual assembly, caused a cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Just as he was about to voice his concerns to the system, his keen ears detected the sudden sound of gunfire emanating from the distant ruins. Is anyone there? Qin Tian swiftly crouched down, attempting to conceal himself beneath the sands of the vast, desolate plain. However, after a brief moment, the gunfire not only persisted but grew increasingly louder, as if the assailants were drawing ever closer. This realization caused Qin Tian, who had buried his head in the sand, to lift it in alarm. To his astonishment, he saw several soldiers armed with firearms racing toward him. Moreover, trailing behind these soldiers were 3 towering 6-legged creatures, each nearly 2 meters in height. By the heavens! Qin Tian was momentarily stunned by this scene. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard the soldiers, who had now approached, shouting at him, "Commander, run! It's dangerous here." Commander? What? Am I their commander? Then are these soldiers the ones gifted to me by the system? NWA, why do they have to start with such a deadly encounter? Run, you fools! Without further ado, Qin Tian dashed away, but his previous exertions had drained him, so he could not sustain a swift pace for long. After running a little over a kilometer, fatigue set in, leaving him breathless. Had it not been for a mobilized soldier assisting him, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. One mobilized soldier continued to support and pull Qin Tian along, while the other 2 provided covering fire with their rifles, alternating shots at the 3 6-legged beasts, while the sniper offered additional protection from the side. Thus, they raced for their lives across the desert, but the 3 creatures, with their tough hide and resilient flesh, seemed impervious to the bullets from the AK-47s, which merely left small puncture wounds and a trickle of blue blood, only serving to momentarily hinder the creature's advance. Although the sniper's AWP could penetrate the flesh of these beasts, it lacked the power to pierce their bones, rendering the inflicted damage similarly limited. Just as Qin Tian feared for his life, the mobilized soldier who was aiding his escape suddenly turned to him and said, "Commander, there's a damaged spaceship not far ahead. We can seek refuge there." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian grimaced against the pain in his abdomen from the vigorous running, but managed to look up and indeed spotted what appeared to be the wreckage of a crashed spacecraft nearby. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. With the commander's approval, the mobilized soldier wasted no time, hoisting the exhausted Qin Tian onto his back and sprinting toward the spaceship. Chapter 2. The Discounted Good Brothers. The mobilized soldier carried the weary Qin Tian as they sprinted, with 2 other mobilized soldiers and the sniper providing covering fire from behind, buying precious time for their escape. Fortunately, the wreck of the damaged spaceship was not far away, and thanks to the soldier's formidable physique, he was able to run swiftly while carrying Qin Tian. In no time, they reached the vicinity of the spacecraft's remnants. Surrounding the wreckage of the downed spacecraft lay scattered debris, a chaotic array of remnants. Upon noticing that the spacecraft's hatch was ajar, the mobilized soldier wasted no time in shouldering Qin Tian and making their way inside. 2 other mobilized soldiers and a sniper, who had been providing cover fire from behind, swiftly followed suit. In an instant, all 5 of them surged into the dark confines of the spacecraft's ruins. The interior of the spacecraft's corridor was engulfed in darkness, starkly contrasting the blinding sunlight and swirling sands outside. Despite the pitch-black surroundings, the sniper's keen eyesight quickly discerned the control button for the hatch leading to the outer passage. He promptly approached and pressed it. With a sound of grinding metal, the damaged hatch descended slowly, sealing off the entrance from the outside world. Phew! It seems we've eluded those 6-legged monstrosities. Qin Tian, propped against his waist, gasped for breath as he slumped onto the corridor floor, while the two mobilized soldiers stood vigilantly on either side of him. The remaining mobilized soldier and the sniper crouched, weapons drawn, aimed at the inky corridor ahead, prepared for any lurking threats. It was only in this fleeting moment of safety that Qin Tian found the opportunity to examine the soldiers flanking him. Estimating their height to be around 190 centimeters, he noted that they towered over him, as he himself stood at 175 centimeters. They donned black Soviet steel helmets, their faces obscured by black gas masks, and wore brownish-red Soviet military overcoats. Each was equipped with ammunition belts and grasped an AK-47 rifle, reminiscent of the mobilized soldier from the Red Alert game, albeit with the more formidable AK-47 replacing the lesser PPSH submachine gun. The sniper bore a striking resemblance as well, sporting a red beret and clad in brown desert camouflage, wielding an AWP sniper rifle equipped with an A-time scope, akin to the Allied sniper from the same game. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the previously sealed hatch. Bang! Bang bang! The thuds grew increasingly louder as the hatch began to buckle inward. The six-legged creatures, unable to find another entry point, had evidently resorted to breaching the door. "Commander, the hatch won't hold for long. We must move quickly to avoid the creature's onslaught." The mobilized soldier urgently implored Qin Tian, urging him to follow their lead. Without hesitation, Qin Tian nodded in agreement, promptly following the soldiers deeper into the spacecraft's corridor. Fortunately, the mobilized soldiers carried multi-functional flashlights, which could be affixed to their AK-47 rifles, illuminating the path ahead without the cumbersome need to juggle both a weapon and a light. As Qin Tian journeyed through the passage, he encountered numerous humanoid stone sculptures, each intricately carved with such lifelike precision that they appear to be real beings cast in stone. The subtle expressions etched upon their face pain, relief, sorrow, and madness imbued him with an indescribable sense of eerie horror. The five individuals tread carefully, and as they passed a pair of intertwined male and female sculptures, Qin Tian suddenly sensed a slight movement in the head of the male figure. This revelation startled him, and he fixated intently on the male sculpture's head, vigilant against any unforeseen developments. However, after a prolonged gaze, he observed no further motion, leading him to believe that the earlier movement had been a mere figment of his imagination. Just as he was about to dismiss the sculpture, a vigilant soldier, who had been observing their commander's fixation, noted an anomaly. "Commander, there's something moving within the back of that sculpture. Please step back." The soldier urgently pulled Qin Tian aside, immediately voicing his concern. "What do you mean? What's moving behind the sculpture?" Before the soldier could elaborate, Qin Tian comprehended the soldier's words as he witnessed a peculiar sound emanating from the back of the male sculpture. Suddenly, a creature resembling a human spine emerged from within. "What on earth is that abomination?" Qin Tian exclaimed in shock, while the sniper, reacting swiftly, discharged a shot, severing the spine-like creature in two. The bisected entity flailed on the ground, releasing a series of ominous red light dots, creating an unsettling spectacle. "Commander, retreat. Those red dots are dangerous," the soldier quickly urged, dragging Qin Tian back several meters. The sniper fired again, the AWP erupting with a bright orange flame as a large-caliber magnum bullet obliterated the upper half of the writhing creature. Sniper kills spine creature, funds 25. System notification. Due to the host currently lacking any construction units, the Red Alert Empire system has activated a 3-day novice protection period for the host. During this novice protection period, if the host eliminates certain specific creatures, they will receive system-rewarded funds. Note: the host will receive normal rewards for their kills, while rewards for soldiers' kills will be halved. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Tian swiftly opened his personal panel for review. Name: Qin Tian. Gender: male. Age: 20. Identity: trainee commander. Ability: none. Physique: kidney deficiency. Construction funds: 25. After perusing his personal panel, Qin Tian felt utterly disheartened. System: I fail to comprehend. Why is my constitution deemed as deficient in kidney energy? Be cautious, lest I accuse you of defamation. You are slandering me. In response to the host: are you not aware of your own body? Before this system was bound to you, Did you honestly disclose how many times you indulged in self-pleasure in a day? Qin Tian. Well, system, this is hardly the moment for such discussions. Let's first access the construction panel and see what I can procure with 25 coins. Qin Tian hastily diverted the topic, striving to mask his inner trepidation. Soldier construction unit panel. Mobilized soldier, 300 constructed within barracks, 200. Allied soldier, 400 constructed within barracks, 300. Engineer, 500 constructed within barracks, 400. Sniper, 600 constructed within barracks, 500. Heavy mobilized soldier unlocked upon reaching junior commander level. Heavy allied soldier unlocked upon reaching junior commander level. Anti-air infantry unlocked upon reaching junior commander level. Insufficient level. Access denied. Note: given that the host currently possesses no architectural units, an additional fee of 100 coins must be paid to the system as transportation costs for each soldier. The password system, you are truly extortionate. My good comrade costs merely 200 coins, yet your transportation fee demands 100? That is effectively half the price of my comrade. In response to the host, you could opt to pay only half and procure a partial comrade to take home. When you have accumulated sufficient funds, you may return to purchase a complete comrade. What? Qin Tian's mind momentarily faltered. Then he inquired, show me what the half-price mobilized soldier looks like, and if it pleases me, I shall make the purchase. The system promptly projected a 3D image of the half-price mobilized soldier, priced at 200 coins, including 100 for transportation, before him. The mobilized soldier in the projection appeared to possess even more rudimentary equipment than the one beside Qin Tian. Name: mobilized soldier type, infantry weapon, PPSH submachine gun equipment, Soviet Red Army hat no protection, Soviet military overcoat no protection, vintage ammo pouch no protection, 2 submachine gun magazines total 60 rounds. Description: a soldier hastily mobilized to the battlefield without any formal military training. Price: 100 transportation 100, total 200. This does seem rather decent. Qin Tian found it acceptable, although the firearm had been downgraded to a less powerful submachine gun, and the total ammunition was limited to 60 rounds. It was 100 coins cheaper than a standard mobilized soldier, making it just sufficient for tackling minor adversaries. Wait a moment, minor adversaries. Is this place truly the wasteland of the spiritual cage? Chapter 3. Slaying the Spine. Acquire good brothers. No, the spine. Is this the wasteland world of Linglong? Qin Tian initially found himself at a loss, taking a moment to comprehend the peculiar creature that the system had just informed him was called the spine. The term spine grew increasingly familiar to him, and upon recalling the 6-legged monster that had pursued his group outside the spacecraft, he swiftly realized that he had traversed into the realm of Linglong. Linglong was a wildly popular Chinese animation that Qin Tian had fervently followed before he was compelled to abandon it due to academic pressures, hastily preparing for his examinations. After graduating, he had navigated the tumultuous waters of society, facing myriad obstacles in his quest for a decent job, which left him with little time to indulge in the anime, eventually leading to its fading from his memory. Little did he expect that one day he would find himself within the very animated world he had once watched, becoming part of its narrative. It seemed that the 6-legged creature chasing him and his companions was indeed the serpent dog devourer. However, having only watched the first 3 episodes of the Linglong series, he had encountered a barrier. Subsequent episodes required a VIP subscription, which had ultimately dissuaded him from continuing to follow the show, especially as a financially constrained high school student preparing for college entrance exams. Now, Qin Tian could scarcely recall the overarching plot of those initial episodes, possibly due to the passage of time. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings, as an increasing number of spines began to emerge from the backs of the humanoid stone sculptures. His 3 comrades, the mobilizers and the sniper, were already firing to fend them off. Mobilizer kills spine, funds 25. Mobilizer kills spine, funds 25. Sniper kills spine, funds 25. Mobilizer, funds 25. A cacophony of kill notifications echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Although the sound was not particularly loud, it became rather irksome. Consequently, he spoke aloud, "System, please mute the kill notification sound and switch to a barrage display. It's too noisy." Understood, host. The system complied with Qin Tian's request, silencing the notification sound and transforming the rewards for killing spines into a barrage format that appeared in the upper right corner of his vision, unobtrusive yet clearly visible. The relentless gunfire echoed, bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, as the mobilizer's rifle spat forth brilliant tongues of flame, mercilessly reaping the lives of the spines. Although the mobilizer's shooting accuracy was not particularly high, resulting in a limited number of kills, a few stray spines managed to evade their fire, only to be precisely intercepted by the sharpshooting sniper, each shot puncturing the creatures into fragmented remains. Minutes later, the floor of the corridor was littered with bullet holes, and the nearby stone sculptures lay shattered, scattered across the ground alongside the corpses of several spines. "Commander, my ammunition is running low." "Commander, so is mine." "Report." All four of them simultaneously informed Qin Tian of their dwindling ammunition supply. "Wait, what are your names?" Qin Tian suddenly inquired of the three mobilized soldiers and the sniper. "Report, Commander, we have no names." "No names at all? Then allow me to assign you some code names. From now on, you shall be called Mobilized 1, Mobilized 2, and Mobilized 3, while you, the sniper, shall be known as Hawkeye." Qin Tian bestowed code names upon the four, as distinguishing between the three mobilized soldiers, aside from the sniper, was quite challenging due to their identical attire and stature. "Now, please report your ammunition status." "Report, Commander. I am Mobilized 1. My ammunition is nearly depleted. Both of my spare magazines are exhausted, and I have approximately 7 or 8 rounds left in the magazine currently loaded in my rifle." Mobilized 1 was the first to disclose his ammunition status, revealing he had less than 10 rounds remaining. "Report, Commander. I am Mobilized 2. My 2 magazines have been completely expended, and the magazine on my rifle contains less than half of its capacity." Mobilized 2's backup ammunition was also depleted, with about 15 rounds left in the magazine attached to his rifle. "Report, Commander. I am Mobilized 3. My backup ammunition has run out, and even the magazine on my rifle is empty. However, I still possess a bayonet that can be affixed to my rifle for close combat." Mobilized 3 found himself entirely devoid of ammunition, armed only with a bayonet. Should he encounter a spine or any other creature, he would be left to engage them in melee combat. "Report, Commander. I am Hawkeye. Both of my sniper rifle magazines are empty, and I have 2 rounds of Magnum sniper ammunition remaining in the magazine currently attached to my weapon." The sniper situation mirrored that of the mobilized soldiers. He too had only 2 rounds remaining, sufficient to take down perhaps 2 spine creatures at most. Fortunately, Qin Tian's funds had recently increased to $325, having eliminated a total of 13 spines. $325. I could purchase a half-price mobilized soldier and have 125 left, or if I opt against the half-price option, I will be left with merely 25. Qin Tian found himself in a quandary. The half-price mobilized soldier wielded a PPSH submachine gun and possessed only a single magazine, totaling 60 rounds with a magazine attached to the weapon, which would not last long. Moreover, the system's description noted that the half-price mobilized soldiers had not undergone professional military training and would likely be less accurate than Mobilized 1 and 2 beside him. "Forget it. System, procure a standard-priced mobilized soldier for me. Funds minus 300. Remaining funds, 25. After some contemplation, Qin Tian ultimately resolved to purchase a standard mobilized soldier. "The mobilized soldier is on their way. Please wait a moment." As Qin Tian awaited their arrival, he pondered where this mobilized soldier would emerge from. Recalling that Mobilized 1 and the sniper had approached from a distant blind spot, bringing with them 3 ravaging beasts, nearly resulting in Qin Tian's demise. A few minutes later, the previously silent corridor was suddenly filled with the rhythmic sound of footsteps, tap, tap, tap. This sound made Qin Tian's heart tighten, and he quickly turned to observe the source of the noise. At that moment, Dong Yi spoke up. "Commander, the soldiers you summoned have arrived." Sure enough, the next second, a soldier, dressed similarly to Dong Yi and the others, emerged from the depths of the corridor and saluted Qin Tian. "System, may I access the personal information of the mobilized soldier?" "Yes, host." The system is now opening the personal information panel for the newly summoned soldier. Name, mobilized soldier. Type, light infantry. Weapon, AK-47 rifle equipment, Soviet steel helmet, weak protection, Soviet gas mask, weak protective effect, old military ammo pouch, no protection. Soviet military overcoat, no protection, 3.7. 62 magazines, total of 90 rounds. Description: a Soviet mobilized soldier with military training. While not particularly powerful, he serves as decent battlefield cannon fodder. Qin Tian: what kind of evaluation is this from a system? It dares to label a standard mobilized soldier as cannon fodder? While that may be true in the game, this is reality. Qin Tian then reviewed Dong, E, and the others' personal information panels, discovering that they were quite similar to that of the mobilized soldier, with the only difference being the addition of identifiers Dong E, Dong Air, and Dong San, likely due to the code names he had assigned to them. After examining the mobilized soldier's personal information panel, Qin Tian curiously turned his attention to the sniper Hawkeye's information panel. Name: Allied Sniper, Hawkeye. Type: Sniper. Weapon: AWP sniper rifle. Equipment: Allied beret, no protection. Desert camouflage combat uniform, no protection. Small ammo pouch, no protection. 3 sniper rifle magazines, total of 15 rounds. Description: a sniper trained in the specialized military tactics of the Allies, proficient in various firearms, skilled in long-range assassination, reconnaissance, and stealth. Not bad. To be honest, the sniper's personal information is the only one that stands out. At least his marksmanship is significantly more precise than that of the mobilized soldier, though he is somewhat limited in ammunition. Chapter 4. The one-star mobilizer, how wonderful. We are saved. To be frank, Qin Tian felt that the personal information of the sniper was the only aspect worth noting. At the very least, his marksmanship surpassed that of the mobilizers by a considerable margin, though his ammunition was regrettably scarce. System: how can I replenish ammunition for the mobilizers and the sniper? Qin Tian inquired. Response to the host: to replenish ammunition for your soldiers, you must construct a barracks or an armory. Otherwise, you can only purchase ammunition from this system, costing 10 funds to fully replenish one soldier's ammunition. Goodness, system, how exorbitantly priced you are. 10 coins for a single ammunition refill. I could acquire a good comrade for merely 200 coins. At this rate, replenishing 20 times would afford me yet another companion. Qin Tian grumbled, yet ultimately spent 20 coins to replenish the ammunition for his comrades. With the first and second mobilizers having some ammunition remaining, he prioritized refilling the third mobilizer and the sniper, Hawkeye, who were both entirely out of ammo. In truth, replenishing ammunition for Hawkeye was not particularly cost-effective, as even when fully stocked, he possessed only 15 rounds of magnum ammunition. The rationale behind this decision was Hawkeye's exceptional accuracy. He could effectively eliminate any elusive threats that had breached the mobilizer's defensive line. During their recent encounter with the spine beasts, Hawkeye had already demonstrated his invaluable contribution. Hence, Qin Tian chose to ensure the sniper was well-equipped, safeguarding his own security. After replenishing ammunition for Hawkeye and the third mobilizer, Qin Tian found himself with a mere 5 coins left, scarcely enough to procure even a pair of shoes for his good comrades. However, this was of little concern. He merely needed to slay a few more spine beasts. The 6 of them proceeded cautiously into the interior of the spaceship wreckage, with the first mobilizer and the others forming a triangular formation to shield Qin Tian in the center. The 4th mobilizer and Hawkeye advanced ahead. Given Hawkeye's superior vision and reconnaissance skills, they took the lead to scout for an alternative exit, while Qin Tian and his group searched for an escape route within the wreckage. Another faction of protagonists from the Spirit Cage series made their entrance. Inside another section of the spaceship, a team of armed personnel clad in specialized combat attire, wielding unique firearms, vigilantly explored the corridors. Trailing behind them were ordinary workers, burdened with various boxes. They were currently scavenging for supplies within the vessel, led by a towering figure, a man nearly 2 meters tall, who seemed to be the head of this exploration team. Those familiar with the original Spirit Cage anime would recognize him as Captain Mark, the protagonist. Accompanying Captain Mark were 2 vigilant individuals, a man with short, tousled black hair named Mo Chung, and a woman, Ran Bing, who was Mark's beloved. True to the original storyline, Their group arrived at the spaceship's storage chamber, where they encountered the massive exoskeleton of a devouring beast. It was then that Ran Bing playfully climbed atop it, pulling a prank on Mark and Mo Chung by pretending to be attacked. However, Captain Mark saw through her antics at a glance, which startled Mo Chung, who was beside him. It was only after Captain Mark exposed her prank that Ran Bing ceased her mischief. At that moment, a report came through Captain Mark's earpiece from one of his subordinates, indicating that there was an issue on their side. Consequently, Captain Mark departed the storage chamber with Ran Bing and Mo Chung, heading towards the soldier who had reported the situation. Once Captain Mark and his companions left, the soldiers began directing the group of dust dwellers to transport the supplies within the storage chamber. However, during the transportation, 2 dust dwellers hid in a corner, chatting quietly while working. These 2 were Dust Dweller 4079 and Dust Dweller 4068. The latter, feeling superior, was highly dissatisfied with the hierarchical structure of the lighthouse, believing that he and his companions deserved more than being mere dust dwellers while the armed soldiers were regarded as the elite. Fearing detection, 4079 hastily covered 4068's mouth, urging him to cease his complaints. Indeed, 4068 stopped his tirade against the soldiers but abruptly stood up and approached a pile of humanoid stone sculptures, meat clay, searching for valuable items. This action startled the vertebrae, which had been resting on the meat clay, leading to a sequence of events reminiscent of the original narrative. The vertebrae crawled onto another dust dweller, who was subsequently shot in the head by the scavenger Donnie. The gunshot not only startled the vertebrae and the devouring beast within the spaceship, but also drew the attention of Qin Tian and his companions, who were searching for an escape route within the wreckage of another vessel. "Commander, I heard a gunshot." Eagle Eye suddenly halted his exploration, turning to report the sound to Qin Tian. Although Qin Tian had not heard the gunshot, he trusted that his sniper would not deceive him, and he immediately contemplated a possibility. The plot of the Ling cage was just beginning, and the gunfire Eagle Eye heard was likely a confrontation between Captain Mark and the devouring beasts. Thus, Qin Tian promptly issued orders. "Everyone, leave 2 to protect me. The rest, swiftly locate the exit. We must reach the area where the shot was fired as soon as possible." "Understood." Dong San and the sniper stayed behind to guard him, while Dong Air, Dong E, and Dong Si advanced rapidly to search for the spaceship's exit. In the original narrative, Captain Mark and his team would be in a perilous situation, surrounded by devouring beasts. However, Qin Tian felt that even without seeking out Captain Mark, their small group of 6 could easily be wiped out by a single snake dog devouring beast. They had escaped previously due to sheer luck, but who could guarantee that their fortune would hold against the pursuit of 3 snake dog devouring beasts again? Therefore, Qin Tian decided to take a gamble, hoping that they could reach Captain Mark and regroup. Moreover, their Red Alert Empire had only just begun to develop. If they could join forces with Captain Mark to ascend the lighthouse, it would significantly ease their early challenges. After all, aside from the old city lord, the others at the lighthouse were likely unaware of the survivors on the surface. Old Deng had hinted to Mark in the first 3 episodes that he indeed knew there were survivors on the surface. Minutes later, Dong E dashed back from a distance and said to Qin Tian, "Commander, I have located a breach in the spaceship. We should be able to exit through that opening." "Well done, my good brother." Qin Tian praised Dong E, then commanded all the mobilized soldiers to assemble and follow Dong E towards the breach, preparing to leave the spacecraft to rendezvous with Captain Mark and seek assistance. Meanwhile, on Captain Mark's side, the situation escalated as Donnie fired, killing a spine and a dustman, which alerted the spine horde, prompting more spines to attack. Upon hearing gunfire from Donnie's direction, Captain Mark and his team immediately rushed over. The scene returned to Qin Tian. "What the hell? Why are there so many spines here?" As Qin Tian and the mobilized soldiers rushed towards the spaceship's breach, their commotion stirred the spines in other compartments, and a multitude of spines surged towards them from various corridors. The mobilized soldiers fired as they ran, the scorching 7.62mm rounds raining down like droplets, some striking the crawling spines, while others ricocheted off the floor and ceiling, the crackling gunfire echoing throughout the cabin. Mobilized soldiers killed spines. Fun's 25 sniper kill. Qin Tian's funds soared rapidly, alleviating some of his tension. With funds at hand, he was unconcerned about the soldiers running out of ammunition, as he could always spend 10 points to replenish their supplies directly through the system. Thus, Qin Tian and his team, while shooting and replenishing their ammunition, swiftly reached the breach. However, the opening was somewhat small, necessitating a crouch to pass through. This meant they would need to leave one person behind to cover their retreat. Otherwise, if they all crouched to enter the breach, they would be vulnerable to a horde of spines attacking from behind, which would be disastrous. Just as Dong Si was about to volunteer to cover their rear, a loud horn suddenly blared in Qin Tian's ear. Qin Tian? What is happening, system? Why is there a horn sound? Who is blowing it? Returning to the host, this indicates your mobilized soldier has leveled up. As the system spoke, a burst of white light enveloped Dong Yi, who had been standing beside Qin Tian, and when the light faded, Dong Yi's equipment had transformed, now appearing more formidable. Qin Tian hurriedly opened Dong Yi's personal information panel to review. Name, mobilized soldier, Dong. Type, infantry. Weapon, AK-47 rifle, modified. Equipment, Soviet military steel helmet, medium protection. Soviet military gas mask, medium protection. Small military ammo carrier, no protection. Soviet military overcoat, no protection, 4x7. 62 magazines, total 120 rounds. Soviet military grenade. 1. Description: a mobilized soldier with professional military training and battlefield experience, proficient in firearms and possessing tactical acumen, making him a qualified warrior. Commander, you and the others go ahead. I will hold the rear, said Dong Yi, instructing Dong Er and the others to lead Qin Tian through the gap and make their departure. Qin Tian, not lacking in common sense, refrained from indulging in any melodrama about leaving him behind and obediently followed Dong Er into the opening. Although Dong Yi remained alone to cover their retreat, he displayed remarkable composure, his gaze sharp as he steadily wielded his AK-47, now enhanced with red dots and lasers, firing upon the approaching horde of spine beasts. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Despite his efforts, several spine beasts had already leaped onto him. Yet, Dong Yi remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of panic as he methodically fired with one hand while using the other to detach the bayonet from his AK for close combat, systematically dispatching the creatures that clung to him. Since the mobilized soldiers were equipped with gas masks, the crimson toxin released by the spine beasts had no effect on Dong Yi. It was all filtered out by the masks. Furthermore, the relatively low combat capability of the spine beasts allowed this first-tier soldier to stand his ground like a warrior of legend, slaughtering the foes around him with ease. As a brief aside, allow me to clarify why the lighthouse is significant, lest I be inundated with inquiries from readers. Firstly, the protagonist begins with fewer than 10 soldiers, while the design of the devouring beast dictates that they arrive in swarms, at least 8 or more. The weaponry of the mobilized soldiers is well known. A single snake dog could spell doom for them, necessitating an alliance with Mark and his crew to use their scavenger soldiers as cannon fodder, thereby allowing the protagonist to develop. Secondly, there is no need to worry about being taken for experiments upon reaching the lighthouse, as Lao Deng has previously encountered by Yu Kuei and attempted to seize her abyssal voyager, only to be nearly annihilated in the process. As both he and Bai Yu Kuei have managed to survive in the face of the devouring beast might, Lao Deng must tread carefully in this instance. Moreover, the protagonist leads a small squad whose firepower, while not formidable, has enabled them to endure in the treacherous terrain dominated by the devouring beasts. Any reasonable individual would deduce that the protagonist possesses backing of considerable influence. Given these 2 points alone, it is clear that Lao Deng cannot simply imprison the protagonist upon arrival and subject him to experimental trials. As for any plans to do so after assessing the protagonist's strength, there is no cause for concern. The narrative will unfold over 4 chapters at the lighthouse, and based on Lao Deng's character, once he comprehends the protagonist's capabilities, he will devise a means to deal with him. However, the protagonist is poised to unleash a formidable counterattack, as will be evident in the latter chapters. I trust one have elucidated this matter sufficiently. If you still question the necessity of reaching the lighthouse, it is safe to conclude you are indeed a newcomer to this tale. Chapter 5. Meeting Mark and rescuing Penny Dong, akin to a divine warrior, single-handedly obstructed the relentless pursuit of the spine creatures, allowing Qin Tian and his companions to escape through a breach in the spacecraft. Once he ascertained the safety of the commander, Dong swiftly produced a grenade, removed its pin, and cast it at his feet before hastily diving through the opening. With a resounding explosion, the breach collapsed entirely, sealing off their escape route. Yet Dong managed to exit the spacecraft just in time. Outside, Qin Tian and Dong anxiously awaited Dong Yi's return. Moments later, Qin Tian finally spotted Dong, albeit in a dire state. His body was marred with blood and wounds, and a spine creature was frantically clawing at his back, attempting to burrow into him and seize control of his spine. However, Hawkeye did not allow this creature any mercy, swiftly eliminating it with a precise shot. With the immediate threat neutralized, the crisis momentarily subsided, yet Dong Yi's injuries were grave. His back had been torn open, exposing flesh and nearly damaging his spine. System, can you heal Dong Yi's wounds? Qin Tian inquired, recognizing Dong Yi as the team's most formidable asset, even surpassing the importance of the sniper. Yes, host. It will cost you 100 credits for the treatment. What? You heartless system, demanding 100 credits for healing Dong Yi? Do you want or not, host? Before Qin Tian could finish his protest, the system interjected. Yes, of course. I will pay. Qin Tian hastily acquiesced. Funds minus 100 upon the deduction of the funds. A green light enveloped Dong Yi, and his injuries healed completely, restoring him to his peak condition. Remaining funds, 745, gazing at the remaining balance. Qin Tian felt a surge of joy, yet there was no time for celebration. He needed to reach Captain Mark and the others without delay. During his journey, Qin Tian expended 710 credits to procure a conscript and an allied soldier from the system, reserving the remaining 10 credits to replenish Dong Yi's ammunition. The other team members had already been fully stocked before leaving the spacecraft, thus requiring no further supplies. Remaining funds, 35, urgently. The group hastened towards Captain Mark's location. Fortunately, their ship was not far away, and soon Qin Tian found himself at the very vessel from the first episode of the original anime, where Captain Mark and his crew were exploring. Coincidentally, the allied soldier and conscript he had just acquired appeared from seemingly nowhere, joining forces with him and his companions. Name, allied soldier. Type, infantry. Weapon, M60 general purpose machine gun, tripod mounted. Equipment, allied helmet, weak protection. Lightweight allied body armor, weak protection. Allied uniform, no protection. 27. 62 millimeters ammunition magazines, total of 120 rounds. Description, an ordinary soldier trained in the specialized military tactics of the Allied forces, possessing commendable military acumen. The M60 general-purpose machine gun in his hands is equipped with a bipod, allowing for effective fire suppression. Qin Tian merely glanced at the personal information of the Allied soldier, indifferent to the details of another newly mobilized soldier, as their information mirrored that of the others, ordinary and unworthy of attention. He promptly assigned a code name to him, referring to him as Dong 5, while the Allied soldier was dubbed Allied 1, a mere letters difference from the others. Now, with Qin Tian included, the team comprised 8 members, 5 mobilized soldiers, 1 sniper, and 1 Allied soldier. They felt adequately prepared to confront the spine beasts, confident enough to engage directly. However, should they encounter the serpent dogs, a retreat would be prudent. After all, those creatures were notoriously resilient, capable of reviving even after being dispatched, a particularly troublesome adversary. The 8 swiftly reached the exterior of the spacecraft where Captain Mark and his team were located. Due to the commotion caused by Captain Mark and his crew, and the proximity of the crash site to the city ruins, a multitude of serpent dogs and devourers were rapidly converging upon the area. The entrance to the spacecraft was on the opposite side, a detour that would take too long. Therefore, Qin Tian and his team opted to enter through a side door, intending to regroup with Captain Mark's scavenger team thereafter. Upon entering the spacecraft, they were met with the cacophony of gunfire echoing throughout the interior, indicating that the scavenger team was in dire straits. Qin Tian led his group hastily towards the source of the gunfire, disregarding the remains of flesh and earth scattered along their path. The sniper had already obliterated any spine-infested remnants with precise shots. They continued their advance unimpeded. Meanwhile, Captain Mark sensed something amiss as he sprinted toward Donnie's location. He inquired through his earpiece whether another squad had entered the spacecraft in support. Having heard the gunfire from Qin Tian's team, but unable to recall which group was exploring in that vicinity. Unfortunately, the responses he received were all negative, indicating that none of their scavenger team members were present in that area. Who then was firing? However, urgency dictated that he could not dwell on the matter. So Captain Mark refocused on leading Ran Bing and the others toward Donnie. At that moment, Donnie had succumbed to the crimson essence emitted by the spine. Firing wildly within the cabin, his mind and vision clouded by hallucinations that rendered every approaching figure or object as a foe to be shot at indiscriminately. Standing nearby, Penny attempted to intervene and grab Donnie, but was interrupted by an explosion. Qin Tian and his team had detonated a grenade, breaching the wall and coming through another passage. What material is this wall made of? It's astonishingly resilient. I've squandered the last of my 35 credits to reduce it to just 5. It was originally Qin Tian who, accompanied by the mobilized soldiers, arrived at the end of the passage, only to discover that it did not connect with the passage occupied by the scavenger team. Without hesitation, Qin Tian instructed Soldier 1 to retrieve a hand grenade and pass it to Soldier 2, subsequently requesting the system to replenish Soldier 1's ammunition. Through this method, they managed to acquire 3 additional grenades. Along with the one they previously possessed, they fashioned a makeshift bomb with a total of 4 grenades bound together. They then sought out a relatively weak spot in the passage wall and detonated it, thereby gaining entry into the scavenger team's corridor. However, the soldiers of the scavenger team were unfamiliar with Qin Tian and his companions. Upon witnessing an unidentified group breaking through the wall, they swiftly aimed their weapons at them. "Who are you? Why are you here? Don't move. If you do, we will open fire," shouted 2 soldiers from the scavenger team, pointing their guns at Qin Tian. In a protective gesture, an allied soldier positioned himself in front of Qin Tian, shielding him with his body and pressing the muzzle of his M60 machine gun against the forehead of one of the scavenger soldiers. The unexpected appearance of Qin Tian and his team interrupted Penny, who was about to awaken Donnie, thus indirectly altering the fate that awaited her, being shot by a deranged Donnie. "Put down your weapons. Who are you?" Penny emerged from the cabin, witnessing the standoff and instinctively raising her gun to aim at Qin Tian. However, she was swiftly subdued by Soldier 1, who pressed her rifle down with one hand and pointed an AK at her head. "Let go of Penny. Who are you?" Although trembling with fear, the scavenger soldiers mustered the courage to question them. Nevertheless, Qin Tian had no time to respond to their inquiries, as the spine creatures were already approaching. "Let us not concern ourselves with our identities for now. Let us address the immediate threat first," he declared. Soldier 1 redirected the gun aimed at Penny's forehead towards the advancing spine creatures and began firing, while allied Soldier 1 took cover, setting up the M60 for suppressive fire. The sniper methodically picked off those spine creatures that managed to evade the barrage, momentarily subduing the onslaught with the combined firepower of the 7. This display left both Penny and the scavenger soldiers momentarily dumbfounded. "What are you staring at? Help us!" Qin Tian, unable to contain his frustration at the dazed scavenger soldiers, shouted. In the original anime Spirit Cage, Qin Tian had perceived the scavenger soldiers as inept. Even a few spine creatures nearing their position had thrown them into disarray. Now, facing the reality of the situation, their ineptitude was even more pronounced than in the anime. However, this perception merely stemmed from the prowess of Qin Tian's comrades. Even a standard military unit, when surrounded by such a multitude of spine creatures, would struggle to maintain composure. The mobilized soldiers, created by the Red Alert system for Qin Tian, were designed to follow their commander's orders without hesitation, even to the point of self-sacrifice. They resembled emotionless warriors devoid of fear, revealing signs of tension only when their commander's life was in jeopardy. The hunter, reprimanded by Qin Tian, quickly regained composure and began firing at the spine creatures. Although Penny was perplexed as to why Qin Tian and his companions came to her aid, the situation was dire, and having more allies was preferable to having additional foes. Thus, she joined the ranks in the battle against the spine creatures. Moments later, Mark arrived with Ranbing and Mo Chung. Upon his arrival, he noticed several unfamiliar individuals assisting his teammates in repelling the onslaught of spine creatures. He immediately inquired of Penny about the unfolding events. "Captain, I'm unsure. They suddenly burst through the walls. I have no idea who they are." After hearing Penny's response, Mark refrained from further questioning the matter and instead inquired about the whereabouts of Donnie. "Captain Mark, Donnie is still inside the cabin. He has been contaminated by the crimson substance. Please, you must rescue him." Upon hearing this, Mark felt an unsettling sense of urgency and intended to enter the cabin to ascertain Donnie's condition. However, before he could act, a delirious Donnie, fully contaminated, staggered out on his own. "These are mere shells. Mere shells." The deranged Donnie was covered in spine creatures and, while speaking, raised his firearm to aim at Qin Tian and his companions. However, Hawkeye would not show leniency. A madman dared to point a gun at his commanding officer. "Let us see if I 1T blow your head off." Hawkeye swiftly fired a shot, the large-caliber magnum bullet shattering Donnie's entire head, splattering red and white across the ground. Mark was momentarily taken aback, and upon witnessing Donnie's tragic demise, Penny wailed, "Donnie. No! Donnie, what are you doing?" Mark, regaining his senses, furiously confronted Hawkeye. In this moment, the author also seeks to satirize those who naively believe that the lighthouse can develop on the ground, as these individuals tend to think unilaterally, disregarding other factors. For instance, if you have but a handful of people and a few decrepit firearms, who will survive the ascent to the lighthouse? Given that the protagonists possess so few resources, and considering the lethal beasts that populate the ground, how can they endure in such a hostile environment? How can they hope to progress? Is it not evident that these Na'vi individuals are engaged in a mental struggle, with their left brain attacking the right, allowing simplistic thought to supplant genuine reasoning? At this juncture, another Na'vi voice chimed in. "Let us summon spine creatures to overwhelm them." The spine creatures would release the crimson substance and summon snake dogs. Upon hearing the gunfire, the snake dogs would flock to the scene in droves. "So, dear Na'vi ones, how do you intend to develop on the ground? Please provide me with a reasonable explanation, and do ensure to review the protagonist's backstory before venturing to Longu Village." Chapter 6. Upgrade to Junior Commander. "What on earth are you doing? Why did you kill him?" Captain Mark, regaining his composure, questioned Hawkeye with evident anger. In response to Mark's furious inquiry, the sniper Hawkeye replied with a stoic expression. He was beyond saving. Hawkeye's words brought Mark back to a state of calm. Meanwhile, Ranbing, who had been about to speak, was silenced by a gesture from Mark. He understood that Hawkeye's assertion was indeed factual, especially considering that just moments ago, Donnie had aimed his weapon at Qin Tian and the others. Hence, it was both reasonable and justifiable for Hawkeye to shoot Donnie to prevent him from causing further harm in his frenzied state. Observing the silent Mark and the weeping Penny, Qin Tian felt an inexplicable urge to jest. "Just kidding, even if he could be saved, I would still kill him." However, after careful contemplation, he decided to suppress the quip, fearing retribution. At that moment, the previously agitated cluster of vertebrae fell silent, ceasing their release of crimson essence. They began to rise upright, swaying their limbs in an eerie display. Mark was the first to sense that something was amiss and immediately ordered his scavenger team to be on high alert. Qin Tian, having watched that particular episode of the anime, recognized that these vertebrae were summoning the serpent dog devourer. The optimal course of action was to retreat slowly and vacate the area. Yet, as Qin Tian beheld the multitude of vertebrae congregating, a mischievous thought struck him. Perhaps a grenade would eliminate a significant number of them, consequently boosting his funds. Seizing the moment, he instructed Dong to hand him a grenade and teach him its usage. Upon mastering the technique, Qin Tian, in front of Mark and the others, pulled the pin from the grenade. Just as Mark and Mo Chun attempted to intervene, Qin Tian declared, "Captain Mark, I can't afford to be poor." He then hurled the grenade into the midst of the clustered vertebrae. "Bro, run. Without hesitation, Qin Tian turned to flee with his soldiers. Mark swiftly pulled Ran Bing down and shouted to the others, "Get down." Penny and Mo Chung quickly followed suit. Moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed as the grenade detonated among the vertebrae, obliterating them into fragments. A series of notifications indicating kills appeared before Qin Tian's eyes, and since he had personally initiated the grenade's explosion, the rewards for his kills were not halved. Host has killed vertebrae, funds 50. Host has killed vertebrae, funds 50 to host. Host, your apprentice commander experience is now full. You have upgraded to junior commander. With this singular grenade, coupled with the vertebrae previously eliminated by his soldiers, Qin Tian's funds surged to 1725, propelling him from an apprentice commander to a junior commander. System notification. Construction units unlocked. Soldier unit heavy mobilization troops unlocked. Heavy allied soldiers unlocked. Anti-air infantry unlocked. What a remarkable turn of events. Qin Tian never anticipated that a casual act, driven by his fear of poverty, would yield such remarkable benefits. However, as the adage goes, when one experiences joy, there is invariably another who suffers, and in this instance, that unfortunate soul is none other than our Captain Mark. Ahem. Is everyone all right? Mark spat out the sand from his mouth, rising from the ground while pulling Ran Bing up as well, inquiring about the well-being of Mo, Chung, and Penny. Damn it, I nearly got blown to smithereens by that bastard. Mo Chung cursed as he stood up, while Penny remained silent, still engulfed in sorrow over Donnie's demise. Enough chatter. As long as everyone is unharmed, we must hurry. Captain, danger is behind you. Before Mark could finish his sentence, Mo Chung interrupted, alerting him to the threat lurking behind. As an experienced scavenger, Mark reacted swiftly, bending low and rolling to evade the ambush of a massive maw. Upon regaining his footing and turning to face the creature that had just attacked him, he discovered it to be a serpent hound devourer. Quickly, everyone retreat. Mark commanded a full withdrawal, immediately raising his weapon and firing at the creature's head, unleashing a torrent of rifle bullets that struck true, yet inflicted minimal damage. Ran Bing and Mo Chung joined the fray, and despite their combined firepower, the devourer merely paused momentarily. Infuriated by the pain, the serpent hound lunged ferociously at Mark and the others. In a manner reminiscent of an animated hero, Mark executed a stylish leap to evade the serpent hound's bite. But Ran Bing was less fortunate, being sent crashing into a nearby wall by the creature's sweeping tail. As the serpent hound pivoted to attack Mark once more, Mark deftly sidestepped its advance with a well-timed slide. Frustrated by its failed attempts, the serpent hound charged violently, slamming Mark against the wall. After the collision, Mark found himself momentarily incapacitated, yet the scavenger team and Mo Chung covered him, firing to divert the creature's attention. Meanwhile, Penny remained in a state of despondency, profoundly affected by Donnie's death. Even when a soldier beside her tugged at her shoulder, she exhibited no reaction, standing in a daze. The serpent hound, now approaching, swiftly bit off half of the soldier's body who had tried to rouse her. Blood gushed from the grievously injured soldier, splattering warm droplets onto Penny's delicate face, jolting her back to reality. Yet, what met her gaze was the enormous head of the serpent hound, which showed no mercy upon noticing someone dawdling before it. It opened its jaws wide and lunged forward without hesitation. At a critical moment, Ran Bing activated the grenade mode on his firearm, propelling the serpent dog away with a blast and rescuing Penny, who, now gripped by fear, hastily retreated behind Captain Mark. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, accompanied by the mobilized soldiers, lingered in the rear corridor, idly mingling with a group of dust dwellers and scavenger soldiers. Upon hearing the cacophony of combat and collisions emanating from the depths of the corridor, he realized that Mark and his team were engaged in a fierce battle with the serpent dog, the devourer beast. However, he had no intention of intervening. 4 such creatures were nearly indestructible, and joining the fray would merely waste ammunition. It was best left to the protagonist to resolve the conflict. As Qin Tian and his companions remained in their position, Dust Dweller 4068 was attempting to decode the password for the outer gate using a device. Although the code was successfully decrypted, the gate barely opened a crack and became stuck. One dust dweller approached with a crowbar, attempting to pry it open with brute force. Observing this, Qin Tian stepped forward, pushing the dust dweller aside, and delivered a powerful kick to the crowbar lodged in the gate. The immense force, combined with the lever principle, successfully opened the gate, albeit at the cost of bending the crowbar beyond repair. Once the gate swung open, the group of dust dwellers transporting supplies surged forward, flanked by scavenger soldiers tasked with protecting their cargo. Just as Qin Tian and his team intended to follow the scavengers, they caught sight of Penny stumbling out, urgently warning them, "Run. The devourer beast is inside." "Yes, I am aware," Qin Tian replied calmly, then led his soldiers to join the scavenger procession. At that moment, Mo Chung emerged from the spaceship, quickly following the group with Penny, leaving only Mark and Ranbing behind to cover their retreat. The dust dwellers and soldiers raced desperately from the spaceship, and Qin Tian, trailing behind, soon encountered Corey and Elika, who were stationed outside to assist Captain Mark. Among them stood the striking female sniper, Feixue, clad in combat gear, her long legs accentuated and a mask adorning her face. Corey, eager to inquire about the commotion regarding the fleeing dust dwellers and soldiers, noticed Qin Tian and his contingent emerging from the spaceship. "Who are you, and why did you follow our scavenger team out of the spaceship?" Corey immediately demanded an explanation. Before Qin Tian could respond, Mo Chung interjected on their behalf. "We encountered these individuals while searching for supplies aboard the spaceship. They assisted us. Now is not the time for questions. The devourer beast is approaching, and we must evacuate swiftly." With that, Mo Chung hastily led Penny toward the designated area for the convoy. Qin Tian recalled the unfolding narrative, anticipating the imminent appearance of numerous serpent dogs, followed by Mark donning his power armor to deliver a spectacular display of combat prowess. The serpent hound is indeed a troublesome creature. Qin Tian, having only watched the initial episodes of the Linglong anime, is only vaguely familiar with the plot and remains uninformed about the subsequent developments. Consequently, he is at a loss regarding the method to vanquish the serpent hound, the devourer beast. The only viable strategy he can conceive to effectively eliminate the serpent hound is to procure several heavily armed anti-air infantry units, which he envisions could obliterate the beast with their formidable firepower, potentially ensuring its complete destruction. With this thought in mind, Qin Tian promptly summoned the system interface to access the soldier construction unit. Mobilized infantry, 300, allied soldier, 400, engineer, 500 sniper, 600, heavy mobilized infantry, 800, heavy soldier, 900, anti-air infantry, 1100, anti-tank infantry. Unlocked requires barracks, aerial infantry. Unlocked requires barracks, access denied. Personal funds, 1725. Upon observing the cost of the anti-air infantry, Qin Tian immediately realized his financial inadequacy and recognized the urgent need to amass more funds. With 3 days remaining in the system's novice protection period, he resolved to hunt down as many spine creatures as possible to accumulate sufficient resources for construction. However, given the pressing circumstances, he decided to purchase one anti-air infantry unit to test whether the overwhelming firepower could indeed reduce the serpent hound to mere ashes, and if it could be entirely eradicated. System: purchase one anti-air infantry. Funds minus 1,100. Remaining funds, 625. Chapter 7. The Arrival of Anti-Air Infantry. After acquiring an anti-air infantryman, Qin Tian found himself with a remaining balance of 625, sufficient to purchase a sniper. However, he deemed it unnecessary to possess 2 snipers under his current circumstances, rendering the investment in a second sniper less than optimal. Consequently, Qin Tian opted to acquire 2 good brothers instead, for who better to rely on than his capable and resourceful companions. After purchasing 3 red alert soldiers, Qin Tian was once again left in a state of financial constraint, tightening his belt for the days ahead. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the spacecraft where Qin Tian and Mark had previously entered. As the smoke cleared, Mark emerged, sprinting towards the group alongside Ranbing. While running, Mark urgently alerted everyone, "The devourer is coming. Everyone retreat immediately." Corey, Jeff, Erica, hurry into the heavy armor. Cory, momentarily bewildered, only reacted when a devourer leaped from the smoke, claiming the life of a nearby scavenger soldier. In a frantic scramble, he dashed towards the heavy armor. Amid the chaos among the scavenger soldiers and the dust folk, Qin Tian had already taken the initiative to board the scavenger squad-esque transport vehicle with the soldiers. Remarkably, the two good brothers he had just acquired and the anti-air infantryman emerged from seemingly nowhere, joining Qin Tian and his companions. Name: anti-air infantry. Type: heavy infantry. Weapon: individual anti-air gun. Equipment: Soviet military helmet, medium protection. Soviet military body armor, medium protection. Soviet gas mask, medium protection. Soviet military overcoat, no protection. 2 anti-air gun magazines, total of 12 rounds. Description: the anti-air infantryman, trained in Soviet military tactics, possesses commendable combat proficiency. While their movement is somewhat sluggish, their firepower is formidable, capable of engaging both aerial and ground targets. The shells fired are laden with shrapnel, capable of inflicting widespread damage. The effective range against aerial targets is 800 meters, while against ground targets it is 600 meters, making them particularly effective against small armored units and helicopters. Honestly, when Qin Tian first laid eyes on the anti-air infantrymen, he was momentarily taken aback by their appearance, which seemed rather exaggerated. Adorned with a brown Soviet military helmet, a gas mask, and a robust black body armor, the infantryman stood nearly 2 meters tall, shouldering an individual anti-air gun whose barrel was approximately the size of a human fist and measuring around 1.7 meters in length, comparable to Qin Tian's own height. It was astonishing how the anti-air infantryman could manage to carry such an unwieldy weapon, even managing to jog with it. Truly a Soviet Superman. Not only was Qin Tian astonished, but the other scavenger soldiers and dust folk aboard the vehicle were equally taken aback upon witnessing the anti-air infantryman's formidable gear. At that moment, Penny, who had been indirectly saved by Qin Tian and his companions, rushed over. Hurry, drive. The devourers are multiplying. We must retreat to the lighthouse at once. After Penny spoke to the driver of the vehicle, she climbed into the cargo area of the transport truck, where she immediately spotted Qin Tian and the others. Upon laying her eyes on the anti-air infantry, she was momentarily taken aback. This is so large. Qin Tian, perplexed, inquired, "Wait a moment. What do you mean by so large?" Penny, realizing her words may have been misinterpreted, blushed deeply, hastily denying she had said anything, claiming that Qin Tian must have misheard her. While Qin Tian and his companions enjoyed a tranquil moment, the situation was dire for Mark and his group. Many scavenger soldiers and commoners had failed to board the vehicle in time and were now desperately fleeing for their lives. Some, emboldened, fired their weapons in a futile attempt to retaliate, but small-caliber bullets proved ineffective against the voracious serpent dogs. A multitude of soldiers and commoners fell victim to the serpent dog's lethal bites. 4068, burdened with a large crate, sprinted through the canyon, closely followed by Cory. They were both rushing towards Qin Tian's scavenger supply truck, where Cory's power unit was also located. As Cory ran, he fired at the serpent dogs, hoping to make them retreat in pain, but it was an exercise in futility. The serpent dogs were undeterred by bullets, charging at Cory and bringing him down. Seeing Cory overwhelmed by the serpent dog, 4068 did not dare to intervene. Instead, he continued his escape until he spotted a heavy bipedal mech parked nearby. Without hesitation, he abandoned the crate and climbed aboard, hoping to pilot the mech to safety. Unfortunately, the scavenger team's mech required authorization to operate, and without it, he was rejected by the system, unable to take control. From their vantage point in the scavenger transport, Qin Tian and his group witnessed Cory being overpowered by the beast and could not help but exclaim, "That poor kid. Where are his teammates? Someone help him." Cory, struggling, called out for help to 4068, who was still preoccupied with the mech and unable to assist. Watching as the serpent dog drained Cory's life essence, Qin Tian commanded Eagle Eye to take a shot at the beast head. Eagle Eye merely raised his hand to aim, and with precision, fired a bullet that struck the serpent dog's elongated neck. The large-caliber magnum round did not inflict significant damage, merely piercing the flesh without harming the bone. After being shot, The serpent dog was enraged, turning its vicious gaze towards Qin Tian and his companions, instilling fear in the civilians and Penny on the vehicle. "What are you staring at? Anti-air infantry. Where's your artillery? Bring it out and obliterate that thing." "Understood." The anti-air infantry, upon receiving the command, leaped from the vehicle, crouching on the ground, and aimed their shoulder-mounted anti-aircraft gun at the advancing serpent dog before pulling the trigger. Boom! 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 The cannonballs, as large as fists, shot forth at high speed, their deafening whistling slicing through the air, striking the serpent dog as it charged towards them. The high-caliber shell pierced through the head of the serpent dog, penetrating its body before erupting in a violent explosion. The fragments of the shell, propelled by the force of the blast, transformed into high-speed projectiles, inflicting widespread devastation. The serpent dog's body was instantly torn apart, and remnants of the devouring beast were scattered everywhere, with even the creature's distinctive elongated neck hurled a great distance away, obliterated in an instant. The anti-air infantry had fired a total of 4 shells, yet the serpent dog was annihilated by a single shot, rendering the remaining 3 shells useless, as the devouring beast had already been reduced to mere fragments. Nearby, Penny gazed in astonishment at the scattered remnants of the devouring beast, unable to contain her exclamation, so fierce. Even Feixue and Mo Chung, situated in another vehicle, marveled at the formidable firepower of the anti-air infantry, noting how a single shot could obliterate a serpent dog, surpassing even their own powered exosuits in lethality. Was this what they referred to as leveling the artillery, akin to a military tribunal? Yet at that moment, Qin Tian was preoccupied with a perplexing thought. Why had the system not yet issued a kill notification or rewards? Could it be that the serpent dog, now reduced to fragments, was still not dead? What on earth is this? Qin Tian thought incredulously. How could it survive such devastation? Truly immortal? He mentally critiqued the absurdities of the anime spirit cage, questioning why the serpent dog was endowed with such outrageous attributes. Even in pieces, it remained alive. How would he deal with such a creature in the future? Would the ground still be safe? Commander, there is an anomaly concerning the body of the recently destroyed devouring beast. At that moment, Eagle Eye, who had been attentively observing the battlefield, spoke up. Qin Tian immediately followed Eagle Eye's gaze and spotted a jade-like leg. This leg was a remnant of the devouring beast that had just been shattered by the anti-air infantry artillery, yet it bore an oddity. Attached to the severed limb was a small object resembling a core, spirit seed, mostly obscured by the flesh and blood of the devouring beast, making it difficult to discern. Only Eagle Eye, with his keen attention to detail, had noticed the anomaly amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Qin Tian surmised that this core-like object must be linked to the devouring beast's seemingly immortal ability. He promptly instructed Eagle Eye, "Shoot it and see what happens." Understood. Without hesitation, the sniper crouched down, gripping his rifle and taking aim. Meanwhile, Penny, curious about Eagle Eye's focus, peered in the same direction but could only see the severed limb, unaware of the core largely concealed by the flesh, likely due to the distance. After a few seconds of steady aim, Eagle Eye took a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. With a resounding bang, Qin Tian was greeted by the system's kill notification. Sniper kills serpent dog devouring beast, funds 250 indeed. The core that was just destroyed served as the eternal reliance of the devourer beast. As the sniper shattered it, the system immediately conveyed the notification of the devourer beast's demise. Now that he was aware of the method to vanquish the serpent dog devourer beast, Qin Tian's pace of accumulating wealth would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. However, he still needed to accompany Mark and the others on a journey to the lighthouse to assess the situation and, perhaps, gather some benefits or intelligence along the way. Chapter 8. The first appearance of the White Moon and the journey to the lighthouse upon discovering the means to vanquish the devouring beasts. Qin Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling fortunate that these monstrous entities were not truly immortal, it sufficed to shatter the core within their bodies. Consequently, he realized the necessity of planning the establishment of their base in advance. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to accompany Mark and the others to the lighthouse. Do not fret. With fewer than 10 soldiers at his command, if the protagonist does not ascend the lighthouse to transition the plot, it would be utterly unreasonable for him to survive the early stages. The lighthouse narrative spans only 4 or 5 chapters before they descend to continue their growth, as Qin Tian was still somewhat unfamiliar with the conditions on the ground. It was imperative to gather some advantageous information or resources at the lighthouse, which would greatly benefit their initial development. At that moment, a heavy mech, swaying unsteadily, approached their vehicle from the distance, cradling an individual in its arms. Just like in the anime, Corey had indeed become a half-conscious vegetative state. Currently, it was Chunmin 4068 piloting the heavy mech. Corey? Corey is here. Then who is operating the mech? Amok Chung, as Qin Tian had anticipated, posed the very same question that had emerged in the anime. Wait a moment. In the anime, the transport vehicle that 4068 had delivered Corey to had its tires stuck. Yet now, Corey was being brought onto the very transport they occupied. Wasn't that troubling? Hurry, push the vehicle. As Qin Tian's words echoed, the driver of the transport inadvertently pressed the accelerator, causing the wheels to sink into the mud and become ensnared. Curse it! Misfortune has truly opened the door to calamity. He bellowed, urging the soldiers and anti-air infantry to provide covering fire. Mo Chung and Feixue, situated in another vehicle, unleashed a barrage of bullets from their heavy machine gun at the advancing serpent hounds, momentarily impeding their speed. However, it was only when the anti-air infantry crouched down on the transport to set up their anti-aircraft guns that the incoming serpent hounds were finally disassembled by the explosive shells, buying them a brief respite from the onslaught. Anti-air infantry eliminated a serpent hound. Funds 250 anti-air infantry. Sniper eliminated a serpent hound. Funds 250 notifications from the system flashed before Qin Tian's eyes, some indicating serpent hounds directly destroyed by the anti-air infantry's artillery, while others noted those that were blasted apart and subsequently had their cores shot by snipers. Although the anti-air infantry's firepower was formidable, with each shell claiming a serpent hound, their ammunition was woefully limited, resulting in only a handful of beasts being dispatched before they were out of shells. Moreover, due to the anti-air infantry's lack of precision, compounded by the swift movements of the serpent hounds, they had missed with 2 rounds of their anti-aircraft shells. Qin Tian observed the anti-air infantry, now devoid of ammunition, and without a moment's hesitation, expended funds to replenish their supplies. Funds -100, remaining funds, 1675. What? Why was it 100 deducted? I thought it was only 10. Qin Tian was momentarily bewildered until the system elucidated. To the host, the firepower configuration of anti-air infantry differs significantly from that of standard units, thus incurring a greater expense. Qin Tian felt utterly exhausted from the system's unrelenting greed for currency. Fortunately, although the accuracy of the anti-air infantry was not particularly high, the overwhelming presence of the extreme beasts compensated for this shortcoming. Even the occasional missed shot posed no issue, provided that half of the artillery shells found their mark. Consequently, his funds would gradually increase rather than diminish. With the cover fire from the anti-air infantry and Feishue's team, the heavy gravity vehicle piloted by 4068 finally extricated the transport vehicle from the sandpit. 4068 firmly grasped the edges of the transport vehicle, and as it accelerated, they sped along the uneven terrain. However, the pack of extreme beasts continued their relentless pursuit from behind, compelling Qin Tian to constantly supply his soldiers with ammunition. One of the extreme beasts attempted to leap onto the transport vehicle, but was swiftly dispatched by a shot from Eagle Eye, which blew its eye apart, causing it to crash to the ground, becoming a mere carcass by the roadside. Fortunately, Ran Bing, riding a motorcycle with Mark and others clad in heavy gravity suits in tow, soon arrived. They opened fire from behind the transport vehicle, aiding in the expulsion of the extreme beast horde, significantly alleviating the pressure on Qin Tian and his team. Yet, the encroaching extreme beasts were multiplying, and their firepower remained insufficient. Relying solely on one anti-air infantry unit proved inadequate, despite Mark and his comrades' formidable heavy gravity suits. They could not repel the onslaught of so many beasts. Suddenly, Ran Bing executed a sharp turn on her motorcycle and charged towards the advancing horde of extreme beasts. Qin Tian realized this was a display of skill between Ran Bing and Mark. She raised the front of her motorcycle high and, leveraging the momentum, leaped backward, landing directly on Mark's heavy gravity suit while the motorcycle collided with the extreme beasts, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Qin Tian then witnessed the impressive maneuvers of Ran Bing and Mark, which left the extreme beasts bewildered. Soon, the horror behind them was cast aside. Yet Qin Tian knew the danger was far from over. A deafening rumble echoed from above, prompting everyone to look up, where they beheld a colossal extreme beast barreling towards them at an alarming speed, each step generating tremors and clouds of dust, its entrance exuding an aura of intimidation. "Everyone, retreat at once," Mark shouted urgently, and the convoy pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing through the desolate ruins of the desert, resembling a frantic escape. "Good grief, is this how you want to play?" Qin Tian grumbled internally, envisioning the day he would construct an apocalyptic tank, imagining how it would hoist the massive extreme beast and deliver a resounding thrashing. After a brief interval of mere minutes, the convoy of individuals skillfully evaded the formidable giant devourer that had relentlessly pursued them. However, Qin Tian was acutely aware that he would soon catch sight of a figure upon the shoulder of that very beast, a stunning woman, no less. Thus, he fixated intently on the rear, where the now stationary giant devourer loomed. Shortly thereafter, his anticipation was rewarded as he beheld a tall, leggy beauty with short white hair gracefully alight upon the creature's right shoulder. Regrettably, Qin Tian had not completed watching the animated series Linglong and was unaware of the identity of the enchanting girl. Yet, those familiar with the series would undoubtedly recognize the white-haired beauty as Feixue. Of course, Mark had also noticed her. He turned to Qin Tian, whose expression was grave, seemingly lost in contemplation. Several hours passed, and the convoy finally arrived at the base of the lighthouse. At that moment, the elevator had been lowered, awaiting the triumphant return of Mark and his companions. However, the journey, though devoid of peril, had proven to be quite arduous for Qin Tian. This was primarily due to the incessant barrage of inquiries from Penny and Ran Bing, who sat beside him. "Handsome, are you and your soldiers survivors from the surface? What weaponry do your soldiers wield? It appears vastly different from ours. How have you managed to survive on the surface for so long without falling prey to the devourers?" "Handsome you." Qin Tian found himself overwhelmed by the questioning. Yet recognizing the necessity of ascending the lighthouse and potentially relying on the assistance of Ran Bing and Mark, he hesitated to decline their queries. Reluctantly, he endured their incessant questions, providing answers that were a blend of half-truths and fabrications, making it difficult for Mark and the others to discern the veracity of his words. For instance, he claimed to hail from a distant land, markedly different from theirs. Inwardly, Qin Tian mused, "Is it not far? We are not even from the same world. We are denizens of the old world on the surface, but we have only just arrived here. Thus we remain unfamiliar with the circumstances." In reality, Qin Tian had only crossed over half a day prior, making it rather implausible to have quickly acclimated to this new environment. P.S. The author wishes to inform readers that the novel has been contracted by Tomato and that due to working late until 10 o'clock tonight, this update has been somewhat rushed. The author hopes for your understanding and promises to provide a high-quality chapter tomorrow. Chapter 9. The Lighthouse and Commander Elon's Test in light of potential future requests from Mark and others. Qin Tian patiently addressed each of Ran Bing's inquiries, even indulging the occasional interjections from Penny and Erica, satisfying their curiosity with grace. However, Feixue, Jeff, and Mark remained skeptical, believing only a fraction of Qin Tian's words. Upon arriving at the lighthouse's lift platform, their eyes fell upon Commander Elon, who stood ready to receive Mark and his companions. After exchanging pleasantries with his mentor, Mark led Ran Bing and the others onto the lift platform, while the convoy carrying Qin Tian and the others ascended slowly. "By the way, teacher, not only did we bring back supplies, but we also returned with a group of old-world survivors who have managed to exist on the surface." Mark's declaration sparked a wave of astonishment among the soldiers and civilians who had gathered to greet them. Survivors from the old world? Still living on the surface? How could this be possible? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Even Commander Elon appeared taken aback by Mark's revelation. What did you say? You brought back a group of old-world survivors who live on the surface? Mark, do you truly understand what you are claiming? Commander Elon questioned with a grave expression. Yes. Teacher, they are currently seated in our scavenger team's transport vehicle. Following Mark's gaze, Commander Elon observed Qin Tian and his companions. Their attire was undoubtedly unusual, and the weapons they carried were entirely unfamiliar to him. In comparison to the advanced firearms and heavy exosuits wielded by his own men, the weaponry seemed decidedly antiquated. The tall soldier, who bore a weapon resembling artillery, exhibited greater power, yet it surely paled in comparison to the high-tech armaments of the scavengers, Commander Elon mused. Nevertheless, exercising caution, Commander Elon decided to probe further into the intentions of Qin Tian and his group. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Tian was scrutinizing the elderly man before him, whose hair was as white as snow, yet whose spirit was no less vibrant than that of a youth. Suddenly, Commander Elon exchanged glances with a nearby soldier, and they both raised their weapons, aiming at Qin Tian and his companions. Do not move. Who are you? Why are you masquerading as old-world survivors to approach Mark and his team? What are your true motives? Speak. Commander Elon demanded sternly, his demeanor serious, while the soldiers around him aimed their HK G36K assault rifles at Qin Tian and his group. In response, Qin Tian's allies swiftly mobilized. Eagle-Eye aimed his AWP sniper rifle at Elon, while the mobilized soldiers rose in unison, surrounding Qin Tian and leveling their AK-47s in a standoff against Commander Elon's men. The anti-air infantry wasted no time, thrusting the muzzle of their anti-aircraft gun against Commander Elon's forehead, the ominous black barrel causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. As Qin Tian observed, Dong, he was poised with a rifle in one hand, while the other hand slowly reached for a grenade at his waist, seemingly intent on seizing the initiative. It appeared that Dong planned to create chaos with the hand grenade before swiftly evacuating the commander from danger. However, the lift platform was limited in size, and the detonation of a single grenade could potentially injure numerous individuals and inadvertently harm many allies. This was compounded by the presence of anti-air infantry wielding heavy artillery. If a skirmish were to erupt on such a confined platform, it was likely that 80% of those present would not survive, for the firepower of the anti-air infantry had an extensive coverage area, and firing at such a close range would inevitably affect even himself. Thus, the standoff continued, with Qin Tian opting not to respond to Instructor Elon's inquiries, while Mark and Ran Bing displayed palpable anxiety. Instructor, they are likely survivors from the old world, and had it not been for their timely assistance today, our scavenger team might have suffered even greater losses. Indeed, Instructor Elon, I too believe that this young gentleman and his soldiers are not malevolent. Qin Tian had never disclosed his name to others, and his red alert soldiers referred to him solely as commander, leaving Ran Bing and the others unaware of his true identity. Yes, I do not perceive them as villains either. Although they killed Donnie, it was an unfortunate accident. At that moment, Penny stepped forward to address Instructor Elon, causing the others to flinch at the mention of Donnie's demise. The reason for his death stemmed from the fact that Donnie had been contaminated by the scarlet serum of the spine and had opened fire, intending to attack them. This unforeseen circumstance was beyond anyone's anticipation, thus they could not be blamed. Upon hearing Penny's explanation, Mo Chung quickly interjected to clarify the cause of Donnie's death. Fearful that Instructor Elon might misunderstand and initiate hostilities against Qin Tian and his group, the thought of potentially perishing at their doorstep was unbearable for Mo Chung. At that moment, Mark stepped protectively in front of Instructor Elon, shielding him from the barrel of his weapon. Instructor, I believe they mean us no harm. Although they may have ulterior motives for accompanying us to the lighthouse, I choose to trust them. In Mark's eyes, despite the ambiguity surrounding Qin Tian's identity and the evident training of his accompanying soldiers, they had previously rendered considerable assistance, and thus the loyal Mark, a captain of deep sentiment, would not permit Instructor Elon to harm Qin Tian and his companions. Very well, lad. Since you hold such faith in them, I shall refrain from further inquiry into your identities. However, I implore you to conduct yourselves appropriately once we reach the lighthouse. Our lighthouse is not to be trifled with. Should you cause any trouble, no one will be able to assist you." Instructor Elon lowered his weapon, and the soldiers beside him followed suit, the atmosphere gradually easing from its previously tense state. Elon's attempt to probe into Qin Tian and his companion's secrets, although unsuccessful, revealed the depth of trust his apprentice placed in them. This led him to believe that they posed no significant threat to the lighthouse, as he had faith in his apprentice's discernment. Meanwhile, Qin Tian remained silent, quietly observing the performance of Instructor Elon. He understood that the more one explains in a state of anxiety, the more suspicion it breeds. It was sufficient to let Mark and the others clarify matters on their behalf. After all, his primary objective was to gather ground intelligence from the lighthouse, rendering any entanglement with an old man unnecessary. However, Qin Tian was quite displeased with Elon's sudden maneuver and felt compelled to seek retribution, lest he be left feeling unjustly slighted. As the saying goes, taking a step back opens up the horizon, yet one step back can lead to mounting frustration. This slight could not go unanswered. He was determined to find an opportunity to retaliate. The elevator platform soon reached the lighthouse, and, as the doors opened, they were greeted by the sight of a colossal, hive-like structure, a post-apocalyptic fortress of sci-fi design. A labyrinth of metal pipes and buildings appeared precarious, with the heavy industrial scent and a cloud of dust invading Qin Tian's nostrils, nearly choking him. Upon witnessing their commander coughing from the dust, Dong Yi swiftly removed his full protective Soviet-style gas mask and offered it to Qin Tian. This, however, left Dong Yi's face exposed to the air, subjecting him to the harsh embrace of heavy metal dust, though his black hood still shielded his nose and mouth. Once Qin Tian donned Dong Yi's gas mask, he felt a significant relief from the choking dust. The situation was somewhat awkward for Mo City and the others. After all, Qin Tian and his companions were the first survivors from the old world to visit their lighthouse, and it felt rather inhospitable to welcome them with a mouthful of dust. The convoy slowly entered the outer ring of the lighthouse, where the roads were thronged with the dust people who resided on the outskirts, all cheering for the triumphant return of the scavenger team. Qin Tian, however, was largely indifferent to the bustling crowd celebrating Mark and the others, as his mind was preoccupied with strategizing how to glean information from the lighthouse without cost, leaving him little inclination to engage with the external happenings. Meanwhile, the mobilized soldiers and the eagle eyes remained still, imposing and distinct from the scavengers in their attire, thus drawing significant attention. Many onlookers began to murmur about them. Even the upper-class residents of the lighthouse couldn't resist indulging in gossip. Dust person, look at those people sitting on the transport vehicle. I've never seen them before. Dust person B, it's a miracle a dust person like you would see them. Hurry back to your screws. Dust person A, what did you say? Who is screwing around? Do you dare to challenge me? Dust person B, come on then, are you afraid? Wait, you're really going to hit me? Alas, do refrain from striking. Two dust dwellers have engaged in a quarrel, utterly disregarding the sentiments of those around them. Could they possibly be survivors from the surface? Their attire is indeed peculiar. How could that be? The surface is fraught with peril, and our scavengers from the lighthouse have descended numerous times without returning any news of survivors. How could they possibly return with such a multitude of surface dwellers this time? The dust dwellers are abuzz with speculation, and the upper circles of the inner ring are equally intrigued. Who could those brought back by Captain Mark and his crew be? I have yet to encounter them within the inner ring of the lighthouse. Could it truly be that they are survivors from the surface? I find that highly unlikely, considering our extensive searches have yielded no news thus far. Then who do you suppose they are? I have no idea. Damn it, if you have no clue. Then why prattle on, making yourself seem foolish? Chapter 10. Tempted again, meeting the Lord of Morgan. How infuriating. Qin Tian and his companions rode in Mark's transport vehicle, following them into the resource distribution room of the lighthouse. Once the convoy parked, Mark and his associates promptly disembarked, instructing the staff to take Corey to the treatment room. However, the doctor at the lighthouse declared Corey beyond medical help and had no intention of treating him. Mark, insisting on continuing the treatment, offered to cover any shortfall in contribution points with his own. Meanwhile, 4068 emerged from the white shark's heavy mech, and as he stood atop it, he spotted an acquaintance. Just as he attempted to put on a show, he was abruptly struck and fell from the mech. The assailant was a member of the enforcers, clad in a black cloak and mask, accompanied by a squad of Lighthouse City defense soldiers. Qin Tian immediately recognized the striking figure at the forefront of the defense forces, Hagwan, whose alluring attire made her impossible to overlook. Beside her stood a formidable figure, a tall and robust canine in high-tech armor, adorned with a peculiar mask. Together with several enforcers, they approached to deliver judgment upon 4068 for his transgressions against lighthouse law. However, before Hagwan could begin her proclamation, a stunning woman in a sleek uniform and cascading hair approached. This was Jing Nan, the commander of the Lighthouse Command Center. Following Jing Nan were several armed city defense soldiers, including 4 clad in the MU-2 heavy defense armor. Greetings, survivors of the old world. I am Jing Nan, the commander of the Lighthouse Command Center. On behalf of all the inhabitants of the lighthouse, I welcome you, she said gently as she and the defense forces advanced towards Qin Tian and his group, pushing the enforcers to the side. As a result, 4068 was spared a few more blows and was assisted to stand by his friends. Hello, I am Qin Tian, the commander of the movement, he replied, introducing himself to Jing Nan. Greeting, Qin Tian. You're the first group of surface survivors to ascend to the lighthouse in quite some time. Prior to your arrival, we have been tirelessly searching for survivors on the surface, but to no avail. We even suspected that humanity had perished from the land. Your arrival has shattered our long-held assumptions, proving that a few survivors still endure in the perilous world below, thanks in no small part to Mark and his team. Jing Nan remarked, casting a light-hearted glance at Mark, who waved dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. If it weren't for Qin Tian and his soldiers' assistance, we might not have made it back to the lighthouse so smoothly. Is that so? Then I must extend heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the lighthouse to you, Qin Tian," Jing Nan said, her gaze returning warmly to him. Qin Tian merely smiled softly, refraining from further comment as he awaited her next words. Indeed, Qin Tian, as you're the first survivors brought back from the surface by our lighthouse, the Lord of the Lighthouse wishes to meet you for a conversation. As anticipated by Qin Tian, this group of self-proclaimed survivors from the old world was bound to capture the attention of the Lord upon their arrival at the lighthouse. It is likely that not only the Lord but also his son, that unruly boy with yellow hair, has taken notice of them. Although Qin Tian has not completely watched the animated series Linglong, he is aware that the boy is certainly not to be underestimated. Therefore, they must take precautions in advance. Otherwise, they might fall into a trap set by the boy. After all, the lighthouse is his domain. Accompanied by Jing Nan, the group proceeded towards the heart of the lighthouse. Upon entering a door that required a fingerprint unlock, Qin Tian beheld the lighthouse's ultimate weapon, the central electromagnetic railgun. Gazing at the immense size and the unfathomable opening of the railgun, Qin Tian merely flickered his eyes. After all, its power was rather modest when compared to the superweapons found in Red Alert. Moreover, considering its enormous power consumption, wouldn't placing a spy inside it lead to a catastrophic explosion? Consequently, Qin Tian felt little awe and directly followed Jing Nan up the staircase, while the Red Alert soldiers trailing behind him hardly glanced at the weapon, for their technological arsenal boasted far more formidable superweapons. However, the reactions of Qin Tian and his companions astonished Jing Nan. The group of old world survivors displayed no reaction upon witnessing the central electromagnetic railgun, which seemed quite unreasonable. Could it be that the technology they wielded surpassed that of the lighthouse, rendering them impervious to astonishment? Jing Nan pondered silently, speculating about the true origins and identities of Qin Tian and his companions. This is the central electromagnetic railgun of our lighthouse, which is only activated when the lighthouse is under threat, such as from a king-level devourer, Jing Nan explained, seeking to further gauge Qin Tian and his comrades. She emphasized the term king-level devourer, intending to ensure that they understood the railgun's capability to inflict significant damage, even to the point of annihilating a king-level devourer. Yet, after Jing Nan's explanation, Qin Tian exhibited no signs of surprise or any other emotion. His reaction was exceedingly subdued, merely responding with a nonchalant hum. Even the red alert soldiers behind him remained impassive, their expressions devoid of emotion. Jing Nan's probing left Qin Tian somewhat speechless. It seemed the people of the lighthouse relished in creating such tests. First, there was the gun-drawing test by instructor Elon, and now the verbal trial posed by the enchanting Jing Nan. Did they think him to be as naive as those from Japan? Observing Jing Nan's futile attempts at probing, he decided not to prolong the conversation, and she led the group to the elevator, ascending towards the upper levels of the lighthouse. Once the elevator came to a halt, Qin Tian and his companions followed Jing Nan out, arriving at a spacious internal platform. Behind them was a unique glass wall that offered a view of everything occurring beneath the lighthouse. Lord Morgan occupied the highest seat on the platform, flanked by the city defense forces standing straight as sentinels, while dozens of high-ranking officials of the lighthouse assembled below. Upon noticing Qin Tian and his group, Lord Morgan gradually rose and proclaimed, "Welcome, friends from the surface, to the lighthouse. I am Morgan, the lord of this domain. Greetings, Lord Morgan. I am Qin Tian." The commander of the group of red alert soldiers, Qin Tian, introduced himself, ensuring everyone present recognized him. "Qin Tian, are you survivors from the old world?" Lord Morgan inquired. "One might say so," Qin Tian replied, deliberately withholding a definitive answer. "And how long have you managed to survive on the surface? How did you bring so many people to endure in a land teeming with voracious beasts?" "You wait." "Lord Morgan, I believe I cannot respond to so many inquiries at once. Goodness, I haven't even begun to ask my questions, yet you've already turned the tables and bombarded me with so many. Is this your way of trying to take advantage of me?" Qin Tian expressed his firm disagreement, adhering to his principle that he could exploit others, but not the reverse, an embodiment of double standards. "Oh, Commander Qin, might I ask why you cannot answer so many questions all at once? Is it that you cannot remember them, or you simply choose not to respond? Or perhaps you do not hold our Lord in high regard?" At that moment, a young man with blonde hair, named Charles, who was standing on the right, interjected. He was Lord Morgan's son. Charles's jesting remarks only served to irk Qin Tian further. "Are you treating me as if I were Japanese? Might I inquire who this blonde gentleman is?" "Words can be carelessly spoken, but one ought not to indulge in excrement," Qin Tian retorted, showing no regard for the young man. "P.S. The author is somewhat rushed in today's update. Don't ask why. It's just that besides writing, I also have to work. And finishing at 9 o'clock is truly exhausting. Having anything to update is already a blessing." Chapter 11. The Bargain with the Lighthouse. Pray tell, who is this gentleman with the golden hair? One may speak freely, but one may also indulge in folly. Qin Tian spoke candidly, showing no regard for decorum. Upon hearing Qin Tian's reference, Charles's expression darkened immediately. "Commander Qin," he said, his voice even and composed, "I possess a name, Charles. I am the leader of the Lighthouse Shadow Society. Kindly refrain from referring to me as the gentleman with golden hair, as it lacks respect." Despite the stormy countenance, Charles maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, introducing himself and his position to Qin Tian. "Oh, so your name is Charles? I offer my apologies for previously addressing you as the gentleman with golden hair. No need for apologies. After all, it is understandable that Commander Qin was unaware of my name. However, I would appreciate an explanation as to why you refrained from answering the Lord Mayor's inquiries." Charles smirked, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he awaited Qin Tian's response to the question he had posed. "Very well, Mr. Charles. The reason for my refusal to answer earlier is that I believe Lord Morgan's questions were not mere inquiries. Rather, they were aimed at extracting further information regarding the circumstances on the surface. Is that not reasonable? Commander Qin, as the first surface survivors encountered by our lighthouse, our Lord Mayor seeks to gather intelligence from you to facilitate future rescue efforts for those still suffering above. What is amiss in that?" Charles countered, positioning himself on a moral high ground, asserting that the mayor's questions were for the noble pursuit of alleviating suffering. "Very well. So this is how you wish to play the game?" Qin Tian mused himself with a silent scoff before responding. "Oh, if your lighthouse is indeed so benevolent, might we, the tormented survivors on the surface, also procure some of your technology and equipment to ameliorate our dire living conditions? Qin Tian refrained from answering Charles directly, instead returning the question with a touch of mockery, eager to claim a moral pedestal even higher than Charles's. Naturally, in exchange, we would be willing to divulge to the lighthouse the methods for vanquishing the serpent dog beast, akin to an equitable trade, Qin Tian added. Is that so? Commander Qin, do you truly possess the knowledge to slay the serpent dog beast? The members of the lighthouse were taken aback at the revelation, their expressions a mixture of astonishment, including Mark and Ran Bing, who were equally intrigued. After all, they had only witnessed Qin Tian's soldiers shattering the beast on the surface. Yet the question remained whether the shattered creature could resurrect. Thus, Mark and Ran Bing found themselves astonished. Is what you say true? You survivors from the surface genuinely know how to defeat the beast? At that moment, the middle-aged woman clad in a white research uniform, standing to the left of Ran Bing, spoke up with an expression of urgent inquiry. Her name was Carrie, the Director of Medical and Ecological Management at the lighthouse. Indeed, Qin Tian nodded, affirming that he had not spoken untruths. Impossible. Before anyone else could interject, Charles, having overheard Qin Tian's audacious request for the lighthouse's technical equipment, immediately reacted with alarm, outright rejecting the notion. The technology and equipment of the lighthouse cannot be easily shared with outsiders, especially not with a group of dubious origins like yours. Charles continued, as even the other high-ranking officials beside him began to murmur in concern. Jing Nan and Mark frowned, as Qin Tian's proposition seemed to them exceedingly audacious. Certain technologies of a lighthouse must remain confidential, for they constituted the very foundation of their survival. If others were to acquire such knowledge, how could the lighthouse safeguard itself against potential threats? Thus, Charles was resolute in his refusal to divulge any of the lighthouse's technological secrets to Qin Tian and his associates. Wait, but that's the method to eliminate the devourer beasts. If we could obtain that information, it would significantly reduce casualties each time the scavenger team ventures out for supplies. We might even bring back a live devourer beast for my research. Carrie interjected eagerly. As a fervent researcher, her urgency to engage in this transaction with Qin Tian was palpable. Indeed, my lord, we too see the merit in such a deal. If we could master the technique to slay the devourer beasts, the casualties among our scavenger teams would be drastically diminished, and the resources we could gather would increase substantially. Mark and Ran Bing promptly echoed Carrie's sentiments after a brief contemplation. Meanwhile, Jing Nan and the others remained silent, awaiting Lord Morgan's decision, while Charles stood aside, visibly reluctant. My lord, do you truly intend to negotiate with these individuals from the surface? Who knows if they might deceive us or harbor ulterior motives? Charles protested. Moreover, with their limited numbers and capabilities, my lord, we need not engage in trade. We could simply instruct the city guards to apprehend them all and interrogate them to extract the information we desire. Enough, Charles. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Lord Morgan rebuked him sharply before continuing. We at the lighthouse are willing to engage in trade with you. However, Qin Tian, how will you demonstrate that the methods you propose can indeed eliminate the devourer beasts? Simply allow Mark and the others to accompany us to the surface, and they can witness the extermination of a couple of serpent dog devourer beasts firsthand, Qin Tian replied directly. Morgan nodded in agreement with Qin Tian's approach before saying, Now, please articulate what you wish to obtain from our lighthouse, Qin Tian. I seek the blueprints for the re-established armored structure and some intelligence regarding the surface that you have gathered over the years. Qin Tian articulated his demands. Upon hearing Qin Tian's requests, Mayor Morgan and Mark were taken aback. They could surmise the desire to trade for the blueprints of the lighthouse's armor design. Yet they were puzzled. Were not Qin Tian and his group survivors from the surface? Why would they still require the intelligence amassed by the lighthouse concerning the surface? Logically, having lived on the surface for so long, they ought to possess a deeper understanding of it than the lighthouse itself. Why then would they seek information collected by the lighthouse? This defied all reason. Morgan and Mark speculated about the motives behind Qin Tian's actions, while Ran Bing directly posed a question. Qin Tian, are you not survivors from the old world as surface? Should you not have a greater comprehension of the surface conditions than we do? Why, then, do you require our intelligence from the lighthouse? P.S. The quality of the chapters updated by the author has diminished in recent days. Perhaps after the break next week, the readers will receive an improved narrative. Alas, the workload has been overwhelming, akin to that of a logistics worker, where even Ultraman would be compelled to raise a warning signal. Chapter 12. The deal is sealed. Mark assumes the role of City Lord Qin Tian. Are you not survivors from the surface of the old world? You should possess a deeper understanding of the conditions above than we do. Why, then, do you require our intelligence from the lighthouse? Upon hearing Ran Bing's inquiry, Qin Tian replied calmly, because we have only just arrived here and are entirely unfamiliar with the distribution of the devourer beasts. Nor do we know where we might collect supplies. Oh, you have only just arrived? So, Commander Qin, are you implying that you have been residing elsewhere prior to this? At that moment, the recently humbled Charles re-emerged to assert his presence. Yet Qin Tian simply nodded in tacit agreement without offering a word. Observing Qin Tian's acknowledgement, Charles displayed a mocking smile, as if he believed he had successfully baited his hook. Then, Commander Qin, may I inquire where you have been living prior to this? Of course, the lighthouse has no ulterior motives. We merely wish to know more about you, to facilitate our future collaboration. Why should that concern you? Qin Tian interjected without hesitation, his response devoid of contemplation. Charles's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a blunt refusal from Qin Tian. Should not a reasonable person first be more tactful before declining? The directness of Qin Tian's rebuttal left Charles at a loss for how to proceed. That's enough, Charles. Lord Morgan interrupted with an irate tone, then continued, Qin Tian, our lighthouse agrees to your proposal. However, you must first disclose your method for slaying the devourer beasts. In return, we shall provide you with the intelligence we have gathered over the years. He paused before adding, as for the design blueprints for the heavy mech, those will only be handed over once you and Mark descend to the surface and demonstrate that your method is indeed effective against the devourer beasts. How does that sound? Lord Morgan's terms for the transaction were indeed quite sincere. He asked for them to reveal their method first, regardless of its veracity, while the lighthouse would reciprocate with their accumulated intelligence from the surface. The remaining blueprints for the heavy mech would only be released after Qin Tian and his companions proved their method's efficacy. It could be said that the lighthouse had truly extended a hand of goodwill. Naturally, Qin Tian would not refuse such an offer and promptly nodded in agreement. Following the establishment of this transaction, Lord Morgan instructed Mark and his team to report on the outcomes and casualties from their scavenger expedition. Qin Tian listened attentively, and the city defense forces kindly provided him with a chair, showcasing their consideration. It is worth noting that during this expedition led by Mark, thanks to the assistance of Qin Tian and his Red Alert soldiers, the casualties among the lighthouse personnel were limited to just over 10, a stark contrast to the 34 losses depicted in the original anime, marking a significantly minor loss. After everyone had reported their circumstances, Mark suddenly stepped forward to address Lord Morgan. My lord, during our return, we not only encountered Qin Tian and his companions, but also came across another survivor. A white-haired woman. Oh, is that so? Then Captain Mark, why did you not bring this white-haired woman back with you? Charles immediately began to mock him with a sarcastic tone upon hearing Mark's words. We cannot bring her back because she was standing on the shoulder of a colossal devourer, Mark replied, his head bowed, his face marred by guilt for not being able to rescue her. Upon hearing this, Charles wasted no time in ridiculing him further. Nonsense. Captain Mark, I believe there are living people on the ground. After all, Commander Qin and his group are standing right here. But if you claim there are living beings capable of standing atop a devourer, who here would believe that? Do you even believe it yourself? Qin Tian sat quietly, observing their exchange without any intention of substantiating Mark's claims. He recalled that old Morgan was indeed aware of the white-haired woman's existence, but chose not to bring it up in such a crowded setting. However, standing behind Captain Mark, Ran Bing grew anxious. She covertly glanced at Qin Tian, frantically blinking and gesturing for him to step forward and corroborate that Captain Mark was not lying. Yet, Qin Tian feigned ignorance, scratching his head and looking at the ground, completely ignoring her hints, which only made Ran Bing fume with frustration. All right, Charles, Mark, as the leader of the scavenger squad, has spent years battling the Devourers far from the lighthouse. So it is not surprising that he may occasionally experience a slight delusion due to exhaustion. Morgan interjected, coming to Mark's defense and swiftly diverting the topic, clearly unwilling to dwell on it any longer. Charles then transformed into a cult leader, incessantly referring to the Lord of Light and Shadow, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lord Morgan's cough. Cough, cough. My lord, are you all right? The chief of city defense rushed forward, concerned, but Morgan waved his hand from his seat, indicating no assistance was needed. Alas, my body is no longer what it used to be. Here, the details are omitted, but the essence is that he is nearing his end. Now, I must announce that the position of Lighthouse Lord will be succeeded by Mark. Charles was momentarily stunned, akin to a character from an anime, while Mark wore a look of utter disbelief, and behind him, Rand Bing celebrated with clenched fists. Once he regained his composure, Charles could not contain his shock and blurted out a bombshell, calling out to Morgan, "Old dang father." This revelation left the others nearby in utter astonishment, yet no one dared to speak up, while Qin Tian watched with keen interest. Morgan disregarded Charles's outburst, concluding the meeting and instructing everyone to depart. He then asked the light-bearer to take Qin Tian on a tour of the lighthouse, as he had some matters to discuss privately with Mark. As the crowd obediently dispersed, Qin Tian, of course, would not stubbornly linger to listen to what old Deng had to discuss with Mark, for he held no interest in their conversation. Instead, his curiosity was piqued by the light-bearer. Qin Tian observed the alluring sway of the light-bearer's petite figure as she led him and the others toward the lighthouse. A subtle smile, curling at the corners of his lips, reminiscent of a victorious dragon king returning from battle. It seemed the light-bearer sensed Qin Tian's gaze fixated on her form, for she turned to address her companions, inquiring, "Commander Qin, what are you looking at?" "Nothing much. Merely admiring the floor," Qin Tian replied with an expressionless demeanor, betraying no hint of deceit. "By the way, the flooring in your lighthouse is quite impressive. P.S. Let us hastily conclude this chapter for today. Tomorrow, I shall continue. The author is weary." Chapter 13. The deal is half done. The luminous beacon slays the devouring beast. It seemed that the luminous beacon sensed the gaze of Qin Tian fixed upon her posterior, prompting her to turn and address her companions. "Commander Qin, what are you looking at?" "Nothing much, merely admiring the floor." "I must say, your lighthouse possesses quite the exquisite flooring," Qin Tian replied with an impassive expression, betraying no hint of deceit. The luminous beacon chose not to pursue the matter further, resuming her alluring stride to guide Qin Tian and his party. Naturally, Qin Tian did not behave like a naive adolescent, fixated on her form. A fleeting glance was sufficient. Staring incessantly would be rather crass, and he certainly did not wish to be labeled a fool. As they traversed the lighthouse, they encountered numerous residents who, upon seeing Qin Tian and the red alert soldiers, began to murmur amongst themselves. "Look at that group following Lord Luminous Beacon. They must be the surface survivors brought back by Captain Mark," one male resident whispered to another beside him. "What Captain Mark? I've heard he is to succeed as the Lord of the city. Henceforth, we should refer to him as Lord," came the reply. "Indeed, those accompanying Lord Luminous Beacon are the survivors the hunters retrieved from the surface. Have you not noticed their attire is markedly different from ours? Moreover, the weapons wielded by those soldiers are clearly lacking in technological advancement, far inferior to our lighthouse's arsenal." As the two residents engaged in hushed discourse, their words did not escape Qin Tian's ears. "How does our weaponry being outdated concern you? Are you eating your family's rice or utilizing their screws?" Qin Tian internally scoffed at their remarks. Yet, despite his disdain, he refrained from engaging in a futile argument, recognizing that such a confrontation would only squander precious time. The luminous beacon maintained a near-constant silence, speaking little as she led Qin Tian and his entourage through the lighthouse. Just as Qin Tian was on the verge of losing patience, Mark arrived, accompanied by Rand Bing and a cadre of hunters, with Jing Nan among them, cradling 5 advanced holographic display screens. These holographic displays presumably contained the intelligence regarding the surface that Qin Tian sought. Approaching Qin Tian, Jing Nan halted and spoke, "Commander Qin, This is a compilation of all detailed information we have gathered about the surface in recent years. It includes the distribution points of the devouring beasts and concentrations of various resources. We have clearly marked areas that are relatively safe for resource gathering and those that are perilously dangerous. Now, it is your turn to demonstrate your sincerity. Upon concluding her statement, Jing Nan retrieved one of the holographic displays from her cloak and extended it toward Qin Tian, allowing him to peruse the information that substantiated her claims. After receiving the holographic electronic display screen, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, as he was rather inexperienced with such technology. The nearby He Guangzhe snickered, causing Qin Tian's face to flush with embarrassment. Ultimately, it was Ran Bing who stepped forward to instruct him on its usage. Fortunately, the device was not overly complicated. It resembled a tablet computer, but appeared more sophisticated. After a brief tutorial from Ran Bing, Qin Tian quickly grasped its operation. With a few taps, he accessed the information stored within the holographic display, and upon confirming that it indeed contained ground intelligence recorded by the lighthouse, he readily shared the method to eliminate the devouring beasts. Commander Qin, are you suggesting that each serpent dog-devouring beast possesses a spherical core within its body? Only by shattering this hidden core can the beast be completely slain? Upon hearing Qin Tian's revelation, Jing Nan and Mark, along with the others, fell into deep contemplation. What was the point of overthinking? They would soon descend and test the method on two devouring beasts to ascertain its validity. Qin Tian interjected, breaking their reverie with a calm tone. Indeed, Commander Qin, this is all the intelligence regarding ground operations that our lighthouse has compiled over recent years. The remaining schematics for the advanced mech designs will only be provided after you and Captain Mark descend to eliminate the devouring beasts, proving that your method is indeed effective. Jing Nan stated, handing over the remaining 4 holographic display screens she had been holding. Once Qin Tian had all 4 screens in his possession, he immediately summoned the system internally, requesting a scan to verify the authenticity of the lighthouse's information. Returning to the host, over 86 of the content recorded within these 5 displays is genuine, while the remaining 14 contains inaccuracies, which the lighthouse is likely unaware of, the system responded. After hearing this, Qin Tian placed all the displays into the care of Dong Qi before nodding at Jing Nan and the others, saying, I have reviewed the information, and there are no issues. Now, let us proceed together to validate the method's authenticity. Finished already? Ran Bing and the others were somewhat astonished by Qin Tian's reading speed. She had only seen him glance at the 5 displays as he received them from Jing Nan, yet he had completed his review in under a minute. How I completed it is not your concern. Now, prepare yourselves, for we will soon descend to slay the devouring beasts, Qin Tian replied, refraining from explaining the existence of the red alert system to them. TCH, if you don't want to share, then don't, Ran Bing scoffed, before joining Mark and the others to sort their equipment. All right, Commander Qin, I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wishing you all the best, Jing Nan said, gracefully striding away. Only Qin Tian and his red alert soldiers remained, along with He Guangzhe. Aren't you leaving? Qin Tian curiously inquired of He Guangzhe. None of your business, He Guangzhe retorted haughtily, strutting away with an alluring gait. Why do I feel as though I have heard this sentence before? Qin Tian stroked his chin, pondering the words spoken by the light bearer, which seemed familiar. Commander, you previously mentioned this about Charles. Have you forgotten? Dong Yi saluted and reminded Qin Tian. Why should I care? Dong Yi repeated. Meanwhile, Mark and his companions swiftly organized their gear and escorted Qin Tian and the others to the lift platform, preparing for their descent. With the sound of mechanical gears whirring, the lift began to lower slowly as Qin Tian and the others stood expressionless, awaiting their arrival on solid ground. This time, the scavenger squad was exceptionally well prepared, as their mission was not to gather supplies but to hunt the devouring beasts. Consequently, Mark and the others donned heavy exosuits, and even Feixue, Ran Bing, Jeff, and Penny each suited up in a MU-2 model White Shark exosuit, with only Mo Chang opting out. As for the remaining scavenger soldiers accompanying them, they were essentially expendable, as Qin Tian did not even know their names. Like his close comrades, they were armed with nothing more than a single rifle, their equipment woefully inadequate. Chapter 14. Ambush in the Canyon. Betraying one's allies. The atmosphere among the scavenger soldiers was fraught with tension, for this mission was not a mere foray for supplies, but a direct hunt for the ferocious devourers. Unlike Mark and his companions, who were clad in formidable mecha suits, these soldiers were left to rely solely on their own flesh and blood. One misstep could spell death, a reality that understandably instilled fear within them. Commander Qin, do you truly believe your method will be effective? What if it fails? We would be doomed, a nervous scavenger soldier, armed with a firearm, whispered anxiously to Qin Tian, fearful of being led to his demise. Qin Tian cast a sidelong glance at him. The soldier bore a mask that rendered him little more than a faceless pawn, akin to those nameless characters in anime. With little desire to elaborate, Qin merely replied, "You guess. Now, there is no need to be overly anxious. I trust that Commander Qin would not deceive us. After all, he is one of us. Aboard the same vessel, deceiving us would yield no benefit for him, would it?" Erica, clad in her heavy mech, approached the anxious soldier, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder before turning to Qin Tian with a playful smile, alleviating the tension that had gripped him. Once the lift came to a halt, the group embarked on an array of vehicles, including the Jump Spider exploration vehicle, airdrop armored transports, and cargo trucks, making their way towards the derelict spaceship. Upon reaching the outskirts of the spaceship's remains, the convoy halted. Their purpose was not to scour for supplies. Thus, there was no need to risk proximity to the wreckage. They intended to send a single vehicle to lure the devourers, while the remaining scavengers lay in wait, poised to strike once the creatures were drawn in, thereby validating Qin Tian's strategy for effectively eliminating the beasts, which would allow their swift return to the lighthouse. Qin Tian positioned his red alert soldiers atop the left side of the canyon, while Mark, accompanied by Ran Bing, Erica, and Feixue, took cover in the right canyon, awaiting the moment to encircle the approaching devourers. Meanwhile, Penny, Jeff, Mo, Chung, and a host of expendable scavenger soldiers concealed themselves within the canyon, prepared to intercept any devourers that might attempt to breach their encirclement. With all preparations complete, they awaited the return of the scavenger soldier tasked with luring the devourers, hoping he would not attract too many. Yet, contrary to their hopes, as Qin Tian beheld the returning soldier, a swarm of over 100 serpentine devourers in pursuit, he wasted no time in activating his earpiece. 666. General Mark, your subordinate is truly valiant. To return with over 100 devourers in tow is nothing short of miraculous. You proceed, I shall disengage. Upon the conclusion of his statement, Qin Tian promptly muted his microphone and swiftly boarded the airdrop-type armored vehicle lent by the hunter team, vanishing in an instant, leaving Mark and others in disarray amidst the wind. Qin Tian, hello? Qin Tian, where are you? Mark's earpiece emitted only beeping sounds. Overwhelmed, Mark immediately commanded everyone to evacuate at full speed, while he, along with Ran Bing, Feixue, and Erica, remained behind to cover the retreat. What? Commander Qin has fled? What kind of despicable behavior is this? Qin Tian, you are utterly contemptible. Mo, Chung, overhearing Mark's exclamations about Qin Tian's cowardice through his earpiece, vented his frustration by cursing Qin Tian, but all he received in return was the incessant beeping from the device. There is no use in being angry now. Mo, Chung. You, Penny, and Jeff hasten to lead the ambushed hunter team in the canyon to evacuate swiftly. I will notify the lighthouse that the hunter team's plan to eliminate the devouring beast has failed, and we require the lighthouse to urgently deploy the lift platform for their retreat. Mark relayed their situation to the lighthouse via the communication device, instructing Mo Chung to return with the remaining members of the hunter team to await them at the lift platform. However, Qin Tian had not truly fled. Instead, he drove his red alert soldiers to the canyon's exit to set up an ambush. System, how much funding do I have remaining? Host, your current funds stand at $27.95. Prior to ascending to the lighthouse, Qin Tian's anti-air infantry and snipers had effectively coordinated to eliminate several serpent dogs and devouring beasts, leaving him with over 2,000 funds. System, purchase 2 anti-air infantry and 1 allied soldier. Funds minus 2,600. Remaining funds, 195. After acquiring 3 additional red alert soldiers from the system, Qin Tian promptly began to strategize his formation. He now commanded a total of 10 red alert soldiers, 7 mobilized infantry, 1 sniper, 1 allied soldier, and 1 anti-air infantry. The 3 recently acquired soldiers would take some time to arrive. Given that Mark and his team were left without their assistance, they could not hold out for long. Therefore, it was imperative for Qin Tian to establish his ambush quickly and await the arrival of the devouring beasts. The anti-air infantry took position atop the airdrop-type armored vehicle, utilizing the heavy machine gun mounted on the vehicle's roof, effectively blocking the canyon's exit. The remaining infantry, led by mobilized infantry 2, 3, and 4, set up on the left side of the exit, while the allied soldier and mobilized infantry 5, 6, and 7 positioned themselves on the right, creating a crossfire point at the canyon's entrance. The remaining sniper, Eagle Eye, accompanied Qin Tian, hiding within the airdrop-type armored vehicle. Eagle Eye was tasked with driving, while Qin Tian remained concealed inside for safety. One might wonder why Qin Tian did not opt to set up an ambush directly on the left side above the canyon, choosing instead to conceal himself at the exit. This is due to the fact that the chosen ambush site, a canyon, is rather small, and the numerous abyssal beasts lured by that incompetent teammate far exceed manageable numbers. If there were only a few dozen, it would be manageable within the confines of the canyon. However, with hundreds arriving at once, the canyon's entrance, merely a dozen meters wide, cannot accommodate the size of the abyssal beasts. Hundreds cannot possibly squeeze in. Those unable to enter will be trapped outside, while Mo City and his team lay in ambush within the canyon. When the abyssal beasts encounter Mo City, rather than engaging in battle, will Mark and Qin Tian, hidden above on either side of the canyon, provide support? You might suggest support, but with 100 or so abyssal beasts, even if half manage to enter the canyon, the remaining few will not fit. Upon realizing that there are others above on either side of the canyon, they may choose to bypass it entirely, coming at them from both sides. Wouldn't that be disastrous? If 3 fronts engage simultaneously, firepower would be dispersed, leaving Mo City's team vulnerable against the multitude of abyssal beasts surging into the canyon. Should Mo City falter, the abyssal beasts would surge forth from the canyon, and once they break out, escape would be impossible. Thus, Qin Tian opted to position his men at the canyon's exit, ensuring that even if they could not prevail, they could flee immediately, avoiding being encircled by the abyssal beasts. Nevertheless, this decision would compromise Mark and Mo City's team lying in ambush within the canyon. But as the saying goes, better the death of a comrade than the death of oneself. Qin Tian decided to disregard the consequences. Not long after, the sounds of gunfire erupted from within the canyon, indicating that Mo City and the abyssal beasts had engaged in combat. Upon hearing the intense gunfire, Qin Tian chose to reactivate his earpiece. "Curse those wretched beasts," he muttered. It was hard to believe he was the commander while simultaneously betraying his team at such a crucial moment. The number of abyssal beasts entering the canyon was overwhelming, and Captain Mark's voice crackled through the earpiece. "We can't hold them off any longer." As Qin Tian had anticipated, the sheer number of abyssal beasts could not all fit within the canyon. Those unable to enter must have converged to assault Mark and his team positioned on the right side of the canyon. As the gunfire drew closer, Qin Tian and his team, stationed at the exit with crossfire prepared, spotted Mo City and his crew fleeing in their heavily armored vehicles, pursued by a throng of abyssal beasts, some even scaling the canyon walls. "Clear the center," Qin Tian bellowed into the earpiece, urging Mo City's team to move aside, thus creating a zone for his red alert soldiers to provide covering fire. Mo City, while fleeing in his vehicle, spotted the ambushing red alert soldiers at the exit and heard Qin Tian's command. Without hesitation, they pressed against the canyon walls, opening up a clear line of fire for the red alert soldiers. "Covering fire," shouted the infantry, perched atop an airdrop armored vehicle, as they opened fire. With a resounding cacophony of gunfire, a torrent of bullets erupted, instantaneously striking the relentless horde of the devourer beasts pursuing Mo City and his companions. The anti-aircraft artillery unleashed its projectiles, which upon piercing the flesh of the devourers, detonated explosively, obliterating a serpentine canine devourer into a mass of gore. Countless fragments, propelled by the explosion of the artillery shells, transformed into a barrage of shrapnel, felling the nearby devourers with swift precision. The extensive coverage of the explosion resulted in some debris striking Penny's visage. Fortunately, she was clad in a heavy exoskeleton, and the shards merely grazed the surface of her armor, inflicting no significant injury. Chapter 15. The canyon ambush officially commences, although the anti-aircraft artillery employed by the infantry boasts a wide coverage area. The actual damage inflicted is rather minimal. Only the serpentine beasts struck directly by the high-caliber shells meet their demise. Those that evade the fire merely suffer from the shrapnel resulting from the explosions, a degree of injury insufficient to be fatal. It may slow their pursuit momentarily or knock them down, yet they quickly recover and resume their chase. On the surface, the firepower exhibited by Qin Tian and his comrades appears formidable, but in reality, only the anti-aircraft infantry and a couple of individuals can inflict meaningful harm. Goodness, Commander Qin. You haven't fled, but laid in ambush here. I knew you weren't the type to retreat in the face of danger. As Mo Cheng's vehicle burst forth from the canyon, he immediately halted beside the red alert soldiers and communicated through his earpiece. Commander Qin, please. Enough with the chatter, come lend a hand, or we won't be able to hold out much longer. Just as Penny attempted to respond over the earpiece, Qin Tian interrupted her, urging her to assist. Without further ado, Penny positioned herself beside the airdrop armored vehicle, flanked by Jeff in his heavy mechanized armor, both of them taking aim at the approaching swarm of voracious beasts and pulling the triggers. The remaining expendable scavenger soldiers rushed to the side of the red alert troops, joining in the barrage against the horde of beasts within the canyon. The heavy mechanized armor unleashed its 12mm rounds, piercing through the bodies of the serpentine creatures. With the addition of Penny and her allies, the pressure on the red alert soldiers alleviated somewhat. However, they could not sustain this for long. An uncertainty loomed about the situation with Mark and his team. Hey, Commander Qin, don't you know how to kill those voracious beasts? Now would be the time to put that knowledge to use. Jeff, piloting the White Shark number 11 heavy mech, continued firing while speaking into the earpiece. To slay the voracious beasts, one must shatter the core within them. Can you see the core? If not, how can you shoot? Qin Tian retorted, leaving Jeff at a loss for words. Then, Commander Qin, how did you and your soldiers ascertain the location of the cores within those voracious beasts? Is there a method? Penny chimed in, her gentle voice resonating through the earpiece as she inquired about any techniques to reveal the hidden cores within the creatures. We have not discovered a method to locate the cores within the voracious beasts, and why should we bother looking? Qin boldly countered. Mo Cheng, Jeff, and Penny were all rendered speechless. Wait, Commander Qin, are you saying you don't know how to find the cores of those voracious beasts? How then do you and your soldiers manage to slay them? Penny asked incredulously. Just smash them to pieces. If you destroy the voracious beasts, the cores hidden within will be exposed, won't they? Why search? Penny and her companions found themselves momentarily unable to respond, gazing at the shattered bodies of the voracious beasts within the canyon, indeed spotting some objects resembling cores. Some were utterly destroyed, while others remained intact, prompting them to immediately aim their guns at the unharmed cores and fire. Upon witnessing a serpent hound, its body reduced to half by anti-air infantry and its core exposed, Jeff unhesitatingly aimed his weapon and shot at the creature. Bang, bang, bang. After a barrage of gunfire, the core within the creature was successfully shattered by Jeff, who then observed, within mere seconds of the core's destruction, the serpent hound's body seemingly melting away and merging with the ground, leaving only a skeletal frame behind. By heavens, it truly works. The method of shattering the core of the voracious beast to eliminate it is indeed effective. Jeff's exultant voice resonated through the earpiece, and upon hearing his confirmation, Penny and Mo Cheng felt a surge of confidence. At that moment, 3 additional red alert soldiers, recently acquired by Qin Tian from the system, arrived on the battlefield. The 2 newly arrived anti-air infantrymen, without needing any command from Qin Tian, immediately hoisted their anti-air guns and opened fire. With the support of these two new soldiers, the voracious beasts could not breach the defense line, becoming trapped in the canyon. Anti-air infantry kills Serpent Hound Voracious Beast. Funds 250 mobilized soldier kills Serpent Hound Voracious Beast. Funds 250 anti-air infantry kills Serpent Hound. A series of kill notifications flashed, and Qin Tian's personal funds surged dramatically. Even as he fervently spent to replenish ammunition for the Red Alert soldiers, his personal funds continued to grow. Commander Qin, have your reinforcements arrived? Mo Chung inquired from his multi-terrain exploration vehicle, firing as he spoke. Having noticed the sudden addition of two soldiers carrying anti-air guns in Qin Tian's squad. Hey Mark, Ran Bing, Feixue, this is Qin Tian. Can you hear me? Qin Tian disregarded Mo Cheng's question and attempted to contact Mark and the others through his earpiece, but could only hear the voices of Penny and Jeff. Montak Cheng, we seem to have lost communication with Mark and the others. Hurry and drive over to check the situation. Understood, Commander Qin. I will head over to locate Captain Mark immediately. Mo Chung recognized the gravity of the situation, trying to reach Mark while accelerating towards the ambush point where Mark's team had been stationed. Report, Commander. I can't hold on any longer. The earliest anti-air infantryman, known as Kong E, spoke up. What is happening over there, Kong E? Haven't I been supplying you with ammunition? Qin Tian felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing Kong E's distress, fearing he was in peril. Not that, Commander. It's just that my shoulder blades can hardly bear the recoil of the anti-air gun. They feel as if they might shatter. Kong E replied, his tone grave. Cursed be it, Qin Tian had forgotten that reality differs from the game. In the real world, firearms produce recoil upon firing. The mobilized soldiers had manageable recoil from their rifles, but the anti-air infantrymen bore the brunt of the powerful artillery. From the very beginning until now, Kong E has steadfastly endured the recoil of the anti-aircraft artillery, firing continuously for nearly half an hour. This is truly the epitome of a Soviet Superman. Qin Tian then pondered another concern. After such prolonged firing, were the firearms of the Red Alert soldiers not on the verge of overheating? With this thought, Qin Tian promptly descended from the armored vehicle to observe Dong Air and the others, only to discover that the muzzles of their AK-47s were already glowing red and emitting smoke. If they continued to fire at such intensity, the barrels would surely melt and explode. Quickly, everyone, fire while boarding the vehicle. We must prepare for withdrawal. Qin Tian shouted to his Red Alert soldiers. Understood, Commander. They replied in unison, then orderly moved towards the airdrop armored vehicle, ready to evacuate. Commander Qin, why the sudden withdrawal? Captain Mark and the others have yet to return, and Mo City has just been passed. Are we not waiting for them? Jeff, seeing the abrupt retreat, immediately grew anxious and inquired urgently through the earpiece. My soldiers are on the brink of collapse. Although we still have ammunition, their weapons are severely overheated. Continuing would pose a risk of catastrophic failure. Thus, we must evacuate at once. And what about Captain Mark and his team? Penny also queried anxiously through the earpiece. Dungsi. Chapter 16. The Canyon Ambush continued. The Red Alert soldiers under Qin Tian were on the brink of exhaustion due to the relentless barrage of fire. Their firearms were red-hot and at any moment could explode. Qin Tian, however, did not wish for his soldiers to suffer injuries from such mishaps, as treatment would incur significant costs that he deemed unjustifiable. Thus, he commanded his soldiers to board the vehicles in an orderly fashion, preparing for a retreat. However, Penny and Jeff grew anxious upon realizing that Qin Tian intended to withdraw his men, for their leader, Captain Mark, had yet to return. If Qin Tian and his forces retreated now, the horde of beasts surging from the canyon would lose their target and turn back, sealing the fate of Captain Mark and Ranbing. Commander Qin, could you and your soldiers hold on just a little longer? I believe Captain Mark will return shortly, and Mo Chung is already on his way to find him. Please, just wait a bit longer, Penny pleaded in her headset, her voice soft with desperation, hoping for Qin Tian to endure until Mark's return before they retreated together. My soldiers are nearing their limits. Continuing to hold this position is futile and will only lead to unnecessary casualties. We must retreat immediately Qin Tian replied, his tone indifferent, as if the lives of Captain Mark and his team held no significance to him. Damn it, Qin Tian, how can you be so callous? Aren't you supposed to be a commander? If it weren't for your sudden change of plans during the ambush, Captain Mark wouldn't be trapped in the canyon. Jeff could no longer contain his frustration. While firing to fend off the beasts in the canyon, he berated Qin Tian for his actions. Commander Qin, I beg you to hold out just a little longer, just half an hour. Mo Chung will definitely return with Captain Mark within that time. If after half an hour you still do not see us returning, then please take Penny and Jeff with you when you leave. I'm pleading with you, Mo Chung, who had just set off to find Mark, chimed in through the headset, his tone urgent and humble. Hearing their pleas, Qin Tian's resolve softened. Very well. We shall endure for a maximum of half an hour. If you have not returned with Captain Mark by then, my soldiers and I will no longer concern ourselves with your fate, he conceded. Thank you, Commander Qin. Mo Chung will ensure Captain Mark returns within half an hour. Upon hearing Qin Tian's agreement, Mo Chung expressed his gratitude profusely over the headset. Having committed to holding out for an additional half hour, Qin Tian promptly ordered his red alert soldiers to return to their original positions and continue defending their ground. Air 1, take a moment to rest. Air 2 and Air 3 will cover for you. Understood, Commander. Air 1 saluted Qin Tian from atop the armored vehicle before settling down to rest, using water from his canteen to cool the barrel of the anti-aircraft gun. System, check my remaining funds. Observing that he possessed over 4,000 units of currency, Qin Tian promptly accessed the soldier construction unit. Militia, 300 allied soldier, 400 engineer, 500 sniper, 600 heavy militia, 800 heavy soldier, 900 anti-air infantry, 1,100 anti-tank. System, procure 2 anti-air infantry, then acquire 1 heavy militia and 1 heavy soldier. With the remaining 750, I shall also enlist an engineer for unforeseen circumstances. Funds, 4,400. Remaining funds, 250. Report, Commander, the heavy machine gun on the armored vehicle is overheating. At that moment, Dong Yi, who was manning the heavy machine gun atop the armored vehicle, relayed to Qin Tian that prolonged high-intensity firing had caused the machine gun to severely overheat, with even the barrel beginning to melt. Though deprived of the heavy machine gun, Dong Yi still wielded a rifle, and he brandished an AK-74 modified, continuing to fire at the voracious beasts in the canyon. Report, Commander, my rifle has become inoperable. Commander, my rifle is also rendered useless. The barrel has melted due to excessive heat and is now beyond salvage. Aside from Dong Yi, the other soldiers positioned at both sides of the canyon's exit, utilizing crossfire to engage the voracious beasts, also reported in succession to Qin Tian. Commander Qin, we are running low on ammunition. Commander, our scavengers' firearms have also overheated and require cooling. I can't endure any longer. My shoulder feels as though it might shatter. At that moment, the scavenger soldiers, who were engaged in combat alongside the red alert soldiers against the voracious beasts, began to lament, some lamenting the lack of ammunition, others the overheating of their weapons, and a few unable to withstand the recoil. A barrage of grim news rendered Qin Tian's expression increasingly somber, as various issues beset both the red alert and scavenger soldiers. The crossfire on either side gradually diminished, while the horde of voracious beasts in the canyon swelled ever larger. They surged towards the exit with frenzied intent, eager to rend Qin Tian and his men asunder. Penny, Jeff, what is your assessment? Qin Tian inquired of Penny and Jeff, who piloted the heavy mech. Commander Qin, I can hold on for a while longer, but not for much longer as my ammunition is also nearly depleted, Penny responded. Meanwhile, Jeff, consumed by a bloodlust, continued to howl like a rabid dog, offering no reply to Qin Tian's inquiry. With 12 minutes remaining until the appointed half hour, and with Mo Chung and Mark yet to return, Qin Tian resolved, we shall not wait any longer. All right. Very well, Commander Qin. Despite her reluctance, Penny refrained from voicing further objections. Report, Commander, I have recovered. Rising from the top of the armored vehicle, Kong Yi reported to Qin Tian before he resumed firing the anti-aircraft gun at the swarm of voracious beasts in the canyon. Gazing at the throngs of abyss beasts within the canyon, Qin Tian felt a surge of relief at his own cleverness. for he had wisely refrained from lying in ambush above the gorge like Mark and the others. Otherwise, they would not be the only ones ensnared at this moment. System. Have a red alert, soldiers. I just purchased, not yet arrived. We are on the brink of collapse here. Many soldiers had overheated their weapons, rendering them incapable of firing, thereby diminishing the defensive firepower against the abyss beasts. Some of these beasts had already broken through, charging towards the flanks where the red alert soldiers and the scavenger troops were stationed. Fortunately, Penny and Jeff were present, capable of dispatching the abyss beasts that surged forth from the canyon. Yet, the number of beasts emerging continued to swell. The scavenger soldiers began to suffer casualties. One expendable soldier, who had been shooting alongside Dong Er, was suddenly knocked down by a snake dog that had seized the opportunity to leap from the canyon. Dong Er attempted to assist, but was swept aside by the beast's tail, crashing into a nearby rock. Help! Help me! Someone on! The soldier, pinned beneath the snake dog, cried out in desperation, only to have his head bitten off in an instant. Although the snake dog that had slain him was promptly shattered by Kong Air's fire, the death of that scavenger soldier triggered a panic among the ranks. The previously coordinated crossfire began to falter as the soldiers grew frantic, leading to a further dispersal of their firepower and allowing more abyss beasts to surge forth from the canyon. Unbelievable. I failed to comprehend the quality of soldiers within your scavenger squad. Qin Tian's expression was one of utter distaste, as though he had just consumed something foul. Do not panic. Maintain your crossfire and avoid dispersing your firepower. Jeff activated his heavy visor, shouting at the disordered scavenger soldiers in hopes of restoring their formation and fortifying their position. Observing several snake dogs already racing out of the canyon, Dong Yi swiftly retrieved a grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, and hurled it at the feet of the advancing beasts. Boom! The grenade exploded beneath the creatures, toppling them but inflicting little effective damage. At most, it shattered a few legs, and soon the snake dogs were back on their feet. Noticing Dong Er lying beside a rock, still clinging to life, Qin Tian immediately communicated with the system. System healed Dong Er's injuries. Funds -100. Once the system had mended Dong Er's wounds, he returned to peak condition, dusting off his clothing and picking up his rifle to rejoin the fray. As long as one was not fatally wounded, the system within Qin Tian could generally afford to heal them with sufficient funds. Report, Commander. The heavy mobilization troops are at your service. At that moment, the heavy mobilization soldiers, alongside the heavy infantry and anti-air troops Qin Tian had recently acquired, arrived, followed by an engineer clad in a yellow hard hat, a vest, and carrying a toolbox. Engineer, quickly take shelter in the armored vehicle. The rest of you, engage in battle immediately. Yes. The heavily armed mobilizers saluted Qin Tian before promptly raising their firearms and plunging into battle. In their hands, the mobilizers wielded RPK light machine guns, while the heavy soldiers brandished M249 light machine guns. Positioned strategically on either side, they unleashed a torrent of firepower towards the gorge's exit. Coupled with the support of 5 anti-air infantry, they effectively repelled the serpentine creatures attempting to break free from their confines. Observing the temporarily subdued beasts retreating back into the canyon, Qin Tian felt his tension ease slightly, only to turn his ire towards Jeff. Is this the combat proficiency of your scavenger soldiers? Do you honestly believe my grandfather could not outfight them? They are nothing but a bunch of incompetent fools, nearly endangering the lives of those under my command. Jeff, acutely aware of his shortcomings, dared not meet Qin Tian's gaze and instead unleashed a tirade upon the scavenger soldiers. Has the lighthouse raised you to merely consume resources? The moment a minor crisis arises, you panic and disregard orders. If it weren't for Commander Qin, I might have met my demise because of you. Enough, Jeff. Cease your scolding. What is paramount now is awaiting the return of Captain Mark and his team, interjected the kind-hearted Penny, who sought to alleviate the burden on the chastised scavenger soldiers. The beleaguered soldiers, unable to retort, endured the reprimands while steadfastly holding their positions, collaborating with the red alert soldiers to fend off the onslaught of the beasts, resembling our own struggles in the workforce, enduring criticism while laboring tirelessly. Chapter 17. the ascension of Dong Yi to elite status with the addition of the heavily armored mobilizers, the defense line has once again been fortified. Though it is not expected to hold for long, Qin Tian entered the airdrop armored vehicle to check the time. Only a few minutes remained until the agreed-upon 30 minutes had elapsed, and there was still no sign of Mo Chung bringing back Mark and the others. At that moment, a resounding horn echoed in Qin Tian's ears. This horn sounds somewhat familiar. Which mobilizer has ascended again? Qin Tian immediately dashed out of the armored vehicle, discovering that it was Dong Yi who had once more ascended. In the game, the star rating mechanism generally does not include a 2-star rank. It progresses from 0 stars, new recruit, to 1 star, veteran, and then to 3 stars, elite. Dong Yi's elevation from 1 star to 3 stars signifies a remarkable advancement. It is known that a 3-star mobilizer can engage in combat with tanks. Thus, Qin Tian was intensely curious about the transformation Dong Yi had undergone. Dong Yi, come down for a moment. Yes, Commander. Dong Yi leaped down from the top of the airdrop armored vehicle and approached Qin Tian, saluting him. Now, Dong Yi appeared more robust than when he was a 1-star veteran, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with his gear having undergone a transformation as well. Name, Mobilizer, Dong. Type, Elite Infantry. Weapon, AK-74M, modified. Equipment, Soviet military bulletproof helmet, high protection. Soviet military heavy gas mask, high protection against toxins. Soviet military body armor, medium protection. Standard military ammunition belt. Soviet military overcoat, no protection. 3 extended magazines, total of 160 armor-piercing rounds. 3 Soviet military hand grenades. Description: an elite mobilizer with exceptional military acumen, possessing formidable individual combat capabilities. His physical prowess rivals that of a humanoid beast. With significantly enhanced recovery abilities, strength, and endurance, he can simply be described as a super soldier. A super soldier? After reading Dong Yi's description, Qin Tian found himself bewildered. What does it truly mean to be a super soldier? How formidable is this super soldier? Unable to fathom the implications, Qin Tian decided to set aside his musings and instructed Dong Yi to maintain his position while commanding Dong Air and the others to prepare for evacuation. Penny and Jeff observed Qin Tian's intentions to retreat but did not voice any objections. Instead, they silently directed the scavenger foot soldiers to board the vehicles in an orderly manner, ready to accompany Qin Tian and his group in their departure. Ordinary soldiers boarded the vehicles first, while the heavily armed anti-air infantry and heavily armored troops provided cover for Penny and Jeff. Once the ordinary soldiers had boarded Qin Tian's armored vehicle, it was time for the anti-air infantry and heavy soldiers to follow suit. After all had entered the armored vehicle, Qin Tian turned to the driver, eagle eye, and said, "Let us move." Penny and Jeff also drove their heavily armored vehicle alongside Qin Tian's, and the two vehicles sped across the desolate landscape. In the canyon, the voracious beasts surged forth, liberated from the suppressive firepower of Qin Tian and his companions, recklessly pursuing their convoy. "Hey, Mo City, Captain Mark, can you hear me?" Penny attempted to reach out through her earpiece, but received no response. The journey back was relatively uneventful, as the pack of voracious beasts trailing behind had long since abandoned their pursuit. Penny and Jeff listened to the monotonous beeping in their earpieces, their spirits low with the fear that Captain Mark and the others may have met with misfortune. However, Qin Tian was not overly concerned for Mark's group. After all, Mark was a protagonist from the animated series Spirit Cage, and it was highly improbable that he would come to harm. Indeed, reality aligned with Qin Tian's thoughts, as Mark and his team had successfully escaped the encirclement of the voracious beasts and were hastening toward Qin Tian's group. Upon their arrival at the designated drop-off point at the lighthouse, where their airdrop armored vehicles set down the platform, Mark and his team hurried over in their own heavy mechs. Upon seeing Qin Tian disembark from the armored vehicle, Erica, filled with indignation, rushed over to confront him. "Hey, Qin Tian, why did you suddenly abandon us? You put us in grave danger. If it weren't for Captain Mark's formidable strength, we might not have made it back alive." "Indeed, Commander Qin, your actions were rather unethical. You left us without a word," Ran Bing chimed in, her brow furrowed in anger. Meanwhile, Feixue remained silent, quietly piloting her own heavy mech beside Mark. Is this what you call abandoning the battlefield? Did I not rescue Penny and the others at the canyon's exit? Did I not demonstrate that the method I proposed could indeed slay the voracious beasts? Was I not lying in ambush at the canyon's exit? Did I send Emo City back to find you? Answer me. Look into my eyes, why, baby, why? Upon hearing Erica and Ranbing's remarks, Qin Tian's temper flared, and he quickly retorted, leaving them momentarily speechless. Is this what you call retreating under fire? This is merely repositioning. Do you understand? Have you seen how many voracious beasts your clumsy teammate attracted back? Over 100 at once. How many of us are there? Can we withstand that? Should we sacrifice our lives? Can we? Can we? Commander Qin, please do not be upset. Erica and Ranbing were unaware of the circumstances of the canyon's exit, so their emotional reactions are quite understandable. Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against them. Mo City interjected, observing Qin Tian's rising ire, hoping to calm the agitated atmosphere. Gradually, Qin Tian's temper subsided, and Erica and Ranbing fell silent. Even Penny hung her head, appearing quite forlorn. The atmosphere on the platform grew somber until Mark spoke up, easing the tension among the group. All right, Commander Qin, please do not be upset. This incident was indeed the fault of Ranbing and her team. I extend my sincerest apologies on their behalf, and I hope you can graciously overlook their transgressions. Mark descended from his formidable mech, patting Qin Tian's shoulder as he spoke. Naturally, Qin Tian could not remain fixated on such trivial matters. His earlier response stemmed from a recollection of his prior experiences in the game Honor of Kings, where he had encountered incompetent teammates who blamed others for their shortcomings, prompting his momentary outburst. It's nothing, Captain Mark. My previous remarks were merely expressions of frustration. Vice Captain Ranbing and the others should not take it too seriously. Qin Tian, wishing to ease the tension with the scavenger squad, sought to mend relations, as they were, after all, on the territory of the lighthouse, and ought not to let matters become overly strained. Since you're no longer dwelling on the earlier incident, we scavengers remain your friends. Commander Qin, how about we share a drink together later when I ascend to the lighthouse? Absolutely, Captain. Since you're retreating, I, Mo Chung, shall join as well. How about you, Feixue? Mo Chung, ever the jovial spirit, inquired of Feixue, who was piloting her mech nearby. However, Feixue merely cast a glance at Mo Chung before dismounting from her mech with a frosty demeanor, stating, not interested. I shall not attend. P.S. Many readers seem to harbor a dislike for the lighthouse. Therefore, in the next chapter, I plan to make some adjustments, depicting Old Deng and Charles betraying Qin Tian and his companions. After all, the abyssal mech was likely obtained through Old Deng's treachery against Bai Kuei. So illustrating his betrayal of Qin Tian should not pose significant issues. However, it primarily depends on the opinions of the readers. Chapter 18. Possessed by the River of the Underworld, Old Deng betrays Qin Tian. Mark expressed his intention to treat Qin Tian and his companions to a few drinks once they ascended, while Mo City, ever the jester, hurried over, eager to join in for a meal. The previously tense atmosphere on the lift platform dissipated as conversations began to flow among the group. Captain, our hunter squad has unfortunately lost a member in this operation, Jeff reported, having just leaped down from the heavy mech. Mark merely sighed softly before instructing Jeff to inform the personnel responsible at the lighthouse to recover the rooms and belongings. As the gears turned, the lift platform reached the lighthouse, only for an unexpected situation to unfold upon the descent of the Iron Gate. A battalion clad in red heavy mechs, armed with an array of firearms, stood in orderly formation at the platform's exit, seemingly awaiting someone. Mark immediately sensed something was amiss. The heavily armed city defense troops were evidently not there to welcome them, but rather to intimidate or threaten. Who were these city defenders trying to menace? Surely, they could not be aiming their threats at the hunter squad. Such a notion was implausible. It became glaringly clear that their target was Qin Tian and his crew. What are all of you doing here? Are you here to welcome us? Although Mark was aware of the underlying reasons, he attempted to ease the tension with his words, hoping to protect Qin Tian and his team. Why have so many city defenders suddenly appeared? Has something happened at the lighthouse? Erica and Ranbing were still trying to process the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Qin Tian's expression was more grotesque than one who had ingested 2 pounds of excrement. The display of force from the city defense troops was unmistakably directed at them. Damn it! Old Deng and young Deng at the lighthouse are clearly lacking in martial ethics. It seems they intend to stab us in the back. Have they been possessed by the river of the underworld? Qin Tian raged internally. Yet his face betrayed no sign of panic, save for its grimness. Penny, Feixue, Jeff, and Mo City had also discerned the unsettling situation, akin to Mark. Commander, the situation appears perilous, Hawkeye whispered, standing beside Qin Tian. Commander, stand behind me. I shall protect you. He subtly positioned himself in front of Qin Tian, while the remaining red alert soldiers readied their firearms, chambering rounds with a cacophony of clicks echoing through the lift platform. The air thickened as everyone braced themselves. Commander Qin, please remain calm. I will inquire about the situation, Ran Bing interjected, recognizing the tense standoff and swiftly stepping forward to address the city defenders. Commander Qin, our Lord Mayor wishes to discuss certain matters with you regarding the transaction between our lighthouse and yourself. Standing behind the towering mechas of the city defense forces, the radiant figure of He Guangzhe emerged, stepping forward with an alluring stride. Her tone was laced with arrogance and mockery, seemingly scoffing at those around her. Is there truly no way to postpone this discussion until after the transaction? Qin Tian replied with a calm demeanor, his expression having shifted from a recent gloom to one of stoic neutrality. That's not an option, Commander Qin. This matter is of utmost importance. Our esteemed Lord of the City has decreed that you must attend to it immediately. Moreover, due to the significance and uniqueness of this conversation, it can only involve you. Commander Qin, your soldiers must remain here and await your return. He Guangzhe continued, inching closer to Qin Tian, attempting to exert a sense of dominance, as if she were a victorious conqueror. Yet, Qin Tian maintained his impassive gaze, showing no signs of trepidation. Instead, he took a step forward, nearly closing the distance between them, prompting He Guangzhe to retreat slightly, in surprise. Observing her discomfort, the imposing figure of the Go, a soldier among the city defense forces, stepped forward with a hammer in hand. However, he was promptly intercepted by Dong Yi, who showed no hesitation in blocking De Go's advance. Upon encountering an obstruction, De Go instinctively swung his hand, aiming to strike. Unfortunately for him, he was facing Dong Yi, a formidable opponent capable of self-recovery, able to withstand tank shells, and resilient enough to endure the beams from the prism tower. As De Go's hand came crashing down, Dong Yi chose not to defend, but to absorb the blow, resulting in no effect whatsoever. His body remained steady, showing not even the slightest tremor. Is this child merely playing? Dong Yi thought, as he recalled that even a mere 3-star mobilization soldier could endure several tank shells without succumbing. Thus, De Go's slap was little more than a mere tickle. Despite De Go being clad in special armor and bolstered by strength, he could not budge the iron-like physique of Dong Yi. De Go stared in disbelief at Dong Yi, who had taken the slap without flinching. However, Dong Yi was not one to suffer in silence. He retaliated with a swift counter, producing a resounding crack as his hand struck. The onlookers witnessed De Go's towering form being sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground, his body contorted in the aftermath. De Go, Qin Tian, what is your soldier doing? He Guangzhe's expression darkened upon witnessing De Go's injury, her tone losing its previous mockery. What am I doing? Your companion assaulted my soldier, only to find himself outmatched and sent flying. Why do you question my soldier's actions? It was now Qin Tian's turn to speak with a hint of derision. Yet, amidst the banter, he recognized the urgency of the situation as the city defense forces appeared poised to retaliate upon witnessing De Go's downfall. Their hesitation stemmed from the formidable anti-aircraft artillery that loomed over them, preventing immediate action against Qin Tian and his group. Nonetheless, this stalemate was untenable, especially since they were on the territory of the lighthouse, which had already ascended. Should a conflict ensue, escape would not be guaranteed. Although Mark and his companions were negotiating with the commander of the city defense forces, Qin Tian could see that the city defense forces showed no signs of retreat. He realized that Morgan, that old wretch, was determined to betray him. Moreover, he intended to capture him and subject him to torture. in order to extract more information about the surface and the devourer beasts. System, this is urgent. I find myself in a dire predicament. Is there any way to escape? Qin Tian anxiously inquired within his mind, hoping to devise a means of fleeing the lighthouse without resorting to violence. After all, he truly wished to avoid any casualties among his loyal brothers. Yes, host, there's a way. Beep. This system detects that the life safety of the subpar host is under threat, thus initiating emergency loan mode and temporarily granting permissions for the construction of certain units. This is a one-time offer. Available loan amount, 10,000. Temporary access to vehicle construction units granted. What? System, I understand the temporary access to construction units, but what is this loan nonsense? You can't possibly be suggesting I take a loan to purchase red alert soldiers. Qin Tian was bewildered as he questioned the system, which provided an affirmative response. Although you eliminated a few snake dogs during your retreat, the remaining funds are 1 for 100. With 1 for 400, you can only afford a few ordinary red alert soldiers or a single anti-air infantry, which will not resolve the current crisis. Hence, the system is offering you a loan feature, but only this once. Very well then, system, please release the entire loan amount of 10,000 to me. After hearing the system's explanation, Qin Tian decided not to dwell on the loan issue any further. He closed his eyes and accepted the entire loan amount in one go. Funds 10,000. Remaining funds 11 for 100. System, what vehicles are available for temporary construction? Can they reach the lighthouse? After all, the lighthouse is in the sky. If I can only purchase ground vehicles, won't that be disastrous? Host, you may check for yourself. Qin Tian opened the construction panel for the temporarily available vehicle units. Terrifying robot, 3,100. Anti-air armored vehicle, 5,100. Multifunctional infantry vehicle, 6,100. Armed mining vehicle, not unlocked. The system had only permitted the construction of 3 types of vehicles: the terrifying robot, the anti-air armored vehicle, and the multifunctional infantry vehicle. System, none of these vehicles can fly. And does the terrifying robot even count as a vehicle? What if I purchase them and they cannot ascend? Should I simply demolish the entire lighthouse? Qin Tian could not suppress his existential query towards the system. P.S. I apologize, dear readers. The author had initially planned to update 2 chapters today, but due to overtime at the logistics warehouse, there was not enough time. Consequently, only 1 chapter can be updated today. The remaining content will be completed tomorrow, as I, the young author, will finally have a day off. At that time, there will be an abundance of updates. Chapter 19, Paratrooper 1 is ready. Horror robot, 3,100. Anti-air tracked vehicle, 5,100. Multifunctional infantry vehicle, 6,100. Armed mining vehicle, not unlocked. Remaining funds, 11,400. Qin Tian gazed at the temporary construction unit permissions granted by the system, finding himself momentarily perplexed. Among the 3 available vehicles, none possessed the capability of flight. Producing them would not rescue himself and his companions. Was he truly expected to deploy 2 anti-air tracked vehicles to bring down the lighthouse? Such an endeavor seemed implausible, as it was likely that a few shots would merely attract the attention of the lighthouse's scavenger team, who would descend in airdropped armored vehicles to obliterate them. After much contemplation, it appeared that only the horror robots were a viable option for purchase. Though Qin Tian was uncertain if he could even deploy them, the system remained silent when questioned, leaving him to gamble on a desperate solution. System, procure 3 horror robots. Funds, 9,300. Remaining funds, 2,100 with the horror robots acquired. Qin Tian's immediate task was to bide his time and observe how the system would strategically position the horror robots against the lighthouse. Meanwhile, the city defense forces had begun to display visible impatience. Despite Mark and his companions' ongoing negotiations with the commander of the city defense forces in hopes of peacefully resolving their predicament, their efforts bore no fruit. Morgan, having chosen to betray them, was unwilling to relinquish the design schematics for the heavy mecha of the lighthouse, seeking instead to extract further intelligence from them. He was resolute in his treachery, unless they could muster sufficient strength to contend with him. Commander Qin, cease your futile struggles. Have your soldiers lay down their arms. Surrender while you still can. This way, the lighthouse may show you some mercy. The cold threat from the Radiant One aimed to compel Qin Tian to recognize the futility of resistance. My Lord Radiant One, what fault have Commander Qin and his team committed that necessitates the deployment of the city defense forces against them? Penny could not restrain her curiosity. That is none of your concern. The city defense forces and the enforcers are conducting their duties. Outsiders should step aside. Penny, stung by the rebuff, lowered her head and ceased her defense of Qin Tian. What is the meaning of this city defense force action? Is it the Lord Mayor's directive? But why would the Lord Mayor orchestrate such a thing? Wasn't everything fine before? There were even trade dealings. Mo City's expression was equally grim, while Feixue, masked, concealed her emotions. Commander Qin is a friend of mine, Mark. You cannot treat him this way. I must speak with the Lord Mayor about this matter. Captain Mark addressed a member of the city defense forces clad in heavy mecha and made to approach Lord Morgan. This is the Lord Mayor's intention. What? How could that be the case? Mark stood frozen upon hearing the soldier's words, subsequently raising his gaze towards the command room of the lighthouse. At that moment, he locked eyes with Lord Morgan and caught sight of Charles standing beside him. What the hell? But Commander Qin is my friend. Why would the Lord Mayor act in such a manner? Mark wished to continue his inquiry. Yet the soldier clad in heavy mechanized armor from the city defense force interjected coolly. I am unaware of such matters. I am merely a soldier tasked with executing orders. Do you intend to defy the commands of Lord City Master? If you have concerns, address them with him. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Mark fell silent. His expression filled with guilt as he cast a glance towards Qin Tian and the others, ultimately bowing his head in resignation. Captain, you must speak with Lord City Master. Qin urged, but before he could finish, Ran Bing rushed to Mark's side, intending to prompt him to report the matter to the city master. However, upon learning that the city defense's actions were indeed sanctioned by Lord Morgan, she too fell into silence. Meanwhile, Qin Tian remained locked in a standoff with a light-bearer, attempting to buy time, yet the light-bearer was no longer willing to wait. She raised her gaze towards the command room of the lighthouse, locking eyes with Charles, and upon receiving his nod of assent, she directed the encircling city defense soldiers with a simple command: proceed. With permission granted, the soldiers advanced, preparing to apprehend Qin Tian and his companions. Those not clad in heavy armor, armed only with firearms and melee weapons, stepped forward alongside the enforcers, intent on being the first to seize the red alert soldiers. They formed triads, with one soldier aiming at Dong San while two enforcers, wielding their batons, approached, intending to subdue him with a beating. However, their efforts were swiftly met with retaliation. Though Dong San was targeted by the city defense soldier's rifle, he exhibited no fear. As an enforcer approached to strike him, Dong San quickly countered with a rifle, but to the assailant's head, knocking him down. The second enforcer, witnessing his comrade's defeat, swung his baton at Dong San, only to have Dong San parry the blow and deliver another rifle, but to his temple, rendering him unconscious. The soldier aiming at Dong San hesitated to pull the trigger, repeatedly shouting, "Don't move. If you do, I will shoot. Surrender and drop your weapons." The situation among the other Red Alert soldiers mirrored this chaotic scene. They were engaged in mutual combat, yet none dared to fire the first shot. The Red Alert soldiers refrained from shooting because Qin Tian, their commander, had not given the order, while the city defense soldiers likely held back due to Morgan's directive prohibiting gunfire. Qin Tian discerned Morgan's strategy, surrounding them with a substantial force to demonstrate the might of the lighthouse, hoping to compel a surrender without bloodshed. Although the lighthouse was Morgan's domain, it was also his home. Should fierce combat erupt, Morgan might be confident in annihilating or even capturing Qin Tian and his team. However, the cost would be significant, a consequence he wished to avoid. Furthermore, Morgan feared Qin Tian's desperation, which could unleash his anti-air infantry to engage freely. While their artillery might not entirely obliterate the lighthouse, it could inflict tremendous and unacceptable losses. The two factions engaged in a fierce melee, neither willing to fire the first shot while both remained defiant. The city defense forces, clad in formidable exoskeletons, joined the fray. Their enhanced strength allowed them to effortlessly send Qin Tian's loyal companions flying with a mere slap. After Dong Air had incapacitated 2 enforcers and a city defense soldier lacking heavy armor, he sought a moment's respite, only to be greeted by a colossal mechanical arm hurtling towards him. Despite Dong Air's attempt to block with his rifle, the AK-47 in his grasp shattered like fragile parchment under the force of the blow from the red-armored city defender, reducing it to a mere fragment of its former self. Dong Air was sent sprawling several meters away, but fortunately, Imo Chung was quick enough to catch him, albeit being knocked to the ground and rolling several times to dissipate the impact. Goodness, you nearly knocked the breath out of me. Hey, aren't your city defenders a bit too ruthless? Imo Chung swiftly regained his footing and shouted at the soldier responsible for sending Dong Air flying. Yet the city defender paid him no heed, instead striding towards Meng Yi, who was surrounded by 4 assailants. Only the 5 anti-air infantrymen on Kong Yi's side remained untroubled, as even the heavily armored city defenders dared not approach. After all, while the firearms wielded by the other red alert soldiers were manageable, a stray shot from an anti-aircraft cannon could spell disaster. Should one misfire, even the city defenders clad in their protective exoskeletons would be left in disarray, scattered far and wide, a consequence well understood by the city forces. Watching as his red alert soldiers were taken down one by one, Qin Tian clenched his teeth, enduring the situation like a stoic ninja turtle. The light bearer, observing Qin Tian's demeanor, abandoned his previously grim expression, replacing it with a renewed air of mockery. System, when will my 3 terrifying robots arrive? And how will they ascend? Qin Tian suppressed his frustration and inquired of the system in his mind. Host, I understand your urgency, but please be patient. The terrifying robots will arrive in 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system's response, only to be startled by a sudden explosive sound from the sky. 3 dark figures appeared on the horizon, hurtling towards the lighthouse at an astonishing speed, creating a sonic boom in their wake. What the? Paratrooper 1? Lu Benwei? Qin Tian was left in a state of disbelief, as were all those atop the lighthouse. Mark, the light bearer, the city defenders, and even the bystanders below all wore expressions of utter confusion, unable to discern the nature of the rapidly approaching entities. Among them, Jing Nan, observing the control screens in the lighthouse's command room, reacted the swiftest. Something is approaching our lighthouse at incredible speed. Activate the lighthouse's defenses. Jing Nan shouted. It's too late. The incoming objects are moving far too quickly. They've already arrived, stammered another officer beside Jing Nan, monitoring the display. Meanwhile, on the side of Qin Tian and his companions, the members of the lighthouse only discerned the true nature of the 3 black dots as they approached the structure. There were 3 airdrop pods. Just before colliding with the lighthouse, these pods suddenly emitted a tremendous burst of flames from their sides, presumably activating rocket boosters for deceleration. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, the 3 pods, having completed their deceleration, were merely a few meters away from the lighthouse when they suddenly disintegrated and plummeted. In that instantaneous moment of disintegration, 3 arachnid-like mechanical creatures leaped forth from the pods, swiftly landing atop the lighthouse. What? What is this? Is it a devourer beast? How terrifying. I'll help. The devourer beast has ascended the lighthouse. Stay calm. This is not a devourer beast. It does not resemble one at all. I have seen it before. What is happening? Why is everyone fleeing? The common folk outside the lighthouse were in a frenzied uproar, while those within the inner circle were equally alarmed, leading to a scene of utter chaos. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was left in awe by the dramatic entrance of the 3 terrifying robots. It was simply breathtaking. Chapter 20. The smile will not disappear, but it will shift. The magnificent appearance of 3 terrifying robots stunned everyone present, and Qin Tian was utterly captivated by the system's operations. The $100 spent on transportation felt immensely worthwhile. Meanwhile, the commoners and upper echelon of the lighthouse were in a state of chaos, with Mark and his companions also gazing at the trio of fearsome robots. However, the 3 robots seemed somewhat peculiar. In the Red Alert game, terrifying robots were slightly larger than humans, yet small enough to infiltrate vehicles and wreak havoc, causing the parasitized vehicles to continuously lose health until they exploded. Yet, the 3 robots before them stood nearly 2 meters tall, only slightly smaller than the serpent dog beast. Their entire forms shrouded in black, exuding a sense of high technology. Their 4 legs, sharp as titanium alloy blades, instilled an unsettling sensation in the viewer's necks. Is this really a terrifying robot? This seems incorrect, right? Can they even infiltrate vehicles to cause destruction? Qin Tian found himself bewildered, mentally questioning the system. Why would a terrifying robot need to enter a vehicle to cause damage? The system perplexingly retorted, if they do not enter the vehicle, how can the terrifying robots destroy it? Why not just tear it apart? Why must they enter to cause destruction? The system confidently asserted, momentarily short-circuiting Qin Tian's mind. Just as his thoughts were muddled, the soldiers of the city defense army surrounding him regained their senses, raising their firearms and opening fire on the terrifying robots. However, the high-strength titanium alloy bodies of the robots were not easily penetrable. The bullets fired by the soldiers merely produced a sound upon impact, leaving no visible marks. A soldier clad in a Red City Defense Guardian exosuit, equipped with a massive melee hammer, propelled himself forward on a wheeled platform designed for rapid movement, charging at the terrifying robots. Upon seeing the approaching figure, the robot's eyes glowed red, and they surged towards the soldier with astonishing speed. Oh no, don't kill him. Just dismantle the exosuit. Due to the protagonist's insufficient strength, killing leads to being trapped in the lighthouse. Qin Tian, having snapped back to reality, urgently shouted. He recalled how in the Red Alert game, terrifying robots could instantaneously eliminate any biological unit. The robot that had already tackled the exosuit, upon receiving Qin Tian's command, did not relent. In the blink of an eye, it utilized its razor-sharp limbs to disassemble the exosuit beneath it into a heap of parts. The Red City Defense Guardian exosuit's limbs were severed, and the armor protecting the cockpit was obliterated, exposing the soldier piloting the exosuit. Yet that soldier, paralyzed by fear, scrambled out from the wreckage, frantically fleeing towards the light bearer. Lord Radiant, save me. There are monsters here. Monsters. Qin Tian now comprehended the system's earlier statement about being torn apart. It was quite literal, as they were indeed being shredded into fragments of heroes. Observing the utterly inept city defense forces, Lord Radiant could not restrain herself from delivering a slap that sent one of them sprawling, followed by a disdainful remark about their incompetence. Although her lips quivered slightly, she maintained a haughty and resolute tone as she addressed Qin Tian. Commander Qin, is this your support? While it is rather unexpected, let us not forget this is the lighthouse. In response to Lord Radiant's words, Qin Tian merely smiled faintly and replied with calm dignity. I am well aware this is the lighthouse. However, as long as I refrain from unleashing a massacre here, dismantling only those who recently besieged my subordinates should suffice, no? Surely, Lord Morgan will not hold it against me, as it is your side that has breached trust first. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Radiant? The address of Lord Radiant is purely a jest, a subtle mockery of her demeanor. Do not inquire why he refrains from killing, for the protagonist group is present, and it is implausible for them to witness Qin Tian committing murder atop the lighthouse. Moreover, the lighthouse possesses turreted artillery capable of firing cannons, heavy machine guns, and even tracking missiles, none of which Qin Tian is presently equipped to contend with. Thus, Qin Tian simply commanded the terror robots to dismantle the heavily armored figures, creating a scene of chaos without reaching the point of irrevocable conflict. Killing would signify an absolute breach, leaving no room for reconciliation. Dismantling the armor, however, could be framed as a misunderstanding due to their earlier misdeeds. The damaged armor could be repaired. Yet, should he take lives and Lord Morgan still permit Qin Tian to remain at the lighthouse, the repercussions would be dire. If Lord Morgan were to act thus, he would undoubtedly lose all credibility among the lighthouse populace. Once the authority of a leader crumbles, who will heed their commands? If they do not rebel, it is already a foregone conclusion. Therefore, once Qin Tian resorts to killing, there would be no chance of leaving the lighthouse unscathed. If he refrains from murder, the mechanical descent could serve as a means to intimidate Lord Morgan, ensuring he does not act recklessly without overstepping his bounds. Commander Qin, Mark began to voice a protest, but was interrupted by a mere glance from Qin Tian. The dog-like figure pointed at someone following the command from their leader. The three terror robots immediately sprang into action, while the city defense forces behind Lord Radiant sprang into action, opening fire on the terror robots. Despite the terror robots being larger targets, they moved with remarkable speed, resulting in most bullets missing their mark. Even when some bullets struck the terror robots, they inflicted minimal damage. The heavy armament of the city defense's armored mechs fired 12mm rounds that could penetrate the terror robots' defenses. However, the rapid movement of the terror robots meant that after enduring gunfire, they quickly closed the distance. Once engaged in close quarters, the outcome would be inevitable. Except for the fact that no one perished, the re-established mechas transformed into mere sticks and fragments within 3 seconds, ready to be retrieved by the supplies maintenance room. Irreparable in their state, the soldiers of the city defense army, armed with ordinary firearms, found their rifles severed in half, reduced to a mere 5 guns. After the terrifying robots passed by, in less than 5 minutes, the encircling soldiers lost all capacity to resist. Their weapons were utterly destroyed, and all 8 city defense guardian mechas were rendered inoperable. After the chaos, the fearsome robots returned to stand behind Qin Tian, some bearing bullet holes from the heavy-duty 12mm rounds. Yet overall, they remained largely unscathed. However, the light-bearer was in a dire predicament. Her crimson lips trembled, and although masked, Qin Tian could distinctly sense the fear within her, which she valiantly stifled from showing. Why so glum, dear light-bearer? Has laughter eluded you? Or can you simply not muster a smile? Qin Tian pressed forward, gently lifting her delicately smooth chin with his finger, his face nearly touching her mask. Why does the light-bearer remain still? Because she is virtuous. The 3 menacing robots behind Qin Tian glared at her with glowing red eyes, instilling a fear that any movement might result in immediate annihilation. Qin Tian, do not revel in your triumph. The lighthouse will not overlook the considerable losses you have inflicted upon us. Despite her inner trepidation, the light-bearer managed to threaten him with a haughty tone, though the act of swallowing her fear betrayed her resolve. Is that so? I trust the esteemed lord of the city possesses ample magnanimity and will not dwell upon the trifling damages caused by a mere guest. Qin Tian replied with a light chuckle, subsequently turning his gaze toward the command room above the lighthouse, locking eyes with Morgan, who had been observing the situation below, and also noting Charles standing beside him, his expression as grim as Qin Tian's had once been. After a few moments of shared glances, Morgan slowly bowed his head with a sigh, then turned to exit the command room of the lighthouse. He had not anticipated that matters would spiral into such complexity, becoming wholly unmanageable. Not only had he failed to compel Qin Tian and his companions to yield, but they had also suffered significant losses in mechas, akin to losing both the wife and the soldiers. With Morgan's departure from the command room, only Charles remained. His face darkened with resentment as he fixed a defiant stare upon Qin Tian. Observing Charles's expression of frustration and defiance, Qin Tian, out of courtesy, returned a gesture of disdain and mouthed a polite phrase in response. What are you staring at, you shark arm? P.S. Here the author begins to mock the naive fans, as many of them were unable to cope with the protagonist's unexpected ferocity, reacting like clowns afflicted with Down syndrome. The second season has already emerged, and now the lighthouse boasts turret artillery, while the protagonist from Linglong is also present at the pinnacle of combat prowess. Thus, with the protagonist commanding 3 terrifying robots and a few good comrades, one might ponder how they would be slain. Behaving like a brainless figure consumed by an exaggerated sense of superiority, one knowingly engages in futile conflict despite the inevitable outcome. In the realm of gaming, such actions would incite the ire of teammates, who might deride you for your reckless abandon. Ignoring the consequences entirely, the protagonist experiences a moment of revulsion, while the true detriment lies with the lighthouse faction, who endure the destruction of their formidable assets. Yet, after merely a fleeting discomfort, one cannot tolerate the lack of immediate gratification and recklessly sacrifices a promising future for a senseless struggle against their opponents. Such a disposition reflects a rather peculiar approach to life. A minor lapse in patience can jeopardize grander schemes, and I must reiterate, this narrative does not indulge in thoughtless carnage devoid of consequence. Nevertheless, Those who revel in mindless entertainment seem irresistibly drawn to this tale, leaving one to ponder who shall bear the brunt of criticism. Chapter 21. Leaving the Lighthouse. Preparing to build a home on the ground, Qin Tian cast a glance at the sullen-faced Charles in the command room of the lighthouse and, without hesitation, raised his middle finger, exclaiming, "What are you looking at, shark arm?" After berating Charles, Qin Tian averted his gaze, while Morgan, having failed in his underhanded attempt, immediately dispatched Jing Nan along with several senior officials to apologize to Qin Tian. "We sincerely apologize, Commander Qin. We did not anticipate, spare me the pleasantries. I have already demonstrated the method to eliminate the devourer beast. Please present the revised designs for the mecha." Qin Tian interrupted Jing Nan. It was evident that Morgan had merely sent her to convey an apology and to deflect responsibility by seeking a scapegoat. Moreover, the very fact that Morgan dared to send Jing Nan to converse with Qin Tian and his companions indicated that he was not overly concerned about a complete fallout with them. In truth, despite Qin Tian currently commanding multiple mobilizers and 3 formidable robots, their strength still paled in comparison to that of the lighthouse. Though the terrifying robots were indeed powerful, their numbers were limited, insufficient to incapacitate the entire armed forces of the lighthouse. Should a complete breach occur, the lighthouse would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, yet Qin Tian might find it challenging to act decisively. It would be more prudent to await a time when he possessed sufficient strength to confront the lighthouse head-on. However, given the current circumstances, it was clear that remaining at the lighthouse was no longer tenable. Lingering there could lead to unforeseen treachery from Old Deng. This was a scenario Qin Tian could not abide. Thus, he resolved to secure the designs for the mecha before promptly departing to develop his own ambitions. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Jing Nan understood that he likely did not wish to sever ties completely with the lighthouse, which is why he refrained from pressing further about the recent threats posed by the city defense forces. Qin Tian's stance relieved Jing Nan, as she had been at a loss for how to explain the situation. It was evident that the lighthouse had acted in bad faith, attempting to orchestrate betrayal. Unfortunately, their plan backfired, for none had anticipated that Qin Tian would summon 3 massive, spider-like machines for support in such a critical moment, even managing to airdrop them. This indicated that although Qin Tian and his companions were survivors from the old world, the forces backing them were far from negligible. Indeed, they may even surpass the lighthouse in strength. The speed at which Qin Tian was able to call for reinforcements suggested that he was not merely a minor figure within his organization, but rather someone of considerable importance, perhaps even a mid-level or high-ranking official. Fortunately, the airdropped mechanical spiders numbered only 3. Had there been a dozen more, they might have been capable of seizing control of the entire lighthouse. At that moment, Qin Tian remained oblivious to Jing Nan's inner musings and her extensive speculations. His sole desire was to swiftly obtain the revised designs for the mecha and vacate the lighthouse, lest the night prolong his troubles. Commander Jing, what troubles you?" Qin Tian inquired impatiently, interrupting her contemplations. Nothing at all, Commander Qin. This hard drive contains the comprehensive design schematics and detailed information for our lighthouse project. I shall hand it over to you now. When the time comes, you only need to insert this hard drive into one of the 5 holographic display panels I provided earlier to access the data. Coming back to her senses, Jing Nan promptly passed the hard drive to Qin Tian, elucidating its usage. "Understood. Thank you, Commander Jing." Qin Tian received the hard drive with gratitude and then summoned all the Red Alert soldiers under his command. "Now, Commander Jing, our transaction with the lighthouse is complete. Please inform the control room to find a relatively safe location to return us to the surface. If fate permits, I shall engage in further dealings with your lighthouse in the future." Qin Tian emphasized the word transaction, and Jing Nan discerned the implication behind his words. Yet she dared not entertain any other thoughts. Although releasing Qin Tian and his companions would be akin to setting a tiger free, given that their recent encounter had irrevocably strained relations, they had not yet officially severed ties. Conversely, if they chose to detain Qin Tian and his group, extinguishing them at the lighthouse, while the lighthouse might have confidence in its ability to do so, the cost would undoubtedly be steep. Furthermore, They were uncertain of the forces behind Qin Tian and what measures they could mobilize. Should the lighthouse strike first? And if Qin Tian were to summon a few or even dozens of terror robots for support, it could spell disaster for the lighthouse, potentially leaving no avenue for escape. Of course, luring Qin Tian and his companions onto the lift platform, only to drop them in a perilous area to befall the jaws of the fearsome beasts, was also an impractical notion. For Qin Tian was no fool. Upon perceiving danger on the surface, he would swiftly grasp the lighthouse's intentions. Even if they could not return to the lighthouse, he would undoubtedly inform his allies to retaliate against the lighthouse before his demise, leading to an equally dire outcome. Thus, the lighthouse refrained from taking risks. Each time Qin Tian summoned a dozen terror robots to transform the lighthouse into their likeness, it indicated that his capabilities were not limitless, though the exact extent remained unknown. What if he possessed other means, choosing not to reveal them until the moment of desperation? The lighthouse, eager to force their hand, could inadvertently provoke Qin Tian to unleash a self-destructive gambit. It was this intricate web of circumstances and uncertainties that led the lighthouse to decide that as long as Qin Tian did not turn against them, they would refrain from further provocations. Consequently, Qin Tian, accompanied by the terror robots and a contingent of Red Alert soldiers, ascended the lift platform, gradually descending towards the surface under the watchful eyes of Mark, Ran Bing, and the others. "Hey, Captain, do you think Commander Qin will harbor a lasting resentment towards us because of this?" Penny asked, her head bowed in guilt, her spirits low. However, Mark refrained from answering her inquiry, as he was uncertain of Qin Tian's thoughts. The time spent together has been too brief. Mark has yet to fully comprehend Qin Tian's character. He only knows that Qin Tian is the commander of that group of soldiers, who tends to value his own life and occasionally engages in actions that betray his comrades. But that is the extent of his understanding. I believe Commander Qin would not harbor resentment toward all of us from the lighthouse, despite the egregious behavior exhibited by the city defense forces. Ran Bing spoke up. It must be said that her perspective is somewhat naive. However, upon hearing her words, Mark merely shook his head in uncertainty. Returning to Qin Tian's perspective, they were nearing the ground on the lighthouse's lift platform. This time, that old Morgan did not betray or undermine them. He indeed found a relatively safe location to set them down, albeit the surroundings were desolate, consisting solely of yellow sand and yellow earth. Fortunately, prior to their descent, the stunning Jing Nan mentioned that Morgan had sent them an airdropped armored vehicle and a supply transport vehicle as an apology. This spared Qin Tian and his companions the ordeal of walking on foot, alleviating some of Qin Tian's anger over Morgan's previous betrayal. He secretly resolved that once he acquired the Black Hawk aircraft, he would not obliterate the entire lighthouse, but instead transform it into something befitting his own vision. However, the more pressing matter at hand is to swiftly locate a suitable site for establishing a base and subsequently constructing a power plant for the Red Alert, thus enabling the realization of his troop expansion plan. Peace. The quality of this chapter may not be particularly high, but tomorrow, even I, the humble author, cannot predict. Oh well, I am simply feeling lazy today, so I shall leave it at that. Chapter 22. The exorbitant interest of the malevolent system after being delivered by the lighthouse. Qin Tian and the Red Alert soldiers found themselves at a loss as to where to establish their base. Thus, they prompted Dong Qi to retrieve the intelligence previously exchanged with the lighthouse. Dong Qi procured 5 holographic electronic display panels from the airdrop armored vehicle, which contained a wealth of information amassed by the lighthouse regarding the terrain over the years. As Qin Tian scrutinized the map on the electronic display, he noted numerous locations marked with red dots. These red-marked areas likely indicated the danger zones identified by the lighthouse, which, at present, were beyond the capability of their meager forces to confront. Conversely, the locations marked with green dots appeared to signify resource points, where the level of danger was considerably lower. The gray dots scattered across the map represented areas of resource scarcity. After careful consideration, Qin Tian ultimately selected a site that was proximate to a resource point and posed a minimal risk for establishing their base. He annotated this location on the display and handed it to Eagle Eye, stating, "Please investigate the blue mark point I have indicated. I believe it is suitable for our base. Understood, replied Eagle Eye, promptly ascending to the driver's seat and steering the vehicle towards the designated location, with 3 formidable robots trailing behind. Due to their substantial size, the robots were unable to fit in the vehicle and had to run alongside. Fortunately, their speed surpassed that of the 2 vehicles, alleviating any concerns of lagging behind. System. The terrifying robots cannot possibly possess infinite energy, right? They must require sustenance and hydration like the mobilized troops, correct? Qin Tian pondered, observing the 3 swift spiders racing ahead, which prompted him to inquire about the energy consumption of the robots. Replying to the host, the terrifying robots do require energy in the form of electricity. However, their titanium alloy exteriors are composed of a special material that can absorb solar energy and convert it into electrical energy, functioning akin to a built-in power bank, sufficient to sustain the robot's operational needs. Is that true, system? Don't deceive me due to my lack of education. Can they truly maintain unlimited endurance through solar energy? What happens at night? Do not inquire further. It is merely the result of Red Alert's advanced technology. And why do you have so many questions? If you continue, I will instruct you to charge the terrifying robots yourself. After being retorted by the system, Qin Tian promptly sealed his lips and refrained from further inquiries. Before long, they arrived at the chosen site for their base. The terrain was relatively flat, devoid of excessive debris and dilapidated vehicles. In the distance, nearly 10 kilometers away, lay the ruins of a city, but its considerable distance posed little threat to them. Thus, Qin Tian resolved to establish their base at this location. As time was of the essence, he commanded the system, open the construction panel for building units. The construction prices for the buildings are exorbitantly high. Aren't they? I recall that in the game, the Allied power plant cost merely 800, while the Soviet power station was even cheaper at just 600. How is it that here they have surged to 5,000 and 4,000? This is utterly outrageous. Qin Tian gazed at the construction costs, his eyes widening in disbelief, as he realized he only had 2,100 funds remaining, far too little to construct anything. Why are they so expensive, host? These prices have always been standard. If you find them excessive, perhaps you should reflect on your efforts in hunting the extreme beasts and whether your finances have increased, the system retorted. Li Jiadong? Qin Tian was momentarily bewildered by the system's response, and upon regaining his composure, he donned a mask of despair. Host, remember that a game is merely a game, and reality is distinct. Do not conflate the two. Practice more if you find yourself lacking. Qin Tian was left speechless. He could not fathom why his system was so filled with quips, but he had no time for such musings. Having lingered at the lighthouse for far too long, the sun was beginning to set. If he delayed any further, he feared he might still be without a building by nightfall, and he certainly did not wish to spend the night inside an armored vehicle. Terrifying 1 and Terrifying 2, venture outside to hunt extreme beasts. Terrifying 3, remain here to stand guard, while the others patrol the perimeter. Dong, you and Eagle, I will stay to protect me. Qin Tian promptly issued commands to the Red Alert soldiers and the 3 terrifying robots. Except for Eagle Eye and Dong, everyone else was to patrol and remain vigilant. He instructed the 2 terrifying robots to hunt the extreme beasts, while one stayed behind to guard their position. The 2 robots, upon receiving the order, swiftly dashed into the distance. At this moment, Qin Tian awaited the robots to hunt the extreme beasts and accumulate funds. Currently, he lacked a main base, and the system had not provided him with a base vehicle upon binding. The reason he could construct buildings without a base vehicle was likely due to the 3-day novice protection period granted by the system. System, do I need to purchase the base vehicle in Red Alert myself? Indeed, host. The base vehicle in Red Alert is not provided by this system. If you do not gather sufficient funds to purchase a base vehicle within the 3-day novice protection period, you will no longer be able to construct any buildings thereafter. Just as he suspected, how much does a base vehicle cost? Qin Tian inquired next. Allied base vehicle, 30,000. Soviet base vehicle, 30,000. Wow, what? Before Qin Tian could recover from a shock, he heard the system continue. Indeed, host, you have just secured a loan of 10 000 units from this system while at the lighthouse. Should you repay this amount within 3 days, the system shall impose no interest. However, if repayment is delayed beyond this period, the system will levy a daily interest rate of 10, amounting to 1,000 units each day. Qin Tian remarked, "How insidious this system is. The interest rates are more exorbitant than those of usury itself." He felt compelled to politely inquire about the system's origins. Nonetheless, with no other choice, he resigned to his fate. Even in such dire circumstances, he was left with no alternative but to accept the situation. Consequently, his subordinates would soon face a grim fate, forced to labor tirelessly as they endeavored to repay the debt for their commander. Meanwhile, the fearsome robots, Kong E and Kong Air, dispatched to hunt the devourer beasts, had located their target. They arrived at a secluded canyon where Kong E utilized its infrared scanning capabilities to detect a dozen resting serpent dog devourer beasts, along with a mound of humanoid flesh and soil, some of which bore slumbering spinal remains. As biomechanical arachnids, Kong E and Kong Air were devoid of any emotional capacity, rendering them inconsequential in the eyes of the devourer beasts, who did not perceive them as a threat. However, the absence of aggression from the serpent dogs did not deter the two formidable robots from fulfilling their mission. They leaped from their elevated position and swiftly launched an offensive against the assembly of devourer beasts, executing the command issued by their superior. Chapter 23: Orbital Airdrop in Space. System selection. Suddenly, terrifying robots descended from above, startling a group of resting serpent dogs, who had yet to react before an arachnid-like entity lunged towards them. One of the lounging serpent dogs, upon witnessing the advance of the menacing automaton, promptly rose, extending its elongated neck in a display of bared teeth as a warning. The robotic entity, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, was perceived not as prey, but merely as an unfamiliar intruder encroaching upon its territory, prompting the serpent dog to issue its warning. However, the fearsome robot was oblivious to the serpent dog's gestures. It was solely committed to executing the command from its master to hunt the voracious beasts. Consequently, as the serpent dog elongated its neck and bared its fangs, the robot lunged forward, its imposing stature of nearly 2 meters swiftly pinning the serpent dog beneath it. With a mere flick of its sharp forelimbs, the robot cleanly severed the serpent dog's head, reducing its long neck to 3 segments. A copious stream of azure blood gushed from the decapitated creature's wound. Yet the loss of its head did not equate to its demise. Thus, the robot continued to wield its razor-sharp limbs, dismembering the remaining body into a pile of flesh until it finally uncovered the core of the serpent dog and obliterated it, ensuring the creature's complete annihilation. Robot eliminates serpent dog. Funds 250. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, stationed at the construction site and awaiting the robot's hunt for the voracious beasts, received the notification of the serpent dog's demise. The time taken by the robot to dispatch a serpent dog was remarkably brief, around 3 minutes, primarily due to the elusive nature of the creature's core, which could be located anywhere within its body. Similarly, the second robot also dispatched a serpent dog in a matter of minutes. Upon witnessing their companion's sudden and violent end, the remaining serpent dogs quickly comprehended that these two entities were not mere intruders, but rather predatory hunters. In a frenzy, they charged at the robots, seeking vengeance for their fallen ally. The robots, unyielding, engaged the serpent dogs head-on, utilizing their sharp limbs for offense while their unique titanium alloy exoskeleton provided sturdy defense. Despite the robot's overwhelming power and lethality against an individual serpent dog, their numbers were not insignificant, totaling over a dozen. As the second robot reduced one serpent dog to several pieces, it was swiftly besieged by 2 others. One serpent dog leaped onto its back, while the other lashed out with its tail, only to be met with a swift and decisive strike from the robot's elevated forelimb, cleaving it in 2. The serpent dogs, possessing a modicum of intelligence, recognized the impenetrable and slick nature of the robot's exoskeleton, and thus resorted to blunt force attacks with their claws and tails. Although the damage inflicted was not substantial, it was certainly preferable to the futility of a single futile bite. Thus, the serpent hound, perched upon the back of the terror beast, launched its attack with its 6 limbs, reminiscent of a human hand. However, after only a couple of strikes, it was flung off by a powerful leap from the terror beast. The situation for the other terror beast was similarly dire, facing a multitude of opponents. Just as it reduced one serpent hound to a mere pulp, another serpent hound swept it away with its tail, crashing it against the canyon wall. The immense force caused a slight dent in its titanium alloy exterior, yet remained capable of assault. One serpent hound attempted to seize the opportunity to bite at the front limb of the terror beast, likely aiming to sever its attacking appendage. Unbeknownst to it, the terror beast's limbs were equipped with razor-sharp edges. As the serpent hound clamped down, its jaw was severed, leaving it a foolish creature devoid of both upper and lower jaws. The terror beast was not one to overlook such an easy target. It swiftly approached and dismembered the serpent hound into numerous pieces, ultimately locating and cleaving its core in half. However, it must not be forgotten that serpent hounds possess a degree of intelligence. They could communicate through the tendrils adorning their bodies and summoned wave after wave of reinforcements. Despite the formidable prowess of the terror beasts and their lack of pain or emotion as biomechanical entities, they were not invincible. Under the relentless assault of the serpent hounds, the titanium alloy exteriors of the terror beast sustained severe damage, with most of their surfaces now indented. The exterior of the second terror beast bore visible battle scars, with a gash exposing various mechanical components within. Although the first terror beast's exterior remained intact, one of its hind legs had been gnawed off by several serpent hounds, leaving it with only 3 legs, struggling to maintain balance and frequently falling. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, who had been waiting at the base, received an urgent notification from the system. System alert. Host, your dispatched terror beasts, Terror 1 and Terror 2, are in dire straits. They are on the verge of destruction. You must order their retreat immediately to possibly salvage them. What? My Terror 1 and Terror 2 are about to perish? System, bring them back at once. Qin Tian commanded through the system, issuing a directive for the terror beasts to make their escape. Yet, ensnared by the serpent hounds, it appeared that Terror 1 and Terror 2 were doomed. Terror 1, with only 3 legs remaining, could hardly move, while Terror 2, though severely damaged, still retained sufficient mobility to flee. Acting swiftly upon the command to retreat, the 2 terrifying robots executed the order. However, Terror 1, hindered by its missing leg, stumbled and was besieged by a horde of serpent hounds, its demise imminent. Fortunately, Terror 2 managed to break through the encirclement of serpent hounds and fled at an astonishing speed. The serpent hounds, witnessing Terror 2's escape, chose not to pursue, for to them, the terrifying robots were devoid of value. Pursuing a being lacking any essence of life was of no interest to them. As long as he does not return to continue the onslaught, driving him away suffices. The formidable creature, designated as Terror 2, exhibited remarkable speed, effortlessly crushing several spinal entities beneath its feet during its return journey. The spines lamented, "Hey, give me peanuts." Before long, Terror 2 successfully arrived at the temporary encampment where Qin Tian was preparing to establish his abode. However, upon seeing only Terror 2 return, Qin Tian's vision momentarily darkened. Where was Terror 1? Would he return for dinner? Observing the battle-worn Terror 2, Qin Tian realized that the likelihood of Terror 1 returning for supper was slim, and his heart ached profoundly. Having acquired the terrifying robot for 100 units, he had lost one in less than a day. Fortunately, both Terror 1 and Terror 2 had managed to amass a considerable sum for Qin Tian during their expedition. Remaining funds, 250. This amount was barely sufficient for constructing a Soviet power station. Once completed, the remaining funds would not even cover the cost of a barracks. What was to be done? Qin Tian silently glanced at Terror 2 and then, steeling himself, commanded, "Do not return for dinner tonight. Instead, hunt the devourer beast for me." Terror 2 merely turned and departed without hesitation, resembling a forlorn child abandoned by his father. Yet, there was no alternative. The system was unforgiving, and Qin Tian was so impoverished that he could scarcely afford meal. Fortunately, the lighthouse exhibited a semblance of conscience, providing them with 2 vehicles upon their descent, along with a modest supply of food and water, barely sufficient for their group of a dozen for a single day. After waiting for a short while, Qin Tian noticed a kill notification appearing in the upper right corner of his vision. Terror robot kills Serpent Dog. Funds 250. Terror robot kills Spinal Entity. Funds 25. Terror robot kills. Qin Tian's personal funds steadily increased alongside the notifications from Terror 2's successful hunts, ultimately ceasing when they reached 8. 125. Terror 2 side burnout. After waiting a while longer without witnessing another increase in his personal funds, Qin Tian understood that Terror 2 would indeed not return for dinner that evening. With tears in his eyes, he opened the construction unit panel, preparing to establish his residence. System: construct a Soviet power station and a Soviet barracks. Funds -7,000, remaining funds 1125. By the way, system, I currently lack a base vehicle. How will the purchased power station and barracks materialize? Will they just appear out of thin air? Host, have you heard of a space-based orbital airdrop? What is that? Qin Tian was bewildered, yet the system offered no further explanation. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous roar resonated from the sky, accompanied by the descent of 2 colossal airdrop containers, significantly larger than the 3 that had previously been deployed at the lighthouse. Astonishingly, the airdrop containers plummeted rapidly, igniting in brilliant flames due to friction with the air, illuminating the dusk sky as if it were noon. Even the lighthouse, now several dozen kilometers away, could see those 2 radiant fireballs. Regardless of their social standing, the inhabitants of the lighthouse pointed and speculated about the 2 immense fireballs that had suddenly appeared in the sky. "Are those meteors?" asked one commenter. "No, they're meteorites." "You fool," retorted another. "Aren't meteors and meteorites the same?" The first one replied, and upon reflection conceded, yes, you are correct." In the command room, Jing Nan observed the trajectory of the 2 colossal fireballs and sensed something unusual. Without hesitation, she activated a holographic projection screen. 2 red dots materialized on the display, and as she correlated their positions with the descent of the fireballs, a realization dawned upon her. She swiftly rushed to inform Morgan, the old commander. Meanwhile, Qin Tian remained oblivious to the happenings at the lighthouse. He gazed at the 2 enormous supply crates suspended in the sky, feeling as if the heavens were collapsing. With such a grand display, do you not fear attracting the devouring beasts? He lamented. Alas, this system has truly put me in peril. Indeed, as Qin Tian had anticipated, the dazzling supply crates drew the attention of the devouring beasts within several kilometers. Even those lurking 5 kilometers away began to stir restlessly. Fortunately, the territorial instincts of the larger beasts held them back from straying too far from their domains upon spotting the crates overhead. This incident underscored the significance of intelligence. Had Qin Tian not opted to trade ground information with Morgan at the lighthouse, and instead chosen a seemingly safer location for his residence that happened to fall within the territory of a formidable devouring beast, he would have faced disastrous consequences had the system executed such a reckless maneuver. Chapter 24. The Soviet Barracks and the Assault of the Devouring Beasts, gazing at the 2 colossal airdrop pods suspended in the sky. Qin Tian felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. The system's dazzling maneuver would undoubtedly attract a multitude of devouring beasts. Consequently, Qin Tian promptly issued commands for all personnel to prepare for battle. At present, Qin Tian commanded a force comprising 19 red alert soldiers, 7 mobilized troops, a sniper, 2 allied soldiers, 5 anti-air infantry, a heavy soldier, a heavy mobilized soldier, an engineer, and a terrifying robot. Everyone, once the airdrop pods land, position yourselves around the structure and seek advantageous terrain for ambush. Qin Tian swiftly relayed his combat orders, then awaited the arrival of the airdrop pods. As the pods approached the ground, they ignited their rocket thrusters, utilizing retro thrust to decelerate forcefully. Only when they were less than 5 meters from the ground did they deactivate the thrusters and descend, accompanied by 2 resounding crashes as the pods landed securely. These sizable airdrop pods occupied a considerable area. Upon touchdown, they began to transform, emitting a cacophony of industrial machinery, sounds as they morphed into 2 buildings reminiscent of Transformers. Name: Soviet Power Plant. Building type: Power Plant. Function. Utilizing magnetic energy technology, the plant harnesses magnetohydrodynamics to generate electricity, providing sufficient power to other structures. The Soviet power plant exhibited a rectangular structure adorned with multiple magnetic energy coils atop, surrounded by energy transmission pipelines. Its overall blue and white coloration exuding a sense of advanced technology. After reviewing the description of the Soviet power plant, Qin Tian turned his attention to the other, more imposing edifice. Name: Soviet barracks. Building type: barracks. Function: used for recruiting red alert soldiers of the Soviet faction and training them. The base of the Soviet barracks was a square platform etched with red hammer and sickle symbols on all sides, atop which stood a statue of a Soviet soldier clad in a military overcoat, wielding an AK-47 rifle. The barracks bore little difference from those in the game, except for its significantly larger footprint, unlike the game version, which only occupied 4 squares. System: may I enter these structures? Qin Tian inquired, contemplating whether he could gain access to the 2 buildings. Yes, host. While the game operates on a different plane, here in reality, you are free to enter. The game restricts entry because commanders typically lack a physical presence, existing only in a godlike perspective. However, in this reality, you may enter at will. But please be cautious. It is advisable not to wander into the power plant indiscriminately to avoid potential electrocution. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Tian eagerly approached the barracks entrance. The high-tech iron gate, recognizing his identity as the commander through facial recognition, automatically swung open, granting him passage. As Qin Tian stepped into the military camp, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. Instead of the expected training grounds and soldiers, he found an array of high-tech devices resembling production lines. Yet, what lay upon these lines were not firearms or weapon components, but rather rows of colossal tanks, akin to cultivation basins. Within these tanks swirled a mysterious green liquid, and suspended in it were human figures clad only in undergarments. Above the tanks, several enormous mechanical arms hovered, presumably designed to manipulate these containers. What on earth is this system? Why does the interior of the Soviet military camp appear in such a manner? It is entirely different from what I had envisioned. Host, this is the barracks of Red Alert soldiers, primarily dedicated to the production of clones, implanting memories to eliminate fear and diminish emotions while retaining self-awareness and absolute obedience to you, the host. This is the reason why the Red Alert soldiers exhibit such formidable combat prowess despite their seemingly ordinary origins. Qin Tian was left speechless by the revelation. It was no wonder that these seemingly average soldiers displayed such remarkable fighting capabilities. By dulling emotions and eradicating fear, all these comrades transformed into fearless, valiant war machines. System: procure 5 comrades for me. Cost 1,000. Remaining funds, 125. There is no need to provide an additional 100 for transportation given the presence of a barracks. As Qin Tian made the purchase through the system, the production line sprang to life. 3 tanks containing human clones were lifted by mechanical arms from the line and placed into an adjacent machine that exuded an aura of advanced technology. Through the observation window on the machine, Qin Tian witnessed the inner workings. The tanks were dismantled by various automated devices, and the green liquid was entirely expelled. Then, a syringe and surgical instruments emerged from within the machine, poised to operate on the clone's occiput, presumably to implant memories and upload consciousness. Once the operation concluded, several mechanical arms extended, bearing the very equipment required by the mobilized soldiers. Suddenly, the operated clone blinked, its gaze no longer vacant but infused with vitality. And after donning the gear provided by the mechanical arms, the door opened automatically. Qin Tian stepped back, allowing the clone, now dressed identically to the other soldiers outside, to emerge. Mobilized soldier reporting in, Commander. Qin Tian scrutinized the soldier before him. It was indeed indistinguishable from the others, sharing the same attire, stature, and even wearing a gas mask. It made sense why these comrades were so inexpensive. They could be produced en masse along an assembly line. Though Qin Tian remained oblivious to the underlying principles of this production, suddenly A cacophony of gunfire erupted from outside the barracks. Upon hearing the gunfire, Qin Tian surmised the cause. The base was under attack by the voracious beasts drawn in by the airdrop containers. From now on, you shall be known as Dongba. Now come with me. After Qin Tian addressed the newly emerged soldier from the production line, he promptly dashed out of the barracks. Yes, Commander. Dongba saluted and swiftly followed Qin Tian out of the camp. Upon exiting, Qin Tian was taken aback by the alarming sight before him. In the distance, an overwhelming horde of no less than 30 snake-dog beasts was charging furiously towards them. Eagle Eye, piloting an airdrop armored vehicle, led Dong Qi to intercept the oncoming threat. Dong Qi unleashed a barrage from the mounted machine gun atop the armored vehicle, targeting the swarm of snake-dog beasts, while Eagle Eye skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, dodging a dozen of the beasts. Look at what you've done, system. With only a handful of us against this many snake dogs, aren't we facing annihilation? Qin Tian mentally berated the system for its dubious operations while directing his red alert soldiers to establish defensive positions. Kong San, stay put and guard the base. Brothers, concentrate your fire and provide cover for Eagle Eye and the others. Anti-air infantry, be vigilant and avoid friendly fire. With only one terrifying robot remaining, Qin Tian knew he could not afford to let it recklessly charge into the throng of snake dogs, as that would be tantamount to a death sentence. As Qin Tian issued commands, the red alert soldiers began to concentrate their firepower. 6 mobilized soldiers opened fire with their rifles at the approaching snake dogs. Heavily armed soldiers, gripping light machine guns, pressed the triggers without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of bullets into the pack, unbothered by the possibility of running out of ammunition. 5 anti-air infantrymen crouched in unison, aiming their shoulder-mounted anti-aircraft guns at the heart of the snake dog swarm. Subsequently, Dong Jiu and Dong Shi, freshly produced from the barracks, joined the fray, raising their rifles alongside Dong Air to form a defensive fire network. However, the snake dogs, with their tough hides and thick flesh, could only be effectively harmed by the anti-air infantry and Dong Yi, as well as Dong Qi, who was operating the vehicle's machine gun. The machine gun atop the armored vehicle fired 12mm caliber rounds capable of penetrating the snake dogs' bodies, while Dong Yi SAKM utilized armor-piercing incendiary rounds, also capable of breaching their flesh. Although the damage inflicted was not as severe as that from the armored vehicle's weaponry, the snake dogs would certainly succumb if hit multiple times. The light machine guns wielded by the heavily armed soldiers inflicted minimal damage on the snake dogs, merely slowing their advance. The anti-aircraft rounds detonated among the snake dogs, sending fragments flying. Yet the remaining beasts showed no signs of intimidation, continuing their relentless assault. Anti-air infantry kills snake dog. Funds 250. Anti-air infantry kills snake dog. Funds 250. Mobilized soldier, Dong Yi kills. The kill notifications flashed incessantly before Qin Tian's eyes. Yet the snake dog horde drew ever closer. P.S. I trust that the esteemed readers have noticed the numerous typographical errors in this novel. Alas, as a humble author typing on a mobile device, such mistakes are commonplace. However, I occasionally venture to an internet CF to type on a computer. In the forthcoming chapter, dear readers, there will be casualties among the brothers. I kindly urge you to encourage me with your comments and support for updates. I, the humble author, shall make time to engage with you. My heartfelt gratitude extends to all the readers who have generously offered their support and gifts over these past days. Thank you ever so much. Chapter 25. The Battle for Base Defense. Loyal brothers become cannon fodder with heavy losses. Due to the system's erratic maneuvers, a horde of voracious beasts was drawn in from several kilometers away. More than 30 serpentine hounds charged frantically towards their base, and it was likely that additional packs were converging from other directions as well. Aside from the duo of Eagle Eyes, who drove ahead with Dong Qi to engage in preliminary skirmishes, the remaining red alert soldiers began to establish their defenses, utilizing the terrain for cover while firing their weapons. Mobilized troops, allied soldiers, heavy infantry, and armored personnel formed the first line of defense, stationed relatively close to the enemy and further from the base. The second line was comprised of 2 fearsome robots tasked with safeguarding the rear, where the anti-air infantry were stationed. One might wonder why the terrifying robots were not sent in directly. Had they forgotten how Terror 1 and Terror 2 were overwhelmed and perished? These formidable machines were best suited for one-on-one combat rather than facing multiple foes simultaneously. The 5 anti-air infantry, serving as the primary source of firepower, were in dire need of protection. Thus they formed the final third line of defense. The Serpentine Hounds advanced with remarkable speed, despite the anti-air infantry's relentless onslaught. The incoming pack was ceaseless. Initially numbering over 30, half were eliminated by the anti-air troops, yet dozens more surged from all directions, making it impossible to halt their advance. Although Qin Tian's resources were steadily increasing, sufficiently supporting the ammunition expenditures of the Red Alert soldiers, the sheer volume of Serpentine Hounds overwhelmed their firepower. The soldiers on the first line of defense were now face-to-face with the Hounds. Dong Yi, a 3-star elite mobilized soldier, stood at the forefront of the first line and was the first to encounter the beasts up close. Undeterred, Dong Yi demonstrated the resilience of a 3-star mobilized soldier, capable of withstanding tank shells and engaging in close combat with armored vehicles. While reality would not be so exaggerated, it was evident that a mere handful of Serpentine Hounds could not pose a threat. A hound lunged forward, aiming to bite Dong Yi's head, but he evaded by rolling to the side. Upon witnessing this maneuver, the hound swiftly turned to sweep its tail at him, with his arms crossed in defense. Dong Yi absorbed the blow, staggering a few steps before seizing the hound's tail and, with a powerful twist, flung the creature away. Observing this, several other hounds launched an assault on Dong Yi, while he managed to hold his ground momentarily. The other Red Alert soldiers were not as formidable and soon fell under the relentless assault. Dong Yi, wielding an AK-47, unleashed a torrent of gunfire towards the hound that was lunging at him. The 7.62mm bullets penetrated the hound's elongated head, splattering blue blood, yet the impact was minimal. The hound pressed forward, undeterred by the firepower, and with a savage bite, severed Dong Yi's hands before executing a sweeping turn that sent his body flying several meters until he collided with a rock, ceasing his flight. However, Dong Yi's neck was already twisted beyond recovery, sealing his fate. Upon witnessing the demise of Dong Yi at the hands of the Serpent Hound, Meng Yi exhibited no signs of trepidation or disarray. He merely continued to wield the M60 light machine gun, delivering a relentless barrage. However, as the Serpent Hounds breached the first line of defense, the casualties were far from minimal. Dong San found himself ensnared beneath the crushing weight of a Serpent Hound, which siphoned his life essence. The heavily armored soldier, armed with an M249 light machine gun, turned his aim towards the creature, draining Dong San's vitality, unleashing a torrent of fire that struck true, toppling the beast. Alas, Dong San's life had already been extinguished, his essence completely consumed, leaving behind only a grotesque effigy of flesh and soil. The soldiers sought to deliver a finishing blow, aiming to shatter the core of the fallen Serpent Hound. Yet before he could advance, another Serpent Hound swept him away with its tail as it passed. Though the horde of Serpent Hounds had infiltrated the first line and engaged in close-quarters combat with the Red Alert soldiers, the anti-air infantry's firepower could not relent. Even at the risk of friendly fire, Dong Si, facing an advancing Serpent Hound, recognized the inevitability of his fate and unleashed a flurry of shots at the creature's gaping maw in a final act of defiance. With a resounding explosion, the Serpent Hound's body was obliterated, its core shattered, and its remains dissolved into the earth, leaving only a scattering of bones. Yet, Dong Si too succumbed, for the Serpent Hound had been perilously close. Despite being vanquished by the anti-air infantry's artillery, the shrapnel from the explosive rounds ripped through his body. Qin Tian witnessed the tragic demise of Dong Si due to friendly fire, but felt powerless to intervene, as the Red Alert soldiers at the first line of defense were largely expendable, serving primarily to absorb enemy fire and delay the Serpent Hound's advance towards the second and third lines. Their principal function was to afford the anti-air infantry more opportunities to eliminate the Serpent Hounds. Nonetheless, Qin Tian was not idle. He diligently utilized the funds accrued from the anti-air infantry's kills to bolster his forces, rapidly deploying additional units. The system had temporarily granted him the authority to construct vehicles, prompting him to acquire a terrifying robot, with the remainder of his funds reserved for future purchases of similar machines. With the first line of defense crumbling, it was imperative to fortify the second line, where the terrifying robots were designated to protect the anti-air infantry from the serpent hounds, ensuring they could not penetrate further. Meanwhile, as Meng Yi reloaded, he fell victim to a serpent hound that had strayed too close, which trampled him to death. The RPK in the hands of the heavily armored mobilized soldier had overheated from sustained fire, and before he could cool the barrel, the very serpent hound that had slain Meng Yi bit off half of his body, splattering crimson blood upon the sandy ground as the soldier collapsed heavily. Even the vigilant hawk-eyed driver, who had been tirelessly maneuvering his armored vehicle, was ultimately caught off guard by several serpent dogs, resulting in a catastrophic overturn of his airdrop-type vehicle. Dong Qi was violently ejected from the vehicle's roof, only to be savagely torn apart by the serpent dogs. Reduced to mere morsels, Dong Wu, Dong Lu, and Dong Ba had already met their demise. Dong Wu perished from having his life essence consumed by a serpent dog. Dong Lu was bitten to death, and Dong Ba was brutally crushed when a serpent dog barreled into him like a speed bump, leaving his corpse grotesquely twisted. At present, the first line of defense consisted solely of Dong Jiao, Dong Shi, Dong Shi Yi, Dong Shi Air, and the elite Dong Yi. Dong Jiao, Dong Shi Yi, and Dong Shi Air were merely cannon fodder, likely to be torn apart by the serpent dogs at any moment. The focal point, however, was Dong, who had withstood the relentless assault of the serpent dogs without succumbing. Their bites were ineffective against him, for he was far stronger than they. Standing resolutely like an invincible hexagonal heavy-armored warrior, in a display of valor, Dong Yi wielded his AKM to fell a serpent dog, subsequently stuffing 3 grenades into the carcass of the fallen creature, obliterating it along with its core in a spectacular explosion, achieving a single kill. Nevertheless, Dong Yi's stamina was finite. Despite being an elite mobilized warrior, he was not invincible. Eventually, his strength would wane, leading to his inevitable downfall. Fortunately, Qin Tian's resources were sufficient. System: procure 3 more terrifying robots. Funds: 9,300 remaining funds, with the arrival of these 3 terrifying robots. Combined with the pre-existing Terror 3 and the recently deployed Terror 4, he would command a total of 5 formidable machines. After enduring extensive attrition, fewer than 20 serpent dogs remained that had breached the first line of defense, with no additional serpent dogs converging towards their base. This indicated that all nearby serpent dogs had been engaged, leaving merely this last group. If they could eliminate the remaining creatures, the defense of the base would ultimately culminate in victory. Chapter 26. The heavy casualties of the base defense battle continued, although only a mere 20 serpent hounds remained. The valiant red alert soldiers of the first line had nearly all succumbed to their fate. As Dong Jiao's firearm emptied, he found himself vulnerable while reloading. In an instant, a serpent hound struck him with a powerful paw, sending both him and his rifle flying. The weapon shattered into fragments scattered across the ground, while Dong Jiao's body was pierced by a sharp rock, blood gushing forth from his wounds. With a final convulsion, he breathed his last. Dong Shi and Dong Shi Yi huddled together, resolutely defending their position, yet their limited firepower was no match against the overwhelming assault of 3 serpent hounds, which ultimately led to their demise. Dong Shi Air faced the most gruesome fate, being consumed by 3 serpent hounds, leaving him dismembered. The first line of defense had utterly collapsed, with only Dong Yi remaining steadfast. At this juncture, Dong Yi's strength waned, leaving him unable to continue the fight. 2 serpent hounds clamped down on his upper and lower body, attempting to pull him apart as if to dismember him. Fortunately, Dong Yi possessed remarkable physical resilience. Despite the brutal ordeal, he clung to life. Witnessing this, the anti-air infantry aimed their weapons in his direction, but their imprecise fire resulted in artillery shells exploding beside the 2 serpent hounds rather than directly striking them. The shrapnel rained down upon Dong Yi and the hounds, inflicting significant injuries. Though the serpent hounds released their grip on Dong Yi in pain, they darted towards the third line of defense. However, Dong Yi lay on the ground, grievously wounded, blood pooling around him. Just as hope seemed lost, Qin Tian intervened, instantly healing his wounds at the cost of 100 credits. Funds minus 100 revitalized. Dong Yi rose like a resurrected deity of war, seizing his AKM to resume the fight. As for why Qin Tian chose to heal only Dong Yi while allowing the other red alert soldiers to perish, it was a matter of cost-effectiveness. Healing others would have been futile. Dong Yi, a formidable, weapon-like figure, warranted the treatment, whereas the others, once healed, would likely be torn apart by serpent hounds moments later. What purpose would that serve? Forcing them to struggle on the brink of death merely to dance with the King of Hell? King of Hell, what was that fleeting shadow before me? With the first line of defense utterly breached, the remaining serpent hounds began their assault on the third line. Dong Yi found himself unable to hold back the onslaught. The fearsome robots of the second line, being biomechanical rather than biological, exhibited no emotional fluctuations and were thus overlooked by the serpent hounds, which instead targeted the anti-air infantry. However, while the serpent hounds neglected the terror robots, the robots were unwavering in their duty to protect the anti-air infantry, remaining vigilant against the advancing foe. Thus, Terror Unit 3, accompanied by 4 other terrifying robots, launched an assault on the swarm of snake dogs advancing towards the anti-air infantry. Given the sheer number of snake dogs, Qin Tian refrained from issuing an order to annihilate every single one. Instead, he commanded the robots to incapacitate only those threatening the anti-air troops. The terrifying robots swiftly severed the snake dogs into multiple segments, rendering them into mere chunks of flesh. However, dismemberment did not guarantee death. Unless fortune favored them and they shattered the core within the snake dogs, the creatures would revive. The overwhelming number of snake dogs rushing toward the anti-air infantry rendered it impractical for the robots to individually locate the cores by the time they completed this task. The infantry would likely be obliterated. Therefore, Qin Tian's directives to the 5 robots were unequivocal. They were to ensure that all snake dogs intent on attacking the rear anti-air infantry were rendered immobile. The group of snake dogs that chose to disregard the terrifying robots met a grim fate. Initially, they had no intention of attacking, merely seeking to evade the oncoming threat. However, they were swiftly decimated, with the robots severing their 6 legs and heads in an instant, leaving them lifeless on the ground. Other snake dogs, taken aback by the brutal demise of their companions, failed to react in time, and several more were subsequently bisected by the other robots, collapsing helplessly. Moreover, it was not solely the robots that engaged in the offensive. The anti-air infantry also opened fire, as long as they did not directly hit the terrifying robots. Even the explosion of anti-aircraft shells nearby would inflict minimal damage upon their titanium alloy exoskeletons, allowing the infantry to unleash their firepower without concern for collateral damage. A few snake dogs, witnessing their comrades under assault, immediately relayed information through their tendrils and launched a counterattack against the 5 terrifying robots. One snake dog charged towards Terror Unit 3, attempting a savage collision, only to be obliterated by an anti-aircraft shell that detonated within its body, scattering blue abyssal beast blood everywhere. Alas, since the terrifying robots were not biological entities, the attacking snake dogs held little interest for them. Half of the snake dog remained to engage the robots, while the other half surged towards the distant, incessantly firing anti-air infantry. Ignoring the snake dogs entangled with the terrifying robots, the focus was to eliminate those rushing forward. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian immediately commanded the anti-air infantry to disregard the skirmishing snake dogs and concentrate their fire on the approaching ones, lest they succumb to close-quarters combat. Upon receiving the order, the anti-air infantry swiftly adjusted their artillery to target the advancing snake dogs. However, the creatures were incredibly swift and did not follow a straight path, resulting in a significant reduction in the infantry's accuracy. A distance of several hundred meters posed no challenge for the snake dogs, who closed the gap in less than a minute. Although only a few remained, they still posed a lethal threat to the anti-air infantry. As the commander, Qin Tian had long retreated to the safety of the barracks. Through the observation window, of the Iron Gate. He witnessed the air defense infantrymen being approached by 4 serpentine hounds, and he understood that their fate was grim. Thus, he resolved not to watch any longer. However, Qin Tian was not entirely powerless. He could continually summon red, alert soldiers with his funds. After purchasing the terrifying robots, he began to invest his remaining resources in acquiring soldiers, although the barracks required time to manufacture them. Now, he merely hoped that the 7 air defense infantrymen outside could endure a little longer and not be eliminated in an instant. The reason for the count being 7 instead of 6 is that after purchasing the terrifying robots, Qin Tian acquired 1 more soldier within the barracks. And there are still several air defense infantrymen under construction. P.S. Today's update was somewhat rushed, but that matters little. I trust that the esteemed readers will understand. Tomorrow, I shall deliver a substantial update. Chapter 27. The conclusion of the base defense battle. As the base defense battle drew to a close, terror drones were dispatched to hunt down the serpentine beasts. Qin Tian took refuge within the barracks, while outside, 7 air defense infantrymen found themselves besieged by the ferocious serpentine creatures. In an instant, 2 of them were torn apart. The remaining 4 air defense soldiers managed to pivot their artillery and unleashed a barrage at point-blank range. But the cost was their own demise at the hands of their anti-aircraft fire. The 4 soldiers fired at close quarters, the shells detonating upon impact, obliterating the serpentine beasts into a gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood. Yet, the shrapnel from the explosions ultimately claimed the lives of the 4 air defense soldiers as well. With the air defense infantry and the nearby serpentine beasts all vanquished, only a handful of serpentine creatures remained, engaged in combat with the terror drones. While 2 or 3 terror drones might struggle against a dozen serpentine beasts, 5 drones would undoubtedly prevail, especially as they coordinated their attacks. 4 of the drones advanced to grapple with their foes, while the 5th sought to locate the core of the serpentine creatures to deliver the final blow. Do not question why this strategy had not been employed earlier. Previously, the terror drones were tasked with protecting the rear guard of air defense infantry, and such a maneuver would have weakened the interception capabilities against the serpentine beasts. However, with the rear guard now entirely decimated, there was no longer a need for protection, allowing the terror drones to execute this new tactic. Terror drone eliminates serpentine beast, funds 250. Terror drone eliminates a serpentine beast, funds 250. Qin Tian observed a continuous stream of kill notifications, signaling that the battle was nearing its conclusion. He then remotely issued new operational commands to the terror drones via the system. Leave 5 serpentine beasts, reduce them to mere sticks, and retrieve their cores for me. After relaying his instructions, Qin Tian turned his attention to the production line and incubation chambers within the barracks. At that moment, the iron gates of the soldier manufacturing terminal swung open, revealing an air defense infantryman clad in Soviet-style military garb, emerging while shouldering an anti-aircraft gun. This soldier was the result of his recent purchase from a system, yet the serpentine beasts had already been largely eradicated, indicating that the barracks production speed for red alert soldiers left much to be desired. Following the completion of the air defense infantrymen, the machinery of the production line did not cease its operations. Mechanical arms continued to retrieve incubation chambers that flowed from the assembly line. This was due to the ongoing need for troop production. However, Qin Tian paid no mind to the continued manufacturing process, departing the barracks alongside the saluting air defense soldier. As they exited, they beheld the sight of 5 terror drones pushing the carcasses of 5 serpentine beasts towards them, occasionally stopping to deliver a few extra blows to ensure their total incapacitation and prevent any chance of revival. Serpentine beast. Hey, toss me a peanut. Once the grotesquely mutilated serpentine corpses were pushed before Qin Tian and the air defense infantrymen, their cores lay exposed for all to see. Moreover, each core resides in a distinct location. Some are relatively normal, situated on the chest, while others are rather peculiar, located on the thigh or closer to the posterior. At this moment, Dong Yi returned, having dispatched the few snake dogs he had restrained, all of which had been exterminated by the terrifying robots that had been sent for reinforcements prior to Qin Tian's emergence. Dong Yi, please hand me your AKM and kindly instruct me on its usage. Qin Tian requested. Certainly, Commander. Dong Yi saluted and then presented the AKM assault rifle to Qin Tian, subsequently guiding him through the proper handling of the weapon. In a short while, Qin Tian grasped the fundamentals of operating the rifle. He rested the stock of the AKM against a shoulder and aimed at the exposed core of Snake Dog, pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, shattering the core of the creature, which then disintegrated into the soil, meeting its end. Host has slain a Snake Dog. Funds 500. As it was Qin Tian's inaugural experience with firearms, coupled with his somewhat fragile constitution, the recoil from the AKM left his shoulder aching. Nonetheless, he steadied himself and targeted the next Snake Dog's exposed core, this time employing a more astute approach by adjusting the AKM to semi-automatic firing mode. Bang! Another shot fired, and yet another Snake Dog core met its demise. Host has slain a Snake Dog. Funds 500, continuing in this manner. Qin Tian systematically obliterated the cores of the remaining 3 Snake Dogs. Host has slain a Snake Dog. Funds 500. Host has slain a Snake Dog. Funds 500. Host has slain a Snake Dog. Funds 500. After vanquishing all the Snake Dog cores, Qin Tian returned the AKM assault rifle to Dong Yi and instructed him and the anti-air infantry to scour the battlefield for the weapons of the fallen Red Alert soldiers. Meanwhile, the terrifying robots patrolled within a kilometer radius of the barracks and power station, preventing any infiltration by the fearsome beasts. System, how much funding do I have left? Qin Tian inquired. Remaining funds, 2,625. Cursing under his breath, Qin Tian was at a loss upon seeing his funds dwindle to a mere 2625. He had anticipated accumulating a substantial amount after slaying no fewer than 60 Snake Dogs. But after procuring 4 terrifying robots and 4 anti-air infantry, his resources were nearly depleted. The remaining funds had been allocated for replenishing the soldiers' ammunition, and the first batch of airborne units had just met their end. Thus, after calculating, Qin Tian realized he had only profited 2,500, having exerted himself for so long and at the cost of numerous Red Alert soldiers. The paltry gain of 2,500 left Qin Tian's temperament frayed. However, there was little he could do. The System's reward for slaying the fearsome beasts was disappointingly low. Just then, he noticed 2 figures emerging from the airdrop armored vehicle that had been overturned by the Snake Dogs in the distance. What the hell, Eagle Eye? Engineer? It's truly you. I had thought you were dead. Qin Tian gazed at the 2 individuals emerging from the wreckage, namely the sharpshooter Hawkeye and the engineer he had previously procured. Report to the commander. We are alive, they stated, explaining that the armored vehicle had been overturned, and the tremendous force of the impact had rendered them unconscious, thus preserving their lives. Once Hawkeye and the engineer approached Qin Tian, they promptly reported their circumstances. After listening to their account, Qin Tian could only marvel at their remarkable fortune. Since you have survived and appear capable of movement, proceed to assist in the battlefield cleanup. Ensure that the fallen Red Alert soldiers are given a proper burial, he instructed, observing that they seemed relatively unscathed. The sky had darkened completely by now, and Qin Tian entered the barracks to check the electronic screen mounted on the wall, which displayed the time. It was 9:46 p.m. Realizing how late it had become, he issued his final command. All Red Alert soldiers shall take turns keeping watch after the battlefield is cleared. The Terror 3 is to patrol within a 500-meter radius of the base, while the remaining 4 Terror robots are to be deployed to hunt down the sparse packs of Snake Dogs. If they encounter an overwhelming number or face insurmountable odds, they are to retreat without engaging. After delivering his orders, Qin Tian returned to the barracks. Although there were no resting places, he did not mind lying on the ground. Though it was only his first day since crossing over, he felt utterly fatigued, and the substantial loss of Red Alert soldiers weighed heavily on his heart. Thus, he needed to rest adequately to alleviate the mental strain he had been under. Qin Tian fervently hoped that the 4 Terror robots dispatched to hunt the voracious beast would return with good news by the time he awoke the following morning. Chapter 28. The Red Alert base vehicle. As Qin Tian slumbered in the barracks, the night swiftly passed, with the Serpentine dogs having gathered around the base during the defense. No unexpected events transpired, allowing the night to unfold in tranquil serenity. Qin Tian did not awaken until after 9 o'clock. rising from the floor of the barracks to first check his personal funds. Remaining funds, 17,750, upon realizing that his remaining funds amounted to an astonishing 17,750. Qin Tian's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. Remarkably, had his 4 terror robots proven so formidable as to generate such a substantial sum? Drawing upon the lessons learned from the earlier demise of Terror 1 and Terror 2 at the hands of the Devourer Beasts, Qin Tian had given explicit instructions to the 4 terror robots to avoid confrontation when faced with overwhelming numbers of the beasts, advising an immediate retreat and a shift in targets to hunt down the lesser, manageable packs of serpentine dogs. Thus, it was through this tactical approach that the deployed robots were able to amass such wealth overnight. Although the robots had indeed accumulated a considerable amount of money, they were not without losses. Upon inquiring about the system, Qin Tian discovered that one of the terror robots had met its demise, while the remaining 3 returned to the base with minor battle damages that, though apparent, were not detrimental. During the night, the 2 air defense infantry soldiers manufactured in the barracks had completed their assembly. However, upon witnessing their commander sleeping on the floor, they chose not to disturb him and instead quietly took their positions outside to stand guard. Qin Tian instructed the unloading of food and water from the supply trucks sent by the lighthouse. The provisions were scant, merely a token offering from the lighthouse as an apology, barely sufficient for a day's sustenance. Yesterday, due to the necessity of protecting the base, no one had the opportunity to eat. Naturally, with time now available, it was too late for the fallen Red Alert soldiers who had perished in duty. Once the food and water were unloaded, Qin Tian began to consume some compressed biscuits and fresh water. After everyone had finished their meal, he prepared to commence work. However, upon opening the system's construction unit panel, he found that the vehicle construction unit had vanished. System, why is the vehicle construction unit missing? Has my temporary permission been revoked? Indeed, host. As you lack a vehicle factory, under normal circumstances, you cannot construct vehicles. However, due to the exceptional circumstances of yesterday, this system granted you emergency access to a vehicle construction unit. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences from the lighthouse. Now that you have departed from the lighthouse and successfully defended your base yesterday, this system has rescinded the temporary construction permission. What? Oh, system. Could you not grant access once more? I wish to procure additional terror robots. 666. Have you no shame? The system was rendered speechless by Qin Tian's shameless actions. Yet he remained resolute, refusing to grant any further permissions despite Qin Tian's relentless persuasion. Left with no alternatives, Qin Tian had no choice but to continue amassing forces. However, the previous day's battle had illuminated a crucial truth. Sheer numbers were of little consequence unless every individual possessed the same caliber as Dong Yi. Otherwise, only overwhelming firepower could provide a semblance of defense. The shortcomings of the anti-air infantry had become evident. Although their long-range firepower was formidable, their shooting accuracy was lacking, making them vulnerable to close encounters. Once confronted by the snake dogs, death was imminent. Currently, a grave predicament had arisen. The absence of a base vehicle rendered the construction of a resource refinery and a vehicle manufacturing plant impossible. Purchasing a base vehicle from the system required a staggering sum of 30,000 credits. Yet Qin Tian's funds fell short. Consequently, he redirected his focus to the terrifying robots. Terrifying Robot 3, 5, and 6 venture forth to hunt the snake dog packs. This time, exercise caution and target groups of no more than 10. There is no need to eliminate them all. Dispatch 1 or 2 and retreat immediately, then shift to another target. The strategy is guerrilla warfare. Avoid any casualties. Once we have slain 49 snake dogs, return at once. After issuing these commands with heightened vigilance, Qin Tian set the robots into motion, determined to prevent any losses this time. Time was not of the essence, as he had another day ahead. With 17,750 credits in hand, defeating 49 snake dogs would yield an additional 12,250 credits, totaling 30,000. With this amount, he could procure a Red Alert base vehicle from the system, paving the way for his grand ambitions. He envisioned constructing a resource refinery followed by a vehicle factory once the Rhino tank emerged. The threat from the snake dogs and the voracious beasts would dramatically diminish, especially with the eventual arrival of the apocalypse tank. He might even confront king-level voracious beasts in direct combat, as Qin Tian indulged in fantasies of his future Red Alert army. Events at the lighthouse were veering from the original narrative due to his and others' earlier interventions. Previously, when Mark and his cruise ship was on a mission, Qin Tian's unexpected appearance inadvertently saved Penny, freeing Ren Bing from the obligation to visit the Dawn Hall. Now, it was up to Penny to go herself. It was common knowledge that Penny harbored feelings for Donnie, but the stringent regulations at the lighthouse restrained her from expressing her affections, forcing her to bury her feelings deep within. When Penny received notice that she would be summoned to the Dawn Hall in a few days, she contemplated that if she could not be with Donnie, being killed by him might not be a terrible fate after all. Of course, this aligned with the original narrative, but the present circumstances diverged significantly, as Donnie had been swiftly eliminated by Qin Tian's sniper. The demise of Donnie has profoundly impacted Penny, leaving her in despair. She wishes it were she who had perished instead. In a few days, Penny is to go to the Dawn Hall, further deepening her hopelessness, even leading her to contemplate suicide. Fortunately, at this moment, Wang and Ruobing arrive to seek her out. Penny opens the door, allowing Ruobing to enter. Upon seeing Penny in such a state, Ruobing quickly inquires about the situation. However, Penny remains silent, curled up on her bed, clutching a pillow and weeping, rendering Ruobing speechless with sorrow. Meanwhile, on the ground, Qin Tian is surrounded by 3 air defense infantrymen and a terrifying robot patrolling the area around the base. His personal funds are incrementally increasing due to the robot's successful hunts of the snake dogs. Yet, he is still short of $30,000. Thus, Qin Tian decides to practice his shooting skills while he waits. He enters the barracks, casually picks up an AK-47 rifle, and steps outside to begin his practice. These firearms are remnants left by his fallen comrades from the previous day. In addition to the AK-47, there are also M60s, RPKs, M249s, and even 7 single-unit anti-aircraft guns. These are the belongings of the air defense infantry who sacrificed their lives. To be honest, Qin Tian wishes he could make use of them, but he simply cannot bear their weight. So he settles for the AK rifle and begins his marksmanship training. As a commander, it is essential not only to direct from the rear, but also to possess some self-defense capabilities. Otherwise, a single ambush could be his undoing. He certainly does not wish to end up like Mark, pierced by an enemy's spine, especially since he lacks the bloodline of the Devourer beast and cannot transform into one. At best, he would become mere carrion. During Qin Tian's practice, the kill notifications in the upper right corner of his vision have been incessantly popping up. Hours later, when the notifications cease, he promptly halts his training and checks his system panel for his funds. Remaining funds, 30,000, system, purchase a Soviet-based vehicle for me. Funds minus 30,000, remaining funds, 0. After purchasing the Red Alert-based vehicle, Qin Tian finds himself back at square one financially. He will need to send the terrifying robot out again soon. By the way, system, will the Red Alert-based vehicle be airdropped from space? Yes, host, but rest assured, the Devourer beasts within a 5-kilometer radius have been largely eradicated. During yesterday's base defense battle, a significant number were eliminated. Furthermore, the terrifying robots you deployed while you slept last night also took down another batch, so the likelihood of this airdrop attracting a Devourer beast attack is minimal. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Tian breathes a sigh of relief. If another attack of similar magnitude to yesterday's were to occur, his current forces would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Today, the humble author feels rather indolent, so I shall merely revise this chapter and postpone further updates until tomorrow. By the way, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed readers for the generous gifts. I shall take a moment to rest and see if I can bestow upon you all a splendid surprise tomorrow. Chapter 29. Naming One's Own Faction. Shenzhou, the Red Alert Empire. As the entirety of the 30,000 funds dwindled to nothing, the Red Alert-based vehicle purchased by Qin Tian was airdropped by the system. This airdrop was significantly more substantial than the previous ones for the power station and barracks combined. Unfortunately, it was the afternoon, and the impact seemed less spectacular than before. Had it been night, the airdrop of this base vehicle would have illuminated the surroundings for miles around. The intense blaze emanating from the airdrop rendered Qin Tian unable to lift his gaze, for the brightness threatened to blind him. Thus, he instructed his red alert soldiers to shield their eyes from the searing light as they awaited the landing of the base vehicle. After a brief interval, accompanied by the roar of the rocket boosters igniting at the base of the airdrop container, a tremendous flame erupted from its underside. The powerful thrust of the rockets mitigated the descent of the container, eventually allowing it to touch down with stability. Once the colossal airdrop container landed smoothly and opened on its own, Qin Tian beheld a massive object appearing before his eyes. Name: Soviet base vehicle. Building type: main base. Functionality: the core structure of the Soviet military faction, necessary for the construction of other buildings within the Soviet camp, such as refineries, tank factories, barracks, power stations, magnetic explosion coils, watchtowers, and concrete walls, among others. The overall design of the Soviet base vehicle was remarkably extravagant. Measuring 15 meters in width, 25 meters in height, and over 30 meters in length, supported by 6 enormous tracks for movement, 3 on each side. The vehicle was enveloped in a thick layer of gray heavy armor, exuding an aura of formidable defense. On either side of the vehicle, the emblem of a crossed hammer and sickle, the exclusive insignia of the Soviet faction, was prominently displayed. Goodness, is this base vehicle truly so massive? Qin Tian was astounded by the sheer size and appearance of the red alert base vehicle, likening it to a moving 6-story building, an absurd scale indeed. After recovering from his astonishment at the vehicle's size, Qin Tian refrained from entering to inspect the interior. Instead, he directed the base vehicle to a flat expanse of land and commanded it to transform into the main base. Upon receiving the command, the Soviet base vehicle began to move slowly toward the designated location, its engine emitting a thunderous roar that resonated painfully in Qin Tian's ears. To be candid, given the vehicle's size and armor, had it encountered the initial pack of serpents and dogs, they would have been effortlessly crushed beneath its weight, unable to breach its defenses even after days and nights of assault. When the base vehicle reached Qin Tian's chosen site, it gradually came to a halt, followed by a spectacular transformation. It morphed from a colossal armored vehicle into a technologically advanced Soviet Red Alert main base. Fortunately, the area selected by Qin Tian was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, the enormous base vehicle would have struggled to unfold. The exterior of the main base bears a striking resemblance to that depicted in the Red Alert game, with the sole distinction being that the battlefield area is significantly more expansive and the structure itself is astonishingly grand and futuristic, unlike the diminutive representation in the game. Moreover, aside from the massive metallic loading bay door at the front of the construction facility, there exists an explosion-proof door on the side that requires facial recognition for access. Intrigued, Qin Tian approached and scanned his face, causing the explosion-proof door to open. Upon entering, he discovered a pristine corridor adorned with 3 signs indicating the command room, the commander's lounge, restroom, and dining area. Following the directional signs, Qin Tian sauntered down the corridor and entered the command room of the construction facility. His eyes were immediately drawn to 3 high-tech holographic projection screens suspended in midair. These screens were presumably designed for command and construction purposes, as they displayed not only the construction units, but also a rudimentary conceptual map model. Apart from the vicinity of their base, the rest of the map was shrouded in darkness, rendering it invisible. This obscured area likely resembled the fog of war from the game, necessitating the presence of his soldiers to unveil it. Once Qin Tian unlocks the ability to create satellites, he would no longer need to send his Red Alert soldiers to scout, for the radar would provide a comprehensive view of the entire map. However, it remained uncertain how many kilometers of visibility the radar would offer him in reality. After all, this was the real world, and it was implausible to expect that a single radar could unveil the entirety of the globe. Otherwise, it would be akin to cheating. In the command room, Qin Tian could issue commands to his Red Alert soldiers remotely, monitor their status at any time, and simply mark a point on the map for them to reach, ensuring their precise arrival at the destination which was remarkably convenient. Terrifying 1, Terrifying 2, Terrifying 3, continue your hunt for the devourers outside, while Terrifying 4 and the other soldiers are tasked with patrolling the base. Qin Tian began by renaming the 4 terrifying robots, subsequently attempting to issue combat orders. As he did so, he observed several green dots, initially patrolling around the base, suddenly split and race away on the holographic map. Those fleeing green dots were likely the 3 terrifying robots, and as they ran, the previously dark areas of the map became visible. Indeed, these terrifying robots proved to be exceptionally effective at revealing the map. As Qin Tian watched them swiftly uncover the terrain, he marveled at the convenience it afforded him. Regrettably, despite having established the main base construction facility, he found himself in dire financial straits, deeply in debt to the system for $10,000, leaving him with no funds to construct a mineral refinery or a vehicle factory. Otherwise, Qin Tian would inevitably unleash dozens of terrifying robots to entertain himself, allowing the Serpentine Hounds to experience the sensation of being dominated by machines of slaughter. System prompt. The host has constructed the main base and unlocked the achievement of owning a personal domain. In light of the host's nascent red alert faction, please proceed to name your faction. Naming? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian promptly designated his red alert faction as the Shenzhou Red Alert Empire. Ding! Naming successful. The host is urged to swiftly develop and strengthen their faction to avoid being crushed like a mere pebble by higher-tier devourers or rival factions. 666. Does the system really speak in such a manner? Qin Tian found himself speechless at the system's words, yet was not entirely inaccurate. His base currently consisted of only 3 structures and a handful of personnel. It was imperative to amass wealth and troops immediately, for only through the accumulation of powerful forces could Qin Tian attain a semblance of security. However, this accumulation must not be indiscriminate. He required high-quality, heavy firepower units. For instance, the $100 Good Brothers were best avoided, as even 100 of them would be insufficient against a mere few Serpentine Hounds. P.S. The author had intended to rest yesterday and provide an explosive update, but succumbed to slumber mid-writing, resulting in no update. Having just finished work today, only 1 chapter can be released, perhaps tomorrow, maybe, hopefully, there will be additional chapters. Regardless, good night. Baka Baka, Chapter 30. The emergence of the devouring beasts roar. Fear 1, Fear 2, and Fear 3 ventured out to hunt the devouring beasts, leaving only Eagle Eye, Dong E 3 anti-air infantrymen, an engineer, and a solitary terror robot at the base. To be frank, with such scant forces, Qin Tian found the situation disheartening. However, he had no choice but to make do. Besides the need to amass wealth and bolster his troops, Qin Tian faced another pressing task: dispatching individuals to procure supplies. The rations of food and fresh water generously provided by the lighthouse had been exhausted by midday, and the base was now bereft of sustenance. As the saying goes, man is iron and rice is steel. One meal missed renders one restless. With the base lacking both food and water, it was imperative to seek provisions promptly. Delaying until his red alert soldiers were weakened by hunger would pose significant problems. Yet, with such limited manpower, Qin Tian had to bide his time, waiting for the 3 terror robots to slay a few devouring beasts for an hour, hoping to earn 1,000 or 2 before recruiting more comrades to search for supplies. Soon enough, a notification appeared in the upper right corner of Qin Tian's vision, indicating that the terror robots had successfully slain snake dogs and spines. Approximately an hour later, his personal funds had reached 225 yuan. Just as he prepared to joyfully utilize this sum to recruit more soldiers, he suddenly noticed that one of the small green dots representing the 3 terror robots on the map had vanished, while the remaining 2 dots were frantically retreating. What on earth is happening, system? Why has one of the green dots disappeared? Does that mean one of the terror robots has perished? Qin Tian anxiously inquired, to which the system provided a definitive response. Indeed, host. The green dots on the map represent our units. A disappearing signifies the demise of a unit. What? Did I not explicitly instruct the terror robots to flee when faced with danger? If over 10 snake dogs appeared, They were to retreat without hesitation. How could we still lose one? Host, while you did indeed command the terror robots to act with caution, unforeseen circumstances can arise. Perhaps the situation they encountered was more dire than you anticipated, leading to the loss of one robot. Reluctantly accepting the system's explanation, Qin Tian refrained from further commentary. Lacking reconnaissance satellites, the map displayed only a 2D representation, rendering him blind to their actual circumstances. With no other recourse, Qin Tian could only hope that the remaining 2 terror robots would return to the base without further incident. Fortunately, Fear 1 and Fear 2 made their way back safely, avoiding any additional mishaps. However, upon stepping out of the construction facility and observing the appearance of the returning terror robots, Qin Tian could surmise the fate of Fear 3. Before Qin Tian stood the 2 terrifying robots, Kong E and Kong Air, whose exteriors were now battered and marred. They bore scratches and bite marks, and some areas appeared as though they had been struck by a formidable weapon, resulting in significant dents and penetrations. While Qin Tian could comprehend the scratches and bite marks as the result of the snake dog's attacks, the substantial dent in Kong Yi's shell, resembling an impact from a high-velocity object, left him perplexed. Could it be that the intelligence of the snake dogs had evolved to such a degree that they could wield ranged weaponry against their foes? This notion seemed highly implausible. Thus, only 2 possibilities remained. Either it was the result of human intervention or that the terrifying robots had encountered another type of devouring beast. Compared to the possibility of Kong San being destroyed by human hands, Qin Tian was more inclined to believe that it was another variety of devouring beast that had caused Kong San's demise. Host, cease your unfounded conjectures. If you wish to ascertain what entity was responsible for Kong San's end, simply instruct the surviving Kong E and Kong Air to upload the recorded data, and then you can review it in the command room. The mechanical eyes of the terrifying robots are not only equipped with infrared and thermal imaging capabilities, but also possess the functionality to record and upload video data. Ah, is this akin to a dashcam? Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Tian was instantly reminded of the concept of a dashcam. He had never anticipated that the terrifying robots would be equipped with such technology. After instructing Kong E and Kong Air to upload the footage they had just captured, he returned to the command room of the construction facility to view the material. On the holographic projection screen of the command room, 2 images emerged, representing the first-person perspective recordings from Kong E and Kong Air. Qin Tian began watching from the moment they received his orders. Initially, the recordings from both Kong E and Kong Air appeared perfectly normal, as they meticulously hunted the snake dogs, targeting groups of 10 or fewer. However, the footage took a turn once the 3 terrifying robots approached the fringes of an abandoned city. Having nearly exhausted the nearby snake dogs, Kong E, accompanied by Kong Air and Kong San, ventured to the perilous outskirts of the city in search of traces of the devouring beasts. Unfortunately, during their search, they were ambushed by several particularly unique devouring beasts, which bore little resemblance to the snake dogs. These creatures moved on all fours and possessed 2 arms akin to human hands protruding from their underbellies. Strikingly, beneath their throats lay a massive, tumor-like growth, and their heads sported 2 horns, with spines lining their backs. To Qin Tian's astonishment, the tumor beneath the throats of these peculiar devouring beasts glowed and pulsated, seemingly charging with energy. Indeed, as the red tumors expanded to a certain threshold, the special devouring beasts suddenly opened their mouths and unleashed a crimson energy pulse towards Kong E and the others. Upon striking the formidable robot, these energy pulses inflicted considerable damage, even causing significant dents in its relatively rigid exterior. The assailants, the Earth Howlers, are typically not prone to engage with entities devoid of any life essence or emotional resonance. It is likely that the terror-inducing machines dispatched by Qin Tian have been relentlessly hunting the serpentine canines, which possess a degree of intelligence and can communicate through their tendrils to relay information. It stands to reason that the terror machines, having eradicated an excessive number of these serpentine creatures, became imprinted in their memory. Consequently, the serpentine canines reached out to the more astute Earth Howlers through their tendrils, orchestrating an ambush against the Terror machines. In the footage captured during the encounters with Terror 1 and Terror 2, it was evident that Terror 3 was struck by several energy pulses from the Earth Howlers, rendering its legs utterly incapacitated, ultimately leading to its dismemberment by the serpentine canines that arrived to finish the job. P.S. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed readers for their generous gifts. After completing this chapter, I shall provide another update tomorrow, paving the way for my work to be recommended. I sincerely appreciate the unwavering support from my readers and hope that, following tomorrow's recommendation, my book will resonate with an even broader audience. Chapter 31. System Update. New Troop Type. Self-destructing infantry. Qin Tian gazed at the footage depicting the terrifying demise of Terror 3, alongside the desperate escape of Terror 1 and Terror 2. His expression mirroring the discomfort of someone enduring a challenging defense. While he could surmise that among the devouring beasts, alongside the serpent dogs and the formidable dual-jaw beasts, there existed other unique variants, he was taken aback by the swiftness of this revelation. What troubled him most was the unsettling realization that these exceptional devouring beasts possessed the cunning to ambush and launch surprise attacks, a truly alarming prospect. Fortunately, Qin Tian had consistently deployed the terrifying robots for the task of hunting devouring beasts. Had he sent out red alert soldiers instead, the presence of just a single one of these peculiar beasts, accompanied by 2 or 3 serpent dogs, could have obliterated his entire contingent of red alert soldiers. Thus, upon encountering these special devouring beasts, he felt a profound unease, the fear that one day, in a moment of negligence, these unique beasts might lead a pack of serpent dogs to launch a surprise assault on the base filled him with dread. With their current forces, it would be nearly impossible to defend the base, leading inevitably to total annihilation. As a result, Qin Tian experienced deep anxiety. His prior life, fraught with financial worries, had now been replaced by similar concerns in this new existence. Was his journey through time in vain? Desperate, he found himself internally pleading with the system for affordable yet formidable troop types, preferably those that were both economical and capable of fierce assaults. Indeed, there exists a companion just for you. No, system, please refrain from referring to it as a companion. That option may be inexpensive and aggressive, yet its frailty and low attack power render it ineffective against serpent dogs. In close combat, it would be eliminated instantly. What use is there in purchasing more? While there are no robust yet affordable options, there is a unit from the Soviet faction that is both cheap and possesses remarkable offensive capabilities. However, you must wait for the system to complete its update before you can access this unit. After a moment of silence, the system informed him of a troop type that was indeed inexpensive and highly damaging, but he would have to wait until the update was complete before making a purchase. Consequently, he left the command room and retreated to the lounge to await the system's update, pondering his next course of action. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. Ding! System update complete. This time, the system has integrated several new Soviet faction units. However, due to the host's low commander level, you are temporarily restricted to purchasing terrorists, while access to other units remains denied. Wait, what? What is this? Terrorists? What on earth is that? I distinctly remember that terrorists belong to the Cuban faction, so how have they suddenly appeared in the Soviet faction? Could you refrain from asking so many questions, host? The system asserts that it belongs to a certain faction. Thus, it indeed does belong to that faction. The question is whether you wish to proceed with this knowledge. Well, very well then. After being confronted by his own system, Qin Tian refrained from further inquiries and directly accessed the system panel to examine the information regarding the terrorists. Name, terrorist. Type, suicide infantry. Weapon, TNT explosives. Cost, 300 funds. Equipment, outdated ammunition vest. No protection. TNT explosives, 20 kilograms. Description, untrained in military tactics yet willing to carry 20 kilograms of TNT explosives in the name of faith. These suicide infantry use their lives to detonate and severely damage the enemy. Although incapable of demolishing large structures, they can inflict devastating damage on smaller edifices and other vehicles or personnel. System, are you serious? Are you certain this unit can be employed for a fierce assault? It won't obliterate both me and the base, will it? After reviewing the introduction of the terrorist, Qin Tian found himself incredulous. The 20 kilograms of TNT strapped to this individual was no trifling matter. He recalled that while this unit possessed considerable damage potential in the game, its health was alarmingly low and its movement speed was far from impressive. Moreover, if it perished, it could easily detonate and harm allies, triggering chain explosions. Its only advantage lay in its ability to board an anti-aircraft tracked vehicle, transforming into a compact nuclear device. Indeed, that would yield significant power, nearly rivaling that of a suicide truck. However, at this moment, Qin Tian had no anti-aircraft vehicle at his disposal. Regardless, fortune favors the bold. Let us construct one and see how it performs. Funds minus 300, remaining funds 3925. Without further ado, Qin Tian decided to have the barracks produce one for evaluation. Should it prove useful, he would continue to build more. If not, he would cease production. Half an hour later, he witnessed a middle-aged man of European descent, clad in a brown ammunition vest adorned with a ring of TNT explosives on both the inside and outside, emerging from the Red Alert barracks. Reporting, Commander. The suicide infantry is at your service. I shall eliminate all threats ahead at the cost of my own life for you and all comrades. Qin Tian stared at the suicide infantry, who stood approximately 6 feet tall and was adorned with TNT explosives, his face twitching in disbelief. He was genuinely concerned that a mere misstep might result in the obliteration of both his base and himself. Suicide infantry. Is the TNT strapped to you stable? Is there a risk of accidental detonation? Fear not, Commander. The TNT I bear is quite stable. The likelihood of accidental explosion is minimal. Typically, I am the one who initiates detonation, or it occurs posthumously upon my demise. Upon hearing the suicide infantry's response, the corners of Qin Tian's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. What does it mean that the probability of accidental detonation is minimal? Does that imply that should an accident occur, I could be blown to smithereens? What if while walking, the suicide infantry inadvertently grazes a stone and triggers an explosion? No, system, I demand a refund. Returning to the host. This system only supports one-click purchases and does not accommodate one-click returns. If you truly wish to return an item, simply instruct the self-destructing soldier to move a safe distance away and detonate the TNT affixed to himself, thus allowing you to witness the spectacle while enjoying the sound of the explosion. Of course, even if you were to execute such an action, this system would not issue a refund, so the host ought to consider this carefully. Qin Tian. Forget it, since a return is not feasible. Qin Tian could only direct the self-destructing soldier to seek a vacant area to rest before issuing further commands. By the way, self-destructing soldier number 1, do you suffer from any ailments such as ingrown toenails? Out of concern for his own safety and that of the other Red Alert soldiers, Qin Tian could not refrain from inquiring about the self-destructing soldier's condition. Self-destructing soldier. Silence. After a prolonged silence, the self-destructing soldier finally responded to Qin Tian's query. Upon hearing that the self-destructing soldier was free from any affliction like ingrown toenails, Qin Tian felt a slight relief and subsequently instructed him to find a safer spot to await further orders. What Qin Tian was unaware of was that, at the moment he posed the question regarding ingrown toenails, the self-destructing soldier entertained the notion of directly detonating the TNT to provide his somewhat inept commander a first-hand experience of what it truly means for art to be an explosion. Fortunately for Qin Tian, as the commander, the self-destructing soldier was bound by his programming to refrain from causing any harm to his commander. Otherwise, he would not have been manufactured in the barracks. Chapter 32. The Self-Destructing Infantry. Art is Patrick Starr. After instructing the self-destructing infantry to find an open space to play in the mud, Qin Tian returned to the control room of the construction factory to examine the map. Currently, he had a mere 925 units of currency left, insufficient to procure many Red Alert soldiers. Even if he were to purchase only anti-air infantry, he could acquire merely 3, which would hardly make a significant impact. At this juncture, the surrounding area of Qin Tian's base had been largely cleared of the voracious beasts. and further hunting would necessitate venturing into more distant territories. However, the only remaining location teeming with voracious beasts was an abandoned city, which posed considerable danger. Even if he dispatched the remaining Terror 1, Terror 2, and Terror 3, their chances of returning alive were slim, especially with the emergence of special voracious beasts, which are now aware of the threat posed by the terrifying robots and were likely to band together in large numbers. Previously, when Terror 3 had perished, Terror 4's designation had automatically reverted to Terror 3. Consequently, the current terrifying robots could no longer employ their previous tactics to hunt the snake dogs. It was plausible that these snake dogs, under the leadership of the special voracious beasts, might even ambush Terror 1 and his comrades. As Qin Tian pondered his next move, an idea suddenly struck him. In the game, terrifying robots could not carry passengers. Yet this was reality, and the size of the terrifying robots surpassed that of a typical compact car, allowing them to accommodate 1 or 2 individuals. Furthermore, the mobility of the terrifying robots was remarkably swift. Eureka! Qin Tian's long-dormant mind stirred with inspiration. What if I had the terrifying robots transport the self-destructing infantry and infiltrate the snake dog horde for a surprise attack? The self-destructing infantry referred to the terrorists. The advantage of these self-destructing infantry was their high damage output and extensive range. However, in comparison to the snake dogs, they were relatively slow and vulnerable to being struck down from a distance by the special voracious beasts, which made close engagement perilous. Therefore, if I could have the terrifying robots carry the self-destructing infantry right into the midst of the snake dogs and then launch the self-destructing infantry into their ranks, wouldn't that suffice? I'm truly a genius. Overwhelmed by his own brilliance in devising such a flawless plan, Qin Tian immediately set it into motion. He promptly issued commands to the self-destructing infantry from the command room. Upon receiving their commander's orders, Terror 1 immediately crouched down, allowing the self-destructing infantry to climb onto his back. Due to the exceptionally smooth metallic exterior of the terrifying robot, the self-destructing infantry found it difficult to maintain their grip when scaling Terror 1's back. Eventually, they had to switch from sitting to riding, positioning the self-destructing infantry on Terror 1's neck, and then Terror 1 charged toward the target location with the self-destructing infantry in tow. The terrifying robots moved with remarkable speed. The journey of over 10 kilometers was completed in less than 20 minutes. Upon nearing the outskirts of the abandoned city, the terrain became increasingly treacherous, with the ground littered with green vines and various discarded vehicles, while the surface was riddled with potholes and uneven patches. The self-destructing infantryman rode atop the neck of the terror-inducing entity, jostled violently, and intermittently lifted into the air before crashing back down, as if his very essence were at risk of shattering. Fortunately, this torturous sensation did not linger long for the self-destructing infantryman, as trouble soon emerged. Surrounding them, the voracious beasts began to appear in succession, predominantly serpentine hounds, with a few exceptional variants among them. These voracious creatures seemed to have been lying in wait for the terror-inducing entity, and upon witnessing it ensnared within their encirclement, they eagerly revealed themselves, intent on claiming the entity as their prize, while also relishing the prospect of devouring the self-destructing infantryman perched upon its neck like a delectable morsel. However, the voracious beasts had gravely misjudged their target. They were oblivious to the formidable presence they were about to confront, mistaking it for the earlier mechanical beings that had ventured forth with humans in tow, now caught in their ambush. With approximately 20 serpentine hounds and several exceptional voracious beasts closing in on the terrifying automaton, they harbored lethal intentions. Truth be told, were it not for the fact that the serpentine hounds lacked the capacity for speech, they would surely have boasted of their advantageous position, proclaiming, "The advantage lies with us." Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the terror-inducing entity promptly lowered its head, releasing the self-destructing infantryman, and chose a route with the fewest serpentine hounds, dashing forward in an attempt to break free from the encirclement. Upon seeing the terrifying automaton charging towards them, 3 serpentine hounds instinctively dodged to the sides, preparing to counterattack. Yet, The entity had no intention of engaging these three hounds directly. Upon escaping their grasp, it swiftly fled towards the direction of its base. Upon witnessing the entity's decision to evade confrontation and escape rather than engage, the hounds refrained from pursuing with fervor. After all, a human was present, a prime source of life energy, which held an irresistible allure for the voracious beasts, allowing the entity to evade a grim fate of being overwhelmed. As the fearsome automaton departed, only the self-destructing infantrymen remained, surrounded by the voracious beasts. The horde of serpentine hounds, upon realizing the infantrymen's entrapment, eagerly lunged forward, each vying to be the first to absorb the life energy it possessed. Only a few of the more astute, exceptional beasts held back, observing rather than joining the fray, as they had keenly sensed the lurking peril. In the midst of their hesitation, the besieged, self-destructing infantrymen, facing imminent demise, shouted defiantly, "For the commander, and for my comrades. Art is Patrick Star." Boom! With a resounding explosion, flames erupted towards the heavens, and at the center of it all, the 20 kilograms of TNT unleashed devastation, leveling all structures within a 10-meter radius and inflicting effective harm even up to 20 meters away. Even the exceptional voracious beasts standing at a distance were toppled by the force of the shockwave. Surrounded by a dense haze, a pit measuring half a meter in depth and over a meter in width remained, devoid of any trace of the self-destructing infantry. Even the dozens of serpentine hounds that had previously besieged the self-destructing soldier, intent on siphoning his life essence, had vanished. However, scattered remnants of the serpentine hound heroes lay upon the ground nearby, mere fragments left in the wake of the explosion. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, Qin Tian was greeted by a flurry of kill notifications that suddenly appeared in the upper right corner of his vision. Self-destructing infantry kills serpentine hound. Funds 250, self-destructing infantry kills serpentine hound. Funds 250, self-destructing infantry kills. A dozen notifications heralded the demise of the serpentine hound, and to his astonishment, the self-destructing infantry returned unscathed. This indicated that Qin Tian had garnered several thousand units of currency with an expenditure of less than 400. Indeed, the artistry of this operation was entirely extraordinary. Engaging with the serpentine hounds without a self-destructing infantry was a daunting task, especially with the looming presence of the Red Alert 2 Nuclear Warfare Rising mod, which promised to be even more outrageous. Chapter 33. The ore refinery and armed mining vehicles, as a series of notifications regarding the self-destructing infantry annihilating the serpent dogs and devourers flooded in. Qin Tian's personal funds surged dramatically, escalating from 39.25 to 79.25 and ultimately reaching 9,675 before it halted, tantalizingly close to the 10,000 mark. Goodness, are the self-destructing infantry truly this formidable? They managed to obliterate over 20 serpent dogs in one go, observing the sudden increase of over 9,000 in his funds. A grin spread across Qin Tian's face, more exuberant than the most powerful of weapons, nearly impossible to conceal. He promptly accessed the construction unit's build panel. Soviet power plant, 4,000. Soviet barracks, 3,000. Soviet ore refinery, 6,000. Soviet vehicle factory. Unlocked, requires construction of Soviet ore refinery first. Other unlocked. System, let us construct an ore refinery. Funds minus 6,000. Remaining funds, 3,675. As Qin Tian's personal funds were deducted, the main base's construction facility commenced its operations. Thanks to the construction facility, the Red Alert buildings he purchased no longer required airdrops, a significant convenience. Half an hour later, the main base's manufacturing facility ceased operations, indicating the completion of his ore refinery. Host, hasten to select the placement site for your ore refinery. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Qin Tian began to survey the terrain, ultimately opting to place the ore refinery on the vacant land beside the barracks. Once he confirmed the placement site, the metallic doors of the main base's construction facility slowly ascended, and the foundation's conveyor belt began to operate, transporting the contents from within the construction facility. Qin Tian watched in bewilderment as a large, square metallic box was conveyed out, and nothing else followed, leaving him momentarily dazed. System, where is my ore refinery? Why is there only a metal box? Qin Tian inquired of the system, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Host, do not be anxious. The process is not yet complete. What? Just as Qin Tian was about to question what the process entailed, he observed the giant mechanical arm outside the manufacturing facility lifting the metal box and placing it upon a platform at the side of the main base, where a green light illuminated. Once the metal box was securely positioned on the platform, a sudden flash of white light enveloped it, causing the metallic box representing the ore refinery to vanish without a trace. In its place, a new metal box materialized beside the barracks, which then began to morph and transform, ultimately revealing a Soviet ore refinery. Goodness, it was teleported directly? Such high-tech capabilities from the system? Qin Tian was left astounded by the operations of the main base's manufacturing facility. However, this was indeed consistent with the mechanics of the Red Alert game. In the game, once a building is completed, a square metallic box is similarly transported out through the main base's manufacturing doors. Then, it was lifted by the gigantic mechanical arm outside the main base and placed upon a small platform, whereupon the metallic box resting on the platform vanished into thin air. Once the box disappeared, a structure would rise majestically from the ground at the chosen location for construction. Although it appeared somewhat absurd, Qin Tian could only nod in agreement, deeming it reasonable. Do not inquire. It is merely the advanced technology of Red Alert. Name, Soviet ore refinery. Building type, economic structure, function and purpose. The ore refinery serves as the cornerstone of the Soviet economic system, capable of smelting ore into funds, thereby ensuring the stable growth of the commander's personal finances, enabling the construction of additional units and buildings. The appearance of the ore refinery closely resembles that in the game, featuring large smelting apparatuses on either side, with a conveyor belt in the center that transports the ore collected by mining trucks to the smelting devices for processing. Naturally, alongside the ore refinery, the armed mining vehicle is indispensable, as it embodies the essence and core of the operation, while the ore refinery plays a supporting role. Name, armed mining vehicle. Type, armored vehicle. Function and purpose. The primary function of the armed mining vehicle is to collect various metallic ores and transport them back to the ore refinery for conversion into funds. Additionally, it is equipped with a rapid-fire 20mm machine gun atop, capable of dispatching infantry units and lightly armored vehicles. The armed mining vehicle stands at a height of 4 meters, with a width of 5 meters and a length of 8 meters. Behind the front cab lies a metallic compartment capable of holding a substantial amount of ore. It operates on tank treads and is armed with a large-caliber 20mm machine gun mounted on the roof, effective against serpentine canines and extreme beasts. However, in comparison to the vehicle's size and design, Qin Tian was more intrigued by its method of generating income, as this was not the realm of Red Alert, where drilling sites would spontaneously appear to yield diverse ores for the mining vehicle to extract. Returning to the host, you need not worry, although there are no ores here. The armed mining vehicle will autonomously seek out various metals for collection, which, once returned and processed at the refinery, will similarly augment your finances. I see, but there is still one thing I wish to do. After speaking, Qin Tian approached the right side of the armed mining vehicle and climbed into the driver's cabin with both hands and feet. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a familiar comrade inside. Wow, it's really you, my good brother. The comrade in the cabin saluted upon seeing Qin Tian, exclaiming, "Commander, right neck twist." "Ah, yes, right neck twist." Qin Tian responded, closing the door behind him and leaping down from the vehicle, which then drove off at a leisurely pace in search of metallic ores. With the ore refinery established, the vehicle factory should now be unlocked. However, Qin Tian's funds were insufficient, prompting him to purchase a terrorist from the barracks. Funds minus 300. Remaining funds, 3375. He intends to deploy terror robots to escort terrorists into the den of the snake dogs for a potential terror strike. However, such an endeavor may only be feasible once or twice at most. This time, success is likely to be elusive, for the previous encounter with the voracious beasts has rendered them wary of falling into the same trap again. Fortunately, Qin Tian's ore refining plant has commenced production. alleviating his concerns about losing the ability to hunt voracious beasts for financial gain should the terror robots be compromised. If all else fails, there remains the armed mining vehicle at his disposal. This contraption, equipped with a formidable machine gun, boasts 20mm caliber rounds, a claim that could easily classify it as an autocannon. A direct hit to the snake dogs would silence them entirely. And the vehicle's armor is significantly thicker than that of a tank, rendering it impervious to the energy pulse attacks emitted by the special voracious beasts. It could charge straight at them, shoving the barrel into their mouths, performing a rather unconventional surgical procedure for those peculiar beasts. P.S. 2 chapters are being updated today, as I fell asleep immediately after work yesterday, and am making up for it now. Chapter 34. The birth of a new troop type, the terrifying nuclear bomb man. With the armed mining vehicle as a safety net, Qin Tian felt emboldened and decided to treat the terrifying robots as expendable assets. However, the method of utilizing these robots as consumables was not to be taken lightly. It was not merely about sending them into battle recklessly like mindless comrades. Such actions would be tantamount to sheer folly, wasting their potential and funds alike. It is crucial to understand that a terrorist, being human, has a maximum carrying capacity of about 20 kilograms of TNT explosives, which they can use for suicidal attacks against the enemy. In contrast, the terrifying robot is a biomechanical entity, possessing a substantial load-bearing capability that far exceeds that of a human. One operates with low health and slow speed, but high damage, while the other is nimble with high health, but delivers lesser damage. The terrifying robot cannot eliminate the enemy's elite forces, known as the snake dogs, instantly. It must locate and destroy their core to achieve victory. This raises a pertinent question. If Qin Tian were to deploy the terrifying robots as if they were terrorists, launching attacks amidst the snake dog ranks, would he not effectively mitigate the shortcomings of the terrorists' slow speed and low health? It is worth noting that the robot's maximum load exceeds half a ton, whereas the explosive power of a cruise missile is equivalent to approximately 450 kilograms of TNT. Thus, under maximum load conditions, the terrifying robot could carry 2 cruise missile equivalents of TNT and charge directly into the snake dog horde, transforming into a terrifying nuclear bomb man, capable of obliterating them all. As always, Qin Tian acted upon his thoughts without hesitation. He promptly instructed the newly manufactured self-destruct unit to detach its explosive payload and then proceeded to attach this payload to the terrifying robot. Once the terrorist had strapped 20 kilograms of TNT onto the robot, Qin Tian immediately utilized the system to replenish the explosives. Funds -10. Remaining funds, 3365. After the explosives were refreshed on the terrorist, Qin Tian again had the self-destruct unit remove the explosives and reattach them to the terrifying robot. Funds -10. Remaining funds, 3,355. Funds -10. Remaining funds. Thus, he continued this cycle of frantically replenishing the terrorist's explosives using his own funds. Host, are you exploiting a bug in the system? Do you dare challenge my authority? Is there a bug or not? The system remained silent. Qin Tian, though verbally defiant, ultimately ceased spending funds to replenish the TNT for the terrorists, wary of the potential consequences of the system truly banning his account. Although Qin Tian had just replenished the terrorists with numerous amounts of TNT explosives, the financial expenditure was minimal, as supplying each terrorist with TNT merely cost 10 yuan. Thus, Qin Tian's remaining funds stood at 135 yuan. He had successfully deployed 22 instances of 20 kilograms of explosives, amounting to a total of 880 kilograms of TNT, which were now affixed to the terrifying machine known as Terror 1. Qin Tian intended for Terror 1 to venture forth laden with this considerable amount of explosives to test the waters against the serpent dogs. Eager to ascertain how many of the voracious beasts could be annihilated by the over 800 kilograms of TNT. The explosive potency of even 20 kilograms of TNT could injure individuals situated 20 meters away, while those within a mere 10 meters would face instant death. Now, Terror 1 was adorned with a staggering 800 kilograms of TNT. Should it detonate, it would obliterate all structures within 100 meters and injure individuals even 200 meters distant. The destructive force would rival that of 2 cruise missiles. an unfathomable terror that redefined the very concept of a terrifying robot. It was, in truth, a harbinger of nuclear devastation. As Qin Tian gazed upon Terror 1, now prepared to engage with the serpent dogs, he issued the battle command for it to traverse 10 kilometers to the ruins of a city in search of its quarry, ready to make a sacrifice for the sake of art. The journey of Terror 1 was succinctly omitted, and half an hour later, it arrived at the periphery of the city ruins, its body encased in TNT. Having suffered previously at the hands of terrorists, the voracious beasts lay in wait, observing Terror 1's every move from the shadows, refraining from any rash assaults. After scouring the vicinity and finding no traces of the serpent dogs, Terror 1 galloped deeper into the ruins. The concealed beasts, upon seeing Terror 1 depart, cautiously emerged from their hiding spots, only to witness an unforeseen turn of events. Just as Terror 1 was about to delve further into the abandoned city in search of the voracious beasts, it received a command from its commander to return for a moment. It promptly pivoted and retraced its steps, inadvertently colliding with the serpent dogs and special voracious beasts that had just emerged from their hiding spots. Serpent dog. Hey, did you just activate? Terror robot. If it's not off, then it's on? Enough with the chatter. Behold my artistic explosion. Without a hint of hesitation, the terrifying robot charged at the multitude of serpent dogs and detonated the over 800 kilograms of TNT strapped to its body amidst their horrified gazes. The special voracious beasts attempted to flee, but at such close proximity, coupled with Terror 1's lightning-fast approach, escape was futile. Boom! Accompanied by a cataclysmic roar, a mushroom cloud erupted from the ground, leveling all structures within a 50-meter radius, while the shockwave caused considerable destruction to numerous abandoned buildings even 100 meters away. The once vast expanse now lay reduced to a gaping pit of over 30 square meters, devoid of even the remnants of the heroic fragments from the recently vanquished extreme beasts, utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, in the command room of the main base, Qin Tian observed the screen, witnessing the final first-person recording uploaded by the Terror 1 before its self-detonation, soon followed by a cascade of kill notifications. Terror Robot eliminated Snake Dog, funds 250, Terror Robot eliminated Earth Roar, funds 500, Terror Robot eliminated Spine, funds 25, Terror Robot. 4-5 continuous minutes. The kill notifications in the upper right corner of Qin Tian's vision proliferated. Some reported the elimination of Spines, others the Snake Dogs, and notably, several accounted for the Earth Roars, those peculiar extreme beasts capable of long-range assaults. The explosion's extensive reach resulted in the demise of numerous extreme beasts, even claiming several spines that were unfortunate enough to be in proximity. Consequently, Qin Tian's personal funds soared from 135 to an astonishing 110, an overnight fortune. Indeed, in response, Qin Tian could only marvel at the prowess of the Terror nuclear bomb man, whose impact was undeniably extraordinary, truly beyond measure. P.S. Today's double update has utterly drained the little author of all energy. Not a drop remains. Good night, dear readers, sweet dreams. Chapter 35. Military Supply Logistics Station. Qin Tian gazed at his available funds of 110, and marveled at the joys of wealth, for it meant he could once again procure the architectural units from Red Alert. However, before he could take any action, his stomach voiced its discontent, having gone an entire day without sustenance. This morning, he had only managed to consume a small amount of compressed biscuits and fresh water with his companions, which was hardly sufficient to replenish his energy. The provisions and water delivered by the lighthouse had long since been depleted by the Red Alert soldiers, who tirelessly patrolled the vicinity of the base, exposed to the scorching sun and engaged in laborious tasks, necessitating a substantial intake of food and water to sustain their endurance for patrol duties. Yet now, as darkness enveloped the area outside the base, dispatching terror bots accompanied by Red Alert soldiers in search of supplies seemed impractical, for the locations of such resources were fraught with danger and potential loss. Naturally, sending a lone terror bot to scavenge was even less feasible, given its lack of hands. This predicament was untenable. System. Is it possible to purchase living supplies with my funds, in addition to constructing red alert units? Or perhaps erect buildings capable of producing such essential supplies? Yes, host. While you cannot directly purchase supplies with your funds, this system offers 10 types of buildings capable of producing various food and water resources. Show me. Military Supply Logistics Station, small 3,000. Weapon Ammunition Assembly Factory, small 4,000. Weapon Ammunition Manufacturing Plant, small 6,000. Other options locked. A Military Supply Logistics Station? What is this? Is it specifically designed to provide logistical support for my red alert soldiers? System? Host, are you blind? Can you not see the words Logistics Supply Station? You know Chinese? Qin Tian fell silent at the system's response and chose to disregard its humor, opting to purchase the Military Supply Logistics Station without further ado. Funds minus 3,000. Remaining funds, 13,810. After completing the purchase, he would have to wait several minutes for the main base's construction factory to finish building it before placing it. A short while later, once the construction was complete, Qin Tian positioned the Military Supply Logistics Station adjacent to the barracks. Name, Military Supply Logistics Station. Building type, Basic Logistics Support Facility. Function and purpose. This structure can utilize funds to produce various types of living supplies, such as the most basic fresh water and food. However, do not expect gourmet meals. Only military rations, such as compressed biscuits and military provisions, will be available. No braised pork rice or well-prepared meals for you. Resource cost. Only 10 funds are needed to produce a single serving of ration sufficient for one person for a day. Shelf life, 1 year. The exterior of the Military Supply Logistics Station resembled a large factory painted in military green, constructed from what appeared to be a specialized steel structure with an impressively spacious interior. The total height of the 2 levels is approximately 10 meters, with dimensions of around 50 by 30 meters, encompassing a battlefield area of over 500 square meters. The first floor is equipped with various high-end automated production lines capable of generating a diverse array of military logistical food supplies, while the second floor is similarly outfitted, focusing on water production. As for the source of raw materials for manufacturing military rations and water, Qin Tian refrained from inquiring, knowing that the system would likely attribute it to the advanced technology of Red Alert, or even respond with vehemence. Thus, he chose to remain silent on the matter. Please produce 20 servings for me, he instructed. Funds minus 200. Remaining funds, 13,610. Qin Tian requested the military supply station to produce 20 individual rations, as he currently had only 6 soldiers, making a total of 7, including himself. Naturally, the 2 terrifying robots did not count as human, as they were not carbon-based life forms and required no sustenance. A few breaths of fresh carbon dioxide and a touch of solar energy would suffice for them to operate throughout the day, far surpassing any conventional livestock. The military supply station efficiently produced the individual rations in under 10 minutes. Qin Tian casually picked up a package of the rations, which prominently displayed the words military individual ration and detailed various ingredients and nutritional information. However, he was disinclined to read this and instead took 2 servings back to the command center of the main base, issuing orders for the remaining Red Alert soldiers to retrieve their rations from the supply station, 2 servings each, while leaving the rest to await future needs. Upon returning to the command center with the 2 servings, Qin Tian eagerly tore open the packaging, ready to indulge. The olive green ration packaging revealed 4 food items. The main course consisted of canned beef and self-heating rice, accompanied by a can of vegetables and a powdered drink designed to replenish substantial hydration, glucose, and electrolytes. In addition to the 4 food items, the rations included 2 napkins, a disposable spoon, and even a piece of gum, making for a rather generous offering. As he gazed at the 4 food items on the table, Qin Tian immediately began to devour them ravenously, finishing the entire meal in mere minutes, along with the gum. Having satisfied his hunger, it was time to attend to business. Qin Tian opened the Red Alert Systems construction unit to explore what new buildings could be unlocked following the completion of the ore refinery. He recalled that in the Red Alert game, players could unlock and construct a vehicle factory upon finishing the ore refinery. Power station, 4,000. Military barracks, 3,000. or refinery. 6,000. Tank factory. 8,000. Command center. Unlocked. Requires construction of tank factory and radar to be accessible. Radar unlocked. Observing the newly unlocked tank factory, Qin Tian did not hesitate to initiate its construction. For the establishment of the tank factory would significantly reduce the challenges of survival in the world of Linglong. Funds minus 8,000. Remaining funds, 5,610. After opting to construct the tank factory, Qin Tian intended to pursue additional projects. Thus, he accessed the defensive unit construction panel of the red alert system. Walls, 100. Guard cannon, 2,000. Anti-aircraft gun, 3,000. Magnetic explosion coil, 4,000. Radar unlocked. Qin Tian contemplated constructing some walls to enclose his main base and factory, safeguarding it against any unforeseen encounters with the devouring beasts. P.S. I sincerely apologize to all the esteemed readers. The author has been exceedingly busy lately, as I work in a cross-border e-commerce logistics warehouse. With the upcoming foreign holiday, Black Friday, in a few months, the warehouse is particularly hectic, requiring me to work overtime until 10:30 or even 11 p.m. daily, leaving little time for updates. Today, I was fortunate enough to secure a brief respite at 8 p.m. to hastily update a chapter. I'm truly sorry for the delay and deeply appreciate the love and support from all readers for this book. Chapter 36. Acquisition of Anti-Aircraft Tracked Vehicles. Qin Tian gazed intently at the construction panel of the defensive unit, contemplating the creation of walls akin to those in the game, thereby encircling his primary base. He envisioned erecting several sentry cannons for enhanced defense. With this strategy, the security of his main base would be significantly bolstered. Once his finances allowed, he could even incorporate magnetic explosion coils, alleviating his mother's concerns about potential ambushes from hostile forces. However, the construction of these defensive edifices would have to wait, as his funds had dwindled, leaving him with a mere 610 currency units. He would need to enlist the terrifying robots to accompany the terrorists in a money-grabbing venture before he could afford to build anything else. Host, if you intend to exploit the terrorists to procure explosives and attach them to the terrifying robots, further abusing the system's loophole to orchestrate terrorist attacks, this system will indeed suspend your account. System, do listen to your own words. What do you mean by me wanting to exploit your loophole again? Was it not you who intentionally presented this bug for me to exploit? Ding, malicious exploitation of system bugs for economic gain detected. The system thus will impose penalties on the host. Wait, please. I promise to be good. Just spare me the suspension. Upon hearing the system's response, Qin Tian promptly capitulated, realizing that one must bow one's head when under the eaves, with the system now refusing to allow him to exploit the bug further. Even constructing 100 terrorists would yield little benefit. After all, terrorists were notoriously fragile, prone to detonation upon the slightest contact. The previous success against the snake dogs was largely due to their ignorance of the terrorist characteristics, complemented by the support of the terrifying robots. Now, however, the snake dogs were acutely aware of the terrorist's nature and would not foolishly charge into danger. Even if the terrifying robots were to transport the terrorists for self-detonation, the snake dogs could easily scatter and evade. Consequently, the terrorists might only manage to eliminate 1 or 2 snake dogs, potentially sacrificing a terrifying robot in the process, leading to substantial losses. Such a disadvantageous venture would be better replaced by allowing the terrorists to retreat to a safe distance and detonating the TNT strapped to themselves, providing Qin Tian with a mere auditory spectacle while minimizing losses. Several hours later, the armored vehicle factory was successfully completed, though the hour had already crept past 10 at night. While the base's power station, barracks, or refinery and construction facility provided some illumination, the scope of their light was limited. As a result, Qin Tian struggled to discern the terrain surrounding the base. After several turns, he finally located a suitable spot to place the vehicle factory. The process of the factory's emergence mirrored that of the ore refinery, as a large black iron box was teleported to the designated location and began to transform. It was not until 5 minutes later that the vehicle factory was fully formed. Name: Tank Factory. Type: Critical Military Facility. Function and role: the tank factory is an immensely significant military construction facility within the Soviet bloc. capable of producing a vast array of basic and heavy armored units, such as anti-aircraft tracked vehicles, Rhino tanks, terror robots, armed mining vehicles, V-3 rocket launchers, magnetic energy tanks, weather tanks, and Kirov airships. The tank factory's exterior is characterized by a rectangular structure of deep red, with sharp angles that evoke a robust industrial metal aesthetic. Atop the factory lies a silver metallic roof that can open to either side, while the main entrance features two large steel doors, black in color and emblazoned with red Soviet insignias, covering an impressive area of over 800 square meters. It can be said that apart from a main base's construction facility, the tank factory is the largest structure, and its vast expanse is indeed justified. If the tank factory were not sufficiently grand, how could it possibly construct heavy armored units like the Kirov airship and the apocalyptic tank? Vehicle Unit Construction Panel, Terror Robot, 3,000, Anti-Aircraft Tracked Vehicle, 5,000, Armed Mining Vehicle, 8,000, Rhino Tank, 7,000, V-3 Rocket Launcher, Unlocked, requires radar construction, Magnetic Energy Tank, Unlocked, requires radar construction, Apocalyptic Tank, Unlocked, requires command center and radar construction, Kirov Airship, Unlocked, requires command center and radar construction. As Qin Tian gazed upon the costs of the vehicle units, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He was astonished to discover that the prices of the Soviet vehicles had surged dramatically under the system's influence. He suddenly felt a wave of relief for not opting to purchase the Allied-based vehicle to construct Allied buildings and soldiers, for that would have been even more expensive. He was short on funds and could not afford it. With only 5,610 credits remaining, after much contemplation, Qin Tian ultimately decided to invest in an anti-aircraft tracked vehicle, as the terror robot's efficiency in generating profit was rather sluggish. Moreover, tomorrow marked the final day of the novice protection period, and if he solely deployed terror robots, he would barely earn enough to repay the system's loan of 10,000 credits. The remaining funds would be minimal, perhaps insufficient even to acquire a few Red Alert soldiers. Yet the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle was a different matter. Though it may appear unimpressive within the game, one must not forget that this is not merely a game. It is reality. The firepower wielded by individual anti-aircraft infantry is already formidable. So one can only imagine that the anti-aircraft cannon mounted atop the armored vehicle would far surpass that of infantry. However, the caliber of the cannon atop the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle remained unknown until it was constructed. Funds minus 5,000, remaining funds 610, as the funds were deducted. The tank factory commenced its operations, fervently undertaking the construction of the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle. To be candid, Qin Tian was genuinely eager to explore the intricate workings of the armored vehicle factory. However, as he approached the imposing double doors at the front, he was confronted by a yellow warning sign affixed to the wall, boldly declaring, "No trespassing. Danger inside." This stark admonition promptly quelled his curiosity about venturing inside. After enduring a 30-minute wait, the anti-air tracked vehicle was finally completed. In all honesty, Qin Tian felt that this construction period was excessively prolonged compared to that in the game. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the formidable appearance of the anti-air tracked vehicle emerging from the factory, he swallowed any complaints that had been poised on his lips. Name: Anti-air tracked vehicle. Type: light armored unit, capable of engaging air and ground targets. Weaponry: 85mm anti-air cannon. Functionality: the primary purpose of the anti-air tracked vehicle is to provide aerial defense. Not only can it target airborne threats, but it is also adept at engaging ground targets. Additionally, it is capable of transporting personnel swiftly, accommodating up to 5 individuals. The powerful 85mm caliber anti-air cannon mounted atop boasts an extensive coverage range, and caution is advised against directing it at nearby targets to avoid collateral damage. Description: the anti-air tracked vehicle is a relatively common light armored unit within the Soviet military faction, equipped with an 85mm caliber anti-air cannon that has a firing range of up to 8,000 meters. The explosive projectiles of the 85mm cannon can inflict significant damage, with a lethal radius of 20 to 40 meters, posing a considerable threat to older fighter jets and helicopters. Chapter 37. The Air Defense Track Vehicle Sets Off. Ready to earn profit, the air defense track vehicle boasts a rectangular body, clad in lightweight armor that effectively withstands assaults from light weaponry. At the front, two military tires are conventionally utilized for steering, while the rear portion of the vehicle features a track design, ensuring excellent maneuverability. Adorned in a striking red and white color scheme, the vehicle is equipped with an 85mm anti-aircraft gun mounted atop, capable of executing a 360-degree attack on aerial targets without any blind spots. As Qin Tian gazed upon the air defense track vehicle, he felt that the half hour of waiting was far from futile. It was nothing short of exhilarating. With an 85mm anti-aircraft gun at its disposal, one must ponder, apart from the behemoth, which other monstrous creature could withstand such firepower? Even the serpentine hounds need not endure a direct hit from an entire shell. Merely brushing against the 85mm projectile would reduce them to mere fragments. Indeed, with this air defense track vehicle, Qin Tian could finally reassure his mother that he could handle the monstrous creatures without worry. He promptly issued orders for the vehicle to set off with the remaining 2 Terrorbots to hunt down the serpentine hounds in the distance, aiding him in clandestine efforts to amass funds. The air defense track vehicle would engage from afar, while the Terrorbots would safeguard its perimeter, preventing any close encounters with the monstrous beasts. Although the air defense track vehicle is not particularly fragile, its defensive capabilities surpass those of the Terrorbots. It is imperative to note that its anti-aircraft gun is ineffective against nearby targets. An explosion from the 85mm shell in close proximity would not only endanger allies, but could potentially overturn the vehicle itself. Self-destruction is not an option. Thus, the protection of the 2 Terrorbots is essential. Prior to the vehicle's departure, Qin Tian, as a precaution, ordered the terrorists to board. According to the game mechanics of Red Alert, once the terrorists are aboard the air defense track vehicle, it gains the ability to transform into a small self-destructing truck upon destruction, unleashing a miniature nuclear explosion upon the monstrous creatures. Although the explosion generated by the destruction of the air defense track vehicle with terrorists aboard lacks the devastating power of a dedicated self-destructing truck, it is still formidable, with a considerable blast radius capable of affecting areas up to 1 or 2 kilometers. Upon receiving the command from their commander, the air defense track vehicle promptly set off towards the city ruins located 10 kilometers away, with the 2 Terrorbots trailing closely behind, maintaining a pace not far behind a vehicle. However, the uneven terrain necessitated a cautious speed to avoid potential overturning. After issuing the command, Qin Tian returned to the command center of the main base, monitoring the air defense track vehicle's progress with trepidation, wary of any unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, the journey remained uneventful, as the prior cleaning by the Terrorbots had mitigated threats despite incurring significant losses. Minutes later, the air defense track vehicle safely arrived at the periphery of the city ruins, coming to a halt at an abandoned highway entrance overrun with vines. The cement road at this highway junction has long been obscured by yellow sand, with only a faint glimpse of a highway sign in the distance, largely concealed by creeping vines and ivy. In the command room of the main base, Qin Tian monitored the situation through visual recordings uploaded every 5 minutes by the terrifying robots. He maintained constant communication with the driver of the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle, ready to relay commands and respond to any unforeseen circumstances via radio, as the vehicle was equipped with its own communication system. The anti-aircraft vehicle remained stationary, while one of the terrifying robots was tasked with luring the voracious beasts into the urban ruins, and another was assigned to ensure the safety of the anti-aircraft vehicle, preventing any close-range assaults from the beasts. Following the commander's orders, the first terrifying robot advanced into the depths of the urban ruins without hesitation, while Qin Tian focused solely on the footage from this robot, preparing for any tactical maneuvers. The abandoned city ruins were perilous, teeming with voracious beasts, and within a mere 10 minutes, the first robot encountered a throng of these creatures. Among the horde were serpentine dogs and a few of the special voracious beasts capable of launching energy pulses from a distance, though the serpentine dogs were in the majority. The commotion caused by the robot was considerable, prompting Qin Tian to instruct it to periodically slice through a derelict vehicle or leap atop one, creating further disturbances. The primary objective behind these actions was to draw the attention of the voracious beasts, enticing them to pursue the robot. By leading the creatures out of the inner-city ruins onto the highway, the anti-aircraft vehicle would be prepared to fire once the beasts were lured away, maximizing their strategic advantage. However, the reality proved far less promising, despite the substantial noise created by the robot. The horde of serpentine dogs and special beasts merely glanced at it before returning to their own affairs, seeking out places to rest. This disregard stemmed from the robot's lack of emotional fluctuations, resembling an inanimate object which failed to pique the interest of the voracious beasts, who were indifferent to the robot's foolish antics. Only a few scattered serpentine dogs retreated, baring their teeth as if to warn the robot to stay away, lest they be forced to engage. The few dogs showing such aggression likely remembered witnessing the terrifying robot transform into a nuclear bomb, dragging a multitude of voracious beasts to detonate, which instilled fear in them. Since softness is ineffective, let us resort to firmness. Kui, go forth and bite him. Y. Upon witnessing the group of shijibeasts that utterly disregarded Kui in the command center, Qin Tian was immediately filled with indignation. The sensation of being subjected to such cold indifference is profoundly unsettling. How dare they ignore me? Y. Swiftly engage them. Strike if you can, and if not, retreat immediately. Draw the swarm of shijibeasts towards us, and then let the anti-air armored vehicles reap the harvest. Such a flawless plan. P.S. Today there will be 2 updates. This is all for now. Dear readers, please refrain from hoarding the book. It is essential to read each chapter as it is released, for neglecting it may lead to its untimely demise. And I will be left with no choice but to abruptly terminate this work. Oh, woe is me. I encourage readers to leave comments and engage. I shall converse with you at my leisure upon seeing your messages. Please support me with your kindness, and I promise 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 38. The firepower of the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle Qin Tian observed through the footage uploaded by Kong that the nearby pack of devourer beasts was ignoring him, leaving him with a sense of cold neglect. In response, he promptly issued a command for Kong to charge ahead and eliminate 1 or 2 of the creatures to draw their ire. Just as Kong prepared to approach and select a few unfortunate serpent hounds to dispatch, the previously retreating hounds abruptly halted their withdrawal, brandishing their glowing tendrils as if signaling to the other devourer beasts. Not good, Kong, retreat. Witnessing this alarming scene on the recording, Qin Tian immediately sensed impending danger and commanded the robotic entity to flee. Upon receiving the order, Kong swiftly turned to escape, but the peculiar devourer beasts, upon noticing Kong Yi's intent to withdraw, unleashed several energy pulses from their maws, nearly toppling the robotic figure. Fortunately, Kong Yi's agility allowed it to evade the incoming energy projectiles, thereby fulfilling Qin Tian's aim of luring the devourer beasts. The horde was successfully captivated and pursued, intent on tearing apart the entity that threatened their safety. Meanwhile, the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle, lying in ambush at the periphery of the city ruins, prepared itself upon hearing the commotion from within the debris. Before long, Kong appeared, closely followed by a swarm of approximately 70 to 80 devourer beasts, including a dozen of the special variety. The beasts spat venomous saliva at the fleeing Kong determined to incapacitate it. Fire, commanded Qin Tian to the anti-aircraft vehicle, indifferent to the possibility of friendly fire, for with the establishment of the war vehicle factory, the terrifying robots had become expendable, much like his comrades. The driver of the anti-aircraft vehicle responded to the command, immediately pressing the firing button for the 85mm anti-aircraft cannon atop the vehicle. Boom, boom, boom. The 85mm shells soared from the cannon, illuminating the night sky as they sped towards the pack of devourer beasts trailing Kong Yi. Bang, bang. With a series of deafening explosions, the shells struck the horde, obliterating several serpent hounds and resulting in violent detonations. The ensuing clouds of black smoke obscured part of the view, yet the shards of shrapnel continued their merciless trajectory, wreaking havoc upon the beasts. In mere moments, a significant number of the devourer beasts fell, some serpent hounds torn asunder into gory fragments, while others, those spared from such a fate, were left maimed, missing limbs or heads, scattered across the battlefield. Alas, Kong Yi could not escape its grim fate either, for the extensive blast radius of the 85mm shells rendered it vulnerable, leaving it riddled with shrapnel and ultimately incapacitated. Terrifying robots, -1. The anti-air tracked vehicle eliminates the snake dogs, earning 250 funds. The anti-air tracked vehicle eliminates a dozen special devouring beasts lurking behind the snake dog pack. Upon witnessing their kind fall in an instant, immediately succumbed to fear and turned to flee, presumably to summon reinforcements to deal with the anti-air tracked vehicle. Although the special devouring beasts retreated, the snake dogs remained undeterred. They sensed emotional fluctuations within the vehicle through its driver's window, indicating the presence of life inside. The presence of life signified a source of vitality, which drove the snake dogs into a frenzy. However, they were not foolish. Upon realizing that a significant portion of their kind had perished in a mere glance, they swiftly dispersed to minimize casualties. The anti-air tracked vehicle needed to turn and retreat quickly, engaging its firepower while fleeing. Upon witnessing the snake dogs scatter through the footage transmitted by the Second Terror, Qin Tian promptly commanded the anti-air tracked vehicle to shoot while retreating, to avoid being encircled by the approaching snake dogs. The vehicle outpaced the snake dogs, rendering them unable to catch up as they were ruthlessly pulled apart within 10 minutes. The casualties were substantial. Originally, a pack of 70 to 80 snake dogs had dwindled to fewer than 20 in just half an hour, largely due to their dispersal. Had they charged mindlessly without spreading out, they would have been completely annihilated in under 10 minutes. The remaining snake dogs, now aware that they could no longer pursue the anti-air tracked vehicle, scattered in different directions, leaving the vehicle uncertain on how to proceed. Ultimately, a loud noise echoed from the city ruins, likely disturbing the double-jawed beasts, prompting them to cease their hunt for the devouring beasts and retreat towards the base. Observing the map in the command room, with the anti-air tracked vehicle and the Second Terror returning towards the base, Qin Tian chose not to linger on that, and instead inquired about his current funds. System, how much money do I have? The host currently possesses 110 funds. How much? 16,000? Indeed, host. Goodness, Qin Tian exclaimed, astonished that a single outing for the anti-air tracked vehicle had netted him such a sum. If he were to purchase additional anti-air tracked vehicles or tanks with this money and send them out on multiple missions, he could become immensely wealthy overnight. This was the first time Qin Tian realized how effortlessly money could be earned. However, it was already quite late, and he decided to allow his soldiers some rest before venturing out for more earnings the following day. Once the anti-air tracked vehicle returned to the base and parked beside the armored vehicle factory, the driver disembarked and headed into the barracks to rest. Naturally, there were no proper sleeping arrangements in the barracks, so the red alert soldiers had to make do by sleeping on the ground. Weary from his duties, Commander Qin Tian arranged for his men to take turns on night watch before departing the command room to retire in a nearby lounge for some much-needed sleep. Before Qin Tian succumbed to slumber, he accessed the construction panel of the vehicle unit and procured an anti-aircraft tracked vehicle and a rhino tank from the tank factory. Thus, upon awakening the following morning, he would be greeted by the already constructed rhino tank and anti-aircraft vehicle, sparing him the inconvenience of waiting. This was indeed splendid. Funds minus 12,000. Remaining funds for 1,110. After completing his purchase of the rhino tank and the new anti-aircraft tracked vehicle, Qin Tian drifted into a deep and pleasant sleep, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the rhino tank the next day. P.S. There is one more chapter to come. The humble author is currently in the process of writing, so please bear with me. Chapter 39, Constructing the Camp, Providing a Home for My Comrades. Due to the intense mental exertion required for command operations, Qin Tian, as the commander, had long succumbed to fatigue, his mind clouded. After procuring the rhino tanks and anti-aircraft tracked vehicles, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Remarkably, Qin Tian awoke naturally, not stirring until after 10 o'clock the following morning. After attending to his needs and freshening up, he departed the main base's construction facility to inspect the newly completed Rhino tanks. Upon leaving the construction site, he arrived at the entrance of the armored vehicle factory, where he beheld 3 vehicles stationed beside the facility. Among them were 2 anti-aircraft tracked vehicles, which he had previously examined. However, the focal point was the Rhino tank positioned between them. Name: Rhino tank. Type: heavy armored unit. Weapon: 120mm D, 80T main gun. Function and purpose: the Rhino tank, as a heavy armored vehicle, not only boasts formidable defensive capabilities, but also possesses substantial offensive power. Its 120mm main gun can inflict devastating damage upon enemy tanks and light armored units, potentially obliterating them with a single shot. Description: the Rhino tank is the most prevalent heavy armored unit within the Soviet military faction, excelling in both resilience and firepower, all while remaining relatively affordable. Utilizing it in conjunction with my comrades for coordinated assaults may yield unexpectedly favorable outcomes. The Rhino tank's design is unremarkable, resembling its counterpart from the Red Alert game precisely. It is an older model of Soviet tank, measuring approximately 2.5 meters in height and around 3 meters in width, thus not excessively large. The crux of its significance lies in its 120mm main gun, a factor of paramount importance. Consider that an 85mm anti-aircraft gun can decimate a horde of snakes and dogs with ease. Hence, the Rhino tank's main armament, being of a larger caliber, undoubtedly possesses greater lethality than that of the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle. However, the Rhino tank's rate of fire is comparatively slower, with a reloading time that cannot match that of the anti-aircraft vehicle. The latter can unleash over 30 rounds per minute, while the former can manage barely 20 rounds in the same time frame. Furthermore, the Rhino tank lacks the speed and agility of the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle. If besieged by a multitude of snakes and dogs, it would be unable to escape, facing inevitable demise. Therefore, in the absence of a substantial number of Rhino tanks to create a formidable iron tide, Qin Tian must exercise caution in their deployment. After surveying the Rhino tank's exterior, Qin Tian intended to ascend and explore the cockpit. However, the sweltering heat deterred him. Merely standing outside to admire the tank's capabilities left him drenched in sweat, prompting a hasty retreat back to the command room of the construction facility. The command room was equipped with air conditioning, though such amenities were not exclusive to Qin Tian's main base. The barracks also featured air conditioning, as it served a critical purpose in the advanced production line for cloning, ensuring that excessive heat would not disrupt operations. The tank factory has vanished, replaced by a vast production workshop. Although it operates with fully automated machinery, it still necessitates extensive welding techniques. Thus, it is typically devoid of air conditioning. However, it is not a viable solution to have the Red Alert soldiers sleeping on the ground in the barracks indefinitely. Qin Tian must devise a means to procure tents or sleeping bags for his troops. As the numbers swell over time, it would be impractical to have all the Red Alert soldiers crammed into the barracks. Naturally, Qin Tian could allow them to sleep in the construction factory. Yet, despite its seemingly ample size, the internal space suitable for habitation is rather limited, designed primarily for the accommodation of 1 or 2 commanders. Beyond 10 individuals, it becomes untenable. In the later stages, Qin Tian's forces will undoubtedly number in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Otherwise, how could he claim his faction the title of the Shenzhou Red Alert Empire? Therefore, Qin Tian must provide every one of his loyal comrades with a home. He felt his aspirations were profoundly noble, almost bringing him to tears. He imagined that upon learning their commander intended to provide them all with a home, his comrades would be moved to tears. System, he thought, if you possess military logistical supply stations, then surely there are facilities for my soldiers to rest? He urged the system to reveal them to him. He recalled that while Red Alert soldiers in the game do not require rest, their real-world counterparts certainly do. Hence, the system must have accommodations for them. Upon hearing Qin Tian's request, the system remained silent, merely opening the construction panel for him. Red Alert Military Base, 10,000. Red Alert Barracks, 7,000. Residential Building, 5,000. Dormitory Building, 4000, Camp 2000, observing the options presented by the system. Qin Tian felt a tinge of confusion, as these structures were not part of the Red Alert game. He surmised that their presence was likely due to the system's attempts to align more closely with reality. After all, in the game, Red Alert soldiers require no sustenance to continue their relentless battles, which is not the case in reality. System, for now, let me construct a camp, he decided. Funds -2,000. Remaining funds, 110. With his remaining funds dwindling, he could only afford to establish a camp for the Red Alert soldiers to temporarily reside in, planning to construct a barracks later when finances allowed. The construction factory executed the establishment of the camp with remarkable speed, completing it in under 20 minutes, as it consisted merely of a cluster of tents. Once Qin Tian designated the location for the camp, dozens of tents materialized shortly thereafter. Upon counting, he found a total of 30 tents. Each tent accommodates just one individual. Any additional occupants would render it quite cramped, revealing little difference from an ordinary campsite. Yet, it is certainly preferable to having none at all. Qin Tian instructed Dong, Yi, and the others to temporarily reside at the campsite for the time being. Should the heat become unbearable, they could always return to the barracks, which fortunately are equipped with air conditioning. Once he resolves the housing situation for the Red Alert soldiers, his next consideration will be the matter of generating income. This time, Qin Tian chose not to take the last remaining terrifying robot with him on his expedition, leaving the creature behind to safeguard Dong, Yi, and the others. For the hunt of the devouring beasts, the Rhino tank along with 2 anti-aircraft armor vehicles would suffice. The terrorists remained stationed in one of the anti-aircraft vehicles, ensuring that should any unforeseen events arise, one of the vehicles could instantly transform into a nuclear-equipped machine. This could serve as a means for a suicide attack to cover their comrades' retreat, or, in the event of being cornered, to opt for self-detonation, delivering a substantial surprise to their adversaries. Of course, this hinges on ensuring his own protection. Otherwise, if a specialized devouring beast were to destroy him from a distance, it would not bode well for his comrades. P.S. Good night to all the readers, sweet dreams. Chapter 40. The anti-aircraft tracked vehicle enters the city for reconnaissance upon receiving the command from their commander. 2 anti-aircraft tracked vehicles and a rhinoceros tank swiftly set forth, racing out of the confines of their base toward the distant ruins of the city. Today marked the 3rd day since Qin Tian's arrival in the Linglong world, and it was also the due date for repaying the 10,000 loan to the unscrupulous system. Should he fail to repay today and allow it to extend into tomorrow, the system would impose a staggering interest of 1,000 per day, an utterly nefarious predicament. At present, Qin Tian's funds dwindled to a mere 210, insufficient for acquiring any armored units, leaving him with no choice but to fabricate a few comrades for amusement. However, he anticipated the imminent return of the armed mining vehicle, which had ventured out the previous day to gather metallic ores. Qin Tian felt relatively assured of the armed mining vehicle's safety, as its size and tonnage surpassed that of the rhinoceros tank, with armor even thicker. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the armed mining vehicle finally returned to the base, its cargo area brimming with an assortment of metals. The bulk of the haul consisted of iron, accompanied by a modest quantity of copper. Gold was a distant dream, as it was not so easily procured. Upon arriving at the base, the armed mining vehicle leisurely made its way toward the ore refining plant, laden with the minerals it had collected. Once the armed mining vehicle came to a halt, the cargo area began to elevate gradually, unloading its contents into the conveyor belt at the center of the ore refining plant. This mechanism would transport the gathered metallic ores into the smelting apparatus on either side, enabling Qin Tian as commander to refine the minerals into capital, thereby ensuring a stable income for Qin Tian. Within half an hour, Qin Tian witnessed a remarkable surge in his funds, escalating from 210 to an astonishing 210. In the game, each full return of the armed mining vehicle typically yielded only 1,000, yet here it had remarkably added 20,000 to his treasury. This adjustment likely stemmed from the system's intent to maintain balance, considering that any vehicle within the tank factory commenced at several thousand. None were priced below 3,000. Had the armed mining vehicle returned after a night of labor with merely an additional 1,000, Qin Tian would have deemed it futile to continue, opting instead to resign to despair. With over 20,000 at his disposal, Qin Tian's confidence surged, and he unhesitatingly repaid 10,000 to the system. Funds minus 10,000. Remaining funds, 12,210. System, procure for me another rhinoceros tank and anti-aircraft vehicle. Funds minus 12,000. Remaining funds, 210. Qin Tian acquired an additional tank and anti-aircraft vehicle. As today marked the third day, and the system's novice protection period was drawing to a close. After today, should he venture forth to hunt the devouring beasts, he would no longer be able to accrue funds. His future earnings would thus rely solely on the armed mining vehicle for mineral collection. By the way, system, I recall that in the Red Alert game, supply crates are typically spawned. Might you bestow upon me some crates to collect? Suddenly, Qin Tian pondered a question regarding the supply crates in the Red Alert game, for such crates could yield a plethora of valuable items. If he were to open a blind box and procure an apocalypse tank, wouldn't that spell disaster for the devourer? Indeed, host. There are numerous supply crates capable of unveiling various treasures. We possess a dozen right here. However, the system continued, these crates are not gratuitous. You must purchase them with your own funds. Once acquired, I shall airdrop them to you, akin to opening a blind box, a mere 5,000 credits each, with the potential to reveal anything. Isn't that delightful, host? Qin Tian retorted, delightful? You must be jesting. What kind of absurdity is this? I have to spend 5,000 credits on a gamble, only to see what I might obtain? While it is true that these crates may contain many treasures, they could also harbor perilous items. What if I were to purchase a crate that explodes upon opening? Would I not be inviting trouble upon myself? What about my base? Qin Tian had mentally cursed the system's lineage countless times, questioning how such a mercenary entity had become bound to him. Despite his grievances, he dared not voice them, for his very existence depended on the system's support. Meanwhile, as Qin Tian engaged in cordial interaction with the system, the anti-aircraft tank and rhino tank dispatched to hunt the devourers had reached their destination. Commander, I am the driver of the rhino tank. We have arrived at the periphery of the urban ruins. Please provide further operational details. The voice transmitted from the control room interrupted Qin Tian's interaction with the system. Do not venture into the urban ruins, he cautioned, for tanks are ill-suited for urban warfare. The intricate and treacherous terrain of the ruins, coupled with the obstructive high-rise buildings, could severely limit visibility. Should the tanks recklessly advance, they risk being ambushed. If a dual-job beast were to appear at that moment, it would spell disaster. Qin Tian meticulously explained the rationale against rashly entering the ruins before issuing his command. Let the anti-aircraft tank carrying the terrorists proceed cautiously to scout the area, in hopes of luring out some devourers for an ambush. Upon hearing the order, the driver of the anti-aircraft tank wasted no time, pressing the accelerator and propelling the vehicle into the heart of the urban ruins. Despite the significant risks of scouting ahead, the driver harbored no fear. He remained stoic, focused on the road, while intermittently surveying the surroundings for any signs of danger. The roads in the abandoned city are rugged and uneven, making it quite uncomfortable for the driver of the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle, who is jolted to the point of dizziness. Fortunately, they have undergone professional military training, so aside from the discomfort, they are not severely affected. Moments later, the driver of the anti-aircraft vehicle spots the ferocious creatures known as the Devourers. To the right, on the ruins of a collapsed building, a dozen serpent-like dogs are lounging and resting. A splendid opportunity for a surprise attack. The anti-aircraft vehicle suddenly comes to a screeching halt, swiftly pivoting its mounted anti-aircraft gun towards the group of resting serpent dogs and opens fire. Although the serpent dogs react swiftly, having already risen alertly upon noticing the vehicle's sudden stop, they cannot outpace the speed of the incoming shells. The driver of the anti-aircraft vehicle thinks to himself, gathering in numbers, you shall be punished. You shall feast on purple eggs. Before the serpent dogs can even take a step to flee, they are mercilessly blasted by the 85mm anti-aircraft cannon, sent tumbling in disarray. Those who survive the initial explosion, though maimed, howl in anguish as they scramble to seek refuge within the dilapidated buildings, crawling desperately to escape. Yet, all their efforts are in vain against the overwhelming firepower. How could the mere steel-reinforced concrete of civilian structures withstand the onslaught of 85mm anti-aircraft rounds? Undoubtedly, they cannot withstand it. The large-caliber shells pierce through the concrete walls where the serpent dogs attempt to hide, detonating and reducing them to mere remnants. This entire sequence, though it may seem prolonged, transpires in less than 3 minutes. However, the commotion it creates is significant enough to alert other devourers lurking within the ruins of the city. It is merely a matter of time before hordes of these creatures come rushing towards this location. Chapter 41. The self-detonation of a nuclear bomb crawler. The commotion from the anti-aircraft crawler was so thunderous that even the Rhino tank and another anti-aircraft vehicle, stationed at the city's edge awaiting his return, could not remain oblivious. However, such a ruckus was unavoidable, for the 85mm caliber of the anti-aircraft gun made it nearly impossible to maintain silence. The question lingered, though, of how many abyss beasts would be drawn to this disturbance. Soon enough, they would receive their answer as the ground trembled incessantly, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps and roars approaching from afar. The driver of the anti-aircraft crawler, who had just dispatched a dozen snake dogs, immediately released the clutch, pressed the accelerator, and shifted gears, executing a dramatic launch reminiscent of a racing game. The derelict buildings behind the anti-aircraft crawler could no longer withstand the chaos, collapsing one after another amidst rising clouds of dust. The anti-aircraft crawler pushed its power to the maximum, flooring the accelerator, reaching speeds of 70 km/h, with smoke billowing from the tracks. Emerging from the dust cloud behind, a multitude of abyss beasts appeared, predominantly snake dogs, along with several long-range attackers, and even dozens of colossal beasts resembling a hybrid of a large toad and a salamander, surpassing the size of the Rhino tank. The skin of these formidable abyss beasts was as hard as iron, rendering conventional bullets ineffective. Even 12mm machine gun rounds could not penetrate. Fortunately, the caliber of the anti-aircraft vehicle was sufficiently large to allow for firing while on the move, though most of the anti-aircraft shells were consumed by these titanic beasts. Yet, due to their sheer size, many of them, despite enduring the brunt of the anti-aircraft fire, remained unscathed. Even if their upper halves were obliterated, as long as their core, located in the lower half of their bodies, was intact, they could not be considered dead. Before long, they began to revive slowly. Only a few of these massive creatures had their cores positioned in their upper halves, and it was these that were fortuitously dispatched by the anti-aircraft fire, with these colossal abyss beasts leading the charge, although the snake dogs still suffered casualties. The slaughter was not as rampant as before. They no longer fell in droves at the first encounter. The earth roars, which had been lurking at the rear of the abyss beasts, began to exert their power, leaping to higher ground and unleashing energy pulse attacks toward the fleeing anti-aircraft crawler. Despite the anti-aircraft crawler's impressive speed, it lacked the agility of the terrifying robots, making it difficult to evade all the energy pulses fired by the earth roars. Fortunately, as an armored vehicle, the anti-aircraft crawler was not easily destroyed. Even after absorbing 3 or 4 energy pulses, it only suffered a few dents in its side armor, avoiding catastrophic damage. However, at this rate of assault, it was apparent that the vehicle might not escape the city unscathed. Indeed, while the anti-aircraft crawler was faster than the pursuing abyss beasts, it could not withstand the relentless harassment from the earth roars. As the insatiable beasts encircled, their numbers grew increasingly formidable. Occasionally, while the armored vehicle sped along, a horde of these creatures would suddenly leap from the ruins on either side, forcing a change in its escape route. Thus, for nearly half an hour, the vehicle maneuvered through the debris, sustaining grievous damage to its armor, now marred by numerous dents and scars. Meanwhile, in the command center, Qin Tian observed the vehicle, now devoid of ammunition and lost, fleeing for its life. He sensed that the moment had arrived. Since escape was no longer feasible, it was time to detonate the vehicle. After all, the armored transport sent to scout the path was laden with explosives, and its destruction would trigger an indiscriminate explosion, capable of annihilating a multitude of beasts. While the vehicle endured blows and sought an exit, a dozen or so long-range attackers, seemingly possessed, unleashed a torrent of saliva from hundreds of meters away, severing the tracks that powered the vehicle, rendering it immobile. Qin Tian promptly issued a command via radio, instructing it to fulfill its final purpose, to create a spectacle of destruction for the encroaching beasts. The explosion was colossal, transforming the surrounding area into a verdant radiation zone, and leaving a crater nearly 20 meters deep. Buildings within a kilometer were flattened, and the pursuing creatures were vaporized by the blast's searing heat, while those further afield suffered devastating casualties. With the detonation of the vehicle laden with terrorists, a mushroom cloud ascended over the forsaken city, and an overwhelming number of kill notifications flooded the upper right corner of Qin Tian's vision, far too numerous to count. This immense commotion roused a colossal beast from its slumber amidst the ruins. A giant creature, towering over 20 meters, emerged from the debris, its territory ravaged by what it perceived to be a mere toy car, unleashing a thunderous roar of fury. Quickly, Rhino tank, flee! You cannot contend with this one. Upon learning that the vehicle carrying terrorists had self-destructed, inadvertently summoning the formidable beast, Qin Tian immediately ordered the Rhino tank and the remaining armored vehicle to retreat, advising them not to provoke it, for it was a foe they could not hope to confront. P.S. This concludes today's update. I cannot provide more, as I have been utterly drained. In the next chapter, the protagonist will enter a phase of rapid development. Good night, Bacala. Chapter 42, Commander Upgrade. Physical enhancement liquid upon receiving the retreat order from their commander. Both the Rhino tank and another anti-aircraft armored vehicle promptly made their exit. After all, the dual-jawed beast, a formidable high-tier predator, was beyond the capabilities of the Rhino tank. Once Qin Tian had directed the Rhino tank to withdraw, he turned his attention to his remaining funds. 33,500. Not only had Qin Tian's finances increased, but his commander level had also risen, advancing from a junior commander to a mid-level commander. Following this elevation, the commander's attire he donned transformed, becoming more three-dimensional and striking, with the insignia on his shoulder evolving from a single red star to two. Furthermore, he discovered a vial of light blue potion had mysteriously appeared in his pocket, and a holster with 3 pistol magazines had materialized at his waist, containing a renowned M911 pistol. This time, my commander level upgrade even comes with equipment? Qin Tian initially praised his rather unscrupulous system, before taking out the illustrious M911 pistol from the holster to examine and toy with it. However, in the realm of the spirit cage, this pistol seemed to serve little purpose, primarily effective against the ordinary inhabitants of the lighthouse, and even hitting a more agile spine creature proved to be quite challenging. Consequently, the M911 was destined to remain merely a decorative item, offering little enhancement to Qin Tian's combat prowess. It would be far more practical to head directly to the barracks and retrieve the AK rifle he had collected from the fallen Red Alert soldiers. With this thought in mind, Qin Tian returned the M911 pistol to its holster at his waist, ceasing his idle play, and shifted his gaze towards the blue potion that had appeared in his pocket. As he extracted the vial, lines of information concerning the blue potion unfolded before his eyes. Name: Physical Enhancement Liquid, Standard Version. Type: Biological Gene Enhancement Liquid. Function and effects: consuming this physical enhancement liquid will significantly elevate your physical attributes, greatly enhance your immunity, strength, and other values. Even if you were previously feeble, after drinking this potion, you could transform into a vigorous being, unyielding and relentless. Though the description of the physical enhancement liquid appeared rather hasty, Qin Tian astutely grasped the key phrase. Could even the feeble be transformed into a vigorous entity after consumption? A miraculous elixir. This was undoubtedly a divine remedy. After absorbing the information regarding the potion's capabilities, Qin Tian was instantly filled with exhilaration, and without a moment's hesitation, he twisted off the cap and downed the entire vial of physical enhancement liquid in one go. It tasted delightful, with a hint of sweetness. As the essence of the enhancement liquid coursed through him, Qin Tian soon felt a wave of heat enveloping his body. Not only did he experience this warmth, but a sudden, intense pain erupted in his abdomen. This discomfort began to radiate outward, gradually spreading from his stomach to various parts of his body, until he ultimately felt an overwhelming ache enveloping him entirely. In a moment of anguish, Qin Tian collapsed onto the floor of the command room, lamenting his plight and vehemently accusing the system of attempting to undermine him. This surreal scene succeeded in rendering the system mute. After half an hour of writhing in agony, Qin Tian finally regained his composure as the excruciating sensation, akin to being gnawed upon by ants, began to wane. Struggling to rise, he noticed that his perspective seemed considerably elevated. System, what is happening? Why do I feel as though I have grown taller? Host, this is the result of the physique enhancement liquid. Your original height of over 1.7 meters has surged to over 1.8 meters upon consuming the enhancement liquid provided by this system. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian eagerly accessed his personal panel to inspect his new attributes. Name, Qin Tian. Gender, male. Age, 20. Identity, intermediate commander. Ability, knightly resilience. Physique, robust. Funds, 33,500. Tears of joy welled in Qin Tian's eyes as he beheld his transformation from a state of weakness to one of strength. Who could fathom the despair of a true man branded with the label of impotence? Now, he had shed that despair and reclaimed the confidence he had previously lost. Yet, amidst his excitement, he remained focused on his objectives. The Rhino tank and anti-aircraft tracked vehicle he had commissioned from the vehicle factory had finally been completed and stood ready for orders. Now, with the addition of these two vehicles, he commanded a total of 4 armored units, 2 Rhino tanks, and 2 anti-aircraft vehicles. However, this meager force was far from sufficient. Qin Tian envisioned a battalion of tanks and an overwhelming barrage of anti-aircraft units, rather than a mere handful of them. System, procure 5 more anti-aircraft vehicles and enlist 7 terrorists. Funds, 27,100. Remaining funds, 6,400. You may wonder why Qin Tian opted for such an abundance of anti-aircraft vehicles and self-destructing infantry rather than more resilient Rhino tanks. The answer is simple. He sought to amass wealth, and substantial wealth at that. 4. After midnight tonight, the system's 3-day novice protection period would lapse. Following this, hunting the serpent-like beasts would yield no financial reward. Thus, Qin Tian realized he must seize the opportunity presented by the novice protection period to swiftly acquire more anti-aircraft vehicles and terrorists, transforming them into a formidable force to wreak havoc upon the city ruins and obliterate the sinister beasts. When the time comes, I shall disregard your trivial concerns, for I remain blissfully unaware in my blind spot. The vehicle races ahead, too swift to halt, and should any matter arise, direct your grievances towards my TNT explosives. We are all striving to endure. Hours pass, and twilight gradually envelopes the sky, the sun descending as the moon ascends high above. Splendid. All 7 of you. Arrange the anti-aircraft tracked vehicles into a neat line. Subsequently, the terrorists shall board one by one, with a strict mandate that only 1 individual per vehicle is permitted. No more, no less. Compliance is imperative, understood? Qin Tian observed as the anti-aircraft tracked vehicles were meticulously organized under his command, ensuring that each terrorist boarded individually. The system had conveyed to Qin Tian that even if a single anti-aircraft vehicle were filled to capacity with terrorists, its potency would remain unchanged. Otherwise, he would have long since filled a vehicle to the brim with terrorists for a rather artistic endeavor. P.S. The young author feels somewhat depleted and must urgently rest to replenish energy. Otherwise, a collapse may ensue. Thus, I shall only provide 1 chapter tonight and shall compensate my esteemed readers tomorrow. Chapter 43, The Ecological Intensive Zone, The Grand Arrival. Once the anti-aircraft tracked vehicles had each been occupied by a terrorist, Qin Tian promptly issued combat orders, instructing them to swiftly advance to their destination in search of the devouring beasts for self-detonation. Upon receiving the command, the anti-aircraft vehicles immediately pressed down hard on the accelerator, racing towards the designated location with the terrorists on board. After the convoy departed, Qin Tian reopened the construction panel, intent on erecting a radar system. Wall, 100, patrol cannon, 2,000, anti-aircraft gun, 3,000, magnetic explosion coil, 4,000, radar, 5,000 system. Construct a radar for me. Funds minus 5,000. Remaining funds, 1,400. The construction of the radar required time. Qin Tian returned to the command room of the construction factory, monitoring the situation of the anti-aircraft convoy while awaiting the completion of the radar. After several dozen minutes, the convoy successfully reached the entrance of the urban ruins, at the same highway exit and location as before. This time, there was no need for any baiting of the devouring beasts. The convoy could charge in recklessly, heading directly for the epicenter where the beasts were most concentrated, and then self-destruct. 7 anti-aircraft vehicles accelerated with unwavering determination, plunging into the urban ruins. Racing towards the city center, the thunderous roar of diesel engines echoing painfully in the desolate cityscape. Soon, they attracted the attention of a multitude of devouring beasts. However, upon recognizing the familiar self-destructing vehicles, the beasts hurriedly retreated in the opposite direction. The profound fear exhibited by the devouring beasts towards the anti-aircraft vehicles was clearly a result of the immense psychological trauma inflicted by the prior nuclear explosive vehicle's detonation. Yet, as they fled, the convoy pursued. 1 vehicle was dispatched to chase after the retreating beasts while the remaining 6 continued their advance towards the city center. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. The remaining 6 anti-aircraft vehicles pressed onward, driven by the command of their leader to detonate within the city center. The devouring beasts outside the central area could be easily dealt with by a single vehicle. But why must they reach the city center for the detonation? Qin Tian had gleaned from previous intelligence acquired through dealings with the lighthouse that the city center was referred to as an ecological intensive zone. This area was not only perilous, but also teeming with devouring beasts, some of which were scarcely documented by the lighthouse. If the serpents and dogs were mere cannon fodder of the mana ecosystem, then the special devouring beasts near the ecological intensive zone were elite, having mastered numerous unique attack methods, such as the ground roar previously encountered. Beyond their prowess in close combat, they had also evolved long-range attacks. Additionally, there were the massive, resilient ground lizard beasts, whose skin and physique had evolved to be exceptionally tough. These special devouring beasts were predominantly concentrated in the ecological intensive zone, and it was even possible to encounter a king-level devouring beast, the dual-jawed beast, within its depths. However, Qin Tian remained utterly unperturbed, boldly declaring that he was targeting only the elite forces. As for the so-called special devouring beasts and king-level devouring beasts, he suggested they direct their concerns towards his nuclear missile carrier, with an effective lethal radius of 1 kilometer and a fatal range of 500 meters. This nuclear carrier was a possession worthy of admiration, and any issues could be addressed post-detonation. Furthermore, he possessed not merely 1, but several vehicles. Although 1 had been diverted in pursuit of the devouring beasts, 6 still remained. Even if the Emperor himself were to arrive today, he would have to endure the wrath of a massive explosion before departing. As the air defense convoy ventured into the heart of the densely populated ecological zone, they encountered a gruesome scene replete with remnants of flesh and bone. The roads here were a convoluted maze, littered with the vestiges of former human civilization, ruins of skyscrapers, and an array of abandoned vehicles, coupled with the treacherous terrain, rendered their progress exceedingly arduous. Additionally, severe magnetic interference plagued the area, causing frequent disruptions and static during radio communications between Qin Tian in the command center and the convoy drivers, making dialogue increasingly challenging. Moreover, the convoy faced an onslaught of devouring beasts, which upon sighting the vehicles, did not flee as those outside the ecological zone had. Instead, they charged recklessly towards the convoy, intent on halting their advance and trapping them within the area. Qin Tian, while scrutinizing the electronic display in his hand, engaged in dialogue with the drivers. These holographic electronic displays were the result of previous transactions with the old captain at the lighthouse, proving invaluable now. The ground intelligence from the lighthouse contained records of the mana flowers, which could nurture the devouring beasts and generate a unique biological magnetic field, endowing the injured beasts with remarkable regenerative capabilities. Crucially, these mana flowers were capable of releasing pheromones, directing the devouring beast to assist in combat. This elucidated why the devouring beasts encountered after the convoy's entry into the ecological zone ceased their retreat and brazenly approached to attack. The mana flowers were orchestrating their actions. After all, the mana flowers possessed no offensive capabilities themselves. They could only emit scarlet essences. Unless activated by blood, their means of assaulting humans relied entirely on commanding the devouring beasts. Qin Tian's decision to allow the air defense convoy to enter the city center's ecological zone for self-detonation stemmed not only from the abundance of devouring beasts, but also from his desire to unleash a significant blow to the mana flowers. He was eager to ascertain the financial gains he could accrue once these flowers, responsible for maintaining the symbiotic relationship with the devouring beasts, were obliterated by the explosions. The 6 air defense vehicles sped forth, unleashing their firepower to shatter the obstructive devouring beasts into fragments. Although the mana flowers within the ecological zone endowed them with enhanced vitality, it did not render them invincible. The 85mm caliber anti-aircraft gun of Laozi, upon merely grazing the extreme devourer, would obliterate both the creature and its core into mere fragments. No matter how adept one may be at restoration, the absence of a core renders recovery impossible. It's akin to the predicament of Louis XVI. One must have a head to engage in jest, and without it, what humor remains? Thus, even as the throngs of extreme devourers recklessly surge forth, seeking to impede the convoy's progress, their efforts amount to little more than a fleeting delay in the pace of the armored vehicles. Unless the ammunition of the anti-aircraft vehicles is exhausted, or an extraordinarily large extreme devourer, akin to the dual-jaw beast, enters the fray, this ordinary horde stands no chance of obstruction. The earth roars, perched atop the ruins of various structures, unleash energy pulse projectiles at the convoy. Yet they are thwarted by the armor of the anti-aircraft vehicles, inflicting minimal damage. To dismantle a single anti-aircraft vehicle, one would need to strike with a dozen or more energy pulses, but these vehicles are not so easily assailed. Should you dare to fire upon me, I shall retaliate with a volley of 85mm caliber high-explosive shells. Come now, let us engage in a duel. It may be a test of precision. Albeit my caliber is somewhat larger, yet it is capable of accurate targeting, one shot, one kill, for that is the essence of a sniper's art. The unfortunate earth roars, having exhausted their saliva, have yet to destroy a single anti-aircraft vehicle, only to be decimated by a single shot from one of the anti-aircraft vehicles. This confrontation is starkly unequal. The fearsome firepower network formed by 6 anti-aircraft vehicles presents an insurmountable and lethal chasm to the horde of extreme devourers. P.S. There is another chapter forthcoming. Dear readers, please bear with us a moment longer. Chapter 44. The bloom of mana and the emergence of the blossom beast. The horde of devouring beasts surged towards the convoy with the ferocity of fearless warriors. Undeterred, even as many of their number were obliterated within mere meters of the convoy, their bodies disintegrating into the earth and succumbing to death. Yet, despite this grim fate, the devouring beasts pressed on with unwavering courage. Were they capable of speech, one could envision them charging forth while uttering oaths of loyalty. Regrettably, their fervent roars bore no fruit, as the only threat to the convoy came from the distant earth roars, capable of long-range assaults. Although the convoy's progress was hindered by the onslaught of the devouring beasts, it neared the very heart of the ecological dense zone. The lead driver of the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle caught sight of the mana blossoms in the distance, their roots entwined among the ruins of buildings. These mana blossoms manifested as immense floral structures, boasting robust stems and broad petals, their surfaces adorned with luminescent spore sacs, presenting a strikingly unique appearance. Upon glimpsing the mana blossoms, the driver intended to promptly utilize the radio to report back to his commander. However, as they approached the mana blossoms, the magnetic field interference intensified, rendering the radio utterly inoperative, filled only with static and electrical noise, thus severing communication with the distant base. At that moment, a tremendous rumble erupted beside the mana blossoms, causing the ground to tremble. Weaker structures began to collapse, creating significant obstacles for the convoy. The debris stirred up clouds of dust, obscuring the majority of the convoy's view, yet they remained resolute, plunging into the haze. Minutes later, the convoy emerged from the dust, only to be met with a scene that left the drivers of the anti-aircraft vehicles in stunned silence. A colossal devouring beast, lacking legs and possessing a tail that resembled a blossom's calyx, stood imposing in their path. It effectively obstructed the convoy's advance, necessitating the creature's defeat to proceed to an optimal position for self-detonation. Though the formidable appearance of the beast was daunting, the convoy merely hesitated momentarily before accelerating past it without fear. Upon witnessing the convoy's relentless approach, the massive devouring beast lowered its head and opened its mouth, gathering an array of blue light points within. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the lead driver of the anti-aircraft vehicle swiftly ordered the 6 mounted anti-aircraft guns to cease their assault on other devouring beasts and redirect their fire towards the mouth of the charging creature. Then opened fire without delay. Boom, boom, boom. 6 rounds of 85mm anti-aircraft shells shot forth from the cannons, racing towards the beast's maw. Yet the colossal creature exhibited remarkable intelligence. Upon witnessing the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle pivot its gun towards his mouth, he promptly sealed his lips to halt his buildup of energy. This swift reaction resulted in the high-caliber shells fired from the vehicle failing to enter the maw of the colossal devouring beast, instead striking its cranium. However, the anticipated image of the shells shattering the creature's skull did not manifest. Instead, a bluish-gray luminescence erupted from the site of impact. This ethereal glow seemed to signify a unique defensive mechanism possessed by the beast, enabling it to absorb a significant portion of the kinetic energy from the incoming shells, as well as the explosive force unleashed upon detonation, leaving merely a superficial wound upon its exterior. The fragments resulting from the explosion failed to penetrate its skin, rendering them utterly ineffective. Although the driver of the anti-aircraft tracked vehicle was taken aback by this spectacle, he harbored no feelings of trepidation. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, intent on a direct collision. Do not inquire as to why he did not take a detour. The flanks were lined with derelict structures and devouring beasts, leaving only a dilapidated road beneath them. The vehicle ceased its assault on other beasts to concentrate its firepower on the massive creature obstructing their path. Seizing the opportunity, the serpentine hounds and gecko-like beasts advanced swiftly to attack the convoy, while the ground howlers perched atop the ruins abandoned any semblance of strategic engagement, unleashing their fury unabated. During this brief interlude of vulnerability, the pack of devouring beasts drew near the convoy, and the last anti-aircraft vehicle in line was overturned by a gecko-like beast leaping from above. This was, under the circumstances, the most favorable outcome. Had the steering wheel not been maneuvered deftly, the descending beast could have crushed the vehicle entirely. Such an explosion would have triggered a chain reaction among the nearby vehicles, resulting in widespread devastation. Now was not the opportune moment for self-detonation. Should an explosion occur here, the massive beast's body would serve as a barrier, and a sufficient distance still lay between them and the mana blossoms. It was conceivable that the blossoms could remain unharmed, an outcome entirely unwelcome to his commander. Thus, despite being overturned, the last anti-aircraft tracked vehicle refrained from self-destruction, opting instead to bide its time, awaiting the arrival of other devouring beasts for its demise. Although the ensuing explosion would inevitably ignite other vehicles, it would afford them greater distance from the mana blossoms. In this way, the likelihood of obliterating one of the blossoms would increase, thereby achieving their objective. With the overwhelming presence of devouring beasts surrounding them, the prospect of failing to profit from an explosion was of little concern. Thus, the annihilation of the mana blossoms became the ultimate goal of the anti-aircraft vehicle drivers. As mandated by their commanding officer, the precarious state of the companions did not deter the remaining 5 air defense vehicles from their relentless advance towards the location of the mana flower. Even in the face of the colossal devourer, which had opened its maw to confront them, they pressed on unperturbed. This time, the massive creature did not gather strength. Instead, a formidable blue energy beam erupted from its gaping mouth the moment it opened. The beam surged towards the convoy with blinding speed, claiming the life of the driver before he could react. In an instant, the 5 air defense vehicles were annihilated, their armor crumbling like mere parchment against the ferocious energy emitted by the creature. As the vehicles were obliterated, 5 enormous mushroom clouds rose swiftly, and the blinding light of the explosions illuminated the surroundings. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds reverberated from the heart of the ecological zone, and the devourer, having just destroyed the air defense vehicles, was caught off guard by the intense heat of the ensuing blasts, vaporized instantly, leaving no trace behind. The 6th air defense vehicle, which had already overturned, was also caught in the chain reaction of the preceding explosions. Although the system had indicated that the presence of multiple terrorists aboard the vehicles would not amplify the explosion's power, it did not clarify that the simultaneous detonation of several vehicles laden with terrorists would not result in a cumulative effect. The near-simultaneous explosions of the 6 air defense vehicles unleashed a force that obliterated the already precarious abandoned structures surrounding the ecological zone, causing all buildings within a radius of 1,500 meters to collapse. The effective lethal radius extended beyond 2,000 meters, with a mortality radius of 1,000 meters. And the echo of the cataclysmic blasts permeated the deserted urban area, audible even 3 kilometers away. Ah, dear readers, this is where I shall conclude today's narrative. Good night, and may the whimsical musings of my tale linger in your thoughts. Do not forget to offer a gentle nudge for more chapters and bestow your tokens of affection upon this humble author. Your encouragement and gifts are the most cherished support I could receive. Chapter 45. With a capital of 130,000, the system prematurely concludes the novice protection period. Following the destruction of 6 armored vehicles transformed into makeshift suicide trucks by terrorists, the resulting explosion obliterated all structures within a radius of 500 meters. The derelict buildings, having succumbed to years of erosion and decay, had become exceedingly unstable, posing an imminent risk of collapse. Consequently, with the detonation of the 6 armored vehicles laden with TNT, these already precarious edifices crumbled en masse. The lethal radius extended to 1 kilometer, ensuring that all creatures within were effectively annihilated. Those fortunate enough to survive the blast were likely obliterated by the shockwaves, as their cores shattered under the immense force. As for the colossal creature capable of emitting high-energy beams, it was instantaneously vaporized by the intense heat generated at the moment of the explosion, leaving no trace behind. The Mana Blossom, which had taken refuge not far from the formidable beast, was also unable to escape the catastrophic fate, being similarly obliterated by the ensuing detonation. The aftermath left a gaping chasm nearly 100 meters in radius and approximately 15 meters deep. The magnitude of the explosion was staggering. While those situated 10 kilometers away neither heard nor felt it, the control room at the lighthouse detected an anomalous energy surge following the blast. Command, I have detected unusual energy fluctuations approximately 10 kilometers from our lighthouse, indicative of a significant explosion, reported an operator in the control room, abruptly rising and gesturing towards the control screen. Upon receiving this report, the commanding officer, Jing Nan, promptly approached to investigate further. What is happening? Could it be an explosion resulting from an old-world energy facility that has deteriorated due to prolonged neglect? Jing Nan immediately pondered the potential issues related to outdated energy infrastructure, recalling similar incidents encountered during the lighthouse's early years. Such occurrences were frequently documented in their database, especially during the first 3 decades of the Lighthouse's operation, when explosions in the remnants of old-world cities were not uncommon. Though these peculiar events bore little relevance to the lighthouse's immediate concerns and posed no direct threat to their safety, Jing Nan deemed it prudent to inform the old commander. It was standard practice for the lighthouse to meticulously document such occurrences in their database, akin to the recording of historical events in our own world. With the materials recently obtained from the control room, Jing Nan set out to report to the old commander. Meanwhile, in the main command room of the base, Qin Tian was directing the last surviving anti-air tracked vehicle in its pursuit of the voracious beast horde. This vehicle had been dispatched from the team prior to entering the ecologically dense zone to hunt the voracious creatures outside its periphery. However, it had run out of ammunition, and Qin Tian was contemplating a self-detonation when, suddenly, a flurry of kill notifications erupted in the upper right corner of his vision, inundating the screen for a full 5 minutes. Anti-air tracked vehicle killed snake dog. Funds 250. Anti-air tracked vehicle killed earth roar. Funds 500. Anti-air tracked vehicle killed earth gorgon. Funds 1,000. Anti-air tracked vehicle killed flower stamen beast. Funds 10,000. Anti-air tracked vehicle killed mana flower. Funds 30,000. Anti-air tracked vehicle killed. Wait a moment. The anti-air tracked vehicle killed a flower stamen beast and received 10,000 in funds? What kind of voracious beast is this? And that mana flower, it's worth 30,000? Qin Tian was utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting his command duties as he stared in disbelief at the incessant stream of kill notifications. The anti-air tracked vehicle, now devoid of direction and completely out of ammunition, charged into the horde of voracious beasts, completing its self-destruction and triggering a cascade of additional kill notifications for Qin Tian. Alongside the notifications came a staggering increase in his personal funds. After purchasing radar from the system, he had been left with a meager sum of 1,400, insufficient even for 2 anti-air infantry units, let alone other vehicle units. Yet, when he opened his personal panel to check his funds, he was astounded to find his balance had soared to over 130,000. Remaining funds, 136,400. Good heavens. 136,400? I am invincible now, system. Trembling with excitement, Qin Tian immediately accessed the vehicle unit construction panel, eager to produce more anti-air tracked vehicles and terror units, intending to replicate the previous operation to amass wealth. Although he had been engaged in combat for quite some time, it was already past 9 in the evening. However, constructing 5 or 6 anti-air tracked vehicles and terror units would only take a little over 2 hours. He should be able to reach the site before midnight to deliver another artistic performance to the voracious beasts. Yet, before Qin Tian could make a move, the system interjected. System notification. Given that the host's current funds have exceeded 100,000, the achievement Small Fortune has been unlocked. Consequently, this system will prematurely terminate the novice protection period and revoke the host's authorization to construct Cuban faction terror units. What is this nonsense, system? Are you treating me like a fool? What do you mean by prematurely canceling the novice protection period because my funds have surpassed 100,000? So, I'm being punished for accumulating wealth too rapidly, disturbing your little scheme, am I? I still recall when you insisted that the terrorists I constructed were aligned with the Soviet bloc, and now they have inexplicably reverted to the Cuban camp. Upon hearing the system announce the premature cancellation of his novice protection period, Qin Tian felt as if he might explode with rage. After all, the removal of this protection meant he could no longer hunt the devourer beasts to earn a living. Henceforth, if he wished to accumulate wealth, he would have to dutifully establish or refining facilities or purchase armed mining vehicles from the tank factory, resigning himself to a life of toil as a laborer, scraping together a meager income barely sufficient to stave off starvation. It was a grim realization that he had been ensnared by the system. A wave of despair washed over him as he contemplated a life of futility, squandering his 13,000 funds in a futile wait for death. Yet, as he pondered, he thought to himself, he had traversed realms and was endowed with a system that many would envy. If he were to simply resign himself to fate, all his previous efforts would be in vain. No, despite the system's relentless cruelty, there remained a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, with a modicum of effort, he could still carve out a decent existence. Qin Tian rallied himself, vowing not to surrender so easily. Yet, deep down, he recognized this was merely a form of self-deception, a futile attempt to assuage his own despair. Chapter 46. Constructing the Combat Laboratory, Unlocking Superweapon Construction Permissions. Qin Tian found himself utterly speechless at the antics of his unscrupulous system. Nevertheless, life must continue, for he was entirely reliant on his system. Presently, the most pressing concern was to amass wealth. Though a sum of 130,000 seemed substantial, it would swiftly diminish if utilized carelessly. Thus, he needed to capitalize on the available funds to construct additional refineries and armed mining vehicles, which would provide him with a more stable economic foundation. While he could not replicate his previous ventures of deploying anti-aircraft tread vehicles to wreak havoc in the mana ecological zone, He at least aimed to ensure that he and his red alert soldiers would not face starvation. At that moment, the radar Qin Tian had previously purchased from the system was completed, awaiting his selection of an optimal location for installation. Exiting the control room, he identified a suitable spot to deploy the radar, which manifested similarly to the earlier construction of the battle vehicle factory and/or refinery, thus requiring no further elaboration. Name, radar, type, reconnaissance and detection military facility, functionality. Upon completion, the radar activates full map detection capabilities, enhancing the commander's ability to scout enemy positions. Furthermore, the completion of the radar unlocks the construction permissions for V-3 rocket launchers and magnetic tanks at the battle vehicle factory, as well as the construction rights for the combat laboratory. The radar's design mirrored that of the classic military radars from the Cold War era, consistent with the aesthetics of the Red Alert game. With the radar now positioned, a new structure and two vehicles appeared on Qin Tian's building and vehicle construction panels. However, he chose to defer the construction of the newly unlocked vehicles, as a more critical structure awaited his attention: the combat laboratory. Once this edifice was erected, it would unlock the Soviet Union's exclusive nuclear power plants and industrial factories. Yet, these were secondary concerns. The primary allure lay in the fact that upon completion of the combat laboratory, he could commence the production of the Apocalypse tank and the Kirov airship. Qin Tian's imagination began to soar, envisioning the spectacle of multiple Apocalypse tanks and Kirov airships soaring directly over the city center, delivering a bombastic experience to the unsuspecting manna flowers below. Of course, should he discover the Kirov airships to be prohibitively expensive post-construction of the laboratory, he could alternatively opt to manufacture V-3 rocket launchers. By acquiring several of these, he could still launch a barrage of V-3 rockets upon the manna flowers ensconced within the ecological zone. System: construct the combat laboratory. Funds -6,000. Remaining funds 130,400. As Qin Tian awaited the main base to complete the construction of the combat laboratory, he perused the soldier unit construction panel, intent on producing some red alert soldiers. Currently, Qin Tian's remaining forces comprise 1 3-star mobilization soldier, 3 anti-air infantrymen, 1 engineer, 1 sniper, 1 terror robot, and 2 rhino tanks. To be candid, as a commander of a faction, it is rather disheartening that he possesses such a meager army. Sharing this information would likely elicit laughter from others. Thus, he intends to bolster his ranks, especially since the number of buildings Qin Tian has constructed has increased, thereby expanding the base's perimeter and necessitating additional personnel for patrolling duties. A single terror robot accompanied by a handful of soldiers is evidently insufficient. Hence, he requires more manpower. However, he has decided against acquiring further anti-air infantry due to their exorbitant cost. It would be far more cost-effective to construct an additional terror robot at the vehicle factory than to purchase 3 anti-air infantrymen. Considering the formidable combat prowess of the terror robot, although it cannot engage in long-range attacks in one-on-one confrontations, no beast could rival it, and its remarkable speed makes it exceptionally suitable for patrolling. Nevertheless, a rather inconvenient limitation of the terror robot is its lack of hands, rendering it incapable of performing tasks that require manual handling. Thus, human assistance remains necessary for certain duties. Consequently, Qin Tian plans to produce 2 additional terror robots and 9 mobilization soldiers, along with 2 more rhino tanks. Funds 2,900. Remaining funds 109,500. In addition to acquiring red alert soldiers, another critical responsibility lies in ensuring that these soldiers are adequately fed. Hence, logistical support is indispensable. Qin Tian also procured 100 individual rations at the military supply station, as the rations have a shelf life of 1 year, alleviating concerns about waste. Thus, he decided to purchase 100 at once. Funds 1,000. Remaining funds 108,500. The construction of mobilization soldiers proceeds swiftly, as they are merely clones produced on an assembly line within the Soviet barracks, requiring minimal time for fabrication. Upon their emergence from the barracks, the 9 mobilization soldiers saluted and reported to their commander, who assigned them designations ranging from Mobilization 2 to Mobilization 10. After the completion of all mobilization soldiers, the Terra robots were also ready, with only the 2 Rhino tanks still under construction. However, the combat laboratory previously acquired by Qin Tian had been completed at the main base's construction facility. He instructed the mobilization soldiers and Terra robots to patrol the vicinity and maintain vigilance, then proceeded to select a relatively flat area near the main base to position the newly constructed combat laboratory. The installation of the laboratory mirrored that of other structures, with a large metal box being transported from the construction platform and subsequently undergoing assembly and transformation. In no time, an imposing 6-story building rose majestically, completing its transformation and assembly within a mere 10 minutes. Title: Combat Laboratory. Type: Important Military Research Facility. Function and Purpose: The Combat Laboratory stands as one of the most pivotal edifices within the Soviet military framework. Its construction unlocks various units, including the Kirov airship and the Apocalypse tank, as well as structures such as the nuclear power plant, industrial factory, and the mine detector. Additionally, new troop types, the magnetic shock infantry, radiation engineer, and 2 heroic units from the Soviet faction, are introduced. The design of the combat laboratory draws inspiration from the main building of Moscow State University, featuring a square structure with 6 levels. However, typically only the lower 3 floors are operational, while the upper 3 serve merely as ornamentation, embodying the quintessential Stalinist architectural style. System notification. In light of the host's successful construction of the combat laboratory, the most significant facility within the Soviet technology tree, the system shall automatically grant the host the authority to construct superweapons. What? System, you have granted me the authority to build superweapons? Qin Tian exclaimed, astonished by the system's announcement. He had not anticipated that the system would bestow upon him such a privilege at this juncture. With this development, the days of the Devourers were essentially numbered. In the game, the superweapon nuclear missile silo could launch every 10 minutes. While such frequency is unlikely in reality, even if the system permitted the nuclear silo to launch once a day, or even once a month, it would still be excessive. Should this weapon be deployed, its destructive capacity far surpasses that of an anti-aircraft vehicle combined with a terrorist self-detonation, capable of obliterating an entire city with a single nuclear bomb. Once Qin Tian constructs the nuclear missile silo, the Devourer's good fortune would be irrevocably at an end. At that point, regardless of whatever creature or ecological zone they inhabit, I would unleash a nuclear strike upon them and see if they survive. With a core explosion temperature reaching 6,000 degrees Celsius, the Devourers would be instantaneously vaporized, and those who remain would be rendered unrecognizable. Chapter 47. The industrial factory is complete, and the auspicious moment has arrived for a military surge. The anticipation of soon being able to construct a superweapon left Qin Tian exhilarated, rendering him unable to sleep even in the early hours of the morning. However, when he eagerly accessed the construction panel and glimpsed the exorbitant cost of the nuclear missile silo, his spirits plummeted. Nuclear missile silo. 50,000 by the heavens. What a scam this system is. Other buildings may be a few thousand more, but this crucial nuclear missile silo is priced at a tenfold increase. Qin Tian erupted in a tirade against the system, utterly disheartened by its mercilessness. How could a nuclear missile silo possibly command such a price? The system might as well rob a bank. Why bother with theft when you can earn money so effortlessly? Besides, robbing requires personal effort, which is rather troublesome. Unlike you, my esteemed host, who willingly labors and spends on this system. Honestly, if this system could later take human form, I would become a captivating young lady, devoted to you, ensuring you would willingly spend your riches on me. Qin Tian, exasperated, could only curse the system further, but eventually resigned himself to the situation. He had other matters to attend to, as the 2 Rhino tanks he had just ordered were now completed. Upon emerging from the vehicle factory, they found a vacant space to come to a halt. Glancing at his remaining funds, Qin Tian noted he still possessed 108,500 credits. He realized that he could not hastily invest in the nuclear missile silo, lest his funds dwindle. Thus, He opted to open the construction panel and proceeded to build an industrial factory. Funds 7,000. Remaining funds 101. 500. The construction of the industrial factory at the main base would take some time. Therefore, he decided to have a bite to eat and rest. After consuming a single ration from the military supply station, he returned to the lounge to lie down and sleep. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 9 in the morning. Qin Tian was awakened by the alarm he had set, prompting him to rise and check on the construction unit. The industrial factory he had ordered the previous night was ready, awaiting a suitable location for placement. Qin Tian chose to situate the industrial factory to the left of the vehicle factory, where there was ample space for a large structure. In a familiar manner, the unique industrial factory of the Soviet faction materialized before him. Name: Industrial Factory. Type: Economic Building Facility. Function: the primary function of the industrial factory is to provide discounts, offering the commander purchasing advantages for all soldier and vehicle units, significantly reducing the costs of constructing soldiers and armored units. Description: once the industrial factory is established, the construction time for the commander's vehicles will be reduced. After the industrial factory was constructed by Qin Tian, the cost for both soldier and vehicle units significantly decreased, rendering them much more affordable than their previous prices. Construction panel for red alert soldier units. Mobilized trooper, 100, engineer, 300, sniper, 500, anti-air infantry, 600, magnetic explosive infantry, 800, radiation engineer, 1,000. Hero units as follows: Yuri, 3,000, Boris, 4,000. Construction panel for red alert vehicle units. Terror drone, 1,000. Anti-air armored vehicle, 3,000. Armed mining vehicle, 6,000. Rhino tank, 5,000. V3 rocket launcher, 8,000. Magnetic tank, 10,000. Apocalypse tank, 15,000. Kirov airship, 18,000. Gazing at the costs of the soldier and vehicle units, Qin Tian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as the industrial factory in the game promised a reduction of 28 in the construction prices of these two units. However, the industrial factory here did not fulfill that expectation, leaving Qin Tian somewhat disappointed, yet he refrained from voicing too many complaints, knowing that such actions could provoke the system's ire. System, please provide me with a mineral refinery and 4 armed mining vehicles. Funds, minus 30,000. Remaining funds, 71,500. Since Qin Tian's novice protection period had elapsed, hunting the voracious beast no longer bore any financial gain. To continue earning, he now had to rely on the mineral refinery and armed mining vehicles, necessitating the construction of additional armed mining vehicles to gather more minerals, thus ensuring a steady income. However, the location Qin Tian chose for his base was rather remote and desolate, lacking in resources and metal ores to collect. As a result, every time his armed mining vehicles endeavored to extract minerals, they had to travel considerable distances. Once the vehicles returned with a full load of minerals, the round trip would typically take an entire day, which was rather slow. Hence, Qin Tian opted to purchase several more armed mining vehicles to enhance his earning efficiency. After acquiring the armed mining vehicles and mineral refinery, Qin Tian still possessed a substantial sum of 71,500. Nevertheless, he did not intend to invest this money further into refineries and mining vehicles. Instead, he aimed to amass a formidable force of soldiers. Previously, Qin Tian had long contemplated a strategy of overwhelming numbers, but due to his financial constraints, he had postponed this plan until now. Now that he had sufficient funds, it was time to execute his plan, not by recruiting ordinary mobilized troops, but by rapidly deploying armored vehicle units. Qin Tian envisioned a version of overwhelming force that would sweep away the voracious beasts, rather than merely relying on sheer numbers to recklessly charge, offering the beasts easy targets to vanquish. P.S. Many esteemed readers have expressed that the name I have bestowed upon the protagonist's celestial empire is rather unappealing and somewhat rustic. In light of this feedback, I am inclined to consider a change. As for what this new designation shall be, I look forward to your esteemed suggestions. Kindly submit your proposed titles at the conclusion of the chapter or within the comment section, and I shall select the most favored name based on the number of votes it receives to represent the empire. Chapter 48. Acquisition of the Apocalypse Tank. Commencement of mass production. In the earlier stages, when funds were scarce, Qin Tian found himself unable to initiate mass production. However, now that he has substantial resources at his disposal, it is only natural that he aims to fulfill the previously unachieved plan of producing troops. Yet, Qin Tian is not inclined to squander his wealth on the production of ordinary units, for troops like the Good Brother, the cannon fodder red alert soldiers, would merely serve as sustenance for the devourers. Therefore, should he embark on troop production, it will be for armored vehicle units, such as the Apocalypse Tank, priced at 15,000 each, along with the V-3 rocket launcher, the Magnet Tank, and the Rhino Tank. Before proceeding, Qin Tian must first construct a new building, the nuclear power plant. Do not question the rationale. His main base's construction facility has already indicated insufficient power supply, and other buildings are on the verge of power outages and operational cessation. It is noteworthy that this Soviet power station is remarkably efficient. A single Soviet power station in the game cannot supply sufficient electricity for such numerous structures. However, this Soviet plant is capable of independently powering 5 to 6 buildings. Truly a testament to Soviet craftsmanship, affordable, durable, and exceptionally functional. After extolling the virtues of the Soviet power station, Qin Tian promptly purchased the nuclear power plant from the system, as its output is several hundred times that of the Soviet station. However, before he can construct the nuclear power plant, he must wait for the ore refinery to be completed, as the main base's construction facility cannot simultaneously build 2 identical structures. An hour later, the ore refinery was completed, and Qin Tian positioned it adjacent to another ore refinery, allowing the two to stand side by side. With the placement of this new ore refinery, new armed mining vehicles emerged, combined with the one currently mining outside and the 4 armed mining vehicles being manufactured at the war vehicle factory. Qin Tian now possesses a total of 6 armed mining vehicles. This arrangement provides a stable income of approximately 120,000 per day, alleviating his concerns regarding financial shortages for the time being. However, following the placement of the ore refinery, the Soviet power station could no longer sustain the electrical demands of so many buildings and subsequently ceased operation. The power station, out of fuel. Alas, the power station has been rendered inoperative. System, expedite the procurement of a nuclear power plant. Observing the other buildings that had halted due to the loss of power supply, Qin Tian swiftly ordered a nuclear power plant from the system. Funds minus 8,000, remaining funds 63,500, as the war vehicle factory had also lost electrical supply. The construction of several armed mining vehicles was halted, necessitating a restoration of power to proceed. After a brief wait of over half an hour, once the nuclear power plant was constructed, he immediately selected a vacant area far from his base for its placement. Name: Nuclear Power Plant. Type: Nuclear Energy Generation Facility. Function: the primary purpose of the nuclear power plant is to provide substantial electrical power to all building units, thereby ensuring the normal operation and functionality of various structures. Introduction: while nuclear power plants can provide substantial electricity for construction, they necessitate stringent protection. The destruction of a nuclear power plant would lead to an explosion that could inflict unbearable losses upon your base. It is advisable to maintain a safe distance. The appearance of the nuclear power plant closely resembles that depicted in the Red Alert game, albeit occupying a larger area than the main base construction facility of Qin Tian. I shall refrain from further elaborating on its detailed appearance. Once the nuclear power plant was established, the war vehicle factory promptly resumed its normal operations, continuing the production of the remaining armed mining vehicles. While awaiting the completion of all armed mining vehicles, Qin Tian took the opportunity to purchase 2 Soviet Hero-class soldier units from the system. Funds minus 7,000, remaining funds 56,500 at this moment. The armed mining vehicles that had previously gone out for resource extraction returned, granting Qin Tian an additional 20,000 funds, replenishing his reserves. Remaining funds 76,500, quite splendid indeed. System: I would like to procure 3 Apocalypse tanks, followed by 3 Rhino tanks. Funds minus 46,500, remaining funds 30,000 p.s. The author composed these 1,000 words during a break, so dear readers, please bear with me. The remaining 3,000 words shall be provided upon my return to work. By the way, regarding the issue of faction titles, I found myself bewildered by the myriad of suggestions in the comment section. Perhaps we should settle on a more pragmatic name. Let's call it the Eastern Divine Land Red Alert Empire. What do you think, dear readers? If that does not suffice, we may consider another. Sad JPG, Chapter 49. Heroic Soldier, Yuri and Boris, funds, 46,500. Remaining funds, 30,000. The construction of the apocalyptic and rhino tanks is rather protracted, particularly with such a large quantity being produced at once, necessitating several hours of waiting. However, the construction speed of the two heroic units, Yuri and Boris, is notably swifter, allowing them to emerge from the barracks in less than half an hour. Upon their emergence, Qin Tian promptly exited the command room, eager to glimpse their appearances and capabilities. Name, Yuri. Type, Heroic Soldier. Weapon, Psychokinetic Shockwave Emitter. Equipment, Mind Control Device, capable of controlling biological units. Yuri's experimental uniform, lacking protection. Description, Yuri is a heroic unit within the Soviet faction, having significantly contributed to the development of advanced technological equipment. He is equipped with a mind control device of his own invention, which not only allows him to convert foes into allies, but also enables him to emanate powerful psychokinetic shockwaves from his center. Anyone or any vehicle struck by Yuri's shockwave will sustain considerable damage. There is only one true Yuri. Upon encountering Qin Tian, Yuri uttered his iconic line. Though regrettably, the commander was illiterate and could not comprehend English. What are you prattling on about? Yuri. System. What does that string of English he just said mean? As Qin Tian approached, he overheard Yuri speaking in English and being unable to understand. He sought assistance from the system within him, hoping for a translation. Yet, the system chose to disregard him, its sole interest lying in monetary matters. Without funds, there was no discussion. Deprived of an answer from the system, Qin Tian tacitly decided against further inquiries and engaged Yuri in conversation instead. Yuri, does your mind control device only affect humans, or can it influence any biological entity? Upon hearing his commander's question, Yuri promptly began to respond. Commander, my mind control device is exceedingly powerful. I can exert control over any biological entity, provided it is not overly formidable. The stronger the creature, the more fortified its mental defenses, making complete control uncertain. Upon learning of the limitations of Yuri's mind control ability, Qin Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. He had contemplated having Yuri control a devourer for amusement. However, it was now evident that this plan was ill-fated, as Yuri would likely be unable to exert control over a massive creature like the devourer. Moreover, according to game mechanics, Yuri could only control one biological entity at a time. When controlling a creature through psychic manipulation, should one suddenly opt to control another, the previously controlled being will instantly awaken. From this perspective, Yuri, as a hero unit within the Soviet faction, appears somewhat lacking in this realm of the mind cage. Consequently, Qin Tian has lost much of his interest in Yuri, while his curiosity has shifted towards Boris. Name, Boris. Type, Heroic Soldier. Weapon, AKM Assault Rifle, Heroic Exclusive Modified Assault Rifle. Equipment, Soviet Red Army Cap, no protection. Soviet Brownish-Red Military Overcoat, no protection. 3x7. 62 magazines, total of 90 armor-piercing rounds. Description, Boris is a hero unit of the Soviet Army, exhibiting formidable solo combat capabilities. When facing enemy infantry units, he can efficiently eliminate them with a single shot, achieving instant kills. Against enemy structures, Boris can summon several Soviet MiG fighter jets for aerial fire support, enabling precise strikes that utterly demolish the designated targets. This heroic unit, Boris, is akin to Tanya of the Allied forces, both capable of annihilating foes and structures in an instant. However, while Tanya employs C4 explosives she carries, Boris' approach is significantly more convenient. He need not manually install explosives. The AKM assault rifle in Boris's hands is equipped with a miniature laser guidance module. By merely aiming his weapon at a target structure and activating the module, he can summon MiG fighter jets for air support, which will arrive to obliterate the specified target after a brief interval. Though in the game this process takes only seconds, in reality, Qin Tian surmises that Boris would likely need to wait around 10 minutes for the MiG air support to arrive. As for the origin of these MiGs, that is beyond Qin Tian's inquiry, for the system would not divulge such information. For the Union, Boris proclaimed in English, a phrase that Qin Tian comprehended, translating it as, for the Soviet Union. Ah, indeed, for the Soviet Union. Qin Tian echoed enthusiastically, before commencing to assign tasks to Boris and Yuri. He directed Boris to patrol alongside the mobilized troops, as there was little else to attend to at the moment. Yuri, however, was escorted by Qin Tian to the command room of the main base, as his abilities seemed rather inadequate in the mind cage world, particularly when confronted by swarms of serpentine creatures. Yuri could only control one at a time, rendering him less effective. His most valuable asset was likely the psychic shockwave emitter he possessed. This device wielded considerable power in the game, capable of instantaneously eradicating nearby infantry units, and even inflicting substantial damage on vehicles. However, it cannot be used consecutively. After one activation, a brief cooldown is required. If utilized outdoors, Yuri would seldom have the opportunity to employ the psychic shockwave emitter a second time, due to the risk of being dismissed as just another stray by the Snake Dog Pack. Qin Tian has decided to temporarily confine Yuri within the base, assigning him the task of conducting some research. After all, Yuri is a genius scientist in his own right. Qin Tian retrieved several holographic displays from the console and presented them to Yuri. These contain the design blueprints for the lighthouse's re-establishment. These schematics were acquired during a previous transaction with Old Deng at the lighthouse, an exchange that had left Qin Tian somewhat irked. Had it not been for his insufficient strength at that time, he would have altered the lighthouse to his own specifications. Although somewhat displeased, he did not consider it a complete loss, as he managed to obtain a wealth of intelligence regarding the terrestrial devourers in exchange. Even the mana flower and the ecological dense area, which he discovered only yesterday, were revealed to him after reviewing the intelligence from the lighthouse in the command room. Without the lighthouse's insights, Qin Tian would have remained oblivious to the existence of the mana flower and would have been ignorant of its ecological significance, let alone the idea of terrorists commandeering anti-aircraft vehicles to explode the mana flower for profit. Without such intelligence, his imagination would have limited him to merely considering the destruction of snake dogs and special devourers with anti-aircraft vehicles, never contemplating the strategic targeting of the mana flower in the ecological dense area. He decided to wait, planning to save more funds and acquire additional anti-aircraft vehicles and apocalypse tanks before launching an assault on the lighthouse. When the time comes, Qin Tian would ensure that both Little Deng and Old Deng would joyfully engage in a thrilling bungee jump from the edge of the lighthouse, experiencing an intimate encounter with the earth below. As for today's update, it ends here. Initially intended to be 3,000 words, fatigue has overtaken the author, resulting in yet another broken promise. Additionally, the author may not expedite the protagonist's attack on the lighthouse, as the plot of Linglong 2 has yet to conclude, necessitating a pause to avoid conflicts with the original anime storyline. Regarding the name of the faction, how about a revision? Perhaps it could be changed to Liwaying SHNZHUHNGJ Ingli Being? What do the esteemed readers think of this title? After all, the protagonist is destined to advance to the galactic stage, as a portion of the affluent have escaped to outer space and now reside on other planets within the Linglong universe. At that juncture, the protagonist will engage with them, making the title Liwaying HNGJ Ingli NB Ing quite fitting. Chapter 50. The Apocalypse Tank, Judgment Day has arrived. The Soviet Union is supreme. Qin Tian handed over the heavily detailed blueprints acquired from the lighthouse to Yuri, urging him to take the designs into the combat laboratory. He hoped that, by referencing these blueprints, Yuri could develop a unique set of armor for the Red Alert forces. After all, Yuri was a brilliant scientist. Although his combat prowess in the world of the Ling Cage was not particularly formidable, his intelligence was exceptionally high, complemented by unparalleled research capabilities. Thus, Entrusting the design of the heavy mech to Yuri was an excellent decision. Qin Tian aspired for Yuri to create a machine whose performance, combat strength, and defensive capabilities would surpass those of the Lighthouse's mechs, equipping all Red Alert soldiers under his command with it. This would not only minimize casualties among his soldiers, but also significantly enhance their individual combat capabilities. Particularly notable was the elite 3-star mobilizer. His physical attributes had already reached a level comparable to that of the Lighthouse's heavy mechs. If he were to don an exceptionally capable mech, it would be akin to Elbu riding Dianwei, invincible in the world. Upon receiving the heavy mech design blueprints from Qin Tian and understanding his commander's request, Yuri promptly nodded in agreement. Understood, Commander. I shall reference these designs and develop a new type of mech for the Red Alert soldiers. With that, Yuri departed the construction command room, armed with the blueprints and additional data concerning the Devourer beasts, and entered the combat laboratory to commence his scientific endeavors. As Yuri left, Qin Tian suddenly recalled a pressing concern. System, since the 3-day novice protection period has concluded, does this mean I can no longer refresh the ammunition for the Red Alert soldiers by merely providing you with 10 units of currency? Indeed, host. If you wish to supply ammunition to the Red Alert soldiers, you must construct a weapons and ammunition manufacturing plant and a weapons and ammunition assembly plant. Alas, as anticipated, Qin Tian was acutely aware of his system's nature. It would exploit any opportunity to deceive him if he dared to inquire. The system was utterly insidious. Logistics supply station, small 3,000, large 5,000. Weapons and ammunition assembly plant, small 4,000, large 6,000. Weapons and ammunition manufacturing plant, small 6,000, large 8,000. Currently, Qin Tian had a remaining balance of 30,000 currency units. However, based on his understanding of the system, the weapons and ammunition manufacturing plant would likely need to be paired with the assembly plant. Rather than constructing the ammunition facilities for now, he decided to request a cloning center instead. After a financial investment of 5,000, the remaining funds stand at 25,000. 1 hour later, the cloning center was finally completed, coinciding with the simultaneous construction of 3 Rhino tanks at the vehicle factory. The Rhino tanks operate autonomously, finding their own parking spots, while the cloning center requires the commander to select its placement. A suitable location was chosen beside the Soviet barracks, where a relatively level area awaited. The process of the cloning center's emergence is omitted here, as it bears no significant relevance. Name: Cloning Center. Type: Soldier cloning device. Function and purpose: the primary function of the cloning center is to enable the commander to clone soldiers. Once a soldier is constructed in the barracks, the cloning center will automatically produce an identical soldier free of charge. However, hero units cannot be cloned. Note: in the game, the cloning center can clone hero-level units, but this author has made adjustments, as cloning heroes would be excessively powerful, and the author is also disinclined to name the clone heroes. The overall appearance of the cloning center mirrors that in the game, and specific descriptions are omitted. Upon placing the cloning center, the vehicle factory also completed the construction of an apocalyptic tank. It is the Day of Judgment, and Soviet power is supreme. Though he had yet to behold the tank, Qin Tian heard a resounding English proclamation near his ear. As he stepped out of the construction command room, he was astonished to see the apocalyptic tank emerging from the factory, coming to rest beside it. Name: Apocalyptic Tank. Type: Super Heavy Armored Unit. Weapons: the primary weapon consists of 2 200mm caliber heavy cannons, while the secondary weapon features 2 Mammoth anti-air missiles, capable of air defense. Description: the apocalyptic tank serves as the land battleship of the Soviet faction. Its 2 200mm caliber cannons unleash devastating firepower. A simultaneous volley can obliterate virtually any armor before it, establishing it as a pinnacle of Soviet ground strength. The apocalyptic tank boasts an imposing size, standing 5 meters tall, 6 meters wide, and an astonishing 11 meters in length, propelled by 4 large tracks. Its body is adorned in a striking black and red paint scheme, with the iconic Soviet emblem of the hammer and sickle emblazoned on its turret. The entire exterior is shielded by 500mm ultra-high-strength titanium alloy composite armor, an advanced technology from Red Alert. Further inquiries are unwarranted. Even modern tanks would require 160 millimeters caliber armor-piercing rounds to merely breach its formidable defenses. The total weight of the vehicle reaches an astonishing 200 tons, and as it moves, it seems as if the very earth trembles beneath it. The colossal diesel engine roars with a ferocity reminiscent of a tiger descending a mountain. Is this not astonishing? If you were to tell me this was a tank, I would be inclined to believe you. It could easily pass for a land cruiser. Qin Tian gazed at the remarkably massive apocalypse tank, unable to fathom the expression that the Devourers would wear upon encountering such a behemoth. He already felt a twinge of sympathy for the Devourers. This machine was far beyond their capabilities. Its thick armor could withstand even the high-energy beams of the blooming beast. It is difficult to conceive that the allies in the Red Alert game must contend with such a monstrous entity. Forget about firing the cannon. The very presence of the apocalypse tank, with its imposing size, could simply trample everything in its path, demolishing structures directly without even the need to waste ammunition. P.S. I have also modified the name of the faction. It shall be referred to as the Shenzhou Red Alert Empire. Shenzhou is a geographic designation, while Red Alert Empire is the name of the faction. When questioned later, the protagonist will directly state that he hails from the Shenzhou Red Alert Empire. I hope this alteration meets the satisfaction of all esteemed readers. Chapter 51. The lighthouse plot returns to the right track, gazing upon the formidable silhouette of the apocalypse tank. Qin Tian silently mourned for the group of Devourers. When the time came, it mattered not whether the core remained unshattered. The sheer weight of the apocalypse tank would crush all in its path. What core could withstand a relentless pressure of 200 tons? Moreover, there was the dual-jawed beast that had relentlessly pursued the protagonist group and himself shortly after the onset. Once the remaining two apocalypse tanks emerged, they would undoubtedly enact a devastating siege upon that creature. As for the denizens of the lighthouse, Qin Tian felt compelled to enlighten them as to why flowers bloom so vibrantly. Naturally, he had no intention of obliterating the lighthouse outright, as it still held its utility. Regarding the individuals atop the lighthouse, the men would be dispatched with armed mining vehicles to serve as laborers, while the more attractive women would remain to be distributed among his comrades as spouses. In addition, it seemed his rank as a commander could be elevated. Currently, Qin Tian was only a mid-level commander, with the prospect of ascending to a higher rank in the future. He pondered the rewards the system might bestow upon him once he attained the status of a senior commander. He had come to understand that the elevation of his rank necessitated the continuous slaying of Devourers to accrue experience. However, even if his Red Alert soldiers vanquished the Devourers, his experience as a commander would still increase, albeit at a reduced rate, approximately half of what he would gain from personally defeating them. This was an acceptable compromise for Qin Tian. After all, a slight reduction in experience could be compensated by a greater number of slain Devourers. There was no need for him to risk his life on the front lines. The delay in leveling up was of little consequence. Thus, the life-preserving Qin Tian had no intention of facing the Devourers himself, primarily due to his profound fear of death. As the last 4 apocalypse tanks were completed, dusk descended, and Qin Tian felt as though he had accomplished nothing that day. As time had slipped away so swiftly, he resolved to send the apocalypse tanks and their Rhino tank counterparts to sweep through the previously occupied Mana ecological zone the following day. Intending to purge the area of Devourers, both the elder and younger would meet their demise. Meanwhile, at the lighthouse, the chaos stirred by the survivors brought back by Mark and his team had left the place in disarray, even resulting in the loss of several heavy machinery units, which infuriated Charles to no end. In response, he covertly arranged for the quota for the Dawn Hall to be altered, replacing Penny's name with that of Wong Wong Sui Bing Bing. Although this action was in direct violation of lighthouse law, Charles wielded influence as the leader of the Shadow and Light Society and the son of Old Deng. Consequently, despite the impropriety of his actions, those responsible for managing the Dawn Hall complied with Charles's orders without protest. In the original narrative, Penny had perished, and Charles had subsequently altered the quota for the Dawn Hall, sending Wong Wong Sui Bing Bing to fulfill breeding duties. However, since Penny was still alive, it stood to reason that she should continue to execute her breeding responsibilities. Regrettably, Charles embodies the essence of the lighthouse's principle. Not only is he unperturbed by the breeding task, but he would even dare to send 4068 to eliminate Mark. Thus, altering a quota seems trivial. As for the justification, my father is the city lord. Does that suffice? Meanwhile, Mark is engaged in a sparring session with his mentor, instructor Elon. The specifics of their exchange need not be elaborated upon. Those curious can refer to the original anime for details. After Elon, displaying a lack of martial ethics, concluded his bout with Mark, he ceased hostilities and leaned against the railing, revealing that he would soon be descended from the lighthouse to embark on a journey. Despite the previous uproar caused by Qin Tian and his companions at the lighthouse, the overall impact remains minimal. Thus, the trajectory of the lighthouse continues to align with the plot of the original anime. In addition to Mark's predicament, a rather theatrical scene unfolds within the lighthouse's corridors, where two afflicted civilians with the blight are engaged in a struggle over bread. Soon, 3 members of the city defense force approach, intent on apprehending the disruptive civilians. However, their incompetence is glaring. Not only do they fail to capture the culprits, but one of the male civilians also seizes a firearm from them. Frankly, this is quite absurd. 3 armed city defense soldiers, supposedly trained, are unable to apprehend 2 civilians of markedly inferior physical capability, resulting in a scenario where they are outmaneuvered and held hostage at gunpoint. This serves to underscore the inadequacy of the lighthouse's so-called defense forces and scavenger soldiers. Aside from the protagonists and a few pivotal characters, the rest are mere fodder, lacking significant combat prowess. Subsequently, the imposing figure of the big dog makes an entrance. A civilian aims a gun at him and pulls the trigger, only for the bullet to ricochet off the armor adorning the big dog, inadvertently injuring a teammate. This time, the big dog refrains from employing the technique used in the original narrative where he swatted the civilian aside. Having previously faced a debacle using that method against the agile opponent, he opts instead to seize the civilian by the throat, lifting him off the ground and subduing him. Just then, 4068's girlfriend rushes forward, embodying a self-righteous defender, attempting to intervene in the big dog's enforcement of order. In response, 4068 positions himself protectively in front of his girlfriend, pleading for leniency from the light bearer. Yet the big dog, with a free hand, grips 4068 as one would a chick, lifting him as well, intending to take them both for processing, a scene witnessed by Charles, who happens to be passing by. Charles strides forward, putting on a show in front of the onlookers, extolling the virtues of the Church of Light and Shadow, proclaiming that harsh punishment is unwarranted and that purification is in order, subsequently instructing that 4068 be taken back to the regulatory institution. As the narrative of the lighthouse resumes its rightful course, it foreshadows the impending demise of Old Deng, followed by Mark leading a descent to the surface in search of medicine. It is at this juncture that Mark and his companions will encounter Qin Tian's red alert soldiers and the apocalypse tank, leaving them in a state of profound astonishment. Not to mention the presence of Baiyu Kuei's squad. The protagonist will gradually unveil the might of their red alert empire, leaving both the Lighthouse and Dragon Bone Village factions utterly astounded, demonstrating to these provincial lighthouse inhabitants what it truly means to experience the overwhelming force of heavy weaponry from the old world. Chapter 52. Ran Bing enters the Dawn Hall. 4068 narrowly escaped being sent to Dr. Carey for human experimentation due to his interference with the enforcement of Big Dog. As for Charles, his motivation for saving a commoner was undoubtedly to exploit him for his own gain, ensuring his ascent to the position of City Lord. Before long, the lighthouse held a solemn farewell ceremony for instructor Elon and the elder members of his group, while the lighthouse committed to regularly providing support for the Devourer Beast. Both Mark and Ran Bing were deeply affected by the event, bidding a reluctant farewell to instructor Elon. It is possible that Elon survived. Subsequently, the narrative became rather mundane. Mark and Wong secretly accessed the lighthouse's database, and after a daring bungee jump without ropes, Ran Bing boldly confessed her feelings for Mark. However, Mark flatly rejected her, questioning her audacity, which nearly brought Wong to tears. In resignation, Ran Bing declared, "You shall be cuckolded tonight." This statement left Mark momentarily speechless. Yet bound by the lighthouse's 3 fundamental laws and haunted by the memory of witnessing his sister's horrific fate in the old world, He ultimately chose silence and allowed the orders of the lighthouse to prevail. That night, Mark would come to regret his decision. Meanwhile, Charles was in the law enforcement facility, training 4068 alongside the light bearers. He even resorted to threatening 4068 with the safety of his girlfriend, coercing him to take the opportunity to eliminate Mark during their next mission. For the sake of his beloved, 4068 reluctantly acquiesced to Charles's demands, agreeing to dispose of Mark when the chance arose. The insipid narrative of the lighthouse was hastily bypassed. And that evening, Ran Bing was successfully escorted into the Dawn Hall by several robed enforcers, preparing to make Mark's situation dire. Upon seeing a towering stranger before her, Ran Bing hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon her assigned breeding task. Just as she attempted to flee, she was intercepted. The enforcers would not allow Wong to roam freely, as they were eager to witness the live proceedings and would not permit Ran Bing's escape. At that moment, Captain Mark was consumed by regret, frantically racing towards the Dawn Hall, hoping to rescue Ran Bing before she could betray him. Upon reaching the entrance to the Dawn Hall, he was confronted by two enforcers. Without hesitation, Mark swiftly incapacitated them and surged into the passage. Though the passage was teeming with enforcers wielding melee weapons, they too fell before Captain Mark's prowess, allowing him to reach the entrance of the Dawn Hall. However, this time, the barrier was not composed of feeble enforcers, but rather the formidable Big Dog, clad in armor and wielding a hammer. Undeterred, Mark shed his outer garments and charged at Big Dog, engaging him in a fierce confrontation. While Big Dog swung his hammer, Mark retaliated with his handgun, regrettably discovering that the weapon lacked the necessary firepower to penetrate Big Dog's armor. Within moments, he was sent sprawling by a powerful kick, nearly losing his composure on the ground. This cannot be right. Mark stared at the large dog striding toward him, his mind buzzing with confusion. He distinctly recalled that this very dog had previously been unable to contend with even Qin Tian's most formidable soldier, having been effortlessly swatted away like a mere fly. How could the circumstances have changed so drastically now? As the colossal canine swung its hammer in his direction, Mark felt an ominous sense of danger and swiftly evaded several of the dog's oncoming strikes, intent on launching a counterattack. However, Captain Mark found himself on the verge of defeat, nearly facing his demise. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Bluetooth sprang into action, and Mark experienced a profound connection that flooded his mind with cherished memories of Ran Bing. With newfound determination, he unleashed a powerful technique, 3 returns of Qi, and retaliated against the large dog, effectively incapacitating it. The dog would likely remain confined to a wheelchair for the rest of its days. Upon entering the Dawn Hall, bruised and battered, Mark encountered a scene of chaos. The enforcement officers lay strewn across the ground, all vanquished by none other than Ran Bing herself. These two were nothing short of superhuman, each exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess that defied belief. P.S. For now, I shall provide you with 1,000 words to tide you over. The remaining chapter will be updated later tonight once I awaken from my slumber. I worked the night shift last night and now feel utterly exhausted. Good night, Baka Baka. Chapter 53. The Hunter Squad lands in the Mana Ecological Zone as Mark approached Ran Bing, his face swollen and pained. She posed a soul-searching inquiry. Have all the Devourer beasts been eradicated? Is the ground safe? Is there no longer a need to guard the lighthouse? This trio of probing questions rendered Mark speechless, leaving him fumbling for an answer. Ultimately, he lowered his head in acknowledgement of his faults and picked a delicate white flower, offering it to soothe Ran Bing. While Mark was deeply engrossed in his emotions, Charles reveled in his triumph. Ran Bing's entry into the Dawn Hall for breeding tasks was a scheme orchestrated by Charles, aimed at compelling Mark to breach the 3 fundamental laws of the lighthouse. Should Mark, the soon-to-be mayor, succumb to the temptation of transgression, Charles, the cunning yellow-haired schemer, would seize the opportunity to usurp his position. As Mark and Ran Bing exited the Dawn Hall, a contingent of city defense soldiers aimed their weapons at his head. Captain Seng, flanked by 2 soldiers clad in heavy mechanized armor, ascended the staircase. Fully aware of his missteps, Mark disassembled his handgun, discarding the pieces, and allowed the soldiers to restrain him with shackles. The soldiers escorted Mark to the large platform where Old Deng was convening with others. Charles, having achieved his objectives, adopted a sardonic demeanor, embodying the essence of a trickster. Old Deng then commenced his interrogation of Mark, who retaliated with a barrage of questions and doubts, yet found himself silenced by Deng's formidable arguments. In a moment of desperation, Mark implored to embark on a journey with Ran Bing, declaring that the lighthouse represented a grave for them, which incensed Old Deng to the point of fainting, necessitating immediate medical attention. Upon witnessing the unconscious form of Old Deng, Mark was momentarily paralyzed with shock, while onlookers hurried to assess the elder's condition. The scene shifted, revealing Mark freed from his shackles, engaging in conversation with a beautiful woman from the south. She informed him that Old Deng's medication had been depleted and that the lighthouse's life formula deemed him beyond medical intervention, rendering further treatment unnecessary. However, with unwavering resolve, Mark fixed his determined gaze upon Jing Nan and instructed preparations for his heavy mechanized armor. He intended to venture 60 kilometers to the ecological zone in search of medication for Old Deng. As the roll-up door opened, a contingent of hunter soldiers stood ready before Mark, prepared to accompany him into the fray. Observing the anxious expressions of his fellow hunters, Mark articulated his egalitarian philosophy, igniting fervor among the ranks as they raised their hands in enthusiastic agreement with his words. The lighthouse, in anticipation of Mark's mission, hovered 10 kilometers from the ecological zone. Once all was in readiness, Mark and his companions boarded an airdrop-type armored vehicle, poised for descent. As the metal doors of the platform descended, for armored vehicles, laden with hunter soldiers, surged forth, plummeting towards the ground. Following closely, Mo Chung and a female hunter also boarded their craft, descending alongside Mark and his team. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, then 2,500 meters, and finally at 1,000 meters above the ground, the rocket boosters beneath 4 airdrop armored vehicles began their calibration. As they descended to within 30 meters of the ground, all the rocket boosters ignited simultaneously, facilitating a cushion landing. Meanwhile, a large swarm of serpentine hounds gathered below, numbering around 100. However, as the rocket boosters expelled a torrent of flames, this unfortunate pack found themselves unwittingly transformed into charred offerings, rather than escaping the inferno unscathed. Upon successful cushioning, the 4 armored vehicles, laden with the remnants of marauding hunters, touched down directly, crushing several ill-fated serpentine hounds beneath their weight. The vehicles executed a safe landing without incident and subsequently accelerated towards the city center of a densely populated ecological zone. It is important to note that the ecological area they were heading to was not the one intended for assault by Qin Tian, but rather another city altogether. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Tian, already tucked into bed, was abruptly roused by his system. "What is it, system? Why have you awakened me so suddenly? Is the extreme devourer attacking my base? P.S. Only 2 chapters will be updated today. I will provide the remaining chapters tomorrow. For now, I must head to the logistics warehouse and toil like a beast of burden." Chapter 54. The system issues a check-in task. Preparing to intervene in the spirit cage narrative as the team of scavengers led by Mark successfully landed, Qin Tian, who was already drifting off to sleep several kilometers away, was abruptly awakened by the incessant notifications from his internal system. Ding! The main cast of the Spirit Cage world has officially entered a crucial storyline. Please, host, promptly proceed to their location for check-in. Upon successful check-in, this system shall bestow upon you a special reward. Seriously? What is this nonsense? Qin Tian grumbled, irritated by the disturbance. Do I really need to check in just because the protagonists have entered an official plot? What does it matter to me? Awoken in the dead of night, Qin Tian was already fuming, and after hearing the system's announcement, his anger flared even more. Damn you, system. I have no interest in your trivial rewards. I couldn't care less about the significant plot developments over at the lighthouse. Just let me sleep in peace. After venting his frustrations at the system, Qin Tian turned over and attempted to return to slumber, completely disregarding the check-in task. After all, he possessed 6 armed mining vehicles at his disposal. By noon the following day, these vehicles would return from their mining expedition, each laden with minerals that could yield him a profit of 20,000. With 6 vehicles, that amounted to a substantial sum of 120,000 in total. The prospect of such a windfall made Qin Tian quite indifferent to the so-called special reward from the system. However, Just as he settled into this thought, his mind shifted once more. Host, are you certain you do not desire this special reward from the system? It happens to be an allied-based vehicle. While he had not particularly coveted this special reward, he felt somewhat compelled by the system's earnest invitation to begrudgingly send troops to complete the check-in task. Qin Tian reconsidered, indicating he would allow the check-in to take place, but only if his red alert soldiers went in his stead, not him personally. What a farce! Why would I risk my life when I can earn money from the safety of my base? Life is precious, and one must exercise caution when venturing outside. Thus, valuing his own safety, Qin Tian was resolute in not undertaking the check-in task himself. Instead, he opted to send 2 of his apocalypse tanks, accompanied by rhino tanks and red alert soldiers, to fulfill the system's demands. That won't do. Host, it must be your physical presence. Before the system could finish its statement, Qin Tian interrupted without hesitation. If that's the case, I'll pass on the allied-based vehicle. I find it rather pleasant to remain with my comrades. I require nothing more. Without needing to ponder, Qin Tian understood the system's intentions. It was insisting that he personally attend the check-in for it to be valid. However, such a request posed too great a risk for him. Better safe than sorry. Despite possessing 3 apocalypse tanks, he was far from invincible. Therefore, the cautious and fearful Qin Tian resolutely declined the system's request, making it clear that he would not allow the system to proceed, even if the special reward for signing in was an allied-based vehicle. Very well, host. Then I suggest you send troops over to sign in, the system conceded. Recognizing Qin Tian's steadfast attitude, isn't it rather unreasonable for me, as a commander, to handle such matters myself, especially when they are so perilous? What purpose do my red alert soldiers serve if not to assist in such endeavors? Qin Tian mused, preparing to dispatch troops for the sign-in upon hearing the system's concession. He then casually inquired, System, if my red alert soldiers sign in what manner will the allied-based vehicle you reward me with materialize? It wouldn't be another deadly space drop, would it? I hope not. Fearing the system might resort to yet another ostentatious space drop, Qin Tian was acutely aware that his current forces were insufficiently formidable to attract unwanted attention from rival factions. Although he possessed the Red Alert Empire system, it required development. Any premature displays of strength could lead to ambushes from adversarial forces. Rest assured, host, this time the reward for signing in will not be delivered via airdrop. The system assured him. The Allied-based vehicle has already been prepared for you, located at the center of the Mana ecological zone. There, I have placed a large supply crate for you. Your Red Alert soldiers merely need to retrieve it. Wait, what did you say? The center of the Mana ecological zone? You certainly chose an interesting location, system. You expect my Red Alert soldiers to sign in there, and initially you even intended for me, the commander, to go myself. Are you a spy sent from the Devouring Beast faction, looking for an excuse to eliminate me? Qin Tian was taken aback by the system's chosen location for signing in, yet ultimately decided to send his Red Alert soldiers to complete the task. He would certainly not go himself, but sending his soldiers with the promise of an allied-based vehicle as a reward was an acceptable compromise. After all, soldiers could be replenished, but losing himself would be irretrievable. Currently, Qin Tian possessed 2 ore refining factories and 6 armed mining trucks, which would yield a substantial income of 120,000 in the following day. Even if the troops sent faced heavy casualties, as long as the Allied-based vehicle was secured, it would be worth it. With the presence of the apocalypse tanks, he had no fear of them failing to return. What could withstand 2 rounds of 200mm shells? Even if a twin-jaw beast approached, it would be dispatched with 2 shots. If 2 shots proved insufficient, he could always fire more, for he had 3 apocalypse tanks at his disposal. Upon deciding to send troops to sign in, Qin Tian immediately issued combat orders to his Red Alert soldiers in the command room. Due to the presence of radar technology, Qin Tian now commands his Red Alert soldiers without the need for radio communication. Instead, he issues orders directly from the command center. The external radar emits a special signal that transmits all commands given by Qin Tian in the command room directly into the minds of the Red Alert soldiers through brainwaves. This method greatly facilitates Qin Tian's command, alleviating concerns about interference from the magnetic fields of the mana ecosystem, which had previously rendered radio communication ineffective. As the orders from their commander were issued, one Apocalypse tank was assigned to defend the base while the remaining 2 Apocalypse tanks rev their engines, preparing to head to the battlefield. Dong Yi opted to stay behind with the engineers to oversee their commander, while Boris, accompanied by 3 anti-air infantry and Dong Air through Dong Shi, boarded the airdrop armored vehicle previously gifted by the lighthouse. Do not question why they chose to ride in the airdrop armored vehicle instead of the anti-air tracked vehicle. The latter had already been entirely consumed as expendables, and there was no time to construct a new one due to the time constraints imposed by the system's sign-in tasks. Do not be perplexed as to why the previously overturned airdrop armor vehicle could still be used. Being overturned does not equate to destruction, and flipping it back allows for normal operation, especially with engineers present. Time is of the essence, as it will render the task invalid. However, the system did not specify the exact duration of the time limit, only advising Qin Tian to depart promptly to avoid missing the sign-in task. P.S. The author mentioned yesterday that they would take a break today to provide an additional chapter for the readers, but due to unforeseen management constraints, this did not materialize. Consequently, the author endured a long night shift and, upon returning home after 9, quickly fell asleep after showering, leaving no time for updates. This chapter is a temporary piece written during the author's break, aimed at preventing a gap in updates. The author sincerely apologizes to the readers for this oversight and promises to make it up in the future. Chapter 55. The Old 6 Behavior of the Lighthouse. Locator and position tracking module. The engines of 2 apocalyptic tanks at the base roared to life, their thunderous sounds echoing in the surroundings. 7 Rhino tanks stood ready, while teams 2 through 10, under Boris's leadership, orderly boarded the airdrop-type armored vehicles previously gifted by the lighthouse. Hawkeye drove the supply transport vehicle, trailing behind with 2 terrifying robots in the cargo hold. Meanwhile, only Team 1, an engineer, 1 terrifying robot, and an apocalyptic tank remained at the base for defense. Under their commander's orders, the rest of the personnel mobilized, vowing to complete the sign-in and safely return the Allied base vehicle. The convoy departed in grand fashion, with Boris's airdrop armored vehicle and Hawkeye's supply transport vehicle leading the way at an impressive speed, racing side by side at the forefront. Following closely with the 7 Rhino tanks, their engines roaring, and 2 enormous apocalyptic tanks, which lagged behind due to their considerable size and heavy armor, struggling to keep pace with the convoy. The sign-in location lay approximately 30 kilometers from Qin Tian and his team, a considerable distance. At their current speed, it would take about 2 hours to reach their destination. Boris, Hawkeye, your vehicles are faster. Proceed ahead to scout the sign-in location, Qin Tian instructed. Given the time constraints imposed by the system's sign-in task, he decided to let Boris and Hawkeye separate from the convoy to scout ahead, taking advantage of their vehicle's superior speed. Simultaneously, Mark and his team hastened towards the mana ecological dense zone, as Lord Deng could not hold out much longer. They needed to quickly locate the medicine that could prolong his life. After traveling a considerable distance, Mark's convoy successfully reached the outskirts of the ruins of the Old World City and was now making its way towards the center of the ecological dense zone. After nearly half an hour of driving, they finally entered the ecological dense zone, where mana flowers adorned the roadside, albeit smaller in size, indicating they had not fully matured. Fully developed mana flowers were notably large, capable of nurturing various types of special devourers within their buds. Inside the airdrop armored vehicle, Mark observed the situation outside while maintaining communication with the lighthouse. Meanwhile, the other named scavengers conversed via earpieces about their captain, Mark. At that moment, in the control room of the lighthouse, the female operator monitoring the screens suddenly noticed 2 moving red dots appear on the display. She immediately stood up and reported to Jing Nan, who was in communication with Mark's team. Commander Jing, 2 additional red dots have suddenly appeared on the control screen. Moreover, these 2 dots are moving rapidly. Based on the movement speed of those 2 red dots, it won't be long before they encounter Captain Mark and his team. The female operator, after reporting to Jing Nan, stood still, gazing at her, awaiting her command. Upon hearing the report, Jing Nan immediately focused on the screen. confirming the rapid approach of two red dots towards Mark's scavenger team. The female operator was unaware of the significance of these red dots. But Jing Nan was acutely aware that they represented the arrival of Qin Tian's red alert forces. Do not inquire why Jing Nan knows the name of Qin Tian's faction. It is because Qin Tian had previously mentioned that the mobilized troops were red alert soldiers during their time at the lighthouse. Hence, the lighthouse designated this group of old world survivors who had visited it as the red alert faction. As for Jing Nan's certainty regarding the identity of the two red dots on the screen, it stemmed from the fact that the lighthouse had equipped every vehicle with a locator and tracking module. Observing the two red dots representing Qin Tian's forces, Jing Nan pondered for a moment before activating the communicator to relay the information to Mark's scavenger team. Captain Mark, the Red Alert faction has dispatched personnel. Upon hearing this, Mark momentarily froze, then recalled what the Red Alert faction entailed before responding. Did Commander Qin send them? Indeed, Captain Mark, Jing Nan confirmed. How did you ascertain that Commander Qin's forces were on their way? Upon hearing Mark's inquiry, Jing Nan fell into silence. As Mark noticed her reticence, he quickly deduced the reason. After all, as the captain of the scavengers, he would certainly have been present when a lighthouse insisted on gifting a vehicle as an apology. Wouldn't he? Coupled with the lighthouse's practice of equipping every vehicle with locators and tracking modules, the identity of the incoming personnel became evident. What purpose does Commander Qin's faction serve by sending someone? Mark inquired through the communicator, yet Jing Nan was equally perplexed about their intentions, especially since it coincided with the old lord's critical condition. This led Jing Nan to suspect the possibility of an insider at the lighthouse who might have leaked information regarding the old lord's precarious state, prompting Qin Tian to send reinforcements. However, upon further reflection, she deemed it improbable, as only the upper echelons of the lighthouse were privy to the old lord's condition, while others, even those of moderate status, lacked the authority to know the specifics concerning Lord Morgan's current state. Most of the lighthouse's populace were only aware that Lord Morgan had aged and that Mark was to become the new generation's lord, the successor to Morgan, and nothing more. Regardless of the circumstances, we must proceed to the designated location to procure the necessary medicine to bring back to the lord. Mark was perplexed as to why Qin Tian and his associates had suddenly sent someone over at this moment, and he was equally uncertain about the intentions of Qin Tian's envoy upon arrival. Captain, what's the matter? Has something occurred at the lighthouse, or is there an unforeseen circumstance? At this moment, the scavenger, Gorg, seated beside Mark, inquired about the cause of his grave expression. Commander Qin has dispatched someone, and they should rendezvous with us shortly. Upon hearing Mark's words, Gorg was momentarily taken aback, before realizing who Commander Qin was. What? Commander Qin? Is he the one who caused a commotion at the lighthouse a few days ago and destroyed several of our heavy mechs? What could he possibly want now? Could it be that, in light of the previous incident, Commander Qin intends to exact revenge on us at the lighthouse? The other scavenger soldiers, sharing the vehicle with Captain Mark, erupted in a chorus of astonishment upon hearing Gorg's remarks. P.S. For today, I will update just one chapter. The little author is feeling overwhelmed and utterly spent. I appreciate all the readers for their encouragement and gifts, and I welcome your comments and additions to the bookshelf, especially the comments. I make it a point to check them every day after work and engage with my esteemed readers. I hope I can take a day off tomorrow, as I am truly exhausted. The logistics of cross-border e-commerce are incredibly taxing. Even a passing dog would have to work for several hours before being let out. By the way, I miscalculated the funds for the purchase of the Apocalypse tanks in Chapter 48. It has now been corrected to 3 Apocalypse tanks and 3 Rhino tanks, in addition to the 3 already purchased, totaling 7 Rhino tanks and 3 Apocalypses. Chapter 56. Boris encounters the scavenger squad. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward as the members of the Lighthouse Scavenger Squad, upon learning that Qin Tian's Red Alert forces had dispatched personnel to their location, began to murmur amongst themselves, apprehensive that these newcomers might harbor ill intentions. After all, there had been prior conflicts with Qin Tian, and had it not been for the sudden airdrop of the 2 biomechanical robots, they might have already been apprehended by the lighthouse for interrogation or dissection. Although Qin Tian had previously lacked the strength to completely sever ties with the lighthouse, the current situation was different, They were now on the ground, which belonged to Qin Tian and his Red Alert forces, survivors of the old world. This indicated that the ground was Qin Tian's domain, not the lighthouse's stronghold. Should the individuals sent by Qin Tian wish to act against them, the scavenger squad could find themselves in dire straits. Captain Mark, what should we do now? It's possible that Qin Tian has sent people here for revenge, aiming to thwart our scavenger squad's mission. Hogg, sitting beside Mark, expressed his concern, suggesting that the dispatch from Qin Tian was likely a retaliatory measure against the lighthouse and intended to obstruct their operation. Regardless of whether the individuals sent by Commander Qin harbor hostility towards us, we must proceed to the target location and retrieve all the medical supplies required by Lord Morgan. Mark replied with a serious tone, his gaze resolute. He was determined to secure the necessary medical supplies to treat Morgan, for only then could he safeguard his beloved. Ranbing. If Morgan were to perish, Charles might seize the opportunity to ascend, leaving Mark and Ranbing with no viable escape. Thus, Mark had compelling reasons to press on, while Hogg communicated the news of Qin Tian's dispatch to the rest of the team through his earpiece, indicating that the newcomers might pose a threat to their scavenger squad, potentially hindering their mission. Captain, is this true? Has Commander Qin really sent someone to act against us? Upon hearing Hogg's words, Ranbing immediately inquired through the earpiece, seeking Mark's confirmation. It is possible, Mark replied succinctly, uncertain himself, knowing they would have to wait for Qin Tian's people to arrive to discern their true intentions. Meanwhile, at the Red Alert base, Qin Tian, who was directing Boris and the others, remained oblivious to Mark and his team's speculations. He had not completed watching the anime series Linglong. Thus, he was unaware of the scavengers' true motives for descending to the ground, merely assuming they were engaged in collecting resources, and so did not regard the situation with particular seriousness. Dong Er was at the wheel, while Boris occupied the passenger seat of the airdrop armored vehicle. Inside the vehicle were Dong San, Dong Si, and Dong Wu through Dong Shi, along with 8 close companions and 3 anti-air infantry. Following them was a transport vehicle loaded with 2 terrifying robots, driven by Eagle Eye. 2 vehicles entered the ecologically dense area, one following the other along a rugged road, completely unaware that Mark's convoy was also heading in their direction. It was only when Jing Nan alerted them that the individuals dispatched by Qin Tian were less than 100 meters away from the scavenger team that Mark abruptly decelerated, bringing the 4 airdrop-type armored vehicles to a sudden halt at the intersection of the abandoned streets in the Mana ecological zone. Mo Chung and another female scavenger, piloting their aircraft, enjoyed a broader perspective from above. Therefore, by the time Jing Nan informed Mark, they had already spotted the 2 vehicles driven by Boris and his team. Captain Mark, this is Mo Chung. I have spotted the individuals sent by Commander Qin. They are currently approaching in 2 vehicles gifted to them by our lighthouse. Coming from the left, as Mo Cheng's voice faded, Dong Er, who had been pressing the accelerator and was about to surge through the intersection, also noticed the 4 airdrop-type armored vehicles parked to the right. If Dong Er could see them, then Boris, seated in the passenger seat, naturally could as well. Boris immediately instructed his comrade to hit the brakes and prepare for combat, subsequently reporting the situation to their commander. Commander, we encountered another faction on our way to sign in at the target location. This group is driving 4 armored vehicles identical to ours, and there are also 2 individuals flying in the air. Upon hearing Boris's report, Qin Tian momentarily found himself at a loss before it dawned on him that Boris and his team had crossed paths with the protagonists. After all, the system had indicated that the protagonists were about to enter a crucial main storyline, assigning him a sign-in mission. Thus, the individuals Boris encountered on their way to the sign-in site could only be the main characters of the lighthouse. First, he needed to ascertain their identities before attempting to extract information about their numbers and firepower. Exercising caution, Qin Tian instructed Boris to confirm the identity of the other party, checking if they were indeed Mark and his team, and to seize the opportunity to inquire about their numbers and armament. At Boris's signal, the anti-air infantry in the vehicle opened the top hatch of the airdrop-type armored vehicle and leaned out to question Mark's convoy. Who are you? Why are you here? What is your purpose? Upon hearing the trio of inquiries from the anti-air infantry, Mark's scavenger team fell silent for a moment, after which Mark directed Mo Chung, still airborne, to respond. We are the scavenger team from the lighthouse. As for our purpose and reason for being here, apologies. But that is a private matter for our team and cannot be disclosed. Mo Chung answered only one question, opting not to respond to the others, merely stating that it was inconvenient to divulge. He then casually inquired, "Are you the Red Alert soldiers under Commander Qin?" "Yes." With the conclusion of their dialogue, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The Red Alert soldiers, sensing Qin Tian's silence, reciprocated by remaining mute. The scavenger team found themselves in an awkward predicament, as their previous encounters with the lighthouse had been decidedly unfriendly. Consequently, their current meeting was fraught with tension, fearing that the Red Alert soldiers might seek retribution. Even Mark was at a loss for words until the control room urged him to take action, prompting the scavenger convoy to finally stir into motion. Upon witnessing the 4 airdrop armored vehicles of the scavengers revving up, Boris immediately inquired with his commander, awaiting Qin Tian's directive. The Apocalypse and Rhino tanks are still far behind, nearly an hour away. You should proceed and ascertain their intentions first. Qin Tian ordered Boris to follow, eager to discern the purpose of Mark and his scavenger team's descent, while also plotting an opportunity for a clever ambush. After all, Old Deng had nearly outmaneuvered him last time, and Qin Tian felt a lingering imbalance if he didn't seize the chance for a counterstrike. As a side note, the author will take a break tomorrow and continue updates during the day. For tonight, a modest 2,000 words will suffice, as fatigue is set in. Dear readers, please remember to encourage the updates and share your thoughts. The author is immensely grateful. Good night. Chapter 57. Following the Scavenger Convoy. The pack of serpent dog strikes, seeing Mark's scavenger team prepare to depart. Qin Tian promptly instructed Boris and the others in the command room to follow and gauge the situation, as he too was curious about the purpose of Mark's expedition. With the Apocalypse and Rhino tanks still en route and over an hour away from the target location, it would be ill-advised to let Boris and Eagle Eye charge into the heart of the Mana ecological zone without proper reconnaissance. The feasibility of such an advance was questionable, and they might be met with overwhelming firepower before even breaching the perimeter. Thus, Qin Tian ordered Boris and his team to trail Mark's scavenger squad, not only to uncover their intentions, but also to utilize them as potential vanguards, minimizing their own casualties. "Captain, the Red Alert forces are closing in," reported Mo Chung, piloting the aircraft alongside another female scavenger, as they observed Boris' team following the convoy. "Damn, 2 vehicles from the Red Alert faction are tailing us. Could they genuinely be seeking revenge? Captain, what should we do? Should we open the armored vehicles' rear doors and have our heavy gunner drive them off?" Haji exclaimed, furious at the news of Boris' pursuit and questioning Mark about whether to expel them. "There's no need for that. If they choose to follow, let them. As long as they do not interfere with our operation, it poses no issue. Moreover, this territory is not our lighthouse domain. Should we offend the local authority, retreating could become quite challenging," Mark replied through the earpiece, assuring his team that as long as Boris refrained from causing disruption, their presence was tolerable. After all, Mark and his companions have witnessed the formidable combat prowess of the Red Alert soldiers, who can be said to surpass the majority of the members of their hunter squad in terms of combat training, capability, and obedience to their commander. Moreover, there is that extraordinary individual capable of swatting a snake dog away with a mere slap, daring to confront the city defense army's heavy mechs head-on. Truly a superhuman. One might even believe that this individual could single-handedly overturn the armored vehicle they occupy. Therefore, as long as the Red Alert soldiers refrain from disrupting their operation, Mark sees no reason to provoke them. If they wish to accompany, so be it. Thus, the hunter convoy of the lighthouse expanded from 4 vehicles to 6, although the additional 2 were not part of their group. The 6 vehicles advanced rapidly over the rugged terrain, accompanied by 2 aerial craft. As the convoy approached an intersection, several snake dogs, lurking among the ruins, suddenly leaped forth, launching themselves at the airborne armored vehicle that Mark occupied. The snake dogs smashed their heads against the vehicle's glass, attempting to reach inside for a meal, but after Mark fired 2 shots into their heads, they recoiled in pain and retreated. The appearance of these snake dogs seemed to trigger a cascade, as a multitude of them began to swarm from behind the convoy. These creatures, remarkably agile, matched the speed of the airborne armored vehicle, if not surpassing it. Observing this from above, Imo Chung immediately reported the situation to Mark through his headset. "Captain, we have snake dogs behind us. There are so many that they are impossible to count. I estimate several hundred, and they are everywhere." Upon relaying this information, Imo Chung and another female hunter piloting an aerial craft began firing at the snake dogs on the ground with their submachine guns. However, the caliber of their weapons proved insufficient, leaving no more than superficial marks upon the snake dogs, rendering their efforts futile. At the rear of the convoy, Hawkeye found himself in a precarious position. His vehicle was not an airborne armored one, but a standard supply transport truck, lacking any defensive or offensive capabilities. Although larger than the preceding armored vehicles, he was fortunate that his truck carried two fearsome robots. Any snake dog attempting to leap onto the supply truck would be swiftly dispatched by the sharp appendages of the robots, reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Upon witnessing the snake dog assault on Hawkeye's vehicle, Mark promptly commanded his hunter soldiers to prepare for action, activating the turret mounted atop the armored vehicle. Two soldiers leaned out, utilizing the dual turrets to engage the snake dog swarm on either side. Similarly, the other three armored vehicles in the hunter squad followed suit, with two soldiers emerging from each to unleash fire upon the encroaching serpentine menace. Only the armored vehicle occupied by Boris refrained from such actions, as the two turrets atop the airdrop armored vehicle were deemed rather superfluous. Not only did they exhibit a sluggish rate of fire and lackluster firepower, but their maneuverability was also abysmally poor. The sole merit was their 12mm caliber, which could effectively penetrate the defensive armor of the serpentine beasts. However, this advantage was rendered moot, as Qin Tian's base lacked 12mm ammunition for resupply, and the airdrop armored vehicle did not belong to the Red Alert faction, preventing Qin Tian from replenishing its munitions. During the base defense battle, the machine gun ammunition on the airdrop armored vehicle had nearly been expended, given the dire circumstances. If Boris and his team did not utilize the machine gun turrets, what alternative could they employ to fend off the serpentine hordes? Naturally, they would resort to the anti-air infantry. Suddenly, the two small hatches atop Boris's airdrop armored vehicle swung open, and two thick, elongated barrels emerged. The anti-air infantry then leaned out, shouldering their anti-aircraft guns, and aimed at the clusters of serpentine beasts on either side. "Come, aim for the center," they called. Bang, bang, bang. The serpentine beasts were caught off guard, struck by the large caliber shells from the anti-air infantry, their bodies exploding into a gruesome shower of flesh and gore. The serpentine horde scrambling on the high ground to the sides was suppressed by the infantry's firepower, unable to lift their heads, as any that dared to expose themselves were promptly dispatched. Meanwhile, the four vehicles of the scavenger squad could only rely on their own sluggish and unwieldy turrets to engage the serpentine masses, failing to provide effective fire suppression. Occasionally, one or two serpentine beasts would leap onto the armored vehicle's roof, nearly mauling the soldiers operating the turrets. "Damn it, there's only one armored vehicle from the Red Alert faction behind us, yet it is identical to ours. Why is their firepower so formidable while ours is utterly pathetic?" Haji, glancing through the armored vehicle's window, couldn't help but lament the weakness of their own firepower, likening it to impotence, unable to rise to the occasion. Though the serpentine beasts on the high ground were kept at bay by the anti-air infantry's firepower, those charging from behind on the ground remained unrestrained. The serpentine beasts trailing behind, attempting to leap onto the Eagle Eye supply transport, were mercilessly sliced apart by the fearsome robots. Witnessing their companions struggle to overpower a mere supply transport incited desperation among the serpentine beasts, prompting them to rush to either side of the vehicle and attempt to overturn it by ramming their bodies against it. The Eagle Eye, subjected to violent impacts, immediately called for support from his teammates. Upon receiving the distress signal, Boris commanded Dong San to open the rear hatch of the armored vehicle. Subsequently, he ordered the mobilized troops and Dong San to fire upon the serpentine beasts assaulting the Eagle Eye's vehicle. The mobilized troops' rifles, while not overly powerful, were sufficient to inflict pain on the serpentine beasts, compelling them to abandon their attempts to continue ramming the Eagle Eye's vehicle. However, the situation with the third aircraft is markedly different. It bears a formidable anti-aircraft gun upon its shoulders, which necessitates cautious usage, especially in the presence of comrades. Unlike the unrestrained firing of the first and second aircraft positioned atop vehicles, it must exercise restraint. The explosive shells of the anti-aircraft gun can produce lethal shrapnel, potentially injuring teammates like the vigilant Hawk Eye driving behind. An incident resulting in harm to one's own allies would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. In this operation, Qin Tian has ensured that the Red Alert soldiers are sufficiently equipped with ammunition. Following the conclusion of the novice protection period, he can no longer allocate funds to replenish their supplies at will. Therefore, prior to their departure, Qin Tian instructed his subordinate Boris and the Red Alert soldiers that they must carry ample ammunition. As Qin Tian has yet to construct an ammunition manufacturing plant or an assembly facility, one might ponder the origin of the ammunition. The casualties sustained among the mobilized troops and anti-air infantry during the base defense battle raise the question. Indeed, from whence does this ammunition come? It is quite the enigma. Chapter 58. Hawkeye abandons vehicle. Approaching the crucial narrative arc, Boris commanded Dong San to open the rear hatch of the armored vehicle, instructing the Red Alert soldiers to fire upon the serpentine beasts attempting to assault Hawkeye. A torrent of rifle bullets erupted forth, occasionally punctuated by the thundering blast of large-caliber anti-aircraft shells, which rained down upon the throng of serpents, sending them tumbling in chaos. Observing their inability to breach the last two vehicles at the rear, the serpentine attackers abandoned their assault on the Red Alert soldiers and hastened their efforts to encircle the quartet of airdrop armored vehicles at the forefront. Close the hatch. AO air. You may return, Boris remarked upon witnessing the serpentine horde shift their focus towards the scavenger squad led by Mark. He then ordered Dong San to secure the rear hatch of the armored vehicle, allowing the two anti-air infantrymen, who had been exposing themselves to engage the serpents, to retreat and rest. Although the Red Alert soldiers who perished during the base defense had left Qin Tian and Boris with a considerable supply of ammunition, it was not inexhaustible. They needed to conserve what they could. The sudden cessation of fire from Boris's group allowed numerous serpents on the high ground to re-emerge and launch a fierce assault on the four armored vehicles occupied by Mark and his comrades. What in the world are those bastards doing? Why have they suddenly gone silent? Voke exclaimed, unleashing a barrage from the machine gun turret at the serpentine foes on the right side. Perhaps they are running low on ammunition and have ceased fire to conserve their strength. It could also be a tactic to guard against us, the lighthouse scavengers. Feixue, clad in heavy exoskeleton armor and seated within one of the airdrop armored vehicles, calmly articulated through her earpiece. Damn it, even at this juncture, they dare to engage in mind games with us. Have these Red Alert folks been raised on dung? They're no different from that Charles character. Haji seethed, hurling invectives at Boris and his crew. However, Boris utilized a different communication method, rendering him oblivious to Haji's tirades. What good does it do to lament now? Their actions stem from our own issues at Lighthouse, don't you see? Stop your whining and conserve your energy for dealing with the devourers ahead, Hogg retorted, silencing his earpiece and disregarding Haji's fury. At this moment, dwelling on such grievances was futile. The priority was to devise a strategy to shake off the encroaching serpents. As the serpentine horde continued to swell, Mark's scavenger squad found their firepower woefully inadequate to contend with the onslaught. Boris ceased allowing the anti-air infantry to expose themselves further, for the sheer number of serpents was overwhelming. He commanded Dong San to reopen the rear hatch of the armored vehicle, directing everyone to concentrate their fire to cover Hawkeye, who was operating the supply transport vehicle. Despite these efforts, Hawkeye remained under immense pressure. The supply transport vehicle began to emit smoke, its exterior marred with claw marks and signs of violent impact. Even the two terrifying robots that had previously lingered at the back of the carriage had already changed vehicles. Leaping onto the roof of the airdrop armored vehicle that Boris and his companions occupied. Sensing the dire situation, Hawkeye immediately secured the accelerator and steered the wheel, then climbed onto the engine hood with two guns strapped to his back, preparing to leap into the armored vehicle where Boris was situated. The mobilized troops and air defense infantry were firing to provide cover, preventing the serpentine hounds from advancing. Boris instructed the driver of the armored vehicle to slow down, allowing Hawkeye to close the distance between them. Upon witnessing this, the group of serpentine hounds attempted to intervene, but the firepower was overwhelming, compounded by the occasional barrage of large-caliber anti-aircraft shells from the air defense infantry, making it impossible for the hounds to approach. However, a couple of astute hounds leaped onto the cargo truck's rear, extending their necks in an attempt to bite Hawkeye, who stood poised on the engine hood. Seizing the right moment, Hawkeye launched himself forward, landing directly within the armored vehicle and rolling to dissipate the impact. The hounds that had jumped onto the cargo truck, seeing their attack fail, promptly lunged forward, hoping to emulate Hawkeye's leap into the armored vehicle and deliver a surprise to Boris and his team. Yet, they were met with the prepared anti-aircraft gun wielded by Air 3, which was aimed directly at their heads. With a deafening bang, the hound's skull exploded. The shell pierced through its entire head and detonated after striking the now-abandoned cargo truck in the distance. The already battered cargo truck, reaching its limits, erupted violently after being hit by the explosive shell, sending shockwaves that toppled several nearby hounds. The hound, whose head had been shattered, was propelled into the airdrop armored vehicle due to inertia, crashing into the shooting figures of Air 3, Air 4, and Air 5, knocking them all to the ground. The fallen comrades quickly rose and collectively kicked the hound's corpse off the armored vehicle before closing the rear hatch. After being kicked off, the hound's body rolled a few times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. However, its core remained intact, indicating that it would soon revive. Meanwhile, the situation for the scavenger convoy ahead was even more dire, as serpentine hounds were not only slamming into their armored vehicles, but also leaping onto the roofs, aiming to attack the scavenger soldiers manning the machine gun turrets. Fong Ning, a dark-haired girl from the scavenger squad, noticed a hound suddenly land atop their vehicle. She swiftly adjusted the turret's gun towards the intruder, hoping to shoot it down. Unfortunately, due to the turret's limited maneuverability, before she could fully align the gun, the hound swatted it aside. The force from impact dislocated her right arm as she grasped the machine gun turret. My hand. My arm is broken. Fong Ning clutched her arm, crying out in agony, tears streaming down her face. Fortunately, Rita from the vehicle behind came to her aid, striking down the serpent dog that had just fractured Fong Ning's arm. Otherwise, she would have met her demise. Meanwhile, Fong Ning's teammate, who was also operating a machine gun turret, immediately raised his voice, shouting at Mo, Chung, and Mina, "Are you merely here to enjoy the scenery? Hurry up and lend a hand." Mo, Chung remained silent, focused solely on finding a suitable position to throw the high-explosive grenade strapped to his waist. At the rear of the convoy, Boris and his team quickly grasped Mo Chang's intent and urged Dong Air to accelerate, swiftly aligning their vehicle alongside the fourth one. Boom! 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 With several resounding explosions, the high-explosive grenades that Mo Chang had deployed detonated, collapsing several dilapidated skyscrapers that had long been abandoned and whose structures had become exceedingly unstable, effectively obstructing the advancing horde of serpent dogs. In truth, the protagonists had entered the territory of the Earth Roar, without permission from the Earth Roar. The serpent dogs would not dare to encroach upon the domain of the superior devourer beasts. P.S. Today's 2 updates conclude here. The humble author needs to rest now. Good night, dear readers. Good night. And, as always, Baka Baka Chapter 59, Nirvana Biotechnology Company, Limited. As the reverberations of high-explosive grenades echoed through the air, the dilapidated skyscrapers lining the road, long neglected, crumbled under the force of the blasts, crashing down upon the frenzied pack of serpent hounds and halting their relentless pursuit. During this tumultuous interval, Mo Ching narrowly escaped being flanked by 2 serpent hounds, skillfully maneuvering his flying apparatus to execute a breathtaking display of aerial acrobatics, just in time to elude disaster. The 2 hounds that had targeted him, however, were not so fortunate. They were struck mid-air by twin bolts of lightning, instantaneously transforming them into 2 charred remnants of their former selves. Beside him, Mina, also piloting her own flying device, gasped in astonishment at Mo Chang's remarkable performance. Yet, before he could revel in his moment of triumph. A crimson energy pulse projectile hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. What the? Mo Ching barely had time to exclaim before the projectile struck, obliterating the vehicle beneath him. As his craft was destroyed, he plummeted from the sky, only to be deftly caught by Mina, who skillfully piloted her vehicle to save him. Even Boris, who had been a mere spectator, could not help but exclaim, "This is utterly absurd. How is he still alive?" The assailant, witnessing his energy pulse successfully hit Mo Chung, exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. Did he just tank my energy pulse without a scratch? This guy's tougher than he looks." With Mo Chang's flying apparatus in ruins, a multitude of ground howlers began to emerge from both sides of the road, their vocal sacs charged with energy. They launched a barrage of attacks against the scavengers and Boris. Waves of bright red energy projectiles zipped through the air. Some missed their mark, while others struck the armored vehicles but were thwarted by the robust armor of the airdrop-type vehicles. Unlike the anti-aircraft tracked vehicles equipped with 360-degree rotating automated 85mm cannons, the airdrop-type armored vehicles found themselves in a precarious position in the face of the ground howlers' energy pulse assaults. Ground howlers, all scavengers using machine gun turrets, retreat into the vehicles, Mark commanded urgently upon witnessing the onslaught of ground howlers surrounding them. He instructed the scavengers to withdraw their bodies and heads into the safety of the vehicles to avoid being decapitated by a well-aimed energy pulse. The 5 armored vehicles, including the one occupied by Boris and his team, were left defensively absorbing the relentless barrage, unable to retaliate without exposing themselves. Even Mina, soaring above, was struck by an energy pulse that rendered her momentarily unconscious. Fortunately, Mo Chung was there to catch her, lifting her up and leaping onto the roof of Mark's armored vehicle. However, they were not alone in their ascent. A ground howler had followed them. Yet, thanks to a device employed by Mark and his team, the steel panel atop the armored vehicle suddenly sprang open, sending the hapless ground howler tumbling into the void below. Then Feixue and her companions piloted the heavy mech, standing atop the armored vehicle with its steel plates flung aside, wielding thermal weapons to target the encroaching snake dogs. The most impressive among them was Feixue, as 4 earth roars leapt onto the roofs of the armored vehicles, gathering energy to unleash a pulse attack on Mark's lead vehicle. However, Feixue skillfully dispatched one of them with a single shot to its vocal sac, executing a remarkable feat of piercing through 4 foes at once. Although Feishue's skills were commendable, the number of earth roars surrounding them was increasing, making the battle increasingly arduous for the group. While Boris's vehicle remained at the rear of the convoy. After a while, the convoy approached the edge of a cliff where a bridge loomed, though it was severely damaged. Split in half. Here, the narrative simplifies with the scavenger team's 4 airdrop armored vehicles, alongside Feishue's exceptional maneuvers, ultimately crossing the broken bridge without incident. Followed closely by Boris and his crew. Once they traversed the gap, they officially entered the core of the ecologically dense region. Although not yet at the very heart, the dangers here were still considerable. At that moment, the apocalyptic tanks had not yet arrived, and even the Rhino tanks would take another half-hour to reach the battlefield, only to secure the perimeter. To penetrate further into the ecological zone, where Boris and the scavenger team currently resided, the Rhino tanks would need to fight their way in, as numerous snake dogs and earth roars still roamed the outskirts. However, these lower-tier devourers struggled against the anti-air tread vehicles, let alone confronting the Rhino tanks, which would likely crush them as if they were mere obstacles. The 5 armored vehicles came to a halt atop the ruins of a buried structure from the old world. Mark's scavenger team prepared and disembarked, while Boris and his crew remained seated, quietly awaiting orders from their commander. Without explicit instructions to follow Mark's lead, they would not act independently. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Qin Tian pondered deeply, uncertain whether to allow Boris and his red alert soldiers to join Mark's scavenger team below. Judging by the recent behavior of Mark's convoy, it was evident that their mission was not merely to gather supplies. After all, who would venture into the ecological zone for a simple collection? Thus, it was highly probable that Mark's expedition aimed to retrieve something of great significance for the lighthouse. Otherwise, why expend such effort to explore this area? Qin Tian instructed Boris to inquire about the whereabouts and purpose of Mark's team. Here lie the remnants of the old world Nirvana Biotechnology Company, a site where we must gather some exceedingly vital pharmaceuticals to return to the lighthouse. Mark readily responded to Boris's inquiries, yet he refrained from mentioning to whom these medicines would be administered upon their return. However, it was unnecessary for Mark to elaborate. Qin Tian surmised that the recipient would undoubtedly be none other than the aging Morgan. Just days ago, when he encountered the old man possessed by the river of Hades, he appeared on the brink of death. Now, the lighthouse's considerable effort in dispatching individuals to procure these medicines strongly indicates that Morgan is indeed nearing his end, necessitating urgent medication to prolong his life, hence the dispatch of the hunter squad to this site. Old man Morgan, remember our last encounter? This time, we shall see if my cunning proves fatal for you. An insidious thought suddenly emerged in Qin Tian's mind. P.S. I shall update with just one chapter today, as I am weary. By the way, dear readers, how do you think the protagonist should outsmart old Morgan? If you have any ideas, please share them at the end of the chapter, as I'm currently pondering how best to ensnare him. Chapter 60. Encountering an Attack. The Blossom Beast cursed be old Biden. The last time, due to my insufficient strength, I was backstabbed by you and had to endure it in silence. Now that I possess greater power, let us see if I can cause you some trouble and bring about your demise. Qin Tian had already devised a scheme in his mind to ambush the old Deng and Mark from the lighthouse, as his base was in dire need of personnel and women. Soon, he would seize the opportunity to deliver a taste of betrayal to Mark and his unruly group, allowing them to experience the feelings he once endured. The men would be captured to serve as mining slaves, accompanying armed mining vehicles, while the women would be confined as rewards for the valiant brothers. Hey, how about it? You members of the Red Alert faction, will you join us in descending? Or do you fear for your lives, choosing instead to cower in the armored vehicle and await our return? At that moment, Haji saw Boris and the Red Alert soldiers still remaining in the armored vehicle, showing no intention of disembarking, and he began to mock them sarcastically. Upon hearing Haji's taunts directed at Boris, Mo Chung immediately intervened. Hey, Haji, do refrain from such remarks. The Red Alert faction has at least assisted us before. Your mockery seems rather inappropriate. Mark glanced at Boris in the armored vehicle and then said, All right, everyone, pay attention. Let us hasten our preparations. Our time is limited and our tasks are arduous. We cannot afford to squander more time here. Inside the airdrop armored vehicle, Boris and the Red Alert soldiers disregarded Haji's taunts, remaining silent as they awaited their commander's next order. In the command room, Qin Tian was not quick to issue orders to Boris. Instead, he first inquired about the status of the Apocalypse and Rhino tanks. Apocalypse, Rhino, how long until you reach the battlefield, specifically the core area of the ecological dense zone where Boris is located? Rhino 1 reporting to the commander. Our squad of 7 Rhino tanks will arrive at the battlefield in a little over 10 minutes. However, should we need to enter the core area of the ecological dense zone and rendezvous with Boris, it may take approximately half an hour longer. The Rhino tank reported on their current progress, stating they would reach the outer region of the ecological dense zone shortly. Yet, entering the core area from the periphery would entail facing numerous attacks from the devouring beasts. Although the Rhino tanks were unafraid, their movements would be hindered, thus requiring additional time to reach Boris. Apocalypse 1 reporting to the commander. As an ultra-heavy tank unit, our speed is slower than that of the Rhino tanks, so it may take us another half an hour to arrive at the outer area of the ecological dense zone. After receiving the reports from the Rhino and Apocalypse tanks, Qin Tian issued combat orders to Boris. Boris, advance and negotiate with Mark's group, stating that our Red Alert faction is also in urgent need of medical supplies and requires their assistance in descending to gather some supplies. Understood, Commander. Upon receiving orders from his commander, Boris promptly disembarked from the armored vehicle and strode towards Mark, who was clad in heavy exoskeleton armor and preparing to descend via a rope. He proceeded to elucidate the situation. I had assumed that all of you from the Red Alert faction were merely cowards unwilling to show up. Yet it appears there is a modicum of courage among you. Haji remarked with a mocking expression, evoking a sense of irritation from Boris and his comrades. who chose to ignore him entirely. After weighing the pros and cons, Mark acquiesced to Boris's request. However, the hunter team led by Mark stipulated a condition. Boris and his men must provide assistance should their hunter team encounter peril. They could not repeat their previous behavior of fleeing at the first sign of danger, as that would be an egregious betrayal of camaraderie, which Mark and his team found utterly unacceptable. In return, if Boris and his contingent faced threats, Mark's hunter team would likewise lend support. Once the agreement was established, Boris instructed one of his men to remain above, awaiting the arrival of the rhino tanks. Subsequently, he, along with a dozen red alert soldiers, followed Mark's hunter team down the lift rope. Do not inquire why they did not wait for the rhino tanks to arrive before descending. The tanks would be incapable of reaching the depths where the biotech company was buried, as their cannons could not be lowered sufficiently to target the voracious beasts within. Most critically, Qin Tian no longer felt any attachment to the red alert soldiers. With a daily income of 120,000, the loss of even the most steadfast comrades elicited little more than a momentary pang of discomfort. It could be said that the commander regarded the mobilized soldiers as mere expendables. Even if Boris were to perish, Qin Tian would scarcely react, save for a fleeting moment of sadness, ideally after Boris had rendered some service. For instance, he had cleverly used the pretext of needing medical supplies for his faction to accompany Mark's team down, a notion not entirely fabricated. With the novice protection period of the system now expired, Qin Tian could no longer spend $100 to heal his comrades' wounds. Thus, he genuinely required medical supplies. In truth, the author sought to integrate his red alert soldiers into the narrative, leading to a scenario where Boris could summon a squadron of MiG fighters to astonish the locals. After all, Qin Tian had yet to unlock the hospital as a construction unit. He pondered whether upgrading to a higher command rank would grant access to neutral construction units. Should construction become available, it would be an amusing affair. Establishing several drilling platforms would allow him to recline in ease, earning wealth without effort. Boris, along with Mark and their hunter team, descended the rope into the lobby of Nirvana Biotech Company, where even two menacing robots were lowered by the tether. Haigu and a cadre of expendable hunter soldiers busied themselves in the lobby, arranging various devices in an attempt to re-establish a communication link with the lighthouse. Mark and his team ascended to the second floor, subsequently dividing into several groups to explore the ruins of Nirvana Biotechnology Company, Limited. The Red Alert soldiers also split into two small teams. One was led by Eagle Eye, comprising 2 anti-air infantry, a terrifying robot, and 3 loyal comrades. The other team was commanded by Boris, consisting of 1 anti-air infantry, 5 loyal comrades, and another terrifying robot. Eagle Eye's team was tasked with guarding the first floor hall alongside the scavenger squad, while Boris's team followed Mark and his companions into the building of Nirvana Biotechnology Company. Once the assignments were made, the group swiftly commenced their actions, the details of which need not be elaborated upon. Reminiscent of the original anime, but with the inclusion of Boris and his team. As Boris explored the building with Mark, Eagle Eye, stationed on the first floor, keenly sensed impending danger, a perception echoed by the terrifying robot. The robot, patrolling the first floor, suddenly activated its mechanical IS infrared thermal imaging life scanner, conducting a comprehensive scan of the hall's surroundings. While the anime linkage does not explicitly state that the devourer possesses temperature, it is a biological entity, and, as such, it must have temperature, albeit varying in degree. Therefore, the author has established that the devourer does indeed have temperature. I trust this poses no issues for the esteemed readers. Once the terrifying robot completed its scan, it immediately entered attack mode. Upon witnessing the robot's demeanor, Eagle, I sensed the gravity of the situation. Damn it, something is approaching. It seems to be camouflaging. We cannot detect it. Quickly, let us retreat into the building. Realizing the severity of the situation, Eagle Eye decisively ordered a retreat to the second floor, where visibility was better and ample cover was available, allowing for a strategic advantage. Without a moment's hesitation, the loyal comrades followed Eagle Eye's lead, with the terrifying robot and anti-air infantry trailing closely behind, leaving the bewildered scavenger soldiers behind, still processing the sudden turn of events. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you running? Gao Gu, observing the red alert squad's frantic dash to the second floor, sensed the urgency and immediately urged Fong Ning to follow Eagle Eye up the stairs. A few quick-witted scavenger soldiers joined Gao Gu and Fong Ning without delay. However, the majority remained oblivious, only to be abruptly enveloped by a massive flower bud that emerged from the hall floor, their cries for help stifled before they could escape. Not only did the large flower bud threaten the second team, but peculiar devourers, glowing with blue light, began to emerge from the periphery of the first-floor hall. What in the world is this? P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the readers for their encouragement, gifts, and rewards. Your support means the world to me. Chapter 61. The surprise attack of the eel and the inept allies. What in the world is that? As Gao Gu followed Fong Ning and the red alert soldiers up to the second floor, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted behind them. Turning to investigate, he was met with the shocking sight of the dozen or so soldiers from Team 2, who had just been in the first-floor hall, now vanished without a trace. In their place loomed a massive entity resembling a flower bud, pulsating with a mysterious green light from within. Where did the rest of Team 2 go? When did this bud-like creature appear? It was there moments ago. Gao Gu, alongside the remaining ragtag hunters who had ascended to the second floor with him, felt a surge of urgency as they realized their comrades had seemingly been snatched away in an instant. Desperately, they began to call out over their earpieces. What is that bud-like thing? Hey, what's your name? Aren't you a survivor from the old world? Do you have any idea what that thing is? With his calls to his teammates falling on deaf ears, Gao Gu turned to the side, inquiring of the vigilant Eagle Eye and the red alert soldiers, who had their weapons trained on the first-floor hall. However, Eagle Eye merely cast a fleeting glance at Gao Gu and Fong Ning, then raised a finger to signal silence. Before Gao Gu could grasp Eagle Eye's intent, a sharp whoosh cut through the air, the sound of a projectile slicing through the atmosphere at high speed. Hungry? Who is hungry? Gao Gu suddenly heard someone exclaiming about hunger and turned to inquire who was so ravenous that they felt the need to pause for a meal, only to find the soldier beside him, who had called out, lying lifeless on the ground. What is this? A devouring beast. Conceal yourselves quickly. Upon noticing the fallen hunter with a glowing bone spike protruding from his head, Gao Gu's mind raced as the grim realization dawned upon him. They were under attack by a devouring beast. He shouted urgently for the remaining hunters to find cover. However, his outburst left Eagle Eye and the red alert soldiers speechless. Was he trying to attract even more of these beasts to ensure their demise? Gao Gu's shout drew the attention of the previously oblivious devouring beasts on the first floor, and even more of these monstrous entities crawled out from the buildings on the second and third floors. Team 3, open fire collectively. Infantry, target areas with a high concentration of devouring beasts. Team 2, hold your position on the second floor and repel any approaching beasts. Open fire. With the approaching swarm of special devouring beasts now fully alerted to their presence, Eagle Eye swiftly issued combat orders and signaled his comrades to commence firing. Bang! Bang! The sudden eruption of gunfire shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere. Erica, Jeff, and their squad, who had been exploring the depths of the second floor, immediately recognized that something had gone awry with Team 2 upon hearing the gunshots emanating from the first-floor hall. All members of the squad retreated to the first-floor hall as Team 2 came under attack. Jeff, accompanied by the heavily armored Erica and a cohort of scavengers, hastened back while shouting into his headset, desperately trying to reach the remaining members of Team 2. Hello, this is Jeff. Can Team 2 hear me? Hello, can anyone from Team 2 respond? After several attempts, he finally received a reply from Gorg, but the situation on their end was dire. Jeff, we're in trouble. There's an ambush in the first-floor hall, teeming with extreme beasts that shoot long-range bone spikes. Team 2 is on the brink of annihilation. We request immediate assistance. Upon hearing Gorg's words, Jeff and Erica quickened their pace towards the hall, striving to reach Team 2 before they were completely overrun. Meanwhile, at Eagle Eye's position, due to the cover available, there were no casualties. Only Dong 3 and Dong 4 had sustained minor injuries, with each suffering a bone spiked to their shoulders and arms. However, these were merely trivial wounds for our Soviet supermen. Even with Dong 4's arm pierced, he managed to lift his rifle and fire with one hand, showcasing his prowess. In stark contrast, the members of Scavenger Team 2 were faring poorly. Originally, only a handful had made it upstairs with Gorg, and now only 2 remained. If one counted Fong Ning and Gorg, the team was reduced to a mere 4 survivors. The rest had either been slain by the specialized extreme beast bone spikes or had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Gorg suspected that the sudden emergence of a giant flower bud in the hall might be responsible, but given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to investigate further. Instead, he gritted his teeth and raised his rifle above cover to fire at the extreme beasts. His comrades were facing similar predicaments. The sheer number of specialized extreme beasts was overwhelming. Anyone who dared to show themselves was swiftly eliminated. Just moments ago, Dong 4 was confidently firing with one hand, but after sustaining another spike to his right shoulder, he slumped down, blood oozing from his wound, resembling a figure utterly spent. Despite carrying an anti-aircraft gun, the infantryman dared not reveal himself, as numerous bone spikes had embedded themselves in his cover, creating a veritable hedgehog of deadly projectiles, reminiscent of Zhuge Liang borrowing arrows with straw boats. As the number of extreme beasts swelled, Eagle I intended to call Boris, who was exploring the depths of the biological company on the first floor, back to their side. Just then, Erica and her squad, clad in heavy mecha armor, arrived with the remaining scavengers. Upon their arrival, they immediately took up arms and joined the fray. The extreme beasts, previously besieging Eagle Eye and Gorg, turned to face this new threat, launching bone spikes from their mouths towards the newcomers. However, all were rendered ineffective as Erica's massive shield deflected the onslaught, causing no significant harm. With the addition of Erica and Jeff, along with their team members, Hawkeye no longer needs to summon Boris and the others back. After all, the commander has stated that the base is in dire need of medical supplies. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Hawkeye does not intend to recall Boris, who is currently searching for medicine deep within the construction site. As the team engages in combat with the Devourers, a colossal flower bud on the hall's floor begins to stir slightly, accompanied by the harrowing cries and pleas of humans. This is dire. The other members of Team 2 are trapped within this bizarre bud. Someone, please, open this flower bud and rescue the others from inside. Suddenly, a brave scavenger volunteers to rush towards the bud, but as he steps forward, he is swiftly impaled by a bone spike from a special devourer lurking on the third-floor wall. To be candid, I, the humble author, have grown weary of the mindless readers who frequent my work on Tomato. From the very first chapter, I intended for those who revel in mindless entertainment to take their leave, yet they insist on remaining. They then proceed to inundate the comments with excessively sweet remarks, questioning why I don't unleash a horde of soldiers upon the lighthouse during the novice protection period. Those who voice such opinions have likely not encountered Ling Cage and are oblivious to the intricacies of the Devourer's lore. With fewer than 10 soldiers at the outset, the struggle for survival on the ground is formidable. Thus, their remarks are utterly misplaced. Another type of reader sees the protagonist falter at the lighthouse and exclaims, "Oh, the protagonist isn't killing. They must be a saint." Such individuals are utterly misguided, lacking any understanding of the protagonist's capabilities. They expect the protagonist to slaughter indiscriminately, akin to those suffering from a severe case of superiority complex. While the city defense forces may be inept, the protagonist, with the aid of 3 terrifying robots, can indeed handle most situations. However, one must ponder whether the Ling Cage protagonist team would allow Qin Tian to escape unscathed, attempting to dismantle another's home and wreak havoc upon their kin, while hoping for mercy from the Ling Cage protagonists, is nothing short of audacious. These readers, akin to mindless individuals with superiority complexes, fail to engage in rational thought regarding Qin Tian's character. They merely champion a protagonist who embodies an exaggerated sense of invincibility, which has left me, the author, in a state of exasperation. The above reflections are solely my personal musings. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to all those who have offered small gifts and encouragement for updates. Chapter 62, Boris, what do you see behind you? The crowd soon discovered the remaining members of the second team of scavengers, all ensnared within the central butt of the hall. Instantly, someone was compelled to rush forward for their rescue. However, before the valiant scavenger could take more than a few steps, they were ambushed by a peculiar extreme devourer lurking on the third-floor wall. A bone spike swiftly pierced through the soldier's skull, splattering crimson blood across the floor. Despite the loss of a comrade, the others remained trapped within the bud. In a fit of rage, Gavin, a member of the scavenger squad, bellowed and drew his dagger, charging toward the glowing green bud. Upon plunging the dagger into the enormous blossom, he forcefully slashed downward, creating a gaping wound that revealed the dire situation inside. The remaining teammates of the second team were indeed ensnared within the bud, being frantically drained of their life essence. Just as Gavin endeavored to liberate his fellow scavengers, a sudden tremor from the ground interrupted him. The previously flat ground beneath the bud cracked open explosively, and a colossal extreme devourer erupted from the depths, sending Gavin flying a considerable distance. This massive creature was known as the Sepal Beast, though none present had ever seen it before, thus failing to recognize it. At that moment, Feixue and another squad of scavengers arrived at the battlefield, bringing with them their own fodder. Without hesitation, Feixue fired a shot from her sniper cannon, striking the Sepal Beast squarely on the head. Despite the considerable caliber of her weapon and the explosive armor-piercing round, it failed to breach the creature's defenses. The Sepal Beast's immense form suddenly radiated a verdant glow, absorbing all incoming attacks as if enveloped by a protective energy shield, rendering it impervious to harm. Even the artillery shells launched by two anti-air infantry resulted in mere sounds against its hide. The majority of their kinetic energy and explosive force was absorbed by the green luminescence that cloaked the beast's surface. Damn it, we can't damage this thing. Quickly, summon Captain Mark and the others for support. A scavenger shouted frantically into his earpiece, attempting to reach Captain Mark, who was exploring the depths of the corporate building, only to discover the signal was poor. Just as this scavenger sought a better location to regain contact, a swift bone spike struck him in the kidney, pinning him against the distant wall. Meanwhile, in the midst of the fierce battle in the hall, Mark and Boris remained unharmed. Following Mark and the others, Boris, guided by an old-world intelligent robot, reached the underground pharmacy. However, the pharmacy was filled with scarlet essence and occupied by the mana flower. With Old Dang's life at stake, Mark and his companions steeled themselves to venture inside. Everyone donned masks. The scavenger squad sporting high-tech oxygen masks that did not obstruct their vision and were remarkably easy to wear. Boris retrieved a black gas mask from his waist and donned it, while his comrades and another air defense infantryman already wore theirs, thus rendering them indifferent to the crimson substances within the underground pharmacy. The group split into two factions, embarking on an exploration of the subterranean storage, seeking the medical supplies required by their respective factions. Mark and his associates aimed to find a remedy for Old Dang's ailment, whereas Boris and the Red Alert soldiers had a different agenda, as their commander's base was still in its infancy and lacked all manner of pharmaceuticals. Consequently, Boris promptly issued a directive to his close ally: regardless of the type of medical supplies, seize whatever you encounter and bring back all that you can carry. Understood, Commander. Upon hearing Boris's command, the mobilized troops swiftly commenced their operations, resembling a swarm of locusts as they scoured the underground pharmacy, collecting every conceivable medical item, irrespective of its classification, stuffing them into large boxes to transport back. The nearby scavengers were left bewildered, with Mo Chung unable to restrain himself from inquiring, "Is your Red Alert faction truly in such dire need of medical supplies that you take everything in sight? What about leaving some for us at the lighthouse?" An air defense infantryman, burdened with a shoulder-mounted anti-aircraft gun and two large boxes filled with various medical supplies, responded politely to Mo Cheng's query. No time to waste. Mo Cheng. The actions of the Red Alert soldiers, in the eyes of the obsolete world's intelligent robots, were undoubtedly tantamount to looting. However, the robot displayed no intention of intervening, as it was merely an ordinary sales automaton devoid of combat capabilities. Any attempt to obstruct would only result in its being disregarded like a mere obstacle by Boris and his comrades. Before Mark could procure any medicine, He heard a voice crackling through his earpiece. "Danger here, requesting assistance. Help me, please." Reluctantly, he ordered Mo Chung to continue the search for the antidote while he made his way back to the main hall to support his teammates. Meanwhile, Eagle Eye was locked in a fierce battle with the Blossom Beast, surrounded by a multitude of ranged attacking special devourers that harassed them incessantly. And the scavenger squad was suffering significant losses. Good Brother Dong Si had fallen, pierced by 6 bone spikes, quietly leaning against the wall, blood pooling around him. "Fall back! Fall back!" Under Flying Snow's command, the scavenger squad retreated with a group of dust folk, while the Blossom Beast and its minions relentlessly pursued them. Eagle Eye, with a sniper rifle slung over his shoulder and an AK in hand, fired rapidly at the special devourers, but the 7.62mm rounds merely splattered blue blood upon impact, inflicting minimal damage. Faced with this predicament, Eagle Eye reluctantly abandoned the rifle, opting instead for his sniper rifle to pick off the devourers one by one, as their defensive capabilities were relatively low. Although rifle cartridges inflict minimal harm upon them, the kinetic energy and power of sniper rifles are significantly greater, effectively incapacitating them. Hawkeye can typically take down a devouring beast with just 1 or 2 shots, and the 2 anti-air infantry are even less of a concern. Observing that his anti-air cannon was ineffective against the flowering beast, he swiftly redirected the cannon to engage the group of devouring beasts capable of long-range attacks. One shot resulted in numerous casualties, as the physical strength of these beasts is slightly weaker than that of snake dogs. Hence, the individual anti-air cannon wielded by the infantry serves as a devastating weapon with a vast killing radius against them. Terror 2, akin to a war deity, plunged into the throng of devouring beasts, wreaking havoc with abandon. The bony protrusions of the beasts were effortlessly deflected by his smooth exterior, leaving the group of lighthouse inhabitants utterly astonished. Jeff remarked, "The Red Alert faction is not only dismantling our lighthouse with brute force, but is also ferociously overpowering the devouring beasts." As the battle progressed, the group retreated, during which Rita from the scavenger squad stumbled over a box, injuring her toe and collapsing to the ground in agony. Her boyfriend, desiring to rescue her, hesitated upon witnessing the fearsome visage of the flowering beast. Ultimately, it was Mark who heroically intervened, temporarily repelling the flowering beast and rescuing Rita. Upon the return of their captain, Mark, Penny and Erica, clad in heavy armor, were invigorated, their morale soaring as if they had consumed a powerful stimulant. Meanwhile, Boris and his comrades continued to command their Red Alert soldiers in the transportation of medical supplies. It was not until the nearby horror robot activated its infrared scanning and prepared for combat that Boris sensed something amiss. Fortunately, as a hero of the Soviet army, Boris reacted swiftly. Upon observing the horror robot's sudden readiness for battle and hearing its spider-like warning sound, he immediately issued a command for a rapid retreat. Quickly, upon hearing the order, the mobilized soldiers dashed towards their previous location without a moment's hesitation. Boris, along with the horror robot, sprinted forward, leaving the bewildered team of Mo City in their wake. "Hey, why are you running? Is there danger?" Mo City, witnessing Boris and the Red Alert soldiers flee, realized the gravity of the situation. He promptly urged the other scavenger soldiers, "Hurry, grab the medical supplies and follow them. Everyone, run with them." Although Scavenger Lena and Dustman 4068 were somewhat unclear about the situation, they immediately followed suit upon seeing Mo City sprinting after Boris. The scavenger, clad in heavy armor, however, was a beat behind, observing the others flee before loudly inquiring about the unfolding events. Boris turned and replied, "Just look behind you." The heavily armored scavenger swiftly turned around, only to behold a multitude of writhing liquids on the ground, pulsating as if they were alive. Goodness, it was the essence of soil. Upon recognizing the substance, the scavenger, clad in formidable exoskeleton, dashed away with unparalleled speed, quickly catching up to the fleeing crowd ahead, and effortlessly knocked 4068 to the ground. "Elbow room, please. Don't block the way. P.S. This will be the extent of today's update. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed readers for your unwavering support. In a few days, I shall see if I can take an additional day off to provide more chapters. Additionally, I am sincerely thankful for the gifts and encouragement from all you wonderful readers. Your motivation and enthusiasm for my work are the greatest driving forces for this humble author. Good afternoon, and thank you once again. Chapter 63. The Arrival of the MiG, 29, Bombing the Blossom Beast. The soldier clad in heavy armor of the Hunter Brigade, upon turning to glimpse the pursuing ruins, immediately took flight, swiftly catching up with the group ahead. Civilian 4068, hindered by his slower pace, became an obstacle for the heavily armored soldier, resulting in a direct collision that sent him sprawling to the ground. Elbow aside, don't block the way, 4068 shouted as he scrambled to his feet, resuming his frantic sprint. However, the distance from their point of entry had widened considerably, necessitating further exertion. The ruins advanced with alarming speed, compelling the hunter soldiers to employ grenades for cover, desperately striving to buy themselves time for escape. Despite their efforts, one unfortunate male soldier found his ankle ensnared by the ruins, dragged into the suffocating darkness, leaving only his anguished cries echoing behind. Run! The exit is over there, Mo Chung shouted while racing forward. Boris led his comrades ahead, their pace unfaltered despite the medical supplies they bore. They outstripped the hapless soldiers of the Hunter Brigade by a significant margin. The fearsome robot, moving with remarkable speed, could have reached the exit swiftly, effectively shaking off the pursuing ruins. Yet, in loyalty to his comrades, he refused to abandon them, positioning himself at the forefront to scout and warn of any treacherous paths. At his command, the group promptly altered their course to evade danger. Under the guidance of the formidable robot, the group soon reached the exit. Mo Chung and the heavily armored soldier hastened to push the massive iron door, intending to seal off the underground pharmacy's exit, barring the ruins from overwhelming them. However, 4068 lagged behind, having been struck by the armored soldier's elbow, and was now pursued by a relentless tide of ruins and the old-world robots they controlled. Don't close the door. Wait for me, 4068 cried out hoarsely, but Mo Chung, glancing at the advancing horde, ultimately resolved to shut the iron door, resigning 4068 to his fate within. Meanwhile, in the hall, thanks to Mark's timely support, the Blossom Beast had been momentarily repelled. The Hunter Brigade soldiers began to scour the battlefield, delivering fatal shots to the fallen Spike men, obliterating their cores to prevent any possibility of resurrection. Yet the Red Alert soldiers, led by Eagle Eye, remained acutely aware that the battle was not yet concluded. The ominous cries of terror, too, akin to that of a Spider-S warning, signaled that the danger persisted. Boris, have you retrieved the medical supplies? We need your support in the hall, Eagle Eye called out, hoping for Boris's swift return, as the persistent alarms indicated that the formidable devourer had yet to be neutralized. On our way back, Boris responded succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Meanwhile, a disposable soldier from the scavengers approached the spot where the floral beast had been repelled, sensing something amiss. Before he could react, a vibrant green energy beam hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. Observing this, Haji, piloting the heavy mech, swiftly shoved Mark aside, only to be engulfed by the high-energy beam himself. In an instant, both disposable scavenger soldiers were obliterated, reduced to mere remnants by the force of the strike. After unleashing the lethal green beam that claimed the lives of the two scavengers, the floral beast leaped from the smoke to perform a display of weightless flight. As it soared into the air and inverted its body, the buds at its tail unfurled, releasing a multitude of green luminescent spots. With the floral beast's movements, the entire structure became aglow with verdant light, while the plant-like buds on the ground slowly opened. And the core of the spiked creatures that had yet to be destroyed rapidly regenerated, rising one by one from the earth. Two anti-air infantrymen wasted no time firing at the airborne floral beast, but their efforts proved futile against its defenses. Suddenly, the floral beast leapt to a nearby building, its tail buds blossoming as it emitted a tremendous, piercing sound wave. The crowd was immediately disoriented, their minds clouded, and even the Red Alert soldiers were affected. As the sound wave coursed through the air, the bone spikes previously launched by the spiked creatures, which had embedded themselves in walls, began to come to life. their tails undulating like tendrils, releasing a plethora of green light. The life essence of those present was gradually siphoned away by the surrounding bone spikes. Yet the terrifying robot remained unaffected, wielding its sharp limbs with abandon as it ruthlessly dispatched the spiked creatures, shattering the fervent combination attacks of the floral beast and its minions. As the sound waves from the spiked creatures and the floral beast dissipated, everyone returned to normalcy, quickly raising their weapons to renew their assault on the floral beast. However, this time, the floral beast appeared enraged, its energy beams no longer charged but unleashed instantaneously. The scavenger Xiefeng, standing nearby, was instantly vaporized. Witnessing this, Abu rushed forward, intent on avenging Xiefeng, but was swiftly crushed by the floral beast, which swatted him aside like an insect. Even Abu's heavy mech was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. As the two critical allies fell in a heartbeat, the remaining members of the team erupted in a frenzy, firing wildly at the floral beast. At that moment, Boris arrived. Upon spotting the floral beast in the center of the hall, he wasted no time activating the laser guidance module on his AKM, aiming directly at the creature. The scavenger squad, bewildered by Boris's sudden targeting of the floral beast without firing, struggled to comprehend his intentions. Meanwhile, Captain Mark had no time for speculation and immediately ordered the team to retreat. Everyone swiftly retreated. You members of the Red Alert forces should hasten your withdrawal as well. For I shall confront him. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? Upon hearing Mark's words, Boris paid no heed, casually retorting before resuming his laser-guided targeting of the flowered beast. This voracious creature is beyond the capabilities of your Red Alert faction. Retreat at once. Before Mark could finish his sentence, a series of thunderous roars suddenly erupted from the sky. Mere moments later, two MiG fighter jets appeared at the periphery of the ecological concentration area, hurtling towards it at astonishing speed. The two MiGs soared past the outer edges of the ecological zone, generating tremendous sonic booms that startled all the voracious beasts within, causing them to look up in alarm. Those capable of long-range attacks, the Earth Roars, attempted to down the jets with energy pulse missiles, but the MiGs were far too swift and high-flying for them to succeed. At that moment, near the core of the ecological concentration area, outside the Nirvana Biotechnology Company where Mark and his team stood, several humans from a Bayou Kuei squad were present. Upon hearing the sudden thunderous sounds from above, the members of the Bayou Kuei squad immediately turned to look, only to witness the two massive aircraft racing towards them. What is that? Is it an aircraft? Why have I never seen such a thing? The speed. It is astounding. Those two flying machines seem to be heading straight for us. While the other members of the Bayou Kuei squad were oblivious to the significance of the aircraft, Bayou Kuei himself was not. Could it be? These are fighter jets from the militaries of the old world? But why have I never seen this model before? From which nation do they originate? Shock was etched across Bayou Kuei's face, having survived for over 70 years since the old world. In recalling the devastation wrought by the mana ecological crisis and voracious beasts over the past 40 years, he wondered why such fighter jets from the old world had suddenly appeared. However, there was no time for contemplation. Seeing the two MiG jets racing towards them, Bayou Kuei believed they were the intended target and promptly led his team to seek refuge amidst the ruins. Yet, the pilots of the two MiG jets paid them no mind. Had they truly been the target of those jets? No matter how Bayou Kuei and his team attempted to hide, two air-to-ground guided missiles would surely spell their demise. Their actual objective was the entity Boris had been laser targeting. As they approached the airspace above the Nirvana Biotechnology Company, they immediately released 4 laser-guided bombs. Meanwhile, the flowered beast, still boasting within the lobby of the Nirvana Biotechnology Company before the scavengers and Red Alert soldiers, remained utterly unaware of the tumult unfolding outside. Only when he heard several piercing sounds overhead did he sense the impending danger and look up. The flower-petal beast then beheld 4 guided missiles, spewing forth searing flames from behind, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. So rapid was their approach that the beast could merely raise its head in alarm, unable to mount any effective defense. Even its high-energy beam could not be unleashed in time, and the 4 laser-guided missiles struck its head with pinpoint accuracy. Boom, 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 boom! The deafening explosions resonated, and a colossal blaze engulfed the entire first-floor hall of Nirvana Biotechnology Company. Limited. Fortunately, Boris and the Red Alert soldiers reacted swiftly, taking refuge behind concrete barricades just in time to avoid the blast's wrath. However, the flower-petal beast, which bore the brunt of the 4 missiles, and the scavengers, who lacked any protective cover, faced dire consequences. P.S. I shall update with a chapter today, as I was somewhat rendered speechless by the comments from certain individuals. I have shared their screenshots in the comment section, as it has become quite absurd. Chapter 64. Mark is struck. The apocalypse has arrived before the Red Alert soldiers and the scavenger squad. The blossoming beast brandished its might. However, upon hearing several piercing sounds slicing through the air above, it felt an ominous chill creeping in and instinctively looked up. To its horror, it beheld 4 guided bombs, spewing high-temperature flames from behind, hurtling towards it at breakneck speed. Before it could react, the 4 bombs struck its head with unerring precision. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions resonated, engulfing the first floor of Nirvana Biotech in a blaze of fire, causing the ground of the lobby to collapse significantly. The entire structure of Nirvana Biotech trembled precariously, and the blossoming beast was obliterated into a mass of debris, with copious amounts of cerulean blood splattering against the surrounding walls and floor. Those nearest to the blossoming beast, the scavengers, were consumed by the ensuing flames, their bodies instantaneously melted by the searing heat, their cores shattered beyond recovery. Boris, however, had already led the Red Alert soldiers to take refuge behind the concrete fortifications before the guided bombs descended, thus escaping the worst of the devastation. He experienced only a fleeting tinnitus, but the scavengers fared much worse, particularly Mark, who was situated a mere 7 or 8 meters from the blossoming beast. The immense power of the 4 guided bombs unleashed by the MiG aircraft was overwhelming, and the shockwave and fire from the explosion engulfed Mark in an instant. Even clad in heavy armor, Mark was hurled away by the force of the blast, collapsing into the ground as it crumbled beneath him, buried under a pile of rubble. Those who were further away, including Penny, Erica, and Jeff, also clad in heavy armor, were thrown to the ground, landing heavily and unable to rise for some time. The fate of the unarmored cannon fodder was even grimmer. Aside from those who took cover behind the fortifications, those exposed were mostly left kneeling on the ground, blood streaming from their orifices, their survival uncertain. Why didn't your Red Alert forces notify us in advance when calling for support? Frost, donned in heavy battle armor, rose from behind the barricade and immediately confronted Boris, her voice laced with indignation as she surveyed the fallen scavenger troops. Our Red Alert personnel have no obligation to inform you to take cover beforehand, Boris replied, his tone flat and devoid of emotion in response to Frost's inquiry. But are we not allies? Even if only temporarily, you Red Alert forces should have given us a warning. Penny, also clad in heavy armor, struggled to rise from the ground and posed a question to Boris, but the Red Alert personnel remained silent. Let us not dwell on whether they should have warned us. Everyone, let us quickly check on Captain Marquez's condition. Jeff, lying on the ground, spoke weakly to the others. Despite wearing heavy armor, he too had sustained some internal injuries. Do not mention Jeff, simply considering the recent wave of airstrikes. Any individual not sheltered behind cover would likely suffer some degree of internal injury from the concussive force. It is merely a matter of the severity of the wounds. At that moment, a series of explosions echoed from a distance, each occurring with remarkable regularity, resonating every few seconds as if a large-caliber weapon were relentlessly bombarding a target. What could this mean? Why are there explosions outside? Mo Chung, there are explosions occurring outside. Please investigate the situation. Upon hearing the distant detonations, Feixue promptly contacted Mo Chung, who was waiting outside Nirvana Biotechnology Company, urging him to ascertain the cause. Understood. I shall ascend to a higher vantage point to discern the source of the explosions. As Mo Chung awaited Feishue's command outside Nirvana Biotechnology, he was about to find an elevated spot to investigate when, without warning, a horde of devourers surged toward them, both ground howlers and snake-like dogs among them. What on earth is happening? Why is this pack of devourers charging towards us in a frenzy? Montak Cheng, witnessing the howling throng rushing in their direction, felt a surge of alarm and immediately used his headset to contact Feixue, still inside Nirvana. Feixue, an overwhelming number of devourers has suddenly appeared outside. Their numbers are too great to count, and we are in trouble. It seems the commotion from our recent attack on the flower-embroidered beast has attracted the surrounding horde of devourers. Although Feixue heard Mo Cheng's warning about the influx of devourers, she remained composed and calmly issued commands to Penny, Jeff, and the others nearby. Everyone, evacuate swiftly. Mo Cheng reports that a massive swarm of devourers is approaching. We must return to the lighthouse before they arrive, or we may never make it back. Penny, go below to find Captain Mark. Jeff, take several of the heavily armored soldiers and assist the injured on the ground. Upon receiving Feishue's orders, the hunters sprang into action, executing the commands with alacrity, while Boris and his team led the Red Alert soldiers and 2 terrifying robots back to the ground. Damn it, are these Red Alert forces really leaving without offering any assistance? This is utterly infuriating. As Jeff grumbled, he hoisted the injured hunters, writhing in agony on the ground, onto his shoulders, preparing to carry them back to the lighthouse for treatment. Seeing Boris and his team approach, Mo Cheng immediately called out to them. This crowd of devourers is almost upon us. Hurry and help us fend them off. While speaking, Mo Cheng directed his team of hunters to form a defensive line, ready to confront the oncoming swarm of devourers, hoping to delay their advance just long enough for Feixue and the others to gain precious time. However, Boris merely led his Red Alert soldiers, placing the transported medical supplies onto the armored vehicle driven by Dong Air, showing no inclination to assist in repelling the menacing beasts. This caused great distress among the scavengers, prompting Mina, one of their number, to call out towards Boris and his group. Why are you only moving supplies? Hurry and come help us. If those menacing beasts charge at us, we will all perish here. One of the scavengers' cannon fodder, seeing that Boris and his team remained unmoved, voiced a classic retort. How can you Red Alert folks solely focus on transporting supplies while ignoring the lives of your comrades? How selfish you are. Bah! At that moment, Feixue and others emerged from Nirvana Biotechnology Company, their expressions grave and anxious, with Chunmin 4068 among them. Quick, stop the bleeding for Captain Mark. Get him into the vehicle. We must return to the lighthouse immediately. Perhaps there is still hope for Mark and the others. Erica shouted urgently at Feixue, while Penny applied various medical supplies to staunch the bleeding from Mark's neck. The rest of the heavily armored scavenger soldiers, under Jeff's command, carried the fallen scavenger into the vehicle and then rushed to Penny's side to assess Captain Mark's injuries. Captain, you must hold on. Enough talk. While the menacing beasts are still afar, we need to retreat immediately and return to the lighthouse. Just as Feixue intended to order a hasty evacuation and bring the gravely injured Mark back for treatment, a sudden English phrase emerged from the smoke behind the menacing beasts, resembling something about a forbidden convenience store. Wait, could there be someone behind those menacing beasts? Queried another scavenger standing beside Ma Kong, who also discerned the English words. Before Ma Kong could respond, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. The leading pack of several snake dogs was suddenly struck by a shell that soared from behind the smoke, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the creatures into pieces, their fragments and blue blood scattering everywhere. Boom! 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 More shells flew from behind the smoke, directly hitting the sprinting, menacing beasts and obliterating a considerable number of snake dogs. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, 2 deafening cannon blasts resonated, surpassing the previous sounds in both volume and grandeur, scattering the dust behind the menacing beasts. The scavenger team clutched their ears, their minds reeling from the overwhelming noise. Accompanying these colossal blasts were 2 200mm shells, which, upon landing among the menacing beasts, unleashed a ferocious explosion. Boom! Boom! In the aftermath of the bombardment, a colossal crater emerged at the heart of the swarm of devouring beasts, measuring 3 meters in depth and 7 meters in diameter. The numerous earth roars and serpentine hounds that were once centered within the crater have been reduced to mere fragments. Furthermore, within a 20-meter radius of the crater, all serpentine hounds and earth roars were violently shredded by the shrapnel produced by the explosion. Those devouring beasts that remained intact saw their cores shattered by the force of the blast. Even those beasts situated 30 meters away were thrown to the ground, leaving the distant figures of Feixue and the other scavengers utterly astonished by this horrifying spectacle. The apocalypse has begun. Chapter 65. The shock of the scavenger squad and the bewilderment of Feixue, the apocalypse has commenced. As the words "the apocalypse" tank reverberated through the air, two thunderous cannon blasts erupted from the dissipating smoke, reminiscent of the earlier bombardment. Two 200mm projectiles struck, instantly obliterating a section of the voracious beast horde, leaving behind two substantial craters. With the resounding echoes of these cannon fires, the dust behind the horde was violently dispersed, revealing two colossal iron behemoths, the apocalypse. In front of the apocalypse were 7 rhino tanks, which, though sizable, paled in comparison to the sheer dimensions of the apocalypse. Standing at 5 meters in height, 6 meters in width, and an impressive 11 meters in length, the apocalypse dwarfed the rhino tanks significantly. The energy pulse projectiles unleashed by the ground roars merely tickled the 500mm ultra-high-strength titanium alloy composite armor of the apocalypse, leaving no marks or scratches whatsoever. Even if the apocalypse were to remain stationary while besieged by a swarm of ground roars for an entire day, it would emerge unscathed, perhaps only remarking that its exterior had become slightly soiled, yet still a rarity. The voracious beasts at the front could only endure the onslaught of projectiles, while those behind were mercilessly ensnared by the 4 tracks of the apocalypse, crushed into mere pulp. The apocalypse seemed to declare, "What lies beyond my blind spot is of no concern. Any matter should be addressed to my commander," while the rhino tanks would sway slightly when trampling the snake dogs. Given the latter's considerable size, the apocalypse, weighing over 200 tons, was an entirely different matter. Anything caught beneath its relentless advance, be it ground roars or snake dogs, was invariably reduced to mere fragments, their cores pulverized beyond recognition. This spectacle left the entire scavenger squad in a state of astonishment, their eyes fixated on the 2 colossal tanks towering like 2-story buildings. What exactly are these machines? How can they be so immense? And those cannon barrels atop them are surely over 150 millimeters in caliber. Jeff swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Forget 150 millimeters. I would believe it if you told me they were 200 millimeters." These massive vehicles seemed to resemble the war machines of some formidable faction, yet their size was staggering. By heavens, with such dimensions and the power of those shells, they could rival the dual-jawed beasts. If we deployed them against the flower-sprouting beasts, perhaps we wouldn't have to suffer such casualties. Penny and Mo Chung gazed in awe at the magnificent steel form of the apocalypse and its dual cannons capable of clearing vast areas of voracious beasts with a single strike, feeling as though their worldview had been irrevocably altered. This must be a tank commonly utilized by armies in the Old World. Yet I have never encountered such a type in the archives of the lighthouse. Certainly, it is plausible that our lighthouse has not documented everything, as its records of the ancient world-s civilizations are rather incomplete, if not entirely fragmented. Even the 7 smaller vintage tanks remain unrecorded in our lighthouse's database. At first, Feixue was taken aback, but as the sniper of the scavenger team, she quickly regained her composure. She then explained to Penny and Jeff, immediately discerning the outdated model of the rhino tanks. The lighthouse does possess numerous records from the Old World, particularly regarding military armaments. Though its documentation of ancient civilizations is largely inadequate, it has maintained records of tanks and aircraft that are likely more comprehensive than those of Longu Village. Not only were Feixue and her fellow scavengers astonished, but also the members of the Feixue team, who were hiding in a distant building, were equally taken aback. Feixue, in particular, wore a look of sheer astonishment, for having lived through the Old World, she possessed a deeper understanding of the weaponry employed by its armies. Yet, it was evident that she had never encountered a colossal tank like the Apocalypse tank during her decades in the ancient civilization, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Returning to Boris's perspective, under the formidable firepower of the Apocalypse tank, the group of devourers scattered in disarray. The 7 rhino tanks charged forward, clearing the path by dispatching any obstructing serpents and earth roars with brute force. Boris and his red alert soldiers opened fire on the retreating devourers, targeting the fleeing serpents. The overwhelming presence and firepower of the Apocalypse tank caused the serpents to scatter in fear, some fleeing into the ruins of nearby buildings while others rushed towards Boris and the scavenger team. However, they were invariably dealt with by the anti-air infantry, and those too numerous for them to handle were swiftly obliterated by the rhino tanks. Some serpents and earth roars attempted to leap onto the hoods of the rhino tanks, aiming to exploit their relatively vulnerable roofs, only to be shot down by the mounted machine guns of a following rhino tank. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the devourers found themselves in a perilous predicament. Those stubbornly charging forward, after enduring several rounds of Soviet bombardment, swiftly reversed course and fled to the sides, no longer daring to press forward. They sprinted with increasing fervor, for those who lagged behind faced dire consequences. Within mere minutes, the once massive horde of devourers had been decimated by the relentless assault of the Apocalypse and rhino tanks, leaving only a few strays behind. As the final remnants were dealt with, Qin Tian, stationed in the command center of the base, promptly ordered the Apocalypse tank to advance to the heart of the Mana ecological zone for a tactical rendezvous. His intention for deploying the Apocalypse tank was not merely to impress the lighthouse scavengers, but rather to fulfill an urgent mission that required immediate attention. The Apocalypse tanks departed with a thunderous roar of their engines, yet the 7 rhino tanks remained stationary. This was due to the potential emergence of a two-jawed beast at the heart of the Mana ecological reserve. In an effort to safeguard his rhino tanks from unnecessary losses, Qin Tian chose not to deploy them alongside the 2 tanks. If the 2 Apocalypse tanks could not subdue a single two-jawed beast, the addition of the rhino tanks would be futile. P.S. This chapter is somewhat brief, consisting of merely 2,000 words. However, the author finds himself ensnared by a lack of inspiration today. Perhaps tomorrow, when creativity flows more freely, a longer chapter will follow. Additionally, esteemed readers, have you devised a clever scheme to ensnare old Deng and his companions? The author, at present, has yet to formulate a plan, thus leaving the narrative at a standstill. Chapter 66. The terrifying robot parasite lighthouse vehicle. As the apocalyptic tank receded into the distance, 7 rhino tanks approached Boris, successfully reuniting with the red alert soldiers. After a brief moment of shock, the scavenger squad regained their composure, for their captain Mark lay unconscious in the vehicle, his life hanging in the balance. It was imperative to expedite his return to the lighthouse for medical treatment. The group, led by M.O. City, swiftly boarded the airdrop-type armored vehicle. Although Penny had already administered emergency first aid to Mark, the gaping wound on his neck continued to bleed profusely despite the urgent care. The robot standing beside M.O. City activated its scanning mode, reporting that Mark had lost a critical amount of blood and would succumb to death if not rushed to a medical facility for immediate treatment. Upon seeing that all the scavengers had boarded their vehicle, Boris called to his commander to inquire whether they should intercept them. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, contemplating how to execute a cunning plan against the lighthouse, suddenly received a notification from his internal system. System notification. Although the terrifying robot is relatively large and its attacks predominantly stem from its limbs, it is not incapable of parasitizing vehicles. As long as the vehicle size is sufficiently substantial, the terrifying robot can indeed attach itself. The system is quite mischievous. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a sly grin spread across Qin Tian's face, revealing a characteristic smirk reminiscent of a dragon king. He had already devised a scheme to ensnare the old ones. Kong Air, see if you can attach yourself to the airdrop-type armored vehicle of the scavengers and accompany them back to the lighthouse. Upon receiving his command, Kong Air immediately activated its parasitic mode. The terrifying robot's limbs, used for mobility and cutting, began retracting into its body, shrinking from nearly 1 meter to a mere 20 centimeters in length, allowing for continued movement. Simultaneously, the smooth titanium alloy exterior of Kong Air started to morph and compress. In no time, Kong Air transformed from a nearly 2-meter-tall biomechanical spider into a flat, circular object, reducing its size to approximately half a meter. This compact form represented the parasitic state of the terrifying robot. The now parasitic Kong Air maneuvered using its shortened limbs and gradually approached the departing scavenger convoy, subsequently burrowing beneath the vehicle and adhering itself to the chassis of the airdrop-type armored vehicle. The height of the chassis, designed for the scavenger's operations, permitted this attachment. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Kong Air to parasitize a standard family car. Notably, Kong Air latched onto the fourth vehicle of the scavenger squad, where only the driver was a soldier, thus minimizing the likelihood of detection. At the moment when the Terror 2 parasitized, the scavenger soldier driving the fourth airdrop-type armored vehicle had just started the engine, propelling the vehicle into the distance. Meanwhile, the group of lighthouse dust dwellers inside the vehicle were engaged in a discussion regarding Mark's throat-slitting incident, although they heard some unusual noises emanating from the vehicle's chassis. They did not suspect anything sinister. They simply assumed the noise was due to the vehicle bumping against something while in motion. Meanwhile, 4068 was deeply immersed in the fear and guilt stemming from Mark's demise, leaving no room for concern about the strange sounds from the chassis. The three airdrop-type armored vehicles carrying Feixue and the others were unable to observe the situation of the last vehicle, and thus remained oblivious to the fact that it had already been parasitized by the terrifying robots of the Red Alert faction. Upon confirming that the Terror 2 had indeed infested the vehicle of the Lighthouse scavenger team, Qin Tian immediately ordered Boris and his team to return to base, leaving 7 Rhino tanks behind to continue eliminating the Devourers and to assist the upcoming arrival of the Apocalypse tanks returning from the Allied base. Understood, Boris replied, swiftly boarding the airdrop-type armored vehicle that had brought them, heading towards their own base. As the perspective widened, members of the Feixue team were concealed atop an abandoned skyscraper, discreetly observing the situation between the Red Alert faction and the scavenger team. Once Feixue noticed that both the scavenger team and the Red Alert faction had departed, she let out a slight sigh of relief, subsequently guiding her team down to enter the Nirvana Biotechnology Company. In the anime, the Feixue team utilized spiritual induction to lure away the Flower Calyx beasts and the Thorn Man before entering the Nirvana Biotechnology Company. But now the Flower Calyx beasts had been obliterated by the MiG fighters summoned by Boris. Consequently, the accompanying Devourer Thorn Men had also perished, allowing the Feixue team to enter the Nirvana Biotechnology Company without the need for spiritual induction. Boss, I just heard that group from the Lighthouse refer to another faction as the Red Alert faction, and it seems that they, like us, are survivors on the surface. But why have we never encountered these Red Alert individuals despite living on the surface for so long? Could it be that they, like us, are residing in some hidden location? Asked Xiaodou, a petite girl with waist-length hair and bright, expressive eyes, as she inquired of her boss, Feixue. Indeed, boss. Moreover, these Red Alert individuals possess not only aircraft capable of flying at incredible speeds, but also massive, heavily armed vehicles that can crush those Devourers as easily as stepping on chicks. Why we never crossed paths with them? In theory, such a formidable terrestrial force should not have gone unnoticed by us. Su Tong, adorned with a mask and wielding an unusual weapon, echoed this sentiment, perplexed by the emergence of this faction known as the Red Alert Forces. He pondered why he and his companions had never encountered them before. Not only had they never crossed paths with them previously, but today marked Su Tong's first realization that such a potent force existed on the surface, one far surpassing their own Dragonbone village in strength. Previously, the aerial vehicles known as fighter jets were utilized by the military of the Old World, while the armored vehicles traversing the ground, referred to as tanks, were also commonly employed by that same military. Feixue casually explained this to the two individuals beside her before leading her team of 4 into a passageway, at the end of which stood a large, sealed iron door. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a room filled with a thick, red mist, within which several mana flowers thrived. Without hesitation, Su Tong stepped forward, assumed a stance, and removed his mask. A powerful suction emanated from his mouth, drawing in the red mist that lingered behind the door. Ultimately, the absorbed mist was transformed into a foul odor and expelled from his body, effectively neutralizing the threat it posed. Chapter 67. The Apocalypse battles the dual-mandibled beast in confrontation. The brave prevail at this moment. Qin Tian, stationed in the command room of the main base, remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Feixue. He was intently monitoring the movements of the apocalypse tanks. As the two tanks advanced closer to the heart of the mana ecological dense zone, they encountered an increasing number of devourers. The surrounding earth roars, perched high above, defiantly continued their assault with energy pulse projectiles aimed at the apocalypse tanks. However, after numerous attempts, the projectiles either ricocheted off the tank's armor or struck without leaving even a scratch, utterly futile. The Serpentine Hounds, in their attempts to assault the apocalypse tanks with their bodies and limbs, only produced a cacophony of clanging metal, inflicting not the slightest harm. Moreover, any moment of carelessness could lead to these creatures being ensnared by the massive treads of the tanks, crushed to a two-dimensional state. Even the buildings obstructing their path were obliterated by the formidable steel bodies of the apocalypse tanks, which continued their unimpeded journey towards the designated location of their commander. Along the way, a few crimson mana flowers met their demise under the treads, but the tanks remained oblivious. They pressed forward, heedless of their surroundings. After all, they had a commander to follow, and any concerns could be relayed to him, merely a worker, ignorant of the broader implications. As numerous devourers fell, the mana flowers in the dense zone sensed impending doom and consequently exerted control over more devourers, attempting to encircle the apocalypse tanks in a bid to halt their advance. Regrettably, every effort made by the mana flowers proved futile against the tanks. A pair of 200mm shells were unleashed, instantly decimating over half of the newly gathered mass of devourers. The larger earth lizard beasts joined the assault against the apocalypse tanks, charging forth with their robust 6 limbs. Hoping to withstand the wrath of the tanks' dual-barreled, high-caliber main cannons with their dense keratinous armor, aiming to overturn the tanks and tear them apart. The fools cannot hinder me. Boom! Boom! The leading Apocalypse 1 aimed its cannon directly at the 3 charging earth lizard beasts, unleashing 2 shots. The piercing whistle of the 200mm shells sliced through the air like banshees from the depths of hell, instilling immense terror among the Serpentine Hounds. A duo of thunderous explosions ensued. With a violent crash, the 3 earth lizard beasts rushing toward Apocalypse 1 were obliterated, their bodies shattered into countless fragments, limbs and remnants scattering in every direction before merging into the earth, utterly extinguished. The high-density, keratinous shells of the earth lizard beasts offered no resistance against the 200mm shells, which effortlessly tore through them, rendering their defenses laughably inadequate, akin to tattered rags. When humanity mastered the use of large-scale destructive thermal weapons, all carbon-based life forms would find themselves at the mercy of mankind. Setting aside the devastating range and power of the 200mm Armageddon cannon, even the ordinary main battle tanks of modern warfare, equipped with 125mm steel-tipped armor-piercing shells, possess a force that no carbon-based organism could withstand. One can easily envision a 125mm armor-piercing round being launched at a velocity of 1,500 to 1,800 meters per second. At a distance of 2,000 meters, it can penetrate armor up to 600 to 1,000 millimeters thick. Thus, one might ponder, is there any carbon-based life form capable of surviving a single steel-tipped round unscathed? Of course, we're in the realm of the Linglong world, where the formidable devourers exist. The mana ecosystem here nurtures massive creatures, such as the petal beast and the dual-jaw beast, indicating that their existence is no mere coincidence. Yet, who would venture into battle with a tank carrying only one depleted uranium armor-piercing round? If one round is insufficient, what of 2? If 2 fail, then 3 shall suffice. And if 3 are inadequate, a volley from an entire line of main battle tanks shall be unleashed, with a barrage of 12 or 20 steel-tipped rounds. One must ask, who could endure such an onslaught? Should that prove ineffective, one might as well consult my ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb. In that instance, Qin Tian would not concern himself with whether you are a king-level devourer. Beneath the nuclear blast, all beings are equal, and every creature must kneel and submit. The Armageddon tank from Red Alert, armed with its 2 200mm dual-barrel cannons, may not possess the same piercing capability as the steel-tipped round, but its area of effect and explosive power far exceed that of the armor-piercing projectile. Thus, the three geckos that dared to withstand 2 shots from the Armageddon tank exhibited a bravery akin to that of El Bu, though alas, they lacked his formidable strength. Under the relentless bombardment of the Armageddon tank, numerous devourers fell as if mowed down by a scythe, with the cacophony of explosions resonating throughout the heart of the mana ecosystem, eventually disturbing the resting dual-jaw beasts. Suddenly, the ground trembled, accompanied by the collapse of distant, dilapidated structures, sending plumes of dust into the air that obscured the view. As the dust settled, the 2 Armageddon tanks beheld a massive dual-jaw beast, towering over 40 meters. Commander, Armageddon 1 and Armageddon 2 have encountered a colossal devourer, approximately 40 meters in height. It appears to be a dual-jaw beast. Armageddon 1 and Armageddon 2. Do your firepower capabilities suffice to eliminate this formidable creature? Upon hearing the report from the tank operators, Qin Tian inquired whether their 2 tanks could indeed vanquish the beast. If it is but a single creature, the might of their main cannons would likely be sufficient to bring it down. Then let us concentrate our fire and swiftly dispatch the dual-jaw beast, and thereafter proceed to our designated location. Upon hearing the report from the 2 drivers of the Apocalypse tanks, Qin Tian immediately issued a command to concentrate fire and eliminate the jaw beast. The drivers of the Apocalypse tanks swiftly turned their turrets, aligning the 4 main cannons of both tanks towards the formidable creature. Boom, 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 boom. 4 rounds of 200mm caliber shells were fired simultaneously at the jaw beast, the thunderous roars of artillery echoing throughout the mana ecological zone. Even the Bai Kuei team within the Nirvana Biotechnology Company and the scavenger team several kilometers away could hear the resounding blasts. Chapter 68. A swift demise for the jaw beast and the onslaught of the devouring beast toward the 4 200mm main cannons of the 2 Apocalypse tanks unleashed their fury simultaneously. The deafening roar resonating not only for the members of the Bai Kuei squad, but also echoing for several kilometers, reaching even the ears of the scavenger squad. What is that thunderous sound? It's so noisy, exclaimed Xia Do, standing beside Bai Kuei, covering her ears and pouting in dissatisfaction. It must be those 2 massive tanks from the Red Alert forces firing in unison, producing such a cacophony, explained Feixue, with his bow and arrows slung on his back and arms crossed. Maintain a calm demeanor. What sort of devouring beast could provoke such a coordinated assault from those colossal tanks? I can only think of the jaw beast, mused Shanda, observing Xia Do and Feixue, his clever mind quickly grasping the likelihood that the tanks were targeting a jaw beast. After all, only a creature of such size would warrant the concentrated firepower of those formidable machines. Otherwise, they could easily crush the group of hockey dogs beneath their treads without the need for coordinated strikes. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse tanks unleashed their fury, firing 4 200mm shells that soared towards the jaw beast with lethal precision. In a mere heartbeat, the colossal form of the jaw beast was obliterated, as the shells effortlessly tore through its formidable hide like mere paper, penetrating deep within before erupting in a violent explosion. With a lethality radius of 20 meters and a casualty coverage radius of 40 to 50 meters, one can only imagine the cataclysmic outcome when 4 such shells simultaneously detonated within a single creature. The jaw beast's massive body was reduced to mere fragments, a gruesome spray of blue blood mingling with shredded flesh and severed limbs. Even its sizable head was sent soaring into the air, triggering an immediate response from the Mammoth Tooth autonomous defense system mounted on the tank. In response, the system swiftly locked onto the airborne head of the jaw beast, and with a swift whoosh, 2 20-kilogram missiles, capable of reaching speeds of up to Mach 3, were launched. The missiles struck true, resulting in 2 resounding explosions that reduced the jaw beast's head to ashes, a grisly spectacle of retribution delivered by the Apocalypse tank. With the jaw beast dispatched in an instant, the remaining devouring beasts became even more frenzied in their assault. Serpent dogs, earth roars, earth Gila monsters, and even mimetic negative beasts surged forth. This horde of devouring beasts charged towards the 2 Apocalypse tanks, unyielding in the face of the lethal machines that could annihilate them by the dozen with a mere 2 shots. Thousands of serpentine hounds, accompanied by hundreds of earth roars, earth gorgons, and parasitic beasts, relentlessly besieged the apocalypse tank. Should one gaze down from above at this moment, they would surely be struck with terror. The ground was densely carpeted with the insatiable beasts, an endless expanse stretching beyond the horizon. Energy pulse projectiles from the earth roars descended like a torrential rain, striking the sides and frontal armor of the apocalypse tank. Yet each impact was deflected with ease. 2 apocalypse tanks alternately unleashed their firepower, their 4 200mm main cannons bombarding the throngs of insatiable beasts below. With each shot, 2 massive craters would emerge, instantaneously obliterating vast numbers of the creatures surrounding them. Be they earth roars, earth gorgons, or any other insatiable beast, none could escape the wrath of the main cannons. Boom, boom. Despite the formidable firepower of the apocalypse tanks, they were overwhelmed by the sheer multitude of the insatiable beasts, and with only 2 tanks at their disposal, they struggled to cope. The relentless wave of beasts seemed inexhaustible. For every horde they vanquished, another surged forth, an unending cycle of assault. The parasitic beasts, having drawn near, began to grasp their offspring with their tail-like appendages, hurling them towards the apocalypse tank. These offspring, grotesque in their appearance, landed upon the tank surface and unleashed their corrosive fluids to erode the armor. Their intent was to breach the tank's defenses and eliminate the driver. However, this was the Apocalypse from Red Alert, a super heavy armored unit. It was clad in exceptionally resilient titanium alloy armor, known for its strong corrosion resistance and self-repairing properties. As long as the tank contained a sufficient amount of liquid titanium alloy, it could continuously mend itself, making total destruction exceedingly difficult unless dealt a decisive blow. The parasitic beasts clung to the tank's armor, incessantly releasing their corrosive liquids, while the earth gorgons seized the opportunity to ram into the apocalypse tank with their substantial bulk. Attempting to topple it, they refrained from biting, as their jaws could not penetrate the thick armor. Even the strongest bite would merely shatter against the impenetrable surface. Even the most rudimentary of serpentine hounds sought to assail the tank, attempting to leap onto its vast body and launch their attacks from the roof, thus avoiding the risk of being obliterated by cannon fire. P.S. A temporary update for now. There will be another chapter later tonight. Please await the continuation of my writing after I conclude my work. Chapter 69. The ammunition of the apocalypse tanks has been exhausted. The air defense missiles have transformed into ground attack missiles. The ground was teeming with countless abyssal beasts, stretching endlessly into the horizon, with their numbers estimated to be no less than several thousand. Even the formidable apocalypse tanks found it challenging to advance. Waves upon waves of serpentine hounds surged towards the tanks, attempting to leap onto their roofs to launch an offensive from above, thus effectively avoiding being obliterated by the tank's artillery. Some hounds succeeded in their ascent, while others did not. Those that failed to land on the tanks would plummet to the ground, only to be caught in the treads of the apocalypse, crushed into a pulp, spilling forth a cascade of blue hound juice, ultimately dissolving into the earth and meeting their demise. Report to the commander. The artillery ammunition of Apocalypse 1 and 2 is nearing depletion, yet we remain several kilometers from the designated rendezvous point. The remaining ammunition will scarcely sustain us for much longer. Moreover, the titanium alloy liquid within the tanks was also running low. Once it was completely expended, Apocalypse 1 and 2 would lose their self-repair capabilities. Suddenly, the drivers of the 2 tanks, engaged in bombarding the horde of abyssal beasts, called out to Qin Tian, articulating their dire predicament. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and the 2 tanks alone could not withstand the onslaught. However, the Allied base was tantalizingly close, merely a few kilometers away, and Qin Tian was unwilling to concede defeat. Thus, without hesitation, Qin Tian issued an order to the 2 tanks and delivered a stirring speech. At all costs, we must retrieve the Allied base. I believe in your capabilities, for the Soviet Union, for the commander. Upon hearing their commander's motivational words and impassioned address, the drivers of the tanks felt invigorated, flooring the gas pedal and charging determinedly towards their objective. The four 200mm main guns of the Apocalypse tanks unleashed a relentless barrage, each round clearing a swath of space, only for that space to be rapidly filled again by other abyssal beasts. Boom! 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 The thunderous cannon fire echoed incessantly, becoming unbearable for the Feixue team, who were engaged in their tasks at Nirvana Biotechnology Company. Boss, the commotion created by this Red Alert faction is unbearable. I can't stand it any longer, exclaimed Xiaodou, a sentiment echoed by the rest of the Feixue team. Indeed, it's just a horde of abyssal beasts. Yet they've been at it for so long without resolution. Are these Red Alert folks even capable? Complained Shanda. As the sound and vibrations from the tanks, 200mm smoothbore cannons posed considerable disruption to their work. Let them fight as long as they wish. It is of no concern to us in Longu village. Our pressing issue lies in dealing with the mana blossoms that have infested the pharmacy. After Feixue finished speaking, she drew the striking tang knife at her side, preparing alongside the others to confront the several mana flowers before them, ready for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, at the core of the mana ecological zone, 2 Apocalypse tanks were en route to their designated checkpoint, nearing the end of their ammunition supply. The tanks had expended all of their 40 cannon shells, leaving only the Mammoth Tooth anti-air missiles available for defense. Without a moment's hesitation, the drivers of the 2 tanks engaged the manual operation mode for the Mammoth Tooth missiles, launching all remaining projectiles. In an impressive display, a dozen Mammoth Tooth missiles soared into the sky at a speed of Mach 3, then, under the manual guidance of the tank drivers, descended directly upon the horde of devouring beasts below. Boom! The sound of several fierce explosions resonated, though their power was lesser than that of the Apocalypse's main cannon. The devastation was nonetheless significant, obliterating a considerable number of juvenile beasts and earth roars. In total, the 2 tanks fired 10 Mammoth Tooth anti-air missiles, 6 from one and 4 from the other, as the first tank had previously launched 2 to eliminate a 2-jawed beast. The earth roars, still gathering energy for their pulse attacks against the Apocalypse tanks, were caught off guard before they could complete their charge. Several Mammoth Tooth missiles descended upon them, sending them flying into the air. The ground was left with several charred craters and remnants of the earth roars, their cores utterly destroyed. Even the nearby snake dogs, which had aimed to rush the Apocalypse tanks, suffered the consequences. Many were struck down by the debris from the explosions, collapsing in droves, while some were flung away by the shockwaves, crashing into other devouring beasts. The snake dogs lamented, "Why is it always me who gets hurt? Is there no one to offer me peanuts?" Report to the commander. The ammunition for both Apocalypse 1 and Apocalypse 2 is completely exhausted, and even the titanium alloy fluid is down to less than 1/10, but we are nearing the checkpoint. P.S. The author has successfully updated 2 chapters today. Good night, dear readers. Baka Baka. Chapter 70. The Ascension of the Apocalypse Tanks. The Collapse of the Serpent Dogs. Commander, our 2 Apocalypse tanks have completely exhausted their ammunition. Even the titanium alloy fluid within is nearly depleted, leaving us with less than 1/10. At most able to last 2.5 minutes. The drivers of Apocalypse 1 and Apocalypse 2 reported simultaneously to their commander, informing him that their tanks were on the verge of collapse, and even their defensive measures were about to fail. Upon hearing the reports from the drivers, Qin Tian promptly activated the communication channel for the Rhino tanks in the command room. Location confirmed, awaiting orders. Rhino, proceed immediately to the center of the mana ecological dense area to assist the Apocalypse tanks and the allied base vehicles that will soon appear. The Apocalypse can barely hold on. Qin Tian commanded the Rhino tanks to accelerate towards the center of the ecological zone to support the Apocalypse tanks and the allied vehicles that would emerge upon arrival. Moving, without a moment's hesitation, the drivers of the 7 Rhino tanks pressed the accelerator and raced towards their target. Meanwhile, on the Apocalypse tanks, a multitude of serpent dogs and lesser beasts had already climbed atop their massive frames. The serpent dogs posed little threat, their attacks akin to mere tickling, causing no harm to the Apocalypse tanks. However, the diminutive lesser beasts were a different story. The corrosive liquid secreted from their abdomens was slowly eroding the titanium alloy armor of the tanks. Although titanium alloy is resistant to corrosion, it could not withstand the sheer number of lesser beasts. The tanks were densely covered with these creatures, and anyone witnessing the scene would surely be afflicted with a fear of clusters, due to the presence of the lesser beasts and serpent dogs on the tanks. The Earth roars ceased their assault, no longer firing energy pulse projectiles, possibly to avoid harming their allies. In contrast, the Earth lizard showed no concern for the presence of comrades on the tanks. It charged recklessly, causing the 200-plus ton Apocalypse tanks to sway slightly. However, that was the extent of the damage. The drivers inside the tanks felt no impact, but the lesser beasts clinging to the armor suffered greatly. Many were inadvertently crushed against the titanium alloy, their corrosive fluids splattering out and injuring other serpent dogs perched atop the tanks. Nuwa. Just as the titanium alloy fluid within the two Apocalypse tanks reached its end and they were about to lose their self-repair capabilities, the 7 Rhino tanks finally appeared. Boom! 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 7 120mm shells erupted in unison, landing amidst the swarm of devouring beasts surrounding the Apocalypse tanks, sending a multitude of lesser beasts and serpent dogs flying. 2 Gila monsters were preparing to continue their elbow strikes against the Apocalypse tanks. Yet fortune seemed to abandon them, as one clumsily met with 2 cannon shells. The Gila monsters exclaimed, "Full now." Boom boom. Those 2 Gila monsters, who stubbornly absorbed the Rhino tank shells, were instantly propelled into the sky, their proud bodies reduced to mere shreds before the might of heavy artillery, exploding into a chaotic shower of flesh and scattered equipment. With the sudden arrival of 7 Rhino tanks, the pressure on the Apocalypse tanks was significantly alleviated. A multitude of devourers turned back, launching an assault against the 7 Rhinos. Seizing the opportunity, the Apocalypse tanks continued their arduous journey towards the designated location. Though many devourers attempted to obstruct their path, only to be crushed beneath the tank's treads. The sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly at the epicenter of the densely populated ecological zone. As the 7 Rhino tanks advanced and fired, their main guns unleashed 120mm shells that detonated amongst the swarm of devourers, producing devastating explosions. The lethality radius extended to 10 meters. With an effective kill radius of 20 meters, a simultaneous barrage could cover nearly 100 meters, clearing a substantial area of devourers. Regrettably, the sheer number of devourers remained overwhelming. As one group perished, another immediately surged forth. Relying solely on the 7 Rhino tanks would not suffice for total eradication. After the 4th simultaneous attack, the devourers closed in, a horde of snake dogs charging headlong, colliding with the frontal armor of the Rhino tanks. While they could not breach the defenses, their sheer numbers posed a threat of toppling the tanks from the sides. Rhino 1 was the first to come under assault, the snake dogs relentlessly battering the tank's body, while distant Earth Howlers unleashed a barrage of energy pulse rounds to suppress Rhino 1's firepower. Bang! Bang! The energy pulse rounds struck the Rhino tank, producing a deep thud, the impact causing the tank to shudder. Observing this, the remaining Rhino tanks immediately redirected their cannons to support Rhino 1. 6 dark barrels aimed at the Earth Howlers, then roared to life. Boom! A significant portion of the distant Earth Howlers was either killed or injured, yet reinforcements quickly arrived, continuing their assault on the Rhino tanks. While the Rhino tanks engaged fiercely with the Devourers, 2 Apocalypse tanks, moving forward, suddenly sounded a horn. Huh? What is happening? Vihao leveled up. In the command room, Qin Tian received a notification from his Red Alert soldiers regarding the level up of his 2 Apocalypse tanks. Returning to the host. It is your 2 Apocalypse tanks that have leveled up. What? The Apocalypse tanks leveled up? And both at the same time? Is this for real? System, do not deceive me, or I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Despite his words, Qin Tian fully trusted the system. Though somewhat dubious, it was undeniably reliable. The 2 once withered Apocalypse tanks suddenly trembled with renewed vigor, exuding an aura of dominance. The ferocious creatures that had been relentlessly assaulting the tanks instantly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Upon witnessing the previously motionless cannon barrels of the tanks pivoting towards them once more, the beasts finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The beasts bewildered by the tank's earlier state of impotence, now questioned the sudden revival, realizing that the tanks, now diminished to a mere 1 star, would not engage in dialogue with them. For matters of importance, they were to seek their commander. Consulting the tanks would serve no purpose. The thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted once again from the heart of the mana ecological zone, engulfing the creatures in a sense of impending doom. P.S. I am aware that readers may express their frustrations. Oh, dear author, are you feeling exhausted? Have you only managed to write a chapter after a whole day? Practice more. Look at how often other authors update. To this, I can only lament that it is not a lack of desire to write, but rather an inability to do so. Today, the logistics warehouse kept me working until 10 p.m., and even during lunch and dinner breaks, I was pressed for time, receiving only a mere 30 minutes of respite, equivalent to a grueling 13-hour shift. It truly drained me, leaving no time to write upon returning home. Chapter 71. Sign in at the Allied base vehicle. Transdimensional transport in the game. Upon reaching 1 star, the apocalyptic tanks experience enhancements in firepower, speed, defense, and regenerative capabilities. This instance was no exception. The 2 tanks, previously corroded by the creature's acidic liquid due to the depletion of their titanium alloy fluid, suddenly resonated with the sound of a horn. Once the horn ceased, the apocalyptic tanks, which had been subject to the corrosive effects on their undercarriage, began to automatically regenerate. The armor that had been dented or even dissolved began to writhe and heal itself. Within 5 minutes, the armor of both tanks was fully restored, leaving the creatures, which had been fervently spraying corrosive liquid in an attempt to dismantle the tanks, utterly flabbergasted. The creature lamented, "I finally managed to break through your defenses, and yet you recover in an instant? You handle this one on your own. I'm logging off." With a disgruntled huff, the creature fell from the apocalyptic tank. Defeated by its own frustration, in truth, it had simply strayed too far from its mother. After ascending to 1 star, the tanks replenished their main artillery and mammoth anti-air missiles, and even the titanium alloy fluid within was refreshed. Name: Apocalyptic Tank, 1 star. Type: Super Heavy Armored Unit. Weaponry: main weapons consist of 2 200mm caliber heavy cannons. Secondary weapons include 2 mammoth anti-air missiles, capable of aerial defense. Description: compared to the standard apocalyptic tank, the 1-star variant boasts greater firepower, enhanced armor defense, increased speed, and significantly improved self-repair capabilities and ammunition capacity, establishing it as an undeniable land dominator, with no carbon-based life form able to survive its formidable firepower. Boom! For 200mm high explosive shells soared forth, instantly obliterating the previously formidable horde of devourers that surged forth like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, a vast vacuum was created where the shells landed, reducing hundreds of devourers to mere ashes, with not even a fragment of their heroic essence remaining. With the elevation in star rank, the apocalyptic tanks now boasted a markedly increased speed, allowing them to nearly match that of the Rhino tank. After 2.5 minutes, they finally arrived at the designated sign-in location, where they encountered a vast expanse of open ground. At the center of this space stood a colossal supply crate, which presumably contained the Allied base vehicle. System notification: the host red alert soldiers have reached the designated location. The sign-in task has been completed. Apocalypse 1 and Apocalypse 2 approach the supply crate and activate it. As the system's voice faded, Qin Tian, who was observing the screen in the command center, promptly commanded the Apocalypse tanks to approach the supply box and release the Allied base vehicle. Understood. The drivers of the 2 Apocalypse tanks succinctly acknowledged before accelerating towards the supply box. Although the area surrounding the supply box was teeming with devourers, the 2 upgraded Apocalypse tanks posed little threat. They treated the creatures as mere speed bumps and crushed them underfoot. Once the Apocalypse tanks had trampled the devourers into dust and approached the supply box, the enormous container automatically opened. The once-still supply box began to morph, gradually unfurling to reveal the Allied base vehicle within. Apocalypse 1 reporting to the commander: "We have secured the Allied base vehicle, but transporting it back may take considerable time." The driver of Apocalypse 1 promptly informed his commander upon sighting the vehicle. Upon hearing the report, Qin Tian contemplated the safe retrieval of the large but sluggish Allied base vehicle back to the base. Although the base vehicle was flanked by two one-star Apocalypse tanks, this did not render it invincible. Should more Devourers or Flower Stalks arrive, they might struggle to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, the presence of a defenseless Allied base vehicle complicated matters. Thus, it seemed somewhat unreasonable to expect the Apocalypse tanks to escort the base vehicle out of the densely populated ecological zone. While Qin Tian pondered a solution, the Rhino tanks were under siege. Despite being heavy armored vehicles, the Rhinos lacked the self-repair capabilities of the Apocalypse tanks. Consequently, they found it increasingly difficult to fend off the swarms of spawnlings. Their considerable size made them easy targets for the spawnlings, who swiftly climbed onto the tank bodies. Once atop, the spawnlings unleashed their corrosive fluids upon the Rhino tank's armor, creating fist-sized cavities in less than 5 minutes, just large enough for the spawnlings to infiltrate and assault the red alert soldiers inside. When a spawnling penetrated Rhino 1, the sound of gunfire erupted from within, followed by an ominous silence as the tank ceased all movement, save for the persistent hum of the engine. This clearly indicated that the red alert soldiers operating Rhino 1 had perished at the hands of the intruding spawnling. Witnessing this, the remaining 6 Rhino tanks focused their fire on the Devourers. With a series of thunderous booms, several 120mm shells rained down, obliterating the nearby Devourers that were hurling spawnlings, reducing them to mere fragments and dust. Even the spawnlings that had yet to escape from their backs met a fiery demise. Not only are the Rhino tanks under siege, but the Apocalypse tanks and Allied base vehicles are also encountering attacks, albeit with the extreme beasts over there proving somewhat amusing, as their commander remains deep in contemplation. 2 Apocalypse tanks stand idly beside the Allied base vehicle, patiently awaiting their commander's next operational directive. Meanwhile, the throng of extreme beasts encircling the Apocalypse tanks is determined not to squander this golden opportunity for a surprise assault, rushing forward with the intent to utterly dismantle these 3 colossal machines. Alas, their efforts are in vain. Despite the overwhelming numbers of snake dogs furiously assaulting the armor of the Apocalypse tanks, they can only produce a cacophony of noise. The ground roar attacks are equally ineffective, as the corrosive acid of the sub-beasts fails to outpace the regenerative capabilities of the Apocalypse tanks. Thus far, no one among the extreme beasts has managed to breach the formidable defenses of the Apocalypse tanks. As for the Allied base vehicle, the snake dogs appear minuscule in comparison, akin to mere figurines attempting to gnaw at the tires of the base vehicle, only to discover their efforts are futile. The corrosive liquid from the sub-beasts, upon contact with the surface of the Allied base vehicle, proves utterly ineffectual against its specialized armor. Host, are you still troubled by how to safely return the Allied base vehicle to the base? In truth, this is a concern you need not dwell upon, as the answer will soon reveal itself. Do you recall the most renowned superweapon capabilities within the Allied faction? The weather control device and the space-time teleporter. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Tian immediately thought of the Allied weather weapon and the device capable of instantaneously transporting vehicles across any terrain, distance, or location. What do you think? With the system's words, a blue-white light curtain suddenly materialized at the center of the ecological dense zone, encompassing a substantial area, at least several hundred meters wide and long, capable of enveloping both the Allied base vehicle and the Apocalypse tanks. Then, with a swift whoosh, a light curtain of the same hue and dimensions abruptly appeared in an open space not far from the front of Qin Tian's base. Goodness, has the system truly transported the Allied base vehicle and my 2 Apocalypse tanks directly back home? Just as Qin Tian exited the main base, he witnessed the Allied base vehicle and the 2 Apocalypse tanks materializing out of thin air as the light curtain dissipated. Accompanying them was a dense swarm of extreme beasts of various types. However, the moment they were teleported to this location, they were reduced to mere piles of dust, a phenomenon well understood by those familiar with Red Alert. The space-time teleporter cannot transport living beings alongside inanimate objects, unless the individual or entity has boarded a vehicle. They will perish instantaneously at the moment of transmission, affording no time for reaction. As for the notion of utilizing transdimensional teleportation to transport transdimensional soldiers. Qin Tian has indeed never attempted such a feat and remains uncertain whether soldiers transported in such a manner would meet the same fate as other beings. This is a question that can only be resolved through experimentation. P.S. Today's update consists of but a single page, as there are no further contributions. The author is fatigued and must retire for the night, lest they succumb to exhaustion. Furthermore, the author extends heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed readers for their tokens of appreciation and support. Readers are encouraged to leave comments and feedback, and the author will make an effort to engage with each of you. Good night, and take care. Chapter 72. Construction of the Allied Power Plant and Barracks. A system of transdimensional teleportation unexpectedly transported the Allied base vehicle along with 2 Apocalypse tanks back to the base, much to Qin Tian's delight. However, according to the law of conservation of energy, where there is joy on one side, there will inevitably be discontent on the other. The source of this discontent was, of course, the Rhino tanks. Initially, the 6 Rhino tanks intended to accelerate through the swarm of devouring beasts to join the Apocalypse tanks after witnessing the successful retrieval of the Allied base vehicle. However, just as the 2 Apocalypse tanks opened their supply crates and laid eyes on the Allied base vehicle, a blue and white energy field suddenly materialized, enveloping both the Apocalypse tanks and the Allied base vehicle. Meanwhile, the Rhino tanks engaged in a fierce battle with the devouring beasts sensed that something was amiss. Just as they contemplated rushing towards the Apocalypse tanks, they heard a sharp whoosh, and both the Apocalypse tanks and the Allied base vehicle vanished from sight. "Hey, I didn't board the vehicle. I'm still here," exclaimed a Rhino tank in a state of panic. Without the heavy firepower of the Apocalypse tanks, the 6 Rhino tanks found it impossible to break through the overwhelming horde of devouring beasts with their own firepower alone. Moreover, with the sudden disappearance of the Apocalypse tanks, the devouring beasts that had been fixated on them swiftly redirected their aggression towards the Rhino tanks. A multitude of snake dogs, ground lurkers, subterranean beasts, and earth roars surged forward. Although the firepower of the 6 Rhino tanks was formidable, capable of dispatching around 50 devouring beasts in a single volley, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. Rhino 2 managed to fire one shot before being violently rammed by 2 ground lurkers on its right side, lifting the entire tank precariously and risking a complete overturn. Seeing this, Rhino 3 swiftly aimed its cannon at the heads of the 2 ground lurkers and fired. Boom! The first ground lurker's head was instantly penetrated, exploding in a gruesome display, while the second one had slightly less fortune. The tank shell, having pierced the first ground lurker's head, continued its trajectory towards the second, this time resulting in a catastrophic explosion with shrapnel covering a wide area. Upon impact with the second ground lurker, the 120mm tank shell detonated violently, obliterating the upper half of the creature. Its dismembered remains scattered across the battlefield, providing a momentary reprieve for Rhino 2, which soon found itself besieged by other devouring beasts. A relentless tide of innumerable devouring beasts engulfed the 6 Rhino tanks. Despite their considerable firepower, they could not withstand the onslaught of the relentless swarm. In the blink of an eye, the 6 Rhino tanks were completely consumed by the overwhelming horde, and soon silence fell over the battlefield. The 6 Rhino tanks had met their tragic end. Far away in the main base, Qin Tian received the system notification regarding the demise of 6 Rhino tanks. However, he merely felt a fleeting pang of regret before dismissing it entirely. After all, Qin Tian had more pressing matters at hand, namely, to locate an appropriate position for the Allied base vehicle to transform into the Allied main base. Upon receiving their Commander-S orders, the Allied base vehicle promptly commenced its journey towards the designated site. Once the Allied base vehicle arrived at Qin Tian's specified location, it immediately began the transformation process. Before long, a structure resembling the Soviet main base construction facility materialized, the Allied main base. Name: Allied Construction Facility. Type: Main Base. Function: the Allied Construction Facility serves as the core architectural unit within the Allied faction. With it, the construction of other essential structures, such as refineries and power plants, becomes possible. After casting a cursory glance at the information regarding the Allied main base, Qin Tian promptly instructed the system. First, procure an Allied power plant for me. Funds minus 5,000, remaining funds 20,000. As the system's notification echoed, the Allied construction facility before Qin Tian began to rumble into action, initiating the construction of the power plant he had just ordered. After a span of over half an hour, the Allied power plant was successfully erected. Qin Tian selected a patch of land in close proximity to the Allied construction facility for its placement. The process of the Allied power plant's emergence is succinctly omitted for brevity. Name: Allied power plant. Type: energy facility. Function: by processing natural gas to drive gas turbines. It generates electricity, providing substantial power to the Allied main base. The appearance of the Allied power plant featured a highly efficient gas turbine generator equipped with 3 heat exchangers, which bore a striking resemblance to smokestacks. System: procure another Allied barracks for me. Qin Tian immediately sought to acquire another structure, this time the Allied barracks, right after the power plant was established. Funds minus 4,000. Remaining funds 16,000. With the construction of the power plant freshly completed, the Allied construction facility resumed operations, embarking on the construction of the barracks. However, as night had fallen, Qin Tian decided to retire for the evening, allowing the Allied construction facility to complete the barracks during his slumber. This way, upon awakening the following morning, he would merely need to find a suitable location to position the newly constructed Allied barracks. Returning to the Soviet main base construction facility, Qin Tian had a modest meal, enjoyed a warm shower, and comfortably drifted into sleep. Fortunately, his steadfast comrades stood guard outside. Had it been others, they might have grumbled, aminos. While we toil outside without a wink of sleep, you indulge in a hot shower. How selfish of you. Bah. P.S. The chapter updated today is somewhat brief. Yet I kindly ask all esteemed readers to bear with me, as the humble author is quite overwhelmed. Furthermore, I have been working until 10 o'clock today. Upon returning home after my shift, I merely indulged in a warm bath, and it was already 10:30. Consequently, I had very little time to write. In a couple of days, I shall explore the possibility of requesting a day off, allowing me to update with greater substance while also restoring my own well-being. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the generous readers for their thoughtful gifts and support. Your encouragement, likes, comments, and presents are the greatest motivation for me. Good night. Dear ones. Chapter 73. Mark is to be taken for experimentation. Fear of voyeurism looms. Funds: minus 4,000. Remaining funds: 16,000. System notification: the Allied barracks is under construction. Expected to take approximately 1 hour. After purchasing the Allied barracks, Qin Tian promptly returned to the rest area of the Soviet main base to rest, having no intention of waiting for the construction to complete. After all, the construction would take over an hour, and with dawn approaching at 5 o'clock, he wondered if he would even have the chance to sleep once the barracks were finished. While Qin Tian peacefully slumbered, chaos erupted at the lighthouse. The scavenger team, having journeyed through the night, finally returned at dawn. The cannon fodder and civilians at the lighthouse, upon learning of Mark's team's return, hurried to greet them. However, when they saw Mark being carried down from the airdropped armored vehicle by Feixue and others, pandemonium ensued, with everyone rushing to inquire about Captain Mark's condition. Civilian A: Captain Mark, what has happened to him? Civilian B: he seemed fine when he left. How could he return in such a dire state? Was it the extreme beast that did this? Cannon fodder: hey, Captain Mark went out upright last night. How could he return horizontally this morning? Cannon fodder B: what sort of nonsense is that? What do you mean by upright out and horizontally back? I think you've had too many red beans. Is that it? The crowd of cannon fodder and civilians buzzed with speculation regarding Mark's injuries, questioning the cause behind Captain Mark's condition. Yet, Feixue and the others were equally perplexed about what had caused the grievous wound to his throat. Meanwhile, Jeff was working with a scavenger, using a cutting machine to remove the heavy exoskeleton Mark was wearing. Once the chest armor was severed, the medical team from the lighthouse hurriedly arrived. A rather brusque doctor approached with an electronic display screen, operating it while speaking. Given the severity of Captain Mark's injuries, it appears there is little hope for his recovery. However, according to protocol, I must first complete the life formula calculations before proceeding. Damn it. What time is it, and you're still calculating? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Jeff's temper flared as he could no longer contain himself, advancing to grab the doctor's collar and scold him vehemently. Forget the life formula. Saving him is paramount. If Captain Mark's contribution points are insufficient, then use mine. Mo Chung interjected, removing the badge from his chest. You may also use mine. Mine as well. Erica and Penny followed suit, each removing their badges and insisting that their contribution points be utilized, all in an earnest plea to save Captain Mark. I understand that everyone is anxious, but I implore you to remain calm for a moment. This is the protocol of the lighthouse, and we must adhere to it. However, that obstinate doctor insisted on calculating the value of Captain Mark's life using the life formula before deciding whether to save him. Bang! On my hand! Upon witnessing that stubborn physician calculating Captain Mark's life value, Mo Chung was immediately incensed. He drew his sidearm and accurately shot the electronic display from the doctor's grasp. Though the bullet did not strike the doctor, the impact from the shattered display elicited a pained cry from him. The two other medical personnel, witnessing this, dared not delay any further and promptly lifted a stretcher to extricate Mark from the heavy machinery. As they attempted to maneuver him to the medical room, their lack of attention led them to step on the recently shattered display, causing them to slip. Mark, lying on the stretcher, fell off and landed face first, exposing his back, which was infested with a spine parasite. Ah, it's a spine. That SA spine. Captain Mark is infested with a spine parasite. Someone must eliminate him. If he is not dealt with, we could be the next victims. The onlookers and a group of scavengers, upon seeing the spine parasite clinging to Captain Mark's back, became alarmed and drew their firearms, intending to shoot both the parasite and Mark. Fortunately, Mo Chung and his companions reacted swiftly, restraining the weapons raised by the frightened scavengers, while Penny and Erica positioned themselves to shield the line of fire. Moments later, Wang was brought out from captivity, her tearful gaze fixed upon the infested Mark, lost in confusion. We must summon the city defense forces immediately. We cannot allow that creature to remain in the lighthouse. The lead doctor, upon seeing the parasite on Mark's back, shouted for his colleagues to call the city defense forces to eliminate both the parasite and Mark. However, before the two medical personnel could respond, they were halted by Dr. Carey, who kicked the terrified doctor who had collapsed in panic, exclaiming fervently, "What do you mean by city defense forces? This is a living spine parasite. Do you understand what a living spine parasite is? It is an exceedingly rare and perfect specimen for experimentation. If the clumsy city defense forces destroy it, that would indeed be a waste." Upon hearing Dr. Carey's intent to use Mark for human experimentation, Ran Bing quickly interceded, pleading with her not to proceed. In a more direct manner, Mo Chung brandished his firearm, aiming it squarely at Dr. Carey's head, declaring, "Should you dare subject Captain Mark to any inhumane experimentation, I shall end your life with a single shot." Unfazed by the threat of Mo Cheng's gun, Dr. Carey calmly reassured him and the others that she had no intention of conducting any egregious experiments on Mark, nor would she take his life. Furthermore, it was evident that the only individual capable of saving Captain Mark was Dr. Carey herself, the fervent researcher. Consequently, Mo Chung retracted his handgun and yielded. Dr. Carey commanded her subordinates to carry Mark away on a stretcher, preparing him for surgery. Meanwhile, all that transpired at the lighthouse was meticulously observed by Terror 2, who was concealed beneath the chassis of a supply airdrop armored vehicle. Terror 2 transmitted the entire footage he had witnessed back to his commander's main base in video format. P.S. Today, there is but one update, and there shall be another tomorrow. Perhaps the day after may see multiple chapters, as I have requested a day off on July 19th. We shall see if I can manage 3 updates then. I am reluctant to promise a burst of updates. For every time I do, I have failed to deliver the next day. Thus, if I refrain from declaring a surge, it cannot be deemed a broken promise, haha. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to all the readers for their thoughtful gifts and support. Your encouragement greatly motivates me to continue writing. Good night, my dear readers. May you have sweet dreams. Good night, Baka Baka. Chapter 74. Acquisition of a nuclear missile silo a series of events transpired atop the lighthouse, meticulously recorded by the parasitic drone encased beneath the airborne armored vehicle, and relayed back to the command center of the primary base. It awaited only the moment when Qin Tian would awaken and enter the command room to view the footage captured by the drone. Dr. Carey, accompanied by a cadre of researchers, had carried Captain Mark away, while the others, including Mo Chung, could only watch helplessly, for at that moment, Dr. Carey was the sole individual capable of rescuing Captain Mark. Fortunately, Old Deng had also been saved from death, thanks to the medical supplies brought back by the scavenger team. Meanwhile, within the Red Alert base, Qin Tian had just risen when he was greeted by the incessant chatter of the system within him. "Ah, Commander, you have awoken. Your allied barracks are ready. Hurry and select a prime location to establish it. Then continue to toil for this system." Exasperated, Qin Tian thought to himself, "Must you call out to me the moment I awaken? Can you not wait until I have completed my morning routine?" He found the system akin to a prior superior, incessantly nagging and delighting in the exploitation of its subordinates, often spinning grandiose tales that it would use to placate them. Despite his internal grumbling about the system's capitalist tendencies, Qin Tian's body obeyed promptly. He washed up, donned his command uniform, and departed from the Soviet main base in search of a suitable area for the Allied barracks. Once he had designated an appropriate location, a metallic box was transmitted to him, which then began to reshape itself, and before long, the Allied barracks rose majestically from the ground. Name: Allied barracks. Type: military facility. Function and purpose: the Allied barracks can train various infantry units, including basic Allied soldiers, engineers, rocket troopers, spies, heavy infantry, SEAL teams, transdimensional soldiers, and Tanya, among other Allied troops. After reviewing the summary of the Allied barracks, Qin Tian did not rush to select soldiers for construction. Instead, he opted to establish additional Allied structures. System: I would like to procure an Allied or refinery. Funds: 7,000. Remaining funds: 9,000. System notification: Allied or refinery is under construction. Estimated time: over 1 hour. At that moment, 6 Soviet-armed mining vehicles, laden with a substantial quantity of metallic ores, returned leisurely from their mining expedition. As they sequentially unloaded their cargo into the 2 refineries, a notification appeared in the upper right corner of Qin Tian's vision, indicating a significant increase in funds. Funds: 1,200,000. Remaining funds: 1,290,000. With a grin, Qin Tian noted the substantial increase in his personal funds from 900 to 129,000, feeling a surge of confidence. He then boldly addressed the system. System: I would like to request a nuclear missile silo. I am determined to obliterate that horde of devourers and avenge my dear brothers and the valiant Rhino tank who fell last night. Ah, host, you still remember the Rhino tank? I thought you had forgotten all about them. Upon hearing the system's teasing, Qin Tian chuckled awkwardly and replied, Are you jesting, system? Your words imply that I am some cold-blooded commander who disregards the safety of my Red Alert soldiers and views my brothers merely as cannon fodder. Please do not cast me in such a negative light. While I may not harbor an overwhelming affection for my comrades, I certainly would not treat them unjustly. When they found themselves without shelter, I promptly purchased a plethora of tents to provide them with a home. Is that not a testament to my conscience? Mobilize brother soldiers. Ah, yes, commander. Whatever you say is right. Although Qin Tian felt a twinge of guilt while uttering these words, he possessed a thick enough skin to maintain his composure before the system. Funds: minus 50,000. Remaining funds: 79,000. System notification: the nuclear missile silo is currently under construction, with an estimated completion time of 72 hours. What? 72 hours? That amounts to 3 days? This cannot be right, system. I recall that while the construction of a nuclear missile silo in the game was indeed somewhat slow, it could not possibly take an entire 3 days to complete. Upon hearing the system's estimate, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Useless host, are you not aware that this is a game? Games are games, and reality is reality. Please do not conflate the two. Damn! After listening to the system's words, Qin Tian found himself at a loss for words. However, there was little he could do. The authority of explanation lay entirely with the system. If it stated that the nuclear missile silo would take a certain amount of time to construct, then it would indeed take that long. Yet, upon reflection, Qin Tian could comprehend the situation. After all, it had barely been a week since he traversed into the world of the spirit cage. Yet the advancement of his Red Alert Empire had surpassed all expectations. In less than a week, he had not only produced the land-dominating Apocalypse tank, but had also acquired an allied base vehicle. Now, he was preparing to purchase a nuclear missile silo from the system, intending to use nuclear weapons against the Devourers in the Mana ecological zone. If old Deng and the others were aware of Qin Tian's rapid progress, they would likely be struck with a heart attack from sheer shock. If it were not for the sluggish flight speed of the Soviet Kirov airships, he would have already deployed several to toy with them and settle accounts with old Deng at the lighthouse. It is worth noting that the lighthouse is airborne, thus possessing a swift movement speed, making it difficult for anti-aircraft vehicles to catch up unless it hovers in place. For now, Qin Tian had no means to contend with the lighthouse, but that would soon change. He had already acquired the Allied main base and constructed the Allied barracks and power plant. Once the Allied or refinery was completed, he would proceed to establish the Allied Air Command. When the time comes, I shall deploy several invader aircraft. Qin Tian eagerly anticipates witnessing the astonished and terrified expressions of the locals at the lighthouse as they behold the imposing presence of his Red Alert forces soaring over their homeland. The mere thought of it fills him with immense satisfaction. This undoubtedly signifies that the 3-day period has elapsed, and the formidable King Qin Tian is poised to return, ready to reclaim all that is rightfully his. This is purely for amusement. P.S. There will only be one chapter today, as I, the humble author, shall take a brief respite tomorrow. Dear readers, prepare yourselves for the exhilarating updates I shall provide. I assure you, once the invader aircraft are unleashed, the forthcoming chapters will be nothing short of thrilling. Good night to all my esteemed readers. Chapter 75, Commander Level Advancement. Unlocking the Republic's Radiance version after Qin Tian purchased the nuclear missile silos, he found himself with a remaining balance of 79,000 currency units. It was time to summon some valiant comrades from the Soviet or Allied forces. Beep. Congratulations to the host for elevating their commander level from intermediate to advanced. Unlocking a plethora of construction units and permissions, including certain neutral buildings, along with the Republic's Radiance version. Given that the host has remarkably ascended from a junior to an advanced commander in less than a week, this system graciously presents you a virtual entity with a vial of super serum as a well-deserved reward. Just as Qin Tian was about to access the construction panel for Red Alert soldier units, he suddenly heard a notification from within his own system. Wait, my commander level has actually risen from intermediate to advanced, and the system has bestowed upon me a vial of super serum? How generous! However, what does it mean to call me a virtual entity? My physique is as vigorous as a stallion. Be cautious, or I shall accuse you of defamation, dear system. Despite his grievances, Qin Tian was eager to accept the system's reward. As for the sudden upgrade in his commander level, that was due to Boris and the others returning from the Mana ecological zone, where they casually dispatched several snake dogs and a ground howler along the way. Moreover, having previously wreaked havoc with the Apocalypse and Rhino tanks, Qin Tian had accumulated substantial experience towards leveling up. With the emergence of those few Devourers, the returning Red Alert soldiers dispatched them effortlessly, leading to his timely advancement. Reaching into his pocket, Qin Tian discovered an additional item nestled within his jacket. Upon retrieving the red serum, its description materialized before his eyes. Name: Super Serum, Enhanced Version. Type: Biological Gene Enhancement Serum. Effects and functions: the Super Serum, when consumed, significantly amplifies the user's physical attributes, bestowing them with a physique akin to steel. Not only does it render the user impervious to conventional firearm attacks, but it also markedly enhances their healing capabilities and longevity, allowing them to live for up to 200 years while retaining their youthful appearance. What? Is the system serious about this super serum? Setting aside the extraordinary steel-like body, the mere capability of living for 200 years is already astonishing. After perusing the system's description of the super serum, Qin Tian was left in awe. Previously, upon reaching intermediate commander status, the system had already gifted him a vial of physical enhancement liquid, significantly boosting his physical prowess. Now, with another vial of super serum, was the system intent on transforming him into a humanoid weapon? System, with your continual bestowal of physical enhancement items, do you intend to manipulate me, preparing for a grand transformation once I reach a certain threshold? To be candid, Qin Tian harbored genuine concerns regarding the system's erratic behavior, especially after the dubious nature of yesterday's assign-in task had already proven its unreliability. Fortunately, Qin Tian was a commander who embodied the essence of survival. Otherwise, he might have been deceived by the system into personally signing in at the mana ecological concentration zone. However, compared to that super serum, he was far more concerned about the fact that his recent promotion had unlocked a red alert version of the Republic of Glory. What did this signify? It meant that he could not only construct Invader aircraft and V-22 Ospreys, but he could also build the Black Hawk helicopters that, with just 4 units, could obliterate the enemy's main base. These machines not only possessed explosive damage, but also boasted substantial health and remarkable speed, capable of annihilating most armored vehicles with a single strike. Even the Apocalypse tanks would find themselves incapacitated after enduring just 4 missiles. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was that the Black Hawk in the Republic of Glory version, unlike its original counterpart, could carry 3 missiles at once instead of just 1. Thus, deploying 4 Black Hawks, each armed with 3 missiles for an assault, meant that the enemy would face a barrage of 12 air-to-ground missiles. Should Qin Tian direct the Black Hawks against a lighthouse, unless it boasted an iron curtain, the only fate awaiting it would be annihilation. As Qin Tian pondered the implications of the Red Alert Republic of Glory version, Boris and his team returned in an airdrop armored vehicle from their expedition. Boris and Eagle Eye disembarked, accompanied by 8 mobilized troops and 3 anti-air infantry, along with a terrifying robot. Their mission had taken them to the ruins of Nirvana Biotech Company, where they procured a considerable amount of medical supplies, albeit at the cost of a comrade. When factoring in the loss of 7 Rhino tanks, the operation had indeed suffered significant setbacks. However, the acquisition of an Allied-based vehicle rendered the losses appear far less severe, even a substantial gain. Troops could be replenished, but had the Allied-based vehicle not been secured, it would have been a true misfortune. Once Eagle Eye instructed his comrades to unload the medical supplies from the armored vehicle, the Allied construction yard completed the establishment of the Allied or refinery. System placed the Allied or refinery right there. Qin Tian pointed to a vacant area in close proximity to the Allied power plant, directing the system to position the newly constructed refinery. Placement completed. As the system's voice faded, a large black iron box suddenly materialized beside the Allied power plant, which then transformed to reveal the ore refinery of the Allied faction. Name: Allied Ore Refinery. Type: Economic Facility. Function and Purpose: The ore refinery is one of the most vital structures within the Allied faction. Its existence ensures sufficient funds to construct or procure other Allied units. It processes various ores brought back by their trucks, converting them entirely into resources for the Commander's use, thereby providing the fundamental economic support system for the Allied faction. Chapter 76: The Onslaught. Carbon-based life form terminators. The Radiated Engineers. Name: Allied Ore Refinery. Type: Economic Facility. Function: The Allies construct ore refineries. The exterior of the Allied Ore Refinery is characterized by its rectangular form, featuring a broad base adorned with a sleek white metallic framework and blue striped accents, exuding a minimalist yet futuristic aesthetic that aligns seamlessly with the sci-fi style of the Allied faction. In front of the building lies a circular mining pit opening, designed for receiving or from unloading mining vehicles, safeguarded by metallic railings along its perimeter, with visible mechanical conveyor systems within. The moment the Allied Ore Refinery emerges, a vehicle of similar size and armament to a mining truck appears alongside it. This is the Allied Transdimensional Mining Vehicle. The Transdimensional Mining Vehicle presents as a white, tracked mining truck embellished with blue stripes embodying a simple yet technological design. Its rear is equipped with a prism-shaped sealed cargo container, which, when fully loaded, features a closed hatch displaying a deep gray or texture, and when empty, reveals its internal metallic framework, enhancing its futuristic appeal. Devoid of any armaments, the Allied transdimensional mining vehicle cannot engage enemies like its Soviet counterpart. Its only recourse when under attack is to retreat swiftly. However, should adversaries be of a diminutive stature, it can simply ram them as if they were mere obstacles. Qin Tian is confident that in terms of evasion, the transdimensional mining vehicle reigns supreme, unmatched by any other vehicle, not even by aircraft. While other vehicles flee on foot, the transdimensional mining vehicle utilizes transdimensional teleportation to escape. Imagine, when under assault, the vehicle can blink away, traversing vast distances in an instant, leaving enemies bewildered and powerless, with no freezing state as seen in transdimensional soldiers. It is indeed a vehicle of unparalleled escape capabilities. Qin Tian even envisions equipping his red alert soldiers with a transdimensional mining vehicle for each mission, enabling them to seek refuge by teleporting home at the first sign of danger. Of course, such thoughts remain mere fantasies, as the system would undoubtedly impose restrictions on the teleportation capabilities of the transdimensional mining vehicle, a fact Qin Tian readily acknowledges. System, continue constructing Allied buildings. I wish to establish the Allied Air Command. Funds -8,000, remaining funds 71,000. Air Command is under construction. Completion will take approximately 2 hours. Qin Tian first procures the Allied Air Command from the system, then proceeds to open the Soviet Soldier Construction Unit panel, preparing to unleash a wave of infantry. Brother Tongzi, continue to create for me. This time, I want 10 radiation engineers, 10 magnetic burst infantry, and an additional 20 good brothers. Wasteful host. What do you need so many soldiers for? Wouldn't it be better to directly purchase armored units instead? What do you understand? Buying armored units is akin to a tide of steel, while purchasing soldiers is a surge of troops. If you are not amassing soldiers in red alert, what are you even playing for? System. The system was momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Qin Tian's argument and reluctantly acquiesced to his desire to amass troops, proceeding to mobilize the Soviet barracks for troop production. Funds -20,000, remaining funds 51,000. Red alert soldiers are currently being constructed, expected to complete in 2 hours. As the system's voice faded, the cloning production line within the Soviet barracks commenced operations. And not only that, even the replication center that Qin Tian had previously acquired began to function. With 20 mobilization troops, 10 radiation engineers, 10 magnetic burst infantry, and the already established replication center. A total of 40 good brothers, 20 carbon-based biological terminators, and 20 rudimentary magnetic tanks, magnetic burst infantry, would soon emerge. Once these troops were deployed, Qin Tian's Red Alert Empire would take its initial shape, later by acquiring armored vehicles and aircraft. His Red Alert power would ascend to become the mightiest empire on the surface. As for the Devourer beasts and the lighthouse, let them contend with my tide of steel and limitless firepower. Troops will arrive shortly, but there is still a need for vehicles. What to do? Then let us construct them. System, provide this commander with 5 V3 rocket launchers. The remaining funds will suffice to create an armed mining vehicle and 4 terror robots. Funds -50,000, remaining funds 1,000. Vehicles are under construction, expected to be completed in about 8 hours. After amassing troops, Qin Tian returned to the command room of the Soviet main base, waiting while reviewing the video footage uploaded by Terror 2 earlier that morning. The footage depicted the events following the return of the Marauder Squad with Mark to the lighthouse. After watching, Qin Tian found it quite intriguing and instructed Terror 2 to continue monitoring. He also issued orders to the engineers, who had been idly inspecting the 2 power stations, to conduct a thorough examination and repair of the airdrop armored vehicles, checking for any damage and preparing them for future use as transport vehicles. P.S. Once again, I have broken my promise. Today, there shall be only 2 chapters, and there will be no more. Chapter 77. Mark transforms into the devouring beast. Terrifying robots play Mission Impossible after Qin Tian instructed the engineers to inspect the airdrop-type armored vehicle. He remained in the command room of the main base, scrutinizing the video recordings from the 2nd Battalion while awaiting the arrival of his good brothers from the barracks. Returning to the lighthouse, Mark, having succumbed to the parasitic spine, was taken by Dr. Carey to the medical operating room, where preparations were underway for a spinal fusion surgery. Outside the operating room, Ran Bing, the commander of the city defense forces, and Charles awaited anxiously. Charles harbored intentions of eliminating Mark, while the city defense commander was simply reluctant to take risks. Fearing that the spine might control Mark and pose a grave threat to the lighthouse, he ordered his subordinates to prepare for Mark's removal. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Lord Deng arrived in his wheelchair, granting Dr. Carey permission to proceed with the surgery. With the Lord's approval, Dr. Carey swiftly donned her surgical attire and entered the operating room to perform the spinal transplant. During the procedure, she inadvertently sustained an abdominal injury from the spine, causing her to bleed. However, she merely attended to her wound briefly before continuing the operation. As the surgery progressed, Dr. Carey transformed into a figure resembling Yang Yongxin, administering a full-body electric shock therapy to the parasitic spine, which reacted with intense thrashing. The spine was compelled to articulate in human speech, and even Mark succumbed to convulsions from the shock, though the parasitic entity ultimately faltered first. The parasitic spine, overwhelmed by the high-voltage shock, experienced a separation of head and body. Its head fell to the operating room floor while its body integrated into Mark, serving as his spinal column. Witnessing this, Ran Bing exhaled a sigh of relief. However, just as everyone believed the procedure had concluded successfully, the head of the parasitic spine underwent a sudden and alarming evolution, sprouting several legs from beneath it and emitting strange noises that resonated with the devouring beast swarm below the lighthouse. In the aftermath of the surgery, Mark, who had just stabilized his vital signs, suddenly lost consciousness. Dr. Carey, incensed by this turn of events, administered several adrenaline injections to Mark, but to no avail. He was beyond saving. Seeing her beloved Captain Mark rendered lifeless, Ran Bing wept uncontrollably, her tears flowing like rain. In stark contrast, Charles wore a sardonic smile, his lips curling in mockery as he derisively remarked that this surgery had merely preserved Mark's dignity as a member of the lighthouse. Letting him die was perhaps preferable to being consumed by the devouring beasts, transforming into mere compost, was it not? Despite Dr. Carey's struggles, Lord Deng concluded that Mark was indeed beyond redemption. He instructed the lighthouse personnel to prepare for Mark's funeral and cremation. The upper echelon of the lighthouse and a multitude of scavenger team members gathered before the incinerator, awaiting the arrival of Mo, Chung, and others to carry Mark's lifeless body for cremation. On the other side, the formidable creature known as Terror 2, which had been parasitically attached to the underside of the airdrop armored vehicle, commenced its stealth operations following the orders of its commander. Due to Terror 2's considerable size, it was prone to detection. Thus, Qin Tian instructed it to maintain its parasitic form while quietly surveying within the lighthouse. Seizing an opportunity when the logistics distribution room was relatively vacant, Terror 2 stealthily emerged from beneath the airdrop armored vehicle, making its way toward a nearby iron door. However, lacking an identification badge, it could not gain entry into the lighthouse's interior. Fortunately, where there is a will, there is a way. Qin Tian commanded Terror 2 to ascend the adjacent wall, adhering to its surface in a manner reminiscent of its previous camouflage. It compressed its form, remaining motionless and leaving only its eyes exposed for reconnaissance. In its parasitic state, the terrifying machine resembled a flat, circular object about half a meter tall. Such a shape, affixed high on the wall, would easily evade the notice of most onlookers. Moreover, the lighthouse walls were predominantly painted in shades of black and gray, rendering the concealed Terror 2 even more elusive. It would be difficult to detect unless one specifically sought out. While Terror 2 engaged in its covert operation, Captain Mark, on the other hand, was indulging in a barbecue, but the meat being roasted was none other than that of the raider commander, Captain Mark himself. Once the incinerator's valve was closed, the remaining individuals emerged from the chamber, tears streaming down their faces. leaving only old Deng in his wheelchair accompanied by 2 city defense soldiers. As old Deng stared blankly at the incinerator, lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted from within, startling the city defense soldiers nearby, who rushed forward to investigate the situation. Unexpectedly, the heavy steel door of the incinerator was forcefully blasted open, crushing one of the soldiers beneath it, blood splattering across the ground. Another soldier, armed and advancing, was met with a creature towering over 2 meters in height, resembling a devourer, yet with a striking resemblance to Mark. This monstrous entity emerged from the incinerator, seizing the neck of the armed soldier. The soldier, lifted effortlessly as if he were a mere chick, rolled his eyes back and succumbed to the overwhelming grip of Mark's monstrous form. Old Deng stood in shock before the towering creature, engulfed in flames, a devourer of considerable stature. Meanwhile, not far away, ran Bing and her companions. Upon hearing the commotion behind them, swiftly returned to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. Jeff, however, sprinted ahead, reaching the room housing the incinerator first. By the time Ran Bing arrived, she beheld the imposing figure of a devourer, clutching Jeff by the neck, bellowing in fury before the incinerator. Old Deng's little cart lay toppled nearby, and even old Deng himself had been lulled to sleep by the creature transformed from Mark. Indeed, Morgan Old Deng was still too young, falling asleep so swiftly. After Mark's transformed devourer flung Jeff away, it let out a defiant roar towards the heavens, expressing its unwillingness and rage, before collapsing to the ground, consumed by flames. The scene shifts to another location, where Terror 2 clings to the heights of the resource distribution wall, awaiting a fateful encounter to unlock the door for him. Before long, Terror 2 observes 2 scavengers accompanied by several dust dwellers, emerging from the resource distribution room and opening the iron gate that leads into the lighthouse. Seizing the moment the gate swung open, Terror 2 swiftly maneuvered along the wall, resembling a dark spider, traversing the surface with ease. Just seconds before the iron gate closed, he successfully infiltrated the lighthouse corridor, transitioning from the wall to the ceiling to remain concealed from prying eyes. Chapter 78. The Allied Air Command and the worthlessness of rocket troopers due to his recent transformation into a devourer beast and having been subjected to roasting for a while. Mark lulled Morgan to sleep before succumbing to slumber himself. Subsequently, Mark was taken away by a group of city defense soldiers and confined within a laboratory inside the lighthouse, where Dr. Carey was poised to conduct research on him. Meanwhile, the Terror robot, upon entering the passageway of the lighthouse, adhered to the ceiling and began its ascent into the depths of the structure. In the command room of the Soviet main base, Qin Tian observed the images transmitted by the Terror robot, a sly grin curling at the corner of his mouth, resembling a rather foolish smirk. This peculiar expression was mirrored on the control panel in the command room, presenting an absurd sight that prompted the system within him to begin its mockery. "Host, could you refrain from that ridiculous grin? It's already unsettling enough, but it makes you appear as though you're lacking in intellect. Moreover, host, you are now the supreme commander of the Red Alert Empire, adorned in a high-ranking officer's uniform. Your appearance was commendable, yet that twisted grin transforms you into a mere charlatan, devoid of the maturity and composure expected of an imperial commander." The system within Qin Tian could no longer tolerate the absurdity of its host's foolish grin, thus it voiced its grievances. After all, official criticism can be most incisive. Feeling a sense of embarrassment after the system's derision, Qin Tian ultimately acquiesced to its advice and adjusted his expression, suppressing the private smirk. At present, the Terror robot had infiltrated the passage leading into the lighthouse's inner sanctum, and with a little more time, it would gain access to some vital areas within. At that point, the robot could execute acts of sabotage in those significant regions, or potentially orchestrate a grand disruption, such as dismantling the old leader or incapacitating Charles, rendering him a eunuch. These were all feasible actions. Crucially, every Terror robot manufactured by Red Alert was equipped with a tracking device. What does this imply? It signifies that as long as the Terror robot remains within the lighthouse, Qin Tian could utilize the tracking capability to ascertain the precise location of the lighthouse. He could already envision deploying dozens of invader aircraft and Black Hawk helicopters to deal with the situation. Qin Tian anticipated the astonished expressions of the lighthouse's defenders when the aircraft swooped past. The lighthouse possesses air defense capabilities. In the second season of the anime Soul Cage, it activated its tower cannons to fend off the Devourer beasts, which were equipped not only with heavy machine guns and artillery, but also missiles capable of locking onto targets and pursuing them autonomously. However, Qin Tian was unaware of these details. Useless host, your air command has been established. Why not promptly select a location for its deployment? As Qin Tian indulged in fantasies of commandeering the Invader and Black Hawk aircraft to seize control of the lighthouse, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by a notification from the system. The air command was to be established adjacent to the Allied forces' main base. Casting a glance at the map within the command room of the Soviet main base, Qin Tian promptly instructed the system to situate the completed air command of the Allied forces right next to the construction site of the Allied main base. Once the air command was positioned, an information panel regarding it materialized on the screen before Qin Tian in the command room. Name: Allied Air Command. Type: a universal technology structure of the Allied forces, serving as the core facility for air support and radar detection. Functions: provides radar and visual capabilities, assists in battlefield reconnaissance, and serves as a platform for the parking and maintenance of aircraft, accommodating up to 4 aircraft at once, while also allowing for gradual repairs of damaged aircraft, restoring health to the aircraft. Paratrooper summoning. As a crucial facility of the Air Force, the Allied Air Command can not only house and repair aircraft, but also features a function to summon paratroopers for support at no cost, capable of summoning 10 American soldiers at once. With a cooldown period of 1 day, the Allied Air Command is characterized by a square metallic structure adorned with a blue hue, topped with a prominent white, rotating radar dish. A helipad extends from the side of the building, capable of accommodating a maximum of 4 aircraft, marked with yellow lines on the ground, and typically surrounded by communication antennas. After the Air Command was established, Qin Tian had both good and bad news to relay. The good news was that the Air Command had been constructed, allowing for the production of aircraft. The bad news was that although the Air Command was operational and capable of directly constructing Invader and Black Hawk aircraft, Commander Qin Tian found himself lacking the necessary funds to do so. Invader aircraft, 8,000. Black Hawk aircraft, 12,000. Rocket Trooper, 300. Personal funds, 1,000. Upon observing the exorbitant costs associated with the construction of the Invader and Black Hawk aircraft, Qin Tian fell into a contemplative silence, astonished by the steep prices set by the system. The cost of the Black Hawk aircraft, in particular, was nearly on par with that of the Apocalypse tank, falling short by a mere 3,000. With only 1,000 units of currency remaining, he could at best afford to produce 3 rocket troopers, but their utility was questionable. Their sole merit lay in their ability to fly. The firepower configuration of the rocket troopers was woefully inadequate. They could only engage in combat using semi-automatic carbines, which were both weak in power and slow in rate of fire. It was utterly unrealistic to deploy rocket troopers against the Devourer beasts. They would only be able to harass the weaker creatures like the snake dogs and spine worms in the outer regions of ecologically dense areas, where the ground-dwelling threats were absent. Given that snake dogs lacked any aerial capabilities and the flight altitude of the rocket troopers was reported by the system to be 300 meters, they would remain untouchable by the snake dogs, who could only watch helplessly as they were attacked. However, the issue lies in the ineffectiveness of the rocket infantry's damage. A semi-automatic carbine merely scratches the surface of Serpent Dog, inflicting minimal harm, if any at all. Consequently, the creation of such units proves futile. A mere couple of ground howlers could effortlessly bring down the airborne rocket infantry, as if swatting mosquitoes. Even the heavy artillery of the scavengers and city defense forces at the lighthouse can swat the rocket infantry like flies. One must ponder the utter redundancy of rocket infantry within the realm of the spirit cage world. Thus, Qin Tian harbored no intentions of constructing rocket infantry. The practicality of forging a few good comrades seemed far superior, especially considering that my loyal allies would cost 200 less, wouldn't they? It appears that the aspiration to build aircraft must be postponed for another day, awaiting the return of the armed mining vehicles with, or after which he would possess the means to construct these two types of aircraft. Meanwhile, Qin Tian found himself troubled by financial concerns. While at the Soviet barracks and the Soviet replication center, the production of soldiers was thriving. From time to time, loyal brothers emerged from the assembly line of the Soviet barracks, donning their gear and stepping out, forming ranks outside, ready for the commands of their commander. The replication center operated similarly. Whenever a brother was produced in the barracks, a duplicate would be cloned here at no cost whatsoever. Meanwhile, at the lighthouse, Captain Mark of the Devouring Beasts found himself confined within a laboratory, where Dr. Carey prepared an array of materials to study this fusion of humanity and mana ecology, only to be abruptly interrupted by the arrival of personnel from the City Defense Forces. Chapter 79. Ran Bing prepared to take Mark on a journey. While Charles plotted a treacherous betrayal, Dr. Carey originally intended for her research personnel to conduct scientific studies on Mark, but their plans were abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of the City Defense Forces. The leading officer of the City Defense Forces announced that they were sent by the newly appointed deputy commander, saying, to implement preventive measures against a potential incident involving Mark going berserk in the incineration chamber. Subsequently, the officer, accompanied by two subordinates, entered the laboratory carrying a box of weapons and ammunition and positioned themselves before Mark, who had transformed into an extreme beast. Mockingly, they taunted Mark, tightly restrained by the mechanical arms in the laboratory. I care not whether you are a hero or a coward, but you have caused the death of my comrades in the incineration chamber, and I shall settle the score with you. With that, the officer raised his firearm and unleashed a barrage of shots at Mark, the bullets striking him with precision and causing blood to splatter. How dare you distribute resources to those filthy commoners? Who do you think you are? Do you really believe that the entire lighthouse is under your command? Dr. Carey observed through the specially tempered glass of a laboratory as the three officers tested Mark's physical resilience, instructing her subordinates to meticulously record the data. Unsatisfied with their initial attempts using handguns, the trio soon switched to assault rifles, which boasted greater power, faster firing rates, and superior penetration. With a relentless barrage of bullets raining down upon him, the transformed Mark endured immense agony, howling in pain as the weapons struck him repeatedly. After sustaining nearly 100 shots, Mark could no longer bear the torment. He threw his head back and let out a furious roar before lowering his head, seemingly succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing Mark's defeated posture, the three officers ceased their firing, genuinely fearing they might inadvertently kill him. For he was an exceedingly rare mana ecological hybrid. If they were to end his life, not only would they face the wrath of old Deng, but even Dr. Carey would not hesitate to eliminate them and use their bodies for experimentation. Seeing Mark in such a precarious state, Dr. Carey immediately ordered the three officers to withdraw and refrain from further attacking him. However, the officers disregarded her warning, intent on provoking Mark further, perceiving him merely as a dying beast restrained by mechanical arms, thus posing no real threat. Though they could not kill him outright, they were unwilling to forfeit such a prime opportunity. Approaching Mark, the leading officer continued to berate him, claiming that the city defense officer he had slain was the finest of security personnel. Suddenly, Mark retaliated, sinking his teeth into the shoulder of the leading officer and lifting him off the ground, flinging him aside. The officer on Mark's left, taken aback, attempted to draw his weapon but was swiftly swatted away by Mark's powerful hand, crashing into the laboratory wall with a heavy thud. At that moment, Mark, engulfed in a tempest of fury, managed to break free from the grip of the mechanical arm that restrained him. He advanced towards the last surviving pawn, intent on annihilating him as well. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, Dr. Carey urgently pressed the button to release the sedatives and anesthetics, successfully resubduing Mark and saving the defenseless city defense soldier from being torn to shreds. Meanwhile, lurking within the ceiling of the lighthouse corridor, Terror 2 continued to stealthily navigate, hoping to infiltrate the core areas of the lighthouse. Upon passing through an ajar iron door, he unexpectedly found himself in a passage leading to the prayer hall of the Shadow Church. At the passage's end stood two guards, adorned with masks and cloaked in the garb of the Shadow Church, wielding enforcement batons. Terror 2 dared not crawl past them directly, although the ceiling was painted black. Providing excellent camouflage for Terror 2, this was only effective when he remained still. Any movement could easily betray his presence. Furthermore, the ceiling of the lighthouse corridor was not particularly high, measuring approximately 3 meters. As the saying goes, if one stands motionless in an area that blends with the environment, others might overlook them entirely. However, the moment one stirs, those who might have disregarded them would instantly take notice, much like a game of hide-and-seek where even a few steps could lead to being spotted. Realistically, if Terror 2 wished to enter the prayer hall of the Shadow Church, he would have to traverse the line of sight of the 2 guards, significantly increasing the likelihood of detection. Hence, he chose not to attempt such a risky maneuver. Instead, he silently recorded the scene and uploaded the footage back to the command center of the Soviet main base for his commanders to review and make decisions. Upon receiving the video transmission from Terror 2, Qin Tian concluded that there was no necessity to infiltrate further and instructed Terror 2 to continue lurking above, evading detection as he ventured elsewhere for reconnaissance. Had Qin Tian completed watching the animated series Linglong, he would have known that at this moment, Wang was kneeling in the Shadow Church Hall, enduring lashes while pleading with Charles to spare Captain Mark and allow them to leave the lighthouse together. Upon hearing Ran Bing's plea, the alluring light bringer raised her whip, intending to strike the silver-haired maiden again, but was halted by Charles' hand. Very well. I believe the Lord of Shadows might grant your request this time, but it must adhere to the lighthouse's regulations. Mark shall depart with you under the watchful gaze of all lighthouse denizens, Charles remarked with a teasing tone, awaiting Ran Bing's response. After a brief silence, Ran Bing acquiesced to Charles' stipulation, agreeing that she and Mark would ascend to the lift platform under the scrutiny of the entire lighthouse populace. Once Ran Bing exited the Shadow Church Hall, the enticing light bringer sauntered forward, her hips swaying, inquiring of Charles whether he truly intended to spare Mark. After all, Mark's previous remarks and actions have led many to question and criticize the 3 guiding principles of the lighthouse. Therefore, the Illuminator fears that releasing Mark might further undermine these principles. Upon hearing the Illuminator's concerns, Charles merely curled the corners of his mouth in a subtle smile, revealing a cryptic expression. He had no intention of letting Mark off the hook. His plan was to allow Mark to embark on a journey under the watchful eyes of all at the lighthouse. When the opportune moment arrived, he would deploy a pawn to execute a covert strike against both Mark and Ran Bing, akin to the betrayal he had orchestrated against Old Deng and Qin Tian in the past. However, during the betrayal of Qin Tian, they had not anticipated that he could summon reinforcement from elsewhere, and that support arrived in the form of mechanized deities, with 3 airdrops landing directly on the lighthouse, leaving them no chance to intercept. Indeed, Charles himself had been taken aback by Qin Tian's mechanical deities, fortunate that only 3 biomechanical robots had come. Had there been a few more, they might have been sufficient to seize control of the entire lighthouse. Although Qin Tian had rendered their 8 sets of urban defense mechas inoperative, he had refrained from ordering his subordinates to indiscriminately slaughter their personnel, which is why Old Deng and Charles chose to tolerate the situation, recognizing their own culpability. Had Qin Tian unleashed those 3 biomechanical robots to wreak havoc at the lighthouse, both Old Deng and Charles would have been compelled to issue orders to eradicate Qin Tian and his allies at any cost. Nevertheless, what infuriated Charles the most was Qin Tian's obscene gesture towards him, which he perceived as a significant affront, especially since the individual who had insulted him was none other than Mark, whom they had brought back. Thus, Charles redirected his ire towards Mark, not for any other reason than that Qin Tian was not a member of the lighthouse, and his power and background remained unknown, making it impossible for Charles to exact revenge on him. Consequently, he could only vent his frustrations on Mark. Furthermore, Charles had learned from his subordinates within the Shadowlight Society that the members of Qin Tian's Red Alert faction possessed remnants of warplanes and tanks from the old world, which only heightened his reluctance to retaliate against Qin Tian. Do not inquire how Charles came to know this. When the scavengers returned, they would report the operational status to the Lighthouse Command Center, and Boris's summoning of MiG fighters to bombard the Flower Petal Beast was certainly a matter that the scavengers would have to report to the higher-ups. Therefore, it is not difficult for Charles to acquire this information. He could simply dispatch someone to inquire. Chapter 80. Jing Nan Speculation. The coordinates of the Red Alert main base exposed Ran Bing, dragging her injured body, departed from the hall of the Shadow Church, while Charles instructed his subordinates to make arrangements for Ran Bing and Mark's journey. However, those who have read the original anime are well aware that Charles would never allow Mark and his companions to escape. Therefore, the notion of facilitating their journey is merely a ruse, a pretext to publicly humiliate Mark before everyone at the lighthouse. When the truth of Mark becoming the devouring beast is revealed to the lighthouse community, it is bound to incite a tumultuous uproar among the populace. At that moment, Charles could easily incite further chaos, thus providing himself with a justifiable reason to execute Mark. After all, as long as Mark remains alive, Charles, as the acting lord of the city, is perpetually at risk of being unseated, for the majority of the lighthouse citizens still support Mark's claim to leadership. Even Charles's father, Old Deng Tu, backs Mark as the rightful lord of the lighthouse. This deep-seated animosity drives Charles to wish for Mark's demise daily, resorting even to threats, compelling 4068 to betray Mark and ensure his death. Meanwhile, Qin Tian remains unaware of the broader situation at the lighthouse, as Terror 2 is currently lurking within the internal passageways, unfamiliar with the lighthouse's structure and routes. Consequently, Terror 2 wanders aimlessly through the corridors, unsure of where each turn may lead. As Terror 2 scuttles about, utmost caution is crucial, for the corridors are frequented by numerous citizens and city defense forces, who occasionally traverse the passages to attend to various duties. At present, Terror 2 has trailed 2 members of the lighthouse's city defense forces from a distance along the ceiling of the passageway. After the 2 soldiers turn a corner, Terror 2 swiftly follows, eager to ascertain their destination. After several minutes, the 2 soldiers arrive at the control room of the lighthouse, swiping their cards to unlock the iron door and entering. However, Terror 2 cannot follow, as the control room is teeming with individuals, and entry would inevitably lead to exposure. Terror 2 merely needs to memorize the route and coordinates before returning to explore other sections of the lighthouse. Just as Terror 2 records the coordinates and path to the control room and turns to depart for further reconnaissance, the door to the command room swings open. The lighthouse's chief commander, Jing Nan, emerges, clutching a holographic electronic display. At that moment, she catches a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting across the ceiling. Yet the swiftness of the shadow renders it indistinct. What was that? Jing Nan immediately quickens her pace, eager to pursue the shadow that flitted by above. However, upon reaching the corner, she discovers that the lengthy corridor ceiling reveals nothing amiss. Oh, could have been a mistake? I distinctly saw something flash by just now. Could it be a mere illusion? Jing Nan found the long corridor eerily vacant, with nothing adorning the ceiling. Doubting his own perception, yet driven by caution, he resolved to inform his city defense forces to enhance their patrols within the lighthouse, lest an unforeseen situation arise that would leave them unprepared. Meanwhile, Terror 2 roamed the interior of the lighthouse, intermittently exploring the eastern and northern sections, meticulously documenting all routes and creating a detailed map of the internal passageways. He then compiled this information and uploaded it to the control room of the Soviet main base for the commander's perusal. Upon viewing the extensive footage and detailed records of the lighthouse's layout and routes sent by Terror 2, Qin Tian nodded in approval, commending his diligent efforts. This Terror 2 was indeed a capable assistant, and upon his return, Qin Tian vowed to reward him generously. Though he had acquired a substantial understanding of the lighthouse's general layout, internal structure, routes, and area distribution, he still felt that some critical information was lacking. Specifically, he was unaware of the total troop strength stationed at the lighthouse, the number of heavy mechs available, and, most crucially, whether the lighthouse possessed any anti-air capabilities. Thus, Terror 2 would need to continue his covert operations within the shadows of the lighthouse, uncovering further valuable intelligence for his commander. As the formidable robot lay in ambush within the lighthouse, Qin Tian had already powered down the command room screen at the Soviet main base. Addressing the system, he stated, System, my allied paratroopers have yet to be deployed today. I would like to utilize them now. Please select a drop zone within the confines of our red alert territory. Understood, host. The 10 free soldiers you requested are en route, being dispatched via express delivery. Please hold for a moment. Qin Tian was left speechless by the system's peculiar sense of humor. Before long, the sound of roaring engines filled the sky. As he stepped outside the Soviet main base and gazed upward, he beheld a military transport aircraft emblazoned with the emblem of the Allies, swiftly approaching the location of his red alert base. As the aircraft passed overhead, Qin Tian observed the rear cargo door swing open, releasing 10 small black figures that sequentially leapt from the plane. When these figures descended to a certain altitude, a cascade of blue and white parachutes blossomed in the air, revealing the paratroopers summoned by Qin Tian. In addition to witnessing the paratroopers' descent firsthand, the control room of the lighthouse, located several dozen kilometers away, also registered an anomaly. Commander Jing, our lighthouse radar has just detected an unknown target appearing over 50 kilometers away. This target, like our lighthouse, is also airborne. In the control room of the lighthouse, an operator, upon noticing a suddenly appearing moving red dot on the radar screen before him, promptly reported the situation to Jing Nan. Is it an unknown target in flight, much like us? Jing Nan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her delicate hand resting gently on her chin. After pondering for a moment, as if an idea had struck her, she immediately addressed her aide beside the operational screen. Please retrieve the location of the airdrop-type armored vehicle we previously gifted to the Red Alert forces, and then have the lighthouse radar monitor the flight trajectory of that unknown target. Understood, the aide responded, and promptly accessed the location information of the airdrop-type armored vehicle previously given to Qin Tian and his team. Airdrop-type armored vehicle, vehicle ID, omitted, current coordinates, omitted. The coordinates of vehicle ID show little deviation from its previous location. Moreover, we have calculated the flight trajectory of the unknown target. It will pass directly over the airdrop-type armored vehicle. Upon hearing the aide's report, Jing Nan scrutinized the screen in the lighthouse command room, her heart subtly forming a conjecture. By correlating the coordinates of the previously dropped airdrop containers with the trajectory of this unknown aerial object and the location of the airdrop-type armored vehicle, Jing Nan was able to ascertain that this location corresponded to the coordinates of Qin Tian's Red Alert base. Previously, Jing Nan had hesitated to fully confirm that the location of the airdrop-type armored vehicle was indeed the base of the Red Alert forces. She was uncertain whether Qin Tian and his team would deliberately mislead them by dropping the armored vehicle in a different location following their earlier misfortunes with the lighthouse. However, based on the trajectory of the unidentified flying object and the positions of the previously dropped containers, it became clear that the base of the Red Alert forces was precisely at the coordinates of the airdrop-type armored vehicle, with no alterations. How careless, Jing Nan murmured softly, lamenting Qin Tian's lack of precaution, as he seemed oblivious to the fact that the lighthouse had equipped every airdrop-type armored vehicle with a locator and corresponding identification number. Chapter 81. Jing Nan, drenched in sweat, refused to confront the unknown at Xuanwu Gate, gazing at the trajectory of the unidentified flying object displayed on the screen. Jing Nan marveled at Qin Tian's audacity for neglecting to safeguard their beacon, allowing them to effortlessly ascertain the ground coordinates of the Red Alert forces. Can the radar detect what that unidentified flying object is? Jing Nan inquired of the officer operating the radar screen, asking if it could discern the nature of the unidentified object. It remains unconfirmed for now, but we can analyze and compare the echo signals reflected from the beacon radar, and subsequently employ other technologies to infer the general shape and structure of the unidentified flying object. Very well, let us proceed with your method. Upon hearing the officer's response, Jing Nan felt a sense of satisfaction. While it may not provide the clear, detailed imaging akin to optical methods, deducing the approximate shape and construction was sufficient. After a little over 10 minutes, Jing Nan's officer successfully replicated a 3D model of the recently detected unidentified flying object and projected it onto the control room's large screen. As Jing Nan gazed at the recreated 3D model, she instructed her subordinates to sift through the archives of the old world on other computers, soon identifying the object on the screen. It was an aircraft from the old world, commonly known as a plane. However, its design did not resemble a civilian version, but rather appeared to be a military transport aircraft frequently employed by the armies of the old world. How is this possible? Jing Nan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. The previous airdrop containers from the Red Alert forces had already left her astounded. Yet now, these individuals had managed to produce a transport aircraft typically utilized by the military in the old world, and she had witnessed it firsthand. Although the team led by Feixue, who had returned with Mark, had previously reported to Jing Nan that the Red Alert forces possessed aircraft and tanks from the old world, she had initially harbored skepticism. Her doubts stemmed from having reviewed the archives of the beacon, which indicated that the last human stronghold left on the surface had been utterly breached by the Devourer beasts during the 11th year of the beacon's existence. Consequently, all human outposts on the surface had been annihilated, leading to the beacon's perpetual hovering in the sky and designating the ground as a perilous region unfit for human habitation. Now, however, it was evident that the Red Alert forces had not only managed to produce tanks and aircraft, but had also manufactured transport planes, compelling Jing Nan to accept the hunter's prior assertions. It was clear that the Red Alert forces' ability to deploy military vehicles, such as fighter jets and transport planes, indicated the existence of a military base from the old world. Moreover, the remnants of this military base must possess well-preserved equipment, with tanks, aircraft, and transport planes all operational. Since fighter jets and tanks can be utilized, does this imply that the long-range missiles, intercontinental missiles, and even nuclear warheads within that military base are also operational? Upon pondering this, Jing Nan was instantly drenched in sweat. Goodness, if that were indeed the case, the lighthouse would be in dire straits. While fighter jets and transport aircraft pose a significant threat to the lighthouse, with the turrets tracking missiles capable of intercepting them, long-range ballistic missiles, intercontinental missiles, and nuclear weapons are far beyond the lighthouse's capacity to withstand. Not to mention a single lighthouse. Even if 10 or 100 were present, they could not endure even a single low-yield tactical nuclear weapon. After all, when a nuclear weapon is unleashed, it renders all prior strangers as familiar faces. Already in a state of perspiration, Jing Nan swiftly clutched the electronic display screen in her arms and hastened out of the lighthouse control room, preparing to report to Old Deng. One wonders what expression Old Deng would wear upon learning that Qin Tian and his companions possessed an entire usable military base from the old world. Would he suffer a heart attack out of shock? Meanwhile, Qin Tian discovered an unexpected situation. During a comprehensive inspection of the airdrop armored vehicles, the engineers uncovered a locator device housed within the vehicle. This locator was integral to the airdrop armored vehicle and could not be dismantled. If not for the meticulous examination by professionals, it would have remained undetected. Upon relaying the inspection results to his commander, Qin Tian wore an expression of unsurprised realization. The lighthouse crew had indeed installed a tracking device on the airdrop armored vehicle. However, Qin Tian had anticipated this, as there is no profit without effort. Previously, he had dispatched the terror robots to incapacitate 8 of their heavy mechas. Remarkably, upon their departure, the lighthouse even offered them a supply transport vehicle and an airdrop armored vehicle, leaving Qin Tian skeptical of the lighthouse's intentions. Nevertheless, he had not concerned himself with this matter initially, as the early stages of developing his Red Alert base genuinely required that airdrop armored vehicle. It was not until the emergence of the anti-air tracked vehicle that he overlooked the airdrop armored vehicle. Yet, at this point, its presence or absence mattered little. For the moment the tank factory and anti-air tracked vehicle came into existence, it became evident that the lighthouse no longer posed a threat to the safety of Qin Tian's base. You claim your lighthouse possesses a central electromagnetic cannon? I could deploy a dozen anti-air tracked vehicles and several anti-air artillery pieces a few kilometers from my base. You dare assert that the lighthouse can breach my defenses? Before even approaching within a kilometer of Qin Tian's Red Alert main base, they would be met with a barrage from the anti-air tracked vehicles and artillery, reduced to mere fireworks. Thus, whether or not they possess a tracking device is of little consequence to Qin Tian, for his terror units are also lurking within the lighthouse. Are they not? As seasoned strategists, Let neither side cast stones at the other. Even if the aftermath of the chaos caused by the Second Terror reveals the truth, and the individuals from the lighthouse discover that it was the Qin Tian Hong Qin forces behind the misdeeds, they would still have to endure the consequences. Qin Tian confidently asserts, "If you're unconvinced, come to the Xuanwu Gate and let us see who is truly afraid. Are you brave enough to confront me?" The lighthouse responds, "Of course, we dare not." This unwavering strength instills confidence in Qin Tian. Regardless of the formidable central electromagnetic cannon capable of annihilating monarch-level devourers, why not confront my apocalypse tank? Furthermore, Qin Tian has discerned the coordinates of the lighthouse. Should he wish to engage them, he could strategically position the apocalypse tank along their anticipated route, waiting to greet them with a barrage of purple eggs, the Mammoth Tooth anti-air missile. However, it is essential to establish beforehand that the victor shall be deemed human, while the vanquished must feed the devourers. Chapter 82. The Ascendance of the River of Souls. The legendary backstabber Charles, although the location of Qin Tian's primary base in the Red Alert had been exposed, he remained undaunted. He was certain that the group of cowardly individuals at the lighthouse would not dare to approach. The lighthouse's assessment mirrored Qin Tian's own. They were not only hesitant to advance, but were also terrified to the point of sweating profusely as Jing Nan envisioned Qin Tian's Red Alert forces commanding the firepower of an entire military base from the old world. "Quickly, elevate the lighthouse and increase our speed. We must depart from the vicinity of the Red Alert forces post-haste." After reporting the situation to Old Deng, Jing Nan rushed back to the control room, commanding the operators to raise the lighthouse to approximately 10,000 meters and then to flee at full speed. Those with keen intellect inferred the gravity of the situation upon hearing Jing Nan's orders. As the lighthouse suddenly ascended and distanced itself, Qin Tian, who had been enjoying fresh water at the Soviet main base, instantly sensed something amiss. He noticed the green dot on the screen, representing the lighthouse, rapidly moving away. "Damn, why are these lighthouse folks so cowardly? They're fleeing from dozens of kilometers away. Is this really necessary?" Qin Tian gazed at the retreating green dot, his expression one of exasperation. Had the lighthouse been approaching his Red Alert base, he could have sent the apocalypse tanks to intercept them. However, the lighthouse's trajectory indicated a hasty retreat to another location, revealing their fear to even approach. In this predicament, Qin Tian found himself powerless to stop them, merely a spectator to their cowardice. While the lighthouse fled, the ritual for Mark's departure remained unabated. Even as the lighthouse ascended to an altitude exceeding 5,000 meters, Charles instructed his subordinates to continue the ceremonial proceedings for Mark and Ran Bing without interruption. Although the platform could not descend from such a height, Charles had never intended for Mark to leave the lighthouse alive. This journey was merely a ruse orchestrated by Charles, aimed at legally eliminating Mark on the lighthouse itself. This was the true motive of the cunning Charles. As two rows of lighthouse citizens clad in ceremonial attire emerged, several armored soldiers in red mech suits flanked the procession to maintain order and avert any unforeseen incidents. Mark was restrained on a movable iron platform, being transported like cargo toward the ascending platform. However, a tattered cloth obscured his figure, rendering his appearance unrecognizable to the onlookers. At that moment, a voice rose from the crowd. "Captain Mark, you must seek the truth for us." "Indeed, Captain Mark and Deputy Officer Ran Bing. You must strive to uncover the truth for us." The others were ignited by those words, exuberantly echoing their sentiments, extolling their scavenger commander, Captain Mark, alongside Deputy Officer Ran Bing. The crowd of lighthouse denizens erupted in cheers, their voices rising in fervor. Even the lurking figure of Terror 2, scuttling through the internal passages of the lighthouse, was drawn to the commotion outside. Upon uploading the footage to the main base's control room for Commander Qin Tian to review, Terror 2 began its return journey. As for why Terror 2 ceased its exploration within the lighthouse, it was due to Commander Qin Tian's curiosity about the events transpiring at the lighthouse's outer ring after viewing the uploaded footage. He commanded Terror 2 to retrace its steps and witness the unfolding spectacle. Upon arriving back at the lighthouse's entrance, Qin Tian discerned the cause of the uproar outside, the impending journey of Mark and Ranbing. However, he pondered the relevance of this to himself. Just as Qin Tian contemplated ordering Terror 2 to delve back into the lighthouse, he was startled to witness the previously jubilant crowd suddenly fall silent. What transpired? Why had this cacophony of raucous voices been extinguished? Terror 2, return and ascertain what has happened. Upon receiving the command from his superior, Terror 2 promptly reversed course, returning to its earlier concealed observation point at the lighthouse's outer ring. What on earth is this? It resembles a hideous hybrid of a snake and a dog. Snake dog, are you not courteous? Qin Tian was taken aback by the footage uploaded by Terror 2, revealing two members of the city defense force clad in heavy exosuits, wielding melee weapons, hurting the terrified dust denizens surrounding Deputy Officer Ranbing of the scavenger team. On the metallic platform behind Ranbing lay a towering, grotesque creature riddled with bullet holes, strikingly reminiscent of a devourer beast. From the footage transmitted by Terror 2, Qin Tian overheard the dust denizens exclaiming that this formidable creature, marred by wounds, was none other than Commander Mark. Beside Mark's transport platform stood an irate dust denizen, who, as he hastened alongside the departing convoy, pointed at Mark and labeled him a monster. Not only he, but even those who had recently celebrated Mark's valor turned from exuberance to dread upon witnessing his devourer-like form. Panic ensued as they began to retreat, fearful of being ensnared or bitten by the transformed Captain Mark. At that moment, several members of the Shadow Council, concealed within the crowd, perceived that the time was ripe. They immediately began to manipulate the minds of the foolish populace, proclaiming that Mark must have blasphemed against the Lord of Shadows, which led to his dire punishment. Absurd and futile as their rhetoric was, the gullible citizens of the lighthouse chose to believe them, hurling insults at Mark, who had transformed into a devourer, and even demanding the execution of the once helpful commander of hunters by fire. Such nonsensical declarations left Qin Tian, far away at the Red Alert main base, utterly speechless. Yet, the lighthouse's ignorant masses remained steadfast in their belief in the words of the Shadow Council members. Meanwhile, the Thor's Hammer mercenaries, summoned by Charles, discreetly withdrew from the crowd and vanished into the shadows after inciting the emotions of the foolish citizens. Upon witnessing the ungrateful masses of the lighthouse barking mindlessly, Ranbing rose to deliver a passionate speech, hoping to awaken their dormant conscience. However, before she could finish, she was struck down by a headshot. On the transport platform, Mark, upon seeing his beloved wife suddenly collapse from a fatal shot, was instantly consumed by rage. He howled ferociously, desperately clawing at the chains that bound him, attempting to break free and confront the insufferable commoners and the elite. Observing this scene from a concealed location, Kong Air promptly uploaded the footage back to the main base. Wait, the enemy hasn't even arrived, and they're already in disarray? The lighthouse is truly remarkable, Qin Tian mused, as his earlier displeasure about the lighthouse's retreat began to dissipate upon viewing Kong Air's footage. He speculated that Mark's transformation was likely the result of Charles's meddling. It seemed that Charles had betrayed him shortly after collaborating with Old Deng, and now he had turned against Mark as well. Given the current circumstances, it was probable that Charles had also betrayed Mark's father. Haggis, you are truly the legendary king of backstabbing. Chapter 83. Those who mix with danger will eventually pay the price. The moment of terror 2 unleashed. As Qin Tian gazed upon the first-person footage transmitted by Terror 2, he couldn't help but feel that the people of the lighthouse were truly beyond redemption, akin to a horde of mindless fools. A mere provocation or a slight incitement was enough to strip them of all rationality in an instant. Mark, witnessing his beloved wife collapse to the ground in hunger, roared in fury, yearning to break free from his restraints and tear apart those who had harmed Ranbing. Unfortunately, the 4 iron chains binding Mark, though seemingly modest, were exceedingly resilient. No matter how he struggled or pulled, his efforts proved futile, leaving him trapped firmly on the transport platform. The cowardly dust dwellers, upon witnessing Mark's wrath and his intent to attack, were paralyzed with fear and began to retreat frantically. Those positioned nearer to the interior fared somewhat better. Their retreat, merely resulted in discomfort against the wall. However, the dust dwellers at the periphery faced a grim fate. The protective netting constructed by the lighthouse was crafted with crude welding techniques, rendering it incapable of bearing substantial weight. Consequently, as the multitude of dust dwellers pressed against it, the aging and poorly constructed netting succumbed and collapsed, dragging down not just one or two, but a significant number of individuals. With a catastrophic descent, a swarm of bodies plummeted, and while some fortunate souls landed atop the metal roofs below, many others fell from the towering height of the lighthouse, 1,000 meters above. Help! I do not wish to die. The Lord of Light and Shadow had been provoked. This is our punishment. Burn that beast. Otherwise, the Lord of Light and Shadow shall continue to unleash retribution. Please, someone pull me up. I cannot hold on any longer. A multitude of dust dwellers cascaded from the lighthouse, and the serpentine beasts on the ground, previously starving and reduced to gnawing at the earth, were met with a sudden bounty from above. As they lifted their heads, they discovered a veritable feast descending from the sky. The serpents and beasts wasted no time, eagerly commencing their consumption of the fallen dust dwellers, siphoning the essence of life from their lifeless forms. Most of the dust dwellers, upon impact, were shattered into pieces, their crimson blood staining the surrounding yellow desert. Two soldiers clad in heavy mechanized armor, wielding close combat weapons, witnessed the tragedy unfold as numerous dust dwellers plummeted to their demise. Driven by Mark's intimidation, they promptly advanced, determined to halt Mark's rampage. The two armored soldiers approached with purpose, raising their melee weapons capable of discharging high-voltage electricity, and directed them toward Mark, who had transformed into a ravenous beast. The shock inflicted upon him elicited agonized cries, and he longed to rend the two soldiers who had dared to electrocute him. Regrettably, bound by iron chains, he found himself powerless to act. Stop, please. Cease this at once. Upon witnessing Mark being electrocuted, Ran Bing immediately shouted at the two members of the City Defense Army, pleading with them to cease their assault on him. The soldiers, clad in heavy exoskeletons, hesitated momentarily upon hearing her words, but ultimately lowered their weapons, refraining from further shocking Mark. As Ran Bing gazed at Mark's anguished expression, tears of compassion streamed from her beautiful eyes. She gently wept as she reached out to caress his face, striving to soothe his turmoil. Meanwhile, the shadowy members of the lurking organization among the crowd could no longer contain themselves once they observed Mark's emotion stabilize. They swiftly reignited the fervor within the masses. That creature is faltering. Now is our chance. Let's swiftly eliminate them. Follow me, declared a cloaked commoner, raising his hand to hurl insults at Mark, thereby inciting the ire of the gathered populace. In an instant, a throng of commoners surged onto the transport platform, launching a barrage of punches and kicks at Mark, with no mercy spared even for Ran Bing, who found herself embroiled in the chaos. The instigator, witnessing the ensuing tumult, lowered his hood and smirked malevolently before nonchalantly slipping away. Despite Ran Bing's formidable skills, she struggled to fend off the onslaught from so many attackers, barely managing to hold her ground. As for Mark, he refrained from retaliating against the vile mob, enduring their blows with a sense of reluctant resignation. The two soldiers in heavy exosuits, while declaring that no one could impede Mark and his companions, stood motionless, merely observing the brutal scene unfold without any inclination to intervene. This ironic tableau was truly disheartening. Kong Air recorded all that transpired with Mark and uploaded the footage to the command center of the Soviet Union's main base for his commander's perusal. Charles, that little blonde rascal is indeed ruthless. Not only does he humiliate the delicate wife, but he also drags Mark's dignity through the dirt. What a heinous act. Qin Tian mused as he watched the footage, lamenting Charles's cruelty. Given the current circumstances, it seemed increasingly unlikely that Mark and his companions would escape the lighthouse. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Qin Tian. Having witnessed enough of the unfolding drama, and with the chaos among Mark's group reaching a crescendo, it was time for him to give the order for Kong Air to take action. Kong Ar, initiate demolition mode. Dismantle everything in sight. with the intent of maximizing damage to the lighthouse. Upon receiving his commander's command, Kong Air's eyes gleamed with a crimson light as he charged into the internal corridors of the lighthouse, demolishing anything in his path. Pipes? Destroyed. Electronic devices? Obliterated. Iron doors? Wrecked. City defense soldiers? Annihilated. City defense soldiers. Two armed city defense soldiers happened to pass by and witnessed the chaotic destruction occurring in the corridor. Just as they intended to raise their weapons to aim, the assailant swiftly approached them. In an instant, two swift glimmers of cold light flashed, and the soldiers were severed into several pieces. A copious amount of blood gushed forth from their severed limbs, staining a significant portion of the corridor red. Meanwhile, the control room of the lighthouse was filled with the piercing sound of alarms, indicating that the internal corridor had been compromised and that some vital facilities had sustained damage, necessitating immediate repairs. Observing this, Jing Nan promptly activated his earpiece communication, requesting the city defense forces to send a few engineers to investigate the situation within the corridor and ascertain the cause of the sudden destruction of essential facilities. Chapter 84. Terror 2's rampage at the lighthouse in a chaotic frenzy. Terror 2 wreaked havoc upon the lighthouse, indiscriminately dismantling everything in sight. Pipes, iron doors, electronic devices, and instruments all fell victim to its razor-sharp appendages, leaving nothing unscathed. The control room of the lighthouse blared with piercing alarms, signaling extensive damage to the internal equipment and necessitating immediate repairs to avert the failure of crucial functions. Observing the warning flashing on the control room screens, Jing Nan promptly activated her headset, instructing the maintenance department to dispatch personnel to investigate the source of the malfunction. She also notified the city defense forces, requesting them to accompany the maintenance crew to ensure safety against any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, Mark and Ranbing found themselves besieged by an enraged mob of dustmen. Just as their endurance was waning, Unit 4068 ascended to the transport platform, joining forces with Ranbing to fend off the frenzied attackers. Despite the assistance, Ranbing struggled to hold his ground against the overwhelming numbers, as he focused on defending against the assailants. The very dustman who had initially branded Mark a monster suddenly brandished a dagger, attempting a stealthy assault on Ranbing. Upon witnessing this, 4068 shouted a warning and rushed to assist, only to be swiftly incapacitated by a sweeping kick. Fortunately, Ranbing heeded the warning and managed to intercept the assailant's arm, thwarting the surprise attack. The thwarted dustman, realizing his plan had failed, raised his dagger with the intent to strike Ranbing down. However, before he could act, he was abruptly shot in the head, collapsing before the astonished crowd. As the remaining dustmen fell silent, they looked up to find the shooter was the law enforcer, Hagwang, positioned high within the lighthouse, accompanied by several members of the Shadow Council, including Charles. After dispatching the would-be assassin, Hagwang nonchalantly lowered his weapon and addressed the agitated dustmen with a calm yet authoritative tone. No one shall interfere with the journey ritual. Though Hagwang's timely intervention had spared Ranbing from imminent peril, she remained tense, her gaze fixed intently on Charles, the two locked in a silent, intense standoff. Just then, the hooded dustman reappeared, addressing Charles from his elevated position. Leader, Mark is stained with the blood of innocent souls from the lighthouse. If he is allowed to leave alive, the Master of Shadows will surely unleash divine retribution once more. The recent tragedy serves as the most compelling evidence. Therefore, esteemed leader, you must ensure that this monster, Mark, does not leave the lighthouse alive. As the words of this commoner fell, others echoed in agreement. Even the upper class began to incite unrest. Indeed, a creature like Mark, whose hands are stained with the blood of innocent lighthouse citizens, must not be allowed to escape. Such a monster could never bring truth back to our lighthouse. If allowed to leave alive, he may pose a significant threat in the future. Thus, esteemed leader, I strongly advocate for placing this beast on the pyre and burning him to eliminate any future peril. Yes, let him die. Let him die. Both the upper class and commoners fervently supported the decision to execute Captain Mark, their voices rising in fervor. Watching the grotesque faces of the commoners around her, Ran Bing felt a profound numbness within her, her exquisite features twisted by fury. Observing the indignant expressions of the lighthouse citizens, the candy-like Charles slowly raised his arm, gesturing in agreement with the crowd's desire to see Mark condemned to the flames. "Charles, you promised me." Ran Bing's eyes widened in disbelief upon witnessing Charles' consent to the crowd's call for Mark's execution. She was about to question him, but was abruptly silenced by a blow to the head from a commoner behind her, rendering her unconscious. A horde of commoners mindlessly surged onto the transport platform, seizing tools to unleash their pent-up rage upon Mark. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was oblivious to the turmoil surrounding Mark, as he was currently orchestrating chaos within the lighthouse with Terror 2. Anyone daring to obstruct him, be they human or otherwise, was swiftly eliminated. The corridors of the lighthouse were strewn with wrecked equipment and shattered pipes, remnants of limbs scattered about, and the floor was awash with blood. Bodies of the city defense forces mingled with those of the Shadow Guild, for these were the individuals attempting to thwart Terror 2's rampage. The remaining upper-class citizens and researchers, witnessing Terror 2's slaughter, were paralyzed with fear, some even fainting or losing control of their bladders. The scene within the corridor resembled a hellish nightmare, with blood and human remains everywhere. Not a single body was left intact, each dismembered or cleaved in two. As for the ordinary upper-class citizens terrified to the point of collapse, Terror 2 paid them no heed. For the havoc he wreaked would surely summon a battalion of heavily armored scavengers and city defense soldiers to confront him. Thus, Terror 2 must now make a hasty retreat. For him, unarmored soldiers are merely targets for slaughter, while those clad in heavy armor significantly increase the difficulty of elimination. Although soldiers in heavy armor are equally doomed to swift demise once Terror 2 approaches. The large-caliber firearms wielded by the heavily armored mechs possess the capability to penetrate the special metallic exoskeleton of the Terror robot, inflicting considerable damage. Consequently, Qin Tian intends to avoid a reckless confrontation. Instead, he plans to employ tactics of evasion and ambush, aiming to maximize the losses incurred by the Lighthouse faction. After all, who could forget the treachery of Old Deng and the little blonde who betrayed Qin Tian previously? As the saying goes, vengeance must be exacted, for one who does not repay such grievances is no gentleman. Had it not been for the unfamiliarity with the terrain shared by both Qin Tian and the Terror robot, he would have already instructed Terror 2 to confront Charles directly, severing his head, and subsequently launching a final assault on the crystal to conclude the game. Chapter 85, Charles Speculation. Terror of the Killing God within the corridors of the lighthouse. A scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare unfolded. The ground was strewn with the dismembered limbs and visceral remains of both the city defense forces and the members of the Shadow Society. The corpses bore witness to a horrific fate. Some bodies were grotesquely severed into segments, while organs and entrails lay scattered about. Others had been cleaved in two from the head down. There have sprawled across the floor, mingling brain matter and blood with a plethora of internal organs. Among the chaos, the cosplayers resembling the 2.5 version of Wugo, as well as soldiers with severed limbs, appeared to be among the most intact corpses amidst the carnage. Blood, vivid crimson, painted the surroundings, transforming the once pitch-black exterior of the Terror into a deep maroon due to the excessive staining. This alteration rendered the creature's appearance even more terrifying, with its razor-sharp limbs now dripping with blood and speckled with remnants of human tissue. The citizens of the lighthouse, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, were paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Some were so overwhelmed that they lost control of their bladders, desperately wishing to flee, yet finding their legs turned to lead, rendering them incapable of escape. They could only huddle on the floor, weeping and pleading for mercy. "Help! There's a monster here. Please don't kill me. I'm just an ordinary person. I beg you, spare my life." The terrified citizens pleaded fervently, yet the Terror paid them no heed. With the chaos he had unleashed inside the lighthouse, the city defense forces outside would surely don their heavy armor and come searching for him. Thus, the Terror knew he must swiftly change his position to evade confrontation, for a direct clash with the heavily armored soldiers was unnecessary. His commander had explicitly instructed him to hide whenever possible, engaging only when absolutely unavoidable, and even then, to employ cunning ambush tactics rather than brute force. Consequently, the terror had no time to concern himself with the panicked citizens. He deftly maneuvered his sharp limbs, hastily traversing the corridor in search of a strategic location to lie in wait. Meanwhile, Charles was preoccupied with plotting against Mark when he received alarming news from his subordinate. A member of the Shadow Society reported that an unidentified creature had breached the lighthouse's interior. This creature was wreaking havoc, having already claimed the lives of several Shadow Society members and armed city defenders alike. Most chilling of all was the creature's ruthlessly brutal method of killing, leaving the fallen soldiers in a state of utter disarray, hardly a whole body remaining. Did you manage to discern the specific appearance of this unidentified creature? Charles inquired, his brow furrowing slightly upon hearing the report. An unknown entity infiltrating the lighthouse? The structure hovered several kilometers above the ground. How could such a creature breach its defenses without detection? Even the unidentified creature concealed itself within the lighthouse before unleashing a gruesome rampage, rather than launching an attack the moment it ascended. This suggests a remarkable level of intelligence, as it opted to lie in wait until it reached the interior of the lighthouse before striking. Charles first inquired of his subordinates whether anyone had caught a glimpse of the creature's true form, subsequently lost in contemplative musings. Some reports indicated that the creature seemed to only assault those who attempted to confront or impede its progress, with minimal fatalities among the unarmed civilians. Only 3 had perished. Of those 3 unfortunate souls, 2 were mistakenly slain by their own comrades, likely due to the city defense force's gunfire ricocheting off the walls or the creature itself, inadvertently resulting in their deaths. Survivors described the creature as resembling a biomechanical entity from the bygone era, manifesting as a colossal black spider. Its method of attack involved its exceedingly sharp limbs, which could effortlessly sever steel plates, an astonishing display of lethality. As Charles's subordinates relayed their findings and speculations, it became evident that they were quite astute. Charles, however, dismissed the earlier civilian casualties, for their fates held no significance for him. His primary concern lay with the unidentified creature, particularly upon hearing his subordinate's description likening it to an ancient biomechanical robot. The notion that such a robotic entity could take the form of a massive black spider, wielding razor-sharp appendages, immediately conjured memories of Qin Tian and the Red Alert forces he commanded. After all, during the betrayal alongside Old Deng, 3 such black biomechanical entities had descended from the heavens, utilizing their incredibly sharp limbs to dismantle 8 of their city defense forces' heavy mechas. Thus, Charles was left with an indelible impression of these enormous, jet-black spiders with lethal appendages. Was it indeed the handiwork of the Red Alert faction? What was Qin Tian truly scheming? Could it be that he harbored resentment towards the lighthouse due to past grievances, seizing this chaos as an opportunity for vengeance? Chapter 86. The inept wife, Feixue and Erica come to the rescue. Charles had deduced the identity of the entity that had invaded the lighthouse. It was none other than the Red Alert forces led by Qin Tian. Their motive was likely revenge for the previous betrayal he had orchestrated alongside Old Deng against Qin Tian. With this realization, the course of action became clear. He immediately instructed his subordinates to organize a team to seal off all exits from the inner lighthouse, ensuring that all members of the city defense and the Shadow Society donned heavy exoskeletons before entering. As for Mark, it sufficed to leave a few heavy exoskeletons with the Shadow Society and the scavengers. The remainder should be redirected to encircle the unidentified entity lurking within the lighthouse. With clarity in his mind, Charles promptly ordered his men to block all pathways leading from the inner lighthouse to the outside. Subsequently, he directed the city defense forces and members of the Shadow Society to equip themselves with heavy exoskeletons before launching an offensive against the terrifying robotic entity, a decisive action to trap the foe. Those soldiers not clad in heavy exoskeletons were to remain outside, forbidden from stepping into the lighthouse's corridors. Charles was acutely aware of the capabilities of the biomechanical entity. Allowing unprotected soldiers to enter would only subject them to merciless slaughter, leaving them with no capacity for resistance. Though the heavy exoskeletons were hardly a match for the biomechanical creature, the caliber and power of their weaponry at least offered a means to inflict damage. The lighthouse's corridors were narrow, providing limited space for evasion. When confronted with concentrated fire from the heavy exoskeletons, the biomechanical entity would find its options for retreat severely restricted. While it was true that the confined space within the lighthouse allowed limited maneuverability, it also presented opportunities for ambush and surprise attacks. Thus, both sides possessed their respective advantages and disadvantages. The outcome would ultimately hinge on the skill, tactics, and combat awareness displayed during their inevitable encounter. Meanwhile, at Mark's location, after Ran Bing was knocked unconscious by a strike from a civilian, members of the Shadow Society placed a metal shackle around her neck to restrict her movements. The expedition of Mark and Ran Bing was abruptly canceled. Both were taken to the execution platform, where Ran Bing was forced to kneel. Witnessing Mark being coerced by several Shadow Society members clad in heavy exoskeletons to stand on the platform. Upon regaining consciousness, Ran Bing's first sight was Mark, who was roaring in defiance atop the execution platform. Instinctively, she attempted to rush towards him. However, just a few steps into her attempt, the iron shackle around her neck tightened, restraining her. A member of the Shadow Society, positioned behind her, pressed a button on a remote control. The shackle began to constrict, causing the veins in her delicate neck to bulge painfully, rendering her immensely uncomfortable. Observing the torment inflicted upon his beloved, Mark could do nothing but helplessly roar from the center of the execution platform, as he too was bound by a specially crafted iron chain. Regardless of Mark's struggles and cries, his efforts were futile. He could only watch helplessly as his beautiful young wife was subjected to humiliation by others. Much like an impotent husband, the crowd of ignorant onlookers, witnessing the scene, began to raise their hands in a chorus of shouts, urging the leader to swiftly command the execution of Mark's monstrous form on the pyre. As a member of the Light and Shadow Society, clad in resplendent red, finished their chant, the execution of Mark commenced in earnest. The pyre was ignited, and soon a searing flame enveloped Mark's entire being, mercilessly scorching his skin and flesh. Ruan Bing could only kneel on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she silently observed her husband being turned into a barbecue. Their identities oscillated, reminiscent of a pair of inept husband and wife. As Mark cried out in agony, nearing the point of being cooked to medium, the other members of the scavenger squad rushed to his aid. Feixue, with a swift motion of her sniper rifle, felled the Light and Shadow Society member overseeing the execution, her shot striking the fuel canister strapped to the back of the armored figure. Despite the armor's protection, the impact knocked the member down, causing the fuel canister to rupture. The spilled fuel ignited upon contact with the flames from the execution pyre, rapidly engulfing the member in a violent explosion. The blast interrupted the execution, allowing Mark, who was nearly half-cooked, to escape with his life. Meanwhile, the vigilant scavenger hunters and city defense forces had yet to locate Feixue when they were suddenly confronted by Erica, clad in heavy armor and wielding a shield and Gatling gun, as she leapt toward them. With a triumphant cry, Erica landed gracefully amidst the anguished wails of the scavengers, using her shield to elbow the member of the Light and Shadow Society who had been restraining Ruan Bing. The shackles controlling Ruan Bing fell to the ground, shattered by Erica's shield, granting her freedom once more. "I have you all surrounded," Erica declared, raising her Gatling gun and unleashing a barrage upon the nearby, unsuspecting member of the Light and Shadow Society. Despite their armored protection, the member was forced back, ultimately tumbling from the tower. Chapter 87. Ran Bing discovers the truth. Reestablishes the heavy squad's entry into the lighthouse. Clad in formidable heavy armor, Erica executed an epic leap, landing with precision before a throng of city defense soldiers and other scavengers, causing them to stagger backward in shock. Meanwhile, a member of the Shadow Society, donning red heavy armor and wielding a melee weapon, stood by, momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Erica cast a glance at him, then raised her Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed squarely at the red-armored member of the Shadow Society. The unfortunate individual, despite the protection of his heavy armor, found himself battered by Erica's relentless gunfire, ultimately tumbling from the execution platform and plummeting from the towering lighthouse. As he descended, Erica redirected her Gatling gun towards the ground before the remaining soldiers and scavengers, firing to instill terror. A multitude of bullets rained down, striking the floor in front of the beleaguered scavengers, with a few ricocheting off the hard surface to graze the thighs of some unfortunate souls. However, such occurrences were rare. Most of the scavengers remained unscathed, merely frightened into retreat by Erica's display. On a higher platform, Charles, lost in contemplation about the terrifying robots, was abruptly jolted by the sounds of conflict below. He stepped forward and peered down at the execution platform, but before he could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, a gun was pressed against his head. "Tell your people to cease at once, or I shall blow your brains out." The assailant was none other than Gavin, a member of the scavenger team closely allied with Mark and the others. "Do you dare pull the trigger?" Charles shot a glance at Gavin, attempting to feign calmness in his response. Yet, Gavin remained silent, instead directing the gun's muzzle toward the nearby bystander from the Shadow Society and unhesitatingly squeezing the trigger. Shadow Society armor. Bang! Ah, my leg! You son of a... The unfortunate member of the Shadow Society, who had merely been a passive observer, found himself inexplicably shot. Although he longed to curse Gavin, the sight of the gun still trained on him silenced his protests, and he wisely chose to remain mute. At that moment, Mo City arrived in a comprehensive terrain exploration vehicle, a jump spider, loaded with a contingent of bread people, racing towards the execution platform. Once Mo City reached the site and halted the vehicle, Jeff promptly advanced to unlock the platform for Mark. The sudden turn of events at the execution platform was unforeseen by Charles, who found himself held at gunpoint, immobilized. Nevertheless, he had a backup plan. He began to provoke Gavin verbally, revealing the truth that it was not the devourer beast that had killed Mark, but rather 4068. Upon hearing this, Gavin immediately directed his firearm towards Charles's companion, 4068, and inquired if it was he who had slain Mark. As Gavin's attention was successfully diverted, Charles's subordinate seized the opportunity to approach stealthily, gripping Gavin's throat with a single hand and lifting him. Concealed in a distant location, Feixue, who had been poised to take a shot, intended to eliminate the assailant targeting Gavin, but was unexpectedly ambushed. The attacker was none other than the luminary Vandy. With Feixue's predicament escalating, Gavin found himself utterly helpless, firmly restrained by Charles's henchman, his weapon clattering to the ground. Observing this, Charles advanced to deactivate Gavin's earpiece, revealing the truth to Ran Bing, Mo Chung, Jeff, and Erica. He disclosed that it was he who had orchestrated Mark's demise, altered Ran Bing's breeding mission, and even incited the recent civil unrest. Upon concluding his revelations, Charles commanded his underling to snap Gavin's neck, discarding the lifeless body onto the ground as if it were mere refuse. Witnessing Gavin's brutal end ignited a fierce wrath among Mo Chung and the others, who raised their firearms in unison, aiming to obliterate Charles. However, they were caught off guard when an RPG suddenly soared in from a distance, flipping their vehicle, the Jump Spider Terrain Exploration Unit, upside down. Before they could regain their composure, a second RPG followed closely behind. Fortunately, Erica reacted swiftly, raising her shield just in time to deflect it. The RPG, upon striking her shield, did not detonate due to a miscalculated angle, instead veering off and striking Mark, who had just been rescued. Mark cried out, "For my peanuts! For my peanuts, brother!" Upon witnessing Mark's injury from the RPG, Erica anxiously turned to assess his wounds, only to be accurately struck by a third RPG, which rendered her unconscious. As chaos erupted around the execution platform, the surrounding areas of the lighthouse descended into turmoil once more. Shifting scenes to Terror 2, who wreak havoc within the lighthouse. Charles dispatched a multitude of heavy mech units to encircle him. What transpired within the lighthouse? Had the extreme beasts invaded? The devastation was unimaginable. 5 soldiers clad in heavy mech armor, upon entering the corridors of the lighthouse, were profoundly shaken by the hellish scene that unfolded before them. They were greeted by the gruesome sight of dismembered bodies. Xiangyang, Louis XVI, and numerous human remains scattered throughout the passage. The blood that had once flowed freely had congealed, transforming from a vivid crimson to a dark red, with the walls and ceilings adorned with the remnants of this sanguine carnage. The floor was drenched in a dark crimson hue, with each step threatening to tread upon the severed limbs or organs of fallen comrades. 2 soldiers from the city defense force, whose psychological fortitude was lacking, were instantly overwhelmed by the gruesome sight in the corridor, promptly removing their heavy visors to retch. The 3 other soldiers clad in similar heavy gear, although they did not succumb to vomiting like their 2 companions, were not in a much better state. What manner of creature has our leader summoned us to confront? It is utterly barbaric. I feel a sense of dread. Can we truly contend with such a horror? Are we destined to perish here as well? Silence. Regardless of the dire circumstances, we must continue to execute the orders given by our leader. Those who wish to survive, prepare for battle. The squad leader barked an order, momentarily rousing his 4 subordinates from their stupor. Though he too was gripped by fear, as the leader, he could not allow such emotions to surface. Chapter 88. The 3 teams failed assault on the terrifying robots despite the overwhelming fear that gripped him. The squad leader would never allow such emotions to surface in front of his subordinates. Otherwise, the very morale of his team would disintegrate even before confronting the enemy. Within the confines of the lighthouse, there existed multiple teams undertaking the mission to eradicate the terrifying robots, yet their configurations remained largely consistent, each comprising 5 members. The teams consisted of 3 city defense soldiers clad in heavy exoskeletons and wielding high-caliber firearms, alongside 2 members of the Shadow Society, similarly adorned in red heavy exoskeletons and armed with melee weapons. The 3 soldiers provided long-range firepower suppression, while the 2 members engaged in close combat to prevent the terrifying robots from advancing. This composition of a 5-member unit was a concept only Charles could devise. Yet they underestimated the terror that lay ahead. What rendered the robots so fearsome was not merely their grotesque appearance, but their sheer, overwhelming power against humanoid targets. Even the elite heroes from various factions struggled to withstand a single blow from these terrifying machines. Only a scant few could endure even a fleeting moment of confrontation. Among them was Siegfried, the sole known heroic figure capable of surviving an encounter without being instantly annihilated by the terrifying robots. Charles dispatched 3 5-member teams into the lighthouse, amounting to a total of 15 soldiers clad in heavy exoskeletons. Officially, the lighthouse was designated to house 12 heavy exoskeletons. Yet the first season clearly depicted numbers exceeding this count. Thus, the author has taken the liberty to adjust this inconsistency, suggesting a more reasonable figure of over 20. Upon entering the lighthouse, the 3 teams proceeded with utmost caution.